Introduction. He is the young duke admired by all, the object of desire for numerous noble families seeking advantageous unions. Littlefinger harbors a deep-seated hatred for him, while the spider regards him as an ally. The little demon considers him the greatest adversary. Yet, his sole aspiration is to be a benevolent lord and relish the opulent life of a high-ranking noble. Chapter 1. A Misplaced Journey. In a chamber constructed from grayish stones, morning light filters through a narrow, sturdy window, revealing the straightforward arrangement of the furnishings within. A small brown table, 2 chairs, and an exquisite wardrobe grace the space, while the table is adorned with candlesticks of varying heights, a plump bottle of red wine, elegant goblets, and various odds and ends. A long sword hangs on the wall beside the wooden door, and a full suit of armor stands in the corner. Upon a large brown bed, a young man stares vacantly at the gray ceiling, murmuring to himself. Upon awakening in the room, suffused with a faint scent of alcohol, Qin Shao initially feels disoriented, assuming he had indulged too heavily the previous night. After pondering for some time, he recalls that he had not consumed any wine, but had instead lost track of time reading a novel until late, ultimately drifting into a stupor, only to awaken in the realm of a Game of Thrones. Once he comprehended his situation, he found himself in his current state, and if one were drawn near, they would hear him muttering, wrong, misplaced. He had been a small supervisor in a private enterprise on Blue Star, enjoying a comfortable upbringing with a brother and sister. Although he felt a twinge of longing for his family, he took solace in the fact that his parents were cared for by his siblings. Yet, despite his unexpected journey, he would have preferred a more favorable destination. Instead, he found himself in the treacherous crossroads known as Westeros, a battleground of the Seven Kingdoms, where all paths lead through the riverlands. This unfortunate reality meant that regardless of whether one hailed from the north, the Vale, King's Landing, the Riverlands, or the Westerlands, they would first set foot in the Riverlands. Even more tragically, Qin Shao had inhabited the body of the ill-fated Edmure Tully, who had nearly met his demise due to the blunders of his allies, the Stark family. For someone who had experienced the entirety of the licensed game, he was acutely aware of the Seven Kingdoms' ominous future. The ideal places for such a journey would have been the Vale or Dorne, regions fortified by natural defenses, making them exceedingly difficult to conquer. Even if he had to assume the role of a minor noble or a commoner there, he would have welcomed it. However, fate had dictated otherwise, and the heavens afforded him no choice in the matter. After a brief spell of contemplation, he gradually accepted his reality, rising from the bed and approaching the small table to grasp a copper mirror framed in wood. His chestnut hair glimmered with a subtle red hue in the sunlight, complementing a resolute face adorned with striking blue eyes. Not too shabby, he mused, feeling a slight relief as he gazed at his reflection. The visage of Edmure in the mirror differed from his portrayal in the narrative, appearing younger than anticipated. Recalling his memories, he realized that Edmure was merely 25 years old. Any signs of maturity were not overly pronounced. Feeling reassured, Qin Shao, now inhabiting Edmure's persona, rummaged through his memories and grasped the current political climate of the Seven Kingdoms. Over 3 months prior, the then Prime Minister, Duke Alan, had suddenly passed away. King Robert Baratheon, sensing the encroaching threats around him, had embarked on a journey northward with his family in search of assistance from his close confidant, the Duke of the North, Ned Stark. Reflecting upon the passage of time, it has been 3 months since King Robert departed, and at any moment he could return to King's Landing with Ned Stark in tow. The trials and tribulations awaiting Riverrun are imminent. The catalyst for this turmoil was the unfortunate incident involving Edmure's nephew Bran, who, while scaling a wall in Winterfell, stumbled upon Queen Cersei Lannister engaged in an incestuous liaison with her brother, Jaime Lannister. Jaime, in a fit of rage, cast Bran down from a high tower. Subsequently, Bran fell victim to an assassination attempt, prompting Edmure's sister, Catelyn Stark, to venture to King's Landing in a reckless pursuit of the truth behind her son's near-fatal encounter. Under the nefarious influence of Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, Catelyn impulsively seized Tyrion Lannister, the youngest son of the formidable Tywin Lannister. The Lannisters, renowned for their unyielding sense of honor, could not permit the Stark family to capture their own kin without retribution. Tywin first unleashed the mountain, Gregor Clegane, upon Riverrun, wreaking havoc and devastation without restraint. Following this, he mobilized troops to Riverrun, catching Edmure off guard. The flat and defenseless lands of Riverrun fell into disarray, leading to Edmure's capture. Catelyn's actions in seizing Tyrion instigated a cascade of dire consequences, resulting not only in the ruin of Riverrun, but also in Edmure's imprisonment and, ultimately, the beheading of her husband Ned. The turmoil did not cease there. Catelyn and her eldest son engaged in a series of reckless maneuvers that ultimately led to their own demise. Among the most wronged was Edmure, who, as the newly appointed protector of Riverrun, faced the loss of his domain, the fracturing of his family, and the grim fate of languishing in a dungeon, betrayed by his sister's actions from the onset of war until its bitter conclusion. Contemplating the fate that awaited him, the newly reborn Sheen Shao shuddered. Upon regaining his composure, he resolved not to succumb to despair. The prospect of living as a complacent lord was no longer attainable. He must first address the immediate challenges before him, for otherwise he would be destined to a life of captivity. Changing out of his night clothes, Qin Shao donned a brown outfit he selected at random from his wardrobe and ventured forth, guided by his memories. As he traversed the grand hall, he gazed upon the long dining table and the chandelier above, his eyes straying to the rushing river that flowed beneath the fortress, which made him acutely aware of the impossibility of returning to the past. Flowing Castle, the ancestral stronghold of House Tully for millennia, stands resolutely fashioned from rock, having weathered countless storms over the ages. The castle is triangular in shape, positioned at the confluence of the Tiong River and the Red Fork, flanked by water on two sides, with a moat of comparable width to the Tiong River on the west. In times of conflict, the water gates can be opened, channeling the Tiong River into the moat, rendering Flowing Castle a formidable fortress, surrounded by water on three sides, and thus difficult to besiege. Responding to the greetings of the servants and retainers within the castle, Edmure made his way to a small training ground in the castle square. Their robust man in his 50s, tall and portly, was instructing a dozen guards. Retaining a significant portion of his former self's memories, Edmure realized that this was the master-at-arms of Flowing Castle, Desmond Grell. "My lord, I did not expect to see you up so early. When you were brought back last night, I thought we would not see you until noon," Desmond exclaimed with surprise upon spotting Edmure. Prompting a round of hearty laughter from the surrounding guards, Desmond's unabashed remarks conjured up certain embarrassing memories from the previous night, when Edmure had indulged in revelry with a few friends in the town, leading him to reflect on the chaotic nature of their circle. "Sir Desmond, I have a few inquiries for you," Edmure stated, a slight smile tugging at his lips, still grappling with the nuances of his current identity and its accompanying customs. Noticing the unusual expression on Edmure's face, Desmond ceased his jesting and led him to a secluded area beneath the city walls. "If memory serves, you once escorted my sister Catelyn to Winterfell after her marriage. I would like to know how long it typically takes for King Robert and his entourage to make the round trip to Winterfell," Edmure inquired directly. Desmond, taken aback by Edmure's interest in this matter, furrowed his thick brows in contemplation before responding. "King's Landing is 400 leagues from Winterfell, and the neck is particularly treacherous. With the king's retinue, the journey would require at least 3 months, not counting the time spent in Winterfell." After a moment of calculation, Edmure estimated that Robert's return was likely 5 to 15 days away. Once Ned arrived in King's Landing, Catelyn would soon follow, bearing the news of Bran's assassination attempt. Edmure needed to see Ned before Catelyn did, aiming to prevent her from impulsively pursuing the capture of the Imp Tyrion. Tom was no longer on his side. Chapter 2. Illusion becomes reality. "My lord, it is rumored that the king's visit to the north may well be to appoint Lord Stark as Hand of the King. Do you intend to journey to King's Landing?" Desmond inquired, observing Edmure lost in thought. Edmure was surprised that Robert had brought his entire household to the north, and even Desmond, the esteemed commander of the Riverlands, recognized the unusual nature of this expedition. "I intend to see for myself," Edmure replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal his imminent journey to King's Landing. After parting ways with Desmond and returning to his chambers, Edmure resolved to ponder future strategies. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a fragment of distorted text materializing before him. Waving his hand in front of his eyes, he confirmed that the text had not vanished, realizing it was not an illusion. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the unfamiliar script, yet discerned its meaning. Fundamental breathing technique. Inhale through the nose, feel the air flow down the throat, gradually settling in the lower abdomen, and pause. Practice the fundamental breathing technique for 2 hours daily. Further practice yields no additional benefit. What is this? As he gazed at the somewhat familiar content, Edmure recalled that this passage pertained to the breathing techniques from the fantasy novel The Swordmaster's Realm he had read prior to his transmigration. Could the breathing technique truly be cultivated? The surreal scene left Edmure both elated and skeptical. During his initial reading of the novel, he had whimsically attempted the technique twice, only to experience no effect whatsoever. Yet now, the breathing method had appeared before him in an almost magical manner, compelling him to seriously contemplate its authenticity and feasibility. Upon reviewing the technique again, he noticed two progress bars beneath the text, with the upper bar indicating compatibility through 3 distorted words, while the lower bar bore the inscription Swordmaster. Both progress bars were rendered in gray. Though he did not comprehend the meaning of compatibility, the swordsman could interpret the term, which denoted the most rudimentary level of a swordsman, above which were the ranks of Swordmaster and Great Swordmaster. Setting aside thoughts of subsequent solutions, he resolved to first practice the breathing technique. Following the foundational breathing method's instructions, Edmure seated himself upon a chair, closed his eyes, and inhaled gently, sensing the rise and fall of his chest as the air flowed in, gradually directing the breath down into his lower abdomen. After holding his breath for 2 seconds, he exhaled through his mouth, continuing this cycle of inhalation and exhalation. Upon completing 2 rounds of breathing, he gradually opened his eyes, astonished to discover that the progress bar indicating compatibility had reacted, transforming into a blue bar, displaying a progress of 33.82. Uncertain of what 33.82 signified, Edmure refrained from closing his eyes this time, observing the progress bar while practicing the breathing technique. Compatibility 27.53, 24.75, 18.26. Why was compatibility decreasing further? Watching the steadily declining compatibility bar, Edmure grew increasingly flustered until his breathing became erratic, rendering him incapable of continuing, and compatibility plummeted to 5.21. Gazing at the compatibility that had once exceeded 30%, now reduced to a mere 5-point-something, Edmure felt utterly despondent, halting his training to ponder the reasons behind the decline in compatibility. As the term suggests, compatibility refers to the degree of alignment between 2 entities. What precisely did this compatibility pertain to? It began to manifest after practicing the breathing technique and continually fluctuated during the exercise. Hence, it must be related to the breathing method. Having deduced the underlying reason, Edmure once again scrutinized the breathing technique, committing to memory the duration for which the air should linger in his lower abdomen, as well as the intervals between each breath. Fully comprehending the specific requirements of the breathing method, he closed his eyes once more to practice. He synchronized his inhalation and breath retention, feeling the air circulate within his body before gently exhaling. After 5 complete rounds of breathing, Edmure opened his eyes to find compatibility at 54.26. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Compatibility served as a gauge, measuring the standard of his practice of the breathing technique. With the reasons for the fluctuations in compatibility now clear, Edmure's confidence surged. No longer would he close his eyes during practice. Instead, he would keep them open, observing the changes in compatibility as he trained. Compatibility 46.35. Keeping his eyes open, he noticed that the lack of focus concentration, coupled with the distraction of monitoring compatibility, caused the percentage to decline significantly. However, this time, Edmure did not panic. Instead, he steadied his breath, reflecting on the fundamentals of the breathing technique, adjusting his state to continue practicing. After 2 more rounds of breathing, compatibility rose once again, surpassing 55. With this measure of compatibility at his disposal, Edmure endeavored to practice in a stepwise manner, breaking down the breathing actions, beginning with the initial inhalation and progressively enhancing compatibility. This method proved remarkably effective. After completing the entire set of decomposed movements, he practiced the full breathing technique once more, and compatibility soared to over 85. During his practice of the breathing technique, all that was required of him was to make minute adjustments, refining his technique with precision. After more than 2 hours of practice, compatibility reached an impressive 93. This was nearly the limit of his current capabilities. Any further improvement would necessitate continued practice and gradual exploration. As the further he progressed, the more challenging it became to enhance compatibility. The enhancement of relative compatibility remained unyielding, as the progress bar designated by the swordsman remained a dull gray, devoid of any change. Edmund subtly discerned the reason for its lack of display. He felt no urgency within. With a mere thought, he made the breathing technique and progress bar vanish. After a brief respite, contemplating the impending crisis, Edmund approached the main gate of the stronghold, where he encountered the captain of the guard, Rovi. Rovi, in his 50s, was a robust bald man, standing nearly as tall as the head instructor, Desmond. Edmund, measuring approximately 178 centimeters, appeared nearly a head shorter than them. Though Rovi possessed a sturdy physique, it was the kind of robust strength that contrasted with Desmond's somewhat portly frame. He had served as the captain of Edmund's father, Horst Tully's guard, and since Horst fell ill 2 years prior, he had steadfastly remained by Edmund's side. The citizens of Flowing City and even the Riverlands had quietly regarded Edmund as their protector. Sir Rovi, select 10 trusted guards. Armed with a map, we shall depart for King's Landing shortly. To King's Landing? Rovi, engaged in conversation with a fellow guard, was taken aback by Edmund's sudden decision to journey to King's Landing, especially with a map in tow. Indeed, although he perceived the inquiry reflected in Rovi's eyes, Edmund chose not to elaborate. While Edmund, as the acting protector of the Riverlands, occasionally exhibited a degree of unreliability, Rovi refrained from directly contradicting him, instead complying with the request to assemble the necessary personnel. As Rovi made preparations, Edmund entered the main stronghold and proceeded to a triangular bedroom. There, near the balcony's grand bed, lay an elderly man with thinning, gray hair. This imposing figure, once robust, now bore sunken cheeks and an air of frailty. He was none other than Horst Tully, Edmund's predecessor. Despite the absence of emotional ties with Horst, Edmund felt compelled to visit him before his journey to King's Landing. However, the elderly man was deep in slumber, having recently consumed a dream elixir concocted by a scholar, necessitating a prolonged rest before awakening. Much like the effects of poppy milk, the dream elixir possessed hypnotic properties, albeit the latter also offered pain relief, rendering it more suitable for those plagued by ailments. After sitting by Horst's bedside for a while, Edmund rose and departed, for even if Horst were to awaken, there would be little to converse about. Horst, beset by multiple ailments, suffered from dementia, at times failing to recognize even those closest to him.
Chapter 3. The Flourishing Riverlands. Upon returning to his chamber, Edmure gathered a few articles of clothing for a change, donned his leather armor, and lifted his longsword, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. As he slowly drew the blade from its sheath, the cold, gleaming grayish-blue steel revealed itself, and even without profound knowledge, Edmure discerned that this sword was forged from exceptional steel. As the heir to the Riverlands, he was certainly not equipped with mere trifles. Although it was not crafted from the finest Valyrian steel in existence, it was nonetheless a remarkable weapon. After sheathing the sword, he closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. In the small square below, Galloway and his 11 guards were fully prepared for departure. The bustling servants, blacksmiths, and laborers within the city cast distant glances at the 12 figures, oblivious to their destination. Sir Desmond, the head instructor, had already learned of their whereabouts from Rovi and felt no surprise. Sir Desmond, during my absence from Riverrun, I entrust you with the care of the castle. Edmure addressed him upon arrival. Rest assured, my lord, Desmond replied, thumping his chest reassuringly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Edmure mounted his steed. The motion somewhat awkward yet mercifully devoid of misstep. This could be attributed to his body's instinctive responses and his prior experiences riding horses during his past life on the plains of Blue Star. As he sat astride, Edmure directed his horse towards the southwestern gate of the castle. My lord, are we not heading to King's Landing? The captain of the guards, Rovi, inquired as Edmure approached the threshold. Riverrun possessed 3 grand gates arranged in a triangular formation. To reach King's Landing, one ought to exit through the eastern gate, crossing the great bridge over the Red Fork River, yet they were now proceeding towards the southwestern gate, which was fortified with a moat. Edmure was certainly not mistaken in his choice, replying, we shall first visit the Golden Tooth Pass. Bring me the map. The Golden Tooth serves as the gateway from the Riverlands into the Western Territories, as well as the exit for invasions from the west, under the dominion of House Lannister. Jaime's initial assault on the Riverlands had commenced from there, marking Edmure's first defeat, during which he was also captured. Thus he felt an undeniable urge to inspect the site. The map in his possession was remarkably detailed, indicating not only the mountains, rivers, and passes but also the locations of all castles, towns, and settlements within the Riverlands. As he scrutinized the map, correlating it with his memories of the Great Battle, Edmure began to comprehend the impending invasion sites and the strategic intentions of the aging lion. Tywin. Stowing the map away, he crossed the drawbridge of the castle's moat and, accompanied by his 11 guards, spurred his horse along the river road towards the Golden Tooth. Despite the instincts driving him, Edmure refrained from galloping recklessly and instead maintained a brisk yet cautious pace. The river road lay nestled between the Golden Mountains and the Red Fork River, with its northwestern side adjacent to the mountain range. Continuing southwest would lead them to the Golden Fortress, held by the Lannisters in the Western Territories. The riverlands, characterized by vast plains interspersed with numerous rivers, hills, and forests, proved fertile for agriculture, ranking as the second-largest grain-producing region in Westeros, aside from the rich. Furthermore, its natural water resources facilitated the exchange of goods. And with a thriving handicraft sector, many farmers or artisans would place their crops and products by the riverside, awaiting passing merchant vessels for purchase. The majority of the land along Hejun Avenue and the Hongqiao River belongs to the Tui family of Benliaching. Gazing at the bustling crowds by the riverbank and the lush fields, it is difficult for anyone to imagine that this very place will soon transform into a battlefield of fierce conflict. Houses and crops will be set ablaze. Farmers will be displaced, and wails of despair will echo throughout the land. Contemplating the impending tragedy, Edmure bit his lip slightly, urged his steed forward with a kick, and shook the reins, galloping towards the end of the road. Rovi, who had been quietly observing Edmure since their departure from Benliaching, sought to discern the reason behind his sudden journey to Jinyu City from his expression. Unlike the ever-jovial Desmond, the head coach of Benliaching, Rovi, who typically bore a serious demeanor, kept his queries to himself, pondering them in silence. After more than half an hour of galloping, Edmure gradually slowed down, allowing his fiery steed to regain its strength while he himself took a moment to relax. Having departed Benliaching for nearly an hour, they had barely covered 30 kilometers, merely 6 leagues in the measurements of this world. Edmure found himself unaccustomed to this pace of travel, even beginning to reminisce about his previous life. Along the way, he noted that the land west of the Hongqiao River was not fully utilized, with some areas lying fallow. Searching his memory yielded no satisfactory answers, and it seemed that Edmure, the future guardian of Hejun, would not concern himself with agricultural matters. Glancing back at his guards, he surmised that inquiring them would be futile. At that moment, he noticed someone busy in a nearby wheat field and rode towards them. Upon reaching the field, Edmure addressed a slender guard behind him, saying, "Zhang Lu, go fetch someone, I have a few questions for him." The procession halted, and Zhang Lu dismounted, making his way into the fields. A few minutes later, a farmer in his 50s, clad in a tattered, yellowed shirt, was brought before Edmure. "This is Lord Edmure, the heir of Duke Tui," Rovi introduced the farmer, standing beside Edmure. "Why, Your Excellency, may I ask why you summoned me?" The farmer, upon realizing Edmure's identity, hastily knelt. He had noticed Edmure and his entourage in the fields, initially thinking they were merely passing through, but was taken aback when they stopped and called for him, unsure where he had offended such esteemed individuals. "Rise. What is your name?" Edmure, surprised by the farmer's trepidation at his mere inquiry, prompted him gently. I am Clem, Your Excellency," the farmer stammered before gradually standing up. "I observed that some lands remain uncultivated and lie fallow. What is the reason for this?" Edmure's question caught Clem off guard. He had not anticipated that the high-born son of a duke would take an interest in their agricultural affairs. Rovi, too, was surprised by Edmure's inquiry, casting a glance at him before returning his gaze to Clem. "Your Excellency, that is because those lands have been planted with corn or barley for 2 or 3 consecutive years. Continuing to sow seeds may yield no harvest. They require a 2-year fallow period before they can be cultivated again." Relieved to discuss his expertise, Clem smiled as he responded. Upon hearing Clem's explanation, Edmure understood that the land had been left uncultivated due to insufficient fertility. In his previous life, he would spend a period of time each summer at his aunt's house in the countryside, starting from middle school. Over time, he became quite knowledgeable about agriculture. Certain crops are exceedingly depleting to the soil's fertility. Even with annual fertilization, continuous cultivation for 2 or 3 years cannot meet the nutrient demands. In response to this situation, the countryside has long had solutions in place, including not only the application of fertilizers in measured quantities but also the practice of crop rotation. Chapter 4. An unsuitable aroma. There exist crops that deplete soil fertility significantly, as well as those that do so minimally, and even some that scarcely consume any nutrients and can, in fact, enrich the soil. By rotating these crops, one can achieve sustainable land use. While this concept appears exceedingly simple, it has obstructed agricultural advancement for centuries. Although Edmund is uncertain about which crops are particularly depleting and which are less so, he surmises that Clem may possess some knowledge on the subject. Thus, he inquires, which crops can be cultivated in succession. After a moment of contemplation, Clem responds, peas, turnips, alfalfa, chickpeas, and fennel. These can be grown in succession for a while. Edmund ponders the rotation method and suggests, plant corn for a year, followed by 2 years of peas, and then return to corn. This cycle could prevent land from lying fallow. Reflecting on Edmund's approach, Clem begins to murmur, his eyes growing brighter with realization. Sir, if we do this, it seems we truly need not let the land rest. Upon clarifying the relationships involved, Clem experiences an epiphany. Edmund, too, possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the method to ascertain the optimal crop combinations for rotation. One must comprehend the fertility consumption of each crop and conduct numerous experiments to discover the finest rotation strategy. Initially, the captain of the guard, Rovi, and the other guards believed that Edmund merely wished to inquire about the farmer's cultivation practices. They were taken aback by how a casual suggestion could incite such enthusiasm in the elderly farmer, Clem. Their gazes towards Edmund shifted to one of intrigue. When would their future protector be able to instruct seasoned farmers in the art of agriculture? Unperturbed by Rovi's peculiar glances, Edmund observed Clem, who was deep in thought regarding crop rotation. Suddenly, he recalled another agricultural query. He strode into the wheat field, grasping handfuls of tilled earth to inhale its aroma, which indeed bore little foulness. Taking a few steps further, he repeated the action, finding the same scent. They had evidently not mastered the use of human manure as fertilizer. Coupling this observation with the sight of malnourished crops and the title of the city of refuse, Edmund reached a conclusion in his mind. However, the application of human manure requires a specific methodology, otherwise, it may yield detrimental consequences, a fact he refrained from expressing aloud. After clapping his hands twice, he returned to his mount, nodded at Clem, and, with a kick to the horse's flank, continued towards Goldtooth Fortress, escorted by Clem's watchful gaze. In his leisure, Edmund planned to share the rotation method with other farmers within the territory to enhance crop yields. While the river fields are indeed conducive to farming, they are relatively more bountiful compared to other regions beyond the river bay. Nevertheless, this is only a relative observation. From the villages and farmers encountered along the way, it is evident that they manage to sustain themselves, yet they remain far from affluence. It is a lamentable waste to possess fertile land and excellent irrigation conditions without fully utilizing them. After a day of travel, the group had yet to reach Goldtooth Fortress, and that evening, they were compelled to spend the night in a small village named Bibble. The area west of the Red Cross River is sizable, yet it lacks even a modest town, let alone a castle. Upon witnessing the arrival of the future guardian of Hajian, the village chief of Bibble promptly vacated his courtyard to accommodate Edmure and his companions. He also arranged for a sumptuous dinner to be served before the 12th. As they savored the roasted, golden venison and sipped on the coarse, slightly bitter ale, complemented by a salad of turnips, beets, and plums, Edmure found the first meal of his rebirth rather delightful. Although the roasted meat lacked a hint of cumin, the ale was not as refined, and the salad was somewhat poorly seasoned. He relished the taste of pure, natural flavors reminiscent of his childhood in a previous life, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. After clinking mugs of ale with his subordinates, Edmure sought a quiet corner to engage in conversation with Chief Rooney, inquiring in detail about the state of crop cultivation. Rooney had long heard that the heir of the Guardian was a benevolent individual, renowned for his leniency towards his subjects, and upon meeting him, he found this reputation to be justified, even descending from his noble status to discuss agricultural matters. Upon hearing Rooney's account of various crops, Edmure suddenly recalled that while husking corn in the countryside, there seemed to be soybeans growing in the fields. Furthermore, Farmer Clem had mentioned that certain legumes could be cultivated in succession, leading Edmure to ponder whether legumes might be crops that exert minimal strain on soil fertility while potentially enriching it. After some contemplation, Edmure shared with Rooney the differing fertility demands of various crops. Some consumed a great deal, some less so, and certain ones could even replenish the soil. He suggested that legumes might play a role in soil enrichment and encouraged Rooney to experiment with their cultivation. Though Rooney grasped that crops had varying fertilization needs, he had never heard of crops that could nourish the soil. After reflecting on his decades of experience in farming, he began to entertain the possibility that Edmure's assertions held merit. Leaving Rooney to ponder his cultivation methods, Edmure returned to his designated chamber, collapsing onto the small bed, soon drifting into slumber. At dawn, Edmure awoke early, aware that the team would soon embark on their journey. He resolved to practice his breathing technique before departure, setting an early morning biological clock for himself. As he focused his mind to initiate the breathing exercise, an unexpected interface appeared, The content previously dedicated to the breeding technique was replaced by two figures clad in chainmail, each wielding a long sword. One donned a black mask, while the other wore a white mask. Their builds resembled his own, though their features remained obscured. Could this be a lesson in swordsmanship? Edmure mused, recalling that the novels he had read often featured swordsmen and their techniques. With a mere thought, the figures began to move. The figure in the black mask executed a standard downward slash. Next move, Edmure silently commanded, and the two figures performed a lateral parry. With each mental command, the duo showcased nearly every foundational sword technique, all of which were familiar to Edmure. Most were akin to those taught by Master Desmond. Yet some distinctions were significant. These techniques appeared more logical, fluid, and every motion was executed with superior precision than Desmond could ever achieve. This was only to be expected, as the visual representation was nearly mechanical, striving for absolute accuracy. After refreshing himself, Edmure stepped into the courtyard, where he began to practice the fundamental sword techniques step by step. With each movement, he noticed variations in his alignment. It became evident to him just how unrefined his basic swordsmanship truly was. After rehearsing all the techniques, his highest alignment was merely 82, while many lingered between 60 and 80. Coming to terms with his actual proficiency, Edmure commenced his training anew, starting with the art of slashing, meticulously correcting himself by observing the alignment gauge. The aspects requiring adjustment were primarily the height of the sword, the angle of his arms, and the trajectory of his strikes. However, though articulating these corrections seemed straightforward, the execution proved far from simple. His sword movements had become ingrained habits, and to amend them required persistent practice and dedication. Chapter 5. The actor's sandbank. He practiced the scene chopping motion repeatedly, correcting himself as he went, moving his arms in a mechanical rhythm. "Good morning to you, sir." Just as he became engrossed in his practice, a voice emerged from behind him. Startled, he quickly retracted the demonstration image and turned to glance back. Captain Rovi of the guard was stretching lazily, his eyes not yet fully open. Observing Rovi, Edmund discerned no signs of unusual behavior on his face, which reassured him that Rovi had not witnessed the image he had just projected. "I woke up early to practice my swordplay," he replied. After exchanging greetings, Rovi began to stroll around the small courtyard, loosening his muscles. Noticing Rovi's lack of intention to enter the house, Edmund was reluctant to squander the precious time of his early morning practice. He turned sideways to Rovi and released the image while keenly observing Rovi's expressions. Seeing no signs of disturbance in Rovi's seemingly distracted gaze, Edmund felt confident that Rovi could not see the image, allowing him to continue his practice unabashedly. In this world, personal valor was of utmost importance. Although he held the esteemed title of the future protector of Helgium, one of the 7 kingdoms, there were still times when he would need to charge into battle, making it essential to enhance his combat skills. Rovi, who was not in a hurry to return indoors, was not merely engaging in light exercise. He was curious to observe how Edmund practiced his swordsmanship. Upon stepping outside, he found it peculiar that Edmund was practicing the most fundamental chopping technique, which was typically reserved for beginners. Despite Edmund's swordsmanship being rather modest, he had surpassed the stage of practicing basic techniques and should now be focusing on combat scenarios to sharpen his practical abilities. Yet, here he was, up early, earnestly honing basic moves, which left Rovi bewildered. Absorbed in his swordplay, Edmund was oblivious to Rovi's discreet scrutiny, as long as Rovi could not perceive the image. He felt at ease to continue his practice. An hour swiftly passed, during which Edmund executed only 2 fundamental motions, a downward slash and a sideways cut. Having grown weary of Edmund's repetitive drills, Rovi packed his belongings, filled with questions, preparing to have breakfast before setting off. Other guards had also observed Edmund's simplistic practice, unsure of the sudden enthusiasm displayed by this occasionally unreliable heir to the Tui family. Despite the monotony of his hour-long practice, Edmund felt no impatience. He had achieved a remarkable 93 proficiency in his 2 fundamental movements. With continued practice, he would establish muscle memory, gradually approaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After tidying up his modest pack, he joined the guards in the courtyard for a meal of fragrant oat cakes and barley venison porridge, generously provided by the village chief. Rooney. Edmund left behind 60 silver deers to continue on his journey. In this world, the currency primarily consisted of 3 types: golden dragons, silver deers, and copper coins. The exchange rate roughly stood at 1 golden dragon for 210 silver deers, and over 11,000 copper coins, with a single copper coin holding purchasing power akin to that of 1 currency unit. After departing from Bieber village, they traveled for a day. Arriving at the outskirts of Jinyu City just as evening approached, the Hejian Avenue was carved from the Jinyu Mountains, with Jinyu City nestled within the mountain crevice. Though termed a city, it was, in fact, a fortress, easily defended yet difficult to assault. Observing the formidable Golden Tooth Fortress perched high upon the Great Road, Edmure refrained from approaching too closely, lest he attract the attention of the guards within. Turning to survey the surrounding terrain, he inquired of Sir Raleigh, "My lord, should the Lannisters from the west invade the Riverlands from the Golden Tooth, how do you propose we defend ourselves?" Edmure's question momentarily stunned Raleigh. It had been nearly a decade since the Seven Kingdoms had seen conflict following the Iron Islands Rebellion led by Bolong Greyjoy. He could not fathom why Edmure was suddenly concerned with such matters. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "We could ambush them along their likely path." Edmure had once shared this sentiment and acted upon it, resulting in a failed ambush that cost thousands of lives and led to his own capture. He remained non-committal in his thoughts. Without responding to Raleigh, he continued to scrutinize the river road and the surrounding mountains before turning his horse southeast towards a village where they would rest for the night. Seeing Edmure's lack of reaction to his strategy left Raleigh feeling frustrated. Ever since Edmure had mentioned his intention to journey to King's Landing, he had transformed into a different person, sober and devoid of mirth, issuing commands without explanation, and now suddenly broaching the topic of a potential invasion. After Raleigh had answered, Edmure fell silent again, prompting Raleigh to suppress the urge to inquire what Edmure truly intended on this journey. Continuing to follow him in silence would surely drive him to madness. Unbeknownst to Raleigh, Edmure had been preoccupied with considerations of survival in the Riverlands since his arrival in this world. Laughter was a luxury he could not afford. The village offered hospitality akin to that of Bieber village, and after a hearty meal, Edmure resumed his practice of breathing techniques. 2 hours later, he achieved a satisfaction level of over 96.5 in his breathing exercises before finally succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Edmure rose early as per his routine to practice swordsmanship. After repeating the cleaving motion dozens of times, he transitioned to thrusts and uppercuts. Determined to elevate all foundational sword techniques to a compatibility level exceeding 90 before revisiting the cleaving practice. Observing Edmure's sole focus on basic sword techniques, Raleigh no longer found himself perplexed as he had the previous day. He recognized Edmure's evident progress. His movements were becoming increasingly precise, with some actions so flawless that even Raleigh could find no fault. Not only Raleigh observed Edmure's practice, other members of the guard also noted the difference in Edmure's training, with some even mimicking his movements. After breakfast, Edmure led his guard to a shallow area upstream on the Red Fork River, a site famously known as Fool's Ford. Previously, in the tale, Ned had dispatched the reckless Lord Beric Dondarrion and the Red Priest Thoros of Myr to capture the mountain after hearing of his rampage through the Riverlands. The plan, however, was compromised, and Beric's party fell victim to an ambush by the mountain, resulting in near total annihilation. It was here that Beric met his first death, embarking on an almost endless cycle of resurrection. This location also represented an alternate route for the West's forces to invade the north. As Tywin had set forth from the Vale of Arryn, traversing the mountains to reach the source valley of the Red Fork River, with an unstoppable momentum, they conquered each fortress in the Hejian region, advancing deep into its heart until they firmly established themselves at the center, the once mighty Horin Fortress, which had been the largest stronghold of the Seven Kingdoms. From that moment onward, the entire Hejian territory fell into the hands of the Western Army, transforming into a mere supply station, subject to their whims. After surveying the winding paths of the river valley for a while, Edmure set off along the Red Cross River towards the strategically significant Pink City. By noon, the group arrived at the stronghold of the Pape family, Pink City. Although not insignificant in size, Pink City paled in comparison to the grandeur of Flowing City, which was fortified by water on 3 sides, and thus, it was the first fortress to succumb to the old lion Tywin. As Edmure approached the castle gates, the guards recognized him immediately and granted them swift entry. Chapter 6, King's Landing. Edmure, I went to Flowing City to find you, but you were absent. I thought you had already departed for King's Landing. Not far into the castle, a robust young man with brown hair and blue eyes approached briskly from the direction of the main fortress. With a bushy beard, he could easily be mistaken for a man in his 30s. However, Edmure recognized him as his contemporary and dear friend, Marco Piper, the heir of Pink City. The night before his rebirth, Edmure had indulged in revelry with him and a few others. I passed by Pink City, so I thought I would stop by for a visit before moving on, Edmure remarked with a smile as he observed Marco approaching. His true intention was to assess the fortifications and defenses of Pink City. "Since you're here, let us not leave tonight. We must have another hearty drink together," Marco exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Edmure on the shoulder. "That might not be feasible. I must reach Winetown tonight and take a ship to King's Landing tomorrow," Edmure replied apologetically. "Is it due to Lord Stark's arrival in King's Landing?" Marco inquired, halting his steps to gaze at Edmure. Upon receiving a note from Edmure, Marco, while still somewhat puzzled as to why Edmure was in such a hurry to meet Ned, refrained from pressing further. Although they shared a close friendship, Edmure was destined to become the Duke of Flowing City and the protector of Riverlands, and the matter involved the future Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. So he felt it prudent not to pry. "I haven't visited King's Landing in ages. I would like to accompany you and see if Io is still at Littlefinger's establishment," Marco expressed, yearning for a break from the monotony of his own castle. Edmure understood that Marco referred to a courtesan from Peter Baelish's brothel, and he welcomed the idea of traveling with Marco. Given that Pink City would need to contribute to the war effort, relying on its strength to withstand Tywin's army, Marco, though not yet an earl, could still influence his father's decisions. Determined that Edmure should not spend the night in Pink City, Marco spared no effort in ensuring his guests' comfort, arranging a lavish luncheon and presenting a rare vintage of wine from his father's collection. After a hearty feast, he set off for Winetown, accompanied by 2 guards and Edmure. As night fell, they arrived in Winetown. Marco collapsed into slumber, while Edmure, despite feeling fatigued, continued to practice his breathing technique. After several sessions, he had grasped the essence of the technique, and to enhance his proficiency, he needed to focus on the sensations of the internal currents, capturing and controlling the flow within. After 2 hours of diligent practice, he achieved an impressive compatibility score of 99. The following day, they departed Winetown and, by afternoon, reached a tributary of the Blackwater River, boarding a merchant vessel to drift downstream towards King's Landing, expected to arrive in just 2 days. Initially, Edmure had planned to travel overland to King's Landing, circling along the borders of Riverlands to observe the situations in Stonehall, Willwood, and Ironwood. However, time proved insufficient for such an endeavor, and he would have to postpone it for another occasion. Fortunately, his detailed map indicated the precise locations of the towns and castles, allowing him to maintain a sense of direction. The Blackwater River serves as the boundary between Riverlands and Bayland, flowing adjacent to King's Landing before entering the narrow sea at Blackwater Bay. Along the way, numerous farmers and artisans gathered with their goods, awaiting purchase by merchants. At this moment, certain crops had reached their harvest season, and the banks of the Blackwater River bustled with activity, as merchant vessels navigated with a rhythm of arrivals and departures. On the evening of the 2nd day, standing at the bow of the ship, Edmure beheld the majestic city of King's Landing, fortified by towering walls, with numerous small shanties scattered beyond them. King's Landing, the most populous and vibrant city in this realm, boasted a population exceeding 500,000, and stood as the 2nd largest port in Westeros, the first being Old Town located at the southwestern corner of the continent. Approaching the estuary, the river widened, providing natural conditions for the establishment of a harbor. At this time, the port was brimming with ships from various ports of Westeros, the lands across the narrow sea, and the 9 free cities. Merchants and cargo owners were orchestrating the laborers to transport goods, while port authorities directed the docking of vessels. The harbor faced the river gate of King's Landing, and due to its proximity to the port, the entrance was often splattered with mud, leading the locals to colloquially refer to it as the Mud Gate. As the merchant ship docked, Edmure and his companions carefully led their horses ashore and entered through the city gate. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by a faint, unpleasant odor, aptly reflecting the city's reputation as a place of filth. The lands between the rivers were dotted with castles and small towns, devoid of any substantial cities. In comparison to King's Landing, they resembled mere countryside, albeit with lush vegetation and fresh air. Observing the closely knit rows of houses not far from the city gate, Edmure truly grasped the extent of King's Landing's overcrowding. Although the city was not extensive in size, it housed the largest population, highlighting the density of its residences. Aside from the main thoroughfare, the city was comprised of narrow alleys, barely wide enough for a single cart to pass through. Walking along the main road, Edmure soon spotted the Red Keep standing tall upon Aegon's Hill to the east, the political heart of the 7 Kingdoms and the royal fortress. The Red Keep, constructed entirely from pale red stone, was distinguishable from afar by its 7 towers. Within King's Landing, there were 3 hills, each named after Aegon and his sisters. Besides Aegon's Hill, which was home to the Red Keep. There lay the Visenyos Hill to the west and Rhaenys Hill to the north. Atop Visenyos Hill stood a white edifice, magnificent and sacred, encircled by 7 crystal towers, known as the Great September of Baelor, a convergence point for the faith of the Seven. The northern Rhaenys Hill was home to a vast dragon pit, once a sanctuary for the Targaryen family as dragons. Now long abandoned, leaving behind only a closed bronze gate and crumbling black ruins on the verge of collapse. The number 7 holds significant meaning in Westeros, as the majority of nobles and common folk, save for those in the north, adhere to the faith of the Seven. King's Landing features 7 gates. The Red Keep is adorned with 7 towers. The Great September of Baelor boasts 7 crystal spires. The King's Council consists of 7 members. And the King's Guard is also comprised of 7 knights. However, the 7 does not refer to 7 distinct deities, but rather to the 7 aspects of a singular divine entity, each aspect representing a different office, allowing devotees to pray to the corresponding office according to their needs, while absorbing the essence of King's Landing. Edmure dispatched a guard to inquire whether King Robert had returned to the city, feeling reassured only upon learning they were still en route, before seeking accommodations. As they traversed the muddy path, they discovered an inn in the eastern part of the city, situated away from the squalid slums, where the sea breeze would not carry the foul odors from that area, resulting in a significantly more pleasant atmosphere. After 2 days at sea, having fully regained their strength, the invigorated Marco took Edmund directly to a tavern for another round of hearty drinking. Observing Marco, carefree and solely focused on enjoyment, Edmund felt a deep sense of envy. This was the epitome of a true nobleman's life, a lifestyle he had long yearned for in his previous existence. Fate had bestowed upon him the identity of a noble scion, yet simultaneously cast him into a quagmire, preventing him from relishing in all that he possessed. Chapter 7. The harmonious team. In a state of inebriation at the tavern, Marco once again dragged Edmure to the brothel run by Littlefinger, Peter Baelish. However, with the imminent arrival of Catelyn, Edmure found no inclination to accompany Marco on frivolous escapades. He chose instead to return to the inn alone, resuming his cultivation. Upon entering his room, he settled on the edge of the bed, harmonizing his breath. He inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the airflow gradually filling his abdomen, swirling within before being exhaled. Over the course of 2 nights aboard the ship, he had elevated his compatibility level to a perfect 100. Whether it was merely a psychological effect, he felt the breathing technique more fluid and natural than ever before. After several rounds of breath, Edmure was astonished to sense a stream of energy gently undulating within his lower abdomen, accompanied by a subtle warmth. He discerned that this was not a mere illusion. And suppressing his excitement, he continued to practice the breathing method. With each inhalation, the energy within his abdomen became increasingly palpable, gradually coalescing into a small vortex that accelerated the flow of energy throughout his body, distributing the novel energy to all his limbs and organs. This phenomenon was a manifestation of his progress toward becoming a swordsman. The energy within him represented his fighting spirit, the wellspring of a swordsman's power. He stabilized the vortex, allowing it to mature and diminish in speed before slowly opening his eyes. Beneath the 100 compatibility blue bar, the swordsman progress bar transformed from a stagnant gray to a vibrant red, now registering at 65. 52. Edmure surmised the reasons for such progress. The evaluation of swordsmen within the realm of the swordsman's world considered various aspects, including the size of the vortex, proficiency in sword techniques, as well as strength, speed, and practical combat experience. The progress bar's current display likely signified the emergence of the vortex within him, marking Edmure as a genuine swordsman. The assessment of his overall strength reflected his inherent abilities, complemented by recent training in foundational sword techniques and the augmentation from the vortex, propelling his progress to 65. Gazing at the progress bar, Edmure contemplated his current combat capabilities. Based on his recollections, he had little chance against the captain of the guard, Roose, let alone formidable adversaries like the assassin, Jaime, or Ned. He resolved to cultivate further, as the vortex strengthened and his swordsmanship improved. He would earn the right to contend with Roose. With these thoughts, Edmure's confidence surged. He quelled his excitement and, after a moment's reflection, resumed his breathing exercises. Rising early the next morning, he diligently practiced his sword techniques with unwavering determination. To facilitate his training, he had specifically reserved a spacious room. Sword practice had no time constraints. Theoretically, he could train endlessly whenever free. To alleviate the anxiety of awaiting Ned's arrival in King's Landing, and fueled by his yearning for strength, he seemed tireless in his relentless training, while rigorously honing his skills in the room. Edmure also dispatched messengers to gather information about the king's retinue 3 times daily. As the day swiftly passed, nightfall arrived with no news of the king's imminent arrival. Edmure remained unperturbed. As long as he had not missed the moment when Catelyn sought out Ned, he had no cause for concern. For now, all he could do was patiently await the unfolding of events. In the morning, while practicing swordsmanship, Edmure suddenly received a report from the captain of the guards, Luwin. Although the king's entourage had yet to return to King's Landing, someone had been spotted riding a swift horse in a golden cloak entering the city through the Gate of the Gods, heading towards the Red Keep. Speculation arose that this golden-cloaked figure might be the bearer of news regarding the king's party. Upon hearing this report, Edmure lost interest in his practice, sheathed his sword, and departed the inn with Luwin, making their way towards the Gate of the Gods. As they walked, Edmure observed the golden-cloaked guards of the city assembling near the Gate of the Gods, further corroborating the news of the king's imminent return. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered at the entrance, eager for the spectacle. Exiting the city, Edmure spotted a procession of 300 to 500 individuals advancing grandly along the King's Road. Confirming their identity, he retreated to the city gate to await their arrival. 10 minutes later, 4 members of the King's Landing Guard, adorned in gold cloaks and brandishing the black stag banner of House Baratheon, entered first. They were followed closely by a knight clad in golden armor, helmeted and draped in a white cloak, riding a white horse. Beside him was a tall, strikingly handsome blond boy, whose haughty demeanor surveyed the gathered crowd, flanked by a heavily armored knight donning a black hound helmet. Edmure deduced that the boy was none other than the young monster, Joffrey Baratheon, with the hound, Sandor Clegane, serving as his guardian. A resounding sound of hoofs approached, heralding the arrival of the royal carriage drawn by over 20 magnificent steeds, eliciting gasps of admiration and cheers from the crowd. The opulent purple carriage, 2 widths of an ordinary cart and exceeding 10 meters in length, was crafted from fine wood and metal, showcasing unparalleled luxury. Behind the carriage, 4 Kingsguard knights in white cloaks shielded 2 figures within. One, a robust man with a round face adorned with a bushy beard, sat proudly atop his mount, while the other, similarly imposing, was clad in a dark grey cloak, his expression resolute and somber. High above, banners depicting white direwolves fluttered. As a canopyless cart followed the procession through the city gate, in stark contrast to the lavish carriage, this simple cart resembled a rustic farmer's vehicle, used for transporting produce. Inside sat 2 girls of differing heights, alongside a non-cloaked in grey garb with a headscarf. As they neared King's Landing, the girls gazed in wonder at the towering walls of the capital and the throngs of people lining the streets. They were none other than Edmure's sister Catelyn's daughters, the Fielding sisters Sansa and Arya. Originally, Bran was to accompany them to King's Landing, but he had been left behind in Winterfell due to a fall that left him unconscious. As Edmure observed the last knights and golden-cloaked figures entering the city gate, he withdrew his gaze. With Ned's arrival imminent, Catelyn would soon follow by waterway or may have even arrived before him. Only the well-informed master of whisperers, Varys, was privy to such knowledge, even if he suspected that Catelyn might have been hidden away in a brothel by Littlefinger Peter Baelish. Edmure knew he could not seek her out directly. In the afternoon, as the time approached, Ned should have settled in. Edmure, accompanied by the captain of the guard, Roose, proceeded towards the Red Keep. Up close, the Red Keep was far less splendid than it appeared from a distance, after 3 centuries of storms and wear. The red stone was mottled, having long lost the brilliance it once possessed at its inception. The Red Keep could be described as a city within a city, encircled by thick walls, complete with battlements, arrow towers, fortifications, a moat, and iron gates. The imposing walls were even equipped with crossbows, rolling logs, and cauldrons of fire as defensive measures. Within the castle, multiple towers stood tall, alongside sacred groves, small chapels, granaries, and barracks, all serving to amalgamate the functions of governance, daily life, and military affairs. Chapter 8, The Request of the Niece. Upon announcing his identity to the guards of the Red Keep, Edmure was granted passage and made his way through a small cobblestone courtyard towards the Hand's Tower. As the residence of the Hand of the King, second only in authority to the monarch himself, the tower was guarded not only by the northern protectors brought by Ned but also by the golden-robed sentinels. Upon learning that the visitor was none other than Lady Stark's brother, the northern guards promptly relayed the news within. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged guard of modest stature and keen eyes approached briskly from within the tower. "Lord Edmure, is it truly you?" The guard's expression was one of astonishment upon seeing Edmure. "And you are?" Edmure, recognizing the familiar expression on the guard's face yet unable to place him, inquired with curiosity. I am Jory Castle, the captain of Lord Starkstart. I visited Riverrun 5 years ago, Jory introduced himself. Only then did Admiral recall that Catelyn had returned to her family home 5 years prior, though he could not quite remember Jory. Nevertheless, he feigned a look of sudden realization. It seemed that Robb, standing beside Admiral, was quite familiar with Jory. The two exchanged a handshake and a few pleasantries before Jory led Admiral and Robb into the Hand's Tower. You liar! Had you spoken the truth back then, Mikey would still be alive. You are the one who caused his death. The one responsible for his demise is Sandor Clegane, not I. As they walked further inside, Admiral overheard a heated argument emanating from within. It is you. You, your prince, and the Queen Mother conspired to kill him. Arya, cease this uproar. If you have finished your meal, return to your chamber immediately. With a frustrated thrust, Arya plunged her knife into the wooden platter and stormed out of the dining hall. Upon turning, she beheld Admiral and the two others entering, halting in her tracks. Who are you? Arya, regaining her composure, inquired of Admiral, the foremost of the strangers. Noting the girl with 2 small braids and large brown eyes staring at him, Admiral playfully remarked, It has been 5 years. How is it that you remain so diminutive and have scarcely grown taller? Who says I haven't grown? I am already 11 years old. Who are you, anyway? Arya bristled, unable to tolerate any remarks about her height, especially when her younger brother Bran had already reached her stature, intensifying her self-consciousness. Lady Arya, this is your uncle. Lord Admiral Tully. Jory, aware of Arya's rebellious nature and fearing more impolite remarks, hurriedly introduced. Uncle. Upon hearing Jory's introduction, Arya scrutinized Admiral from head to toe. His light red hair and pale blue eyes were unmistakably Tully features, traits she did not possess. Uncle. As Admiral entered the dining hall, Sansa recognized him vaguely and, recalling her visit to Riverrun at the age of 7, performed a courtesy, offering polite greetings. Sister Molden followed suit, addressing him with a respectful nod. Realizing Admiral's identity, Arya finally acknowledged her earlier breach of decorum, stepping back to execute a proper courtesy. Though her skills in needlework were not particularly remarkable, her etiquette had been honed through rigorous training, leaving no room for criticism. Upon hearing Sansa's greeting, Admiral shifted his gaze towards her. With long, deep chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, a tall stature, and a youthful visage, she epitomized the image of a beautiful noblewoman, despite her still somewhat innocent features. At that moment, Sansa was lost in daydreams of her own Prince Charming. Her naive expression devoid of any semblance of the commanding presence expected of the future King of the North. Phew! Noticing Admiral's gaze fixed on her sister Sansa, Arya let out a discontented huff, feeling a surge of indignation within her. Why did everyone seem to admire Sansa so much? Was she truly that exceptional? Admiral, catching the dissatisfaction in Arya's tone and her sullen expression, could surmise the source of her displeasure, having been informed of the recent altercation between the two sisters. Earlier, as the king's entourage approached King's Landing, Arya had encountered a conflict with Joffrey. The incident began when Arya was practicing swordplay with a butcher's apprentice named Mikey, only to cross paths with Joffrey and Sansa during their walk. The petulant Joffrey demanded that the apprentice spar with him, but Mikey, aware of the prince's status, hesitated to engage. Frustrated by Mikey's reluctance, Joffrey, wielding his sword, inflicted a deep cut across Mikey's face. In a fit of rage, Arya seized a wooden stick from the ground and struck Joffrey, igniting a scuffle between them. At that moment, Arya lacked the prowess of a future faceless man, and Joffrey quickly disarmed her, pressing the tip of his sword against her throat. From a distance, Arya's direwolf Nymeria sensed her young mistress in peril and lunged at Joffrey. Biting his wrist, Arya seized the opportunity to reclaim the sword, positioning it at Joffrey's throat. Overwhelmed by fear and blood streaming from his wound, Joffrey, unfamiliar with such a dire situation, pleaded for mercy. Though Arya was fierce, she understood that she could not kill a prince. With her sister Sansa's intervention, she reluctantly discarded Joffrey's sword into the river. The matter of Joffrey's injury ultimately reached the ears of King Robert and Ned, leading to a confrontation among the three. Naturally, Joffrey denied his wrongdoing, fabricating a narrative to shift blame. With each party presenting conflicting accounts, they turned to Sansa for judgment, caught in a difficult position. She could only admit that she had been too flustered to recall the details clearly. Caught between his son and his brother's daughter, King Robert declared the matter concluded, urging both sides to discipline their children. However, Queen Cersei vehemently opposed Robert's decision, insisting that the dire wolf responsible for injuring her son must be executed. To uphold the family's honor, Robert acquiesced to Cersei's demands, but Arya's dire wolf had already been sent away, eluding capture by the guards. In the end, Cersei resolved to substitute Shansa's dire wolf lady for Nymeria. Reluctantly, Ned, unwilling to allow the dire wolf brought from the north to perish at another's hands, took Lady's life himself, leaving Shansa heartbroken. Arya was equally unwilling to let a lady perish in place of Nymeria, and the two sisters wept together. Yet their sorrow elicited no sympathy from Cersei and Joffrey. Furthermore, Cersei secretly commanded the hound, Sandor, to slay the butcher's apprentice, Micah, which only deepened Arya's feelings of guilt. Upon returning to King's Landing, the sisters found themselves increasingly at odds over this incident, leading to incessant quarrels. Although Edmure understood the root of their disputes, he chose to feign ignorance and refrained from inquiring further. "Uncle, could you teach me to wield a sword?" Noticing Edmure's gaze upon him, Arya's eyes fell upon the sword at his waist, and she vaguely recalled their playful moments together in Riverrun. As a passionate sword enthusiast, she set aside her grievances and eagerly approached Edmure. Chapter 9. A Relentless Retreat. Arya. Upon hearing the unreasonable demands made by Arya towards Edmure, the Duke of Riverrun and Catelyn's brother, Sister Modon, who was responsible for the daily instruction of the two sisters, could no longer contain herself and admonished her. The desire for a sparring partner thwarted, Arya's small face fell, her lips pouting as she stood in silence. "Do you have a sword? Allow me to teach you how to wield it." Observing the despondent demeanor of the future faceless man elite, Edmure felt a pang of sympathy, especially given his fondness for Arya's spirited nature, and thus, he asked with intentional levity. The melodious words reached Arya's ears, and she sprang back to life. "Yes, I have a sword, a real one," she exclaimed excitedly before dashing to her room. As Edmure appeared genuinely willing to accompany Arya in her sword practice, Sister Modon opened her mouth to intervene, but since Edmure had already consented, she refrained from undermining his decision. However, her mind was awash with questions. When did Arya acquire a true sword? Was she not always seen wielding a mere wooden stick? Moreover, she had not permitted her to bring even a wooden sword from Winterfell. With Edmure's permission, Arya swiftly returned from her chamber, brandishing the delicate sword, a sewing needle gifted to her by her half-brother Jon. As she bounded back to Edmure's side, Sister Modon and Sansa's eyes widened in astonishment. They were unaware that she had concealed a genuine sword. Just moments ago, she had threatened to slay Prince Joffrey and Sandor Clegane. Surely, she could not have been plotting to use this slender blade against them, Sansa thought in a state of alarm. "This sword suits you perfectly," Edmure remarked as he took the slender sewing needle from Arya's grasp. Hearing Edmure's approval filled Arya with immense joy, and she eagerly tugged him towards the small hall, where there was ample space for practice. The small hall, though merely a relative term compared to the Red Keep's grand throne room, could comfortably accommodate 200 individuals, making it ideal for their swordplay. Aware that Arya intended to practice with a real sword, Sister Modon and Sansa followed with concern. Jory and Roderick, though surprised that a young girl possessed a delicate sword, harbored little worry about the ensuing sparring. Edmure's swordsmanship, while not exceptional, should suffice against a child's playful antics. Especially for Roderick, who had observed Edmure's training over the past few days, noting significant improvements after several real combat sessions. Clearing the tables and chairs to the sides of the small hall, Arya mimicked her brothers Robb and Jon, positioning herself in a proper stance. Edmure, drawing his long sword, awaited Arya's advance. Once Edmure was prepared, Arya launched her attack, wildly swinging the sewing needle at Edmure's longsword, her earlier composed stance evaporating, leaving Edmure both amused and exasperated. Edmure had agreed to accompany Arya in her practice primarily to avoid witnessing the disappointment in the eyes of this little sword enthusiast, and to satisfy his curiosity about her potential as a future faceless assassin. To his surprise, she approached him brandishing her longsword, rather than targeting his vulnerable points. Her approach resembled that of a child playfully wielding a stick. While it was certainly manageable to parry Arya's slender blade, she seemed oblivious to the sharpness of the sword, launching wild attacks that left Edmure regretting his decision to engage in this practice session with her. The exertion was more demanding than even sparring with Robb. He found himself forced to retreat step by step, while Arya grew more exhilarated with each strike, astonished that she could push her uncle back, which bolstered her confidence even further. As she cornered him near the steps, Edmure contemplated how to subdue Arya's fervent onslaught without causing her harm when she suddenly halted, frozen in place. Sensing a shift, Edmure turned slowly to find a weary Ned staring at him in astonishment. "Edmure, What brings you here? Letting out a breath. Edmure smiled and replied, I heard you and the children were coming to King's Landing, so I decided to pay a visit. Upon hearing Edmure's response, Ned furrowed his brow slightly, skeptical of the explanation. As the future guardian of the Riverlands, Edmure's arrival was not a trivial matter and had likely stirred the interests of certain individuals. This was particularly true considering he had yet to assume the title of Duke of Riverrun. If he had fully inherited all titles of the Riverlands, he would be even less inclined to visit the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, Ned was aware that his father-in-law, Duke Hoting of Riverrun, had never enjoyed robust health and was unlikely to endure much longer. Many responsibilities had already been entrusted to Edmure, so even if he came to visit, it seemed too coincidental that he arrived just as Ned did. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. He approached Edmure and Robb, exchanging greetings before turning his attention to his youngest daughter. He had heard the unmistakable sound of steel clashing, the sound of true blades meeting. Moving in front of Arya, he took the slender sword from her grasp and scrutinized it closely. The mark of Mycon, where did you acquire this sword? With her hands hanging at her sides, Arya remained silent. Ned, knowing she would not respond, cast her a resigned glance and returned the sword to her, saying, This is a genuine weapon capable of taking lives. You must safeguard it carefully and wield it with caution, rather than flailing it about recklessly at your uncle. He had noticed Edmure retreating to avoid harming Arya and felt compelled to remind her. I understand, father, Arya replied, surprisingly obedient, as Edmure had not reclaimed the sword. Edmure. It has been years. How is Lord Tully faring? Ned inquired as he and Edmure walked toward his chambers. Father, aside from being unable to move, his condition is relatively stable. Once I find the time, I shall pay him a visit. As he spoke, thoughts of the events leading to his arrival in King's Landing and the earlier council meeting flooded his mind, causing Ned to hesitate. He was uncertain whether he could extricate himself from this quagmire unscathed. After walking a short distance, Robb and Jon departed, leaving only Ned and Edmure behind. Upon closing the door, Ned addressed Edmure, saying, Edmure, do not tell me that your haste in coming here was merely to see me and the two children. With a growing sense of doubt and having faced recent tribulations, Ned was becoming increasingly prone to conspiracy theories. I have heard that Catelyn is on her way to King's Landing, Edmure stated plainly, revealing the purpose of his visit without any circumlocution. How could Catelyn possibly be here from Winterfell? Moreover, with Bran still in a coma, how could she bear to leave? Ned exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Edmure in disbelief. Chapter 10. The first encounter with Peter. As King Robert departed from Winterfell, Catelyn remained in Bran's chamber, unable to bid him farewell. Ned could hardly fathom any circumstance that would compel her to abandon Bran and seek him out. What could have transpired in Winterfell that rendered Catelyn hesitant to send a raven? Though the specific reason for Catelyn's urgent departure remained a mystery to Ned, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Edmure, how could you possibly know that Catelyn is coming to King's Landing? He inquired, his mind swirling with questions. My relationship with Varys is amicable. I glean my information from him, Edmure replied, having long prepared his excuse. The spider? Edmure bore a deep-seated disdain for Varys, whom he regarded as a creature of cunning and duplicity. To his astonishment, he discovered that his uncle Edmure had maintained a cordial rapport with the spymaster. However, this was not the moment for such musings. He was eager to ascertain Catelyn's whereabouts and the reason for her sudden arrival in King's Landing. Where is Catelyn now? When shall I see her? I cannot say for certain, but Peter Baelish may come seeking you. When that time arrives, do not forget to inform me. I wish to accompany you to meet her. Edmure added, do not disclose to Peter that you are aware of Catelyn's impending arrival. Is this matter connected to Peter? Ned pressed. Exercise caution with him. Do not place your full trust in his words. Edmure warned. He could not directly label Peter Baelish as the realm's most notorious instigator, for the veracity of information was a precarious issue, thus he offered Ned a prudent caution instead. Having received no definitive answers, Ned chose to withhold further inquiries, opting to wait until he could speak with Catelyn. Once their serious discourse concluded, Edmure took his leave, providing Ned with the address of his inn while reiterating his desire to meet Catelyn. Faced with Edmure's earnest demeanor, Ned's conviction regarding the unusual nature of Catelyn's journey deepened, and he silently nodded in agreement. Not far from Ned's chamber, as Edmure made his way to find Robb, Arya suddenly emerged from around the corner, intent on persuading Edmure to practice swordplay with her. Having finally found a willing adult who possessed swordsmanship skills, Arya was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Having concealed herself there in anticipation. My swordsmanship is ill-suited for you, seek out your father instead. He will find you the most appropriate instructor. Fearing Arya's insistence and recognizing that her talents did not align with knightly techniques, Edmure directed her toward the path she ought to follow. Upon hearing Edmure's reluctance to train with her, Arya's expression fell. Father would never allow me to practice swordplay, nor would he find me a teacher. How do you know he wouldn't seek a teacher for you if you haven't even asked him? Did he not instruct you to leave the needle behind? Is that true? If father does not find me a teacher, then you must train with me. Though Arya found merit in Edmure's reasoning, uncertainty lingered, prompting her to establish a contingency plan. Very well, if no one instructs you in a few days, I shall accompany you in your training. Edmure believed that his arrival would not hinder Arya in her search for her dance instructor. Should any changes arise, he would assist in the search, however. He recognized that he was not equipped to teach Arya himself, as it would only stifle her innate talent. Observing Arya leave with a look of contentment, Edmure sought out Roose and returned to the inn to await news. The 10 guards Edmure had brought along were also busy, mingling in various taverns, brothels, and marketplaces, reporting any unusual information back to him. King's Landing was in a precarious state. He could not afford to overlook even the slightest disturbance, lest he find himself plunged into a dismal abyss of imprisonment. The following day, while practicing his swordsmanship, Edmure awaited Catelyn's arrival. He did not have to wait long. In the afternoon, Jory hurriedly arrived, conveying that Ned wished for him to come at once. Having already prepared himself, Edmure gathered his belongings, sheathed his long sword, and set off with Roose towards the Red Keep. Within the confines of an ancient tower in the Red Keep, a man of medium stature, with silver threads gracing his left temple and a small mustache, scrutinized the distant corridor with his pale green eyes. He was Peter Baelish, the master of coin in King's Landing. When Peter found Ned and urged him to depart with him, Ned, despite his mental preparation, found it difficult to believe that Catelyn had truly come to King's Landing. It was only upon receiving confirmation from Peter that he insisted on taking Edmure along to find Catelyn. Peter had learned of Edmure's arrival from his informants the previous day. Initially, he believed there had been a misunderstanding regarding the identity of the person seeking Ned. Freed from the constraints of his father, hostile, Edmure had been spending his days reveling with the sons of various lords. It was perplexing that he would suddenly appear in King's Landing. After repeated inquiries, Peter confirmed Edmure's presence, leading him to wonder whether Edmure's arrival was purely coincidental or if he harbored ulterior motives, especially given the peculiar timing of Ned's own arrival. Further investigations revealed that Edmure was accompanied by the charming son of the Count of Sweetport, Marco, which somewhat assuaged Peter's concerns, leading him to speculate that they had grown weary of their escapades in the Riverlands and sought new experiences in King's Landing. However, just as he began to relax, he was taken aback by Ned's insistence on introducing Edmure to his sister, Catelyn. Catelyn had come to King's Landing in secrecy, a matter known only to him and the eunuch Varys. Taking Ned to meet Catelyn was already a risk. Including a frivolous young nobleman like Edmure would complicate matters further. Peter had his own plans for the meeting between Ned and Catelyn and wished to avoid any extraneous complications. Despite Peter's concerns, Ned remained resolute about bringing Edmure along, leaving Peter with no choice but to acquiesce. Guided by Jory, Edmure wound through the corridors of the Red Keep until he arrived at the dilapidated tower on the eastern side. Jory instructed him to proceed down the corridor to meet Ned, then took his leave. By this point, Edmure had surmised Peter's intentions. He aimed to discreetly escort Ned from the Red Keep to prevent anyone from noticing his departure. Walking down the dilapidated and narrow corridor, I turned a corner and beheld Ned and Peter standing at the end. Edmure was exceedingly familiar with Peter, who had been the adopted son of Duke Hostile of Riverrun since childhood, 7 years older than Edmure and 2 years younger than Catelyn. He was of the same age as Edmure's elder sister, Lisa, the Lady of the Eyrie, and had been a companion to the 3 siblings since their youth. Peter. It has been quite some time, Edmure thought, fully aware of this master manipulator, whose schemes and intrigues were as abundant as they were insidious. He wondered what expression would cross Peter's face when he realized that all his elaborate machinations had been thwarted. Chapter 11, Old Tales. Edmure. I did not expect you to grace King's Landing with your presence. From a distance, Peter scrutinized Edmure, a faint smirk gracing his lips, devoid of any inclination to extend a hand in greeting. Standing nearby, Ned observed Peter's unmasked displeasure with a sense of perplexity. He had not anticipated that Peter, who typically concealed his true sentiments behind a facade of smiles, would exhibit such overt disdain towards Edmure. Although it was Ned's first encounter with Peter since arriving in King's Landing, he had already gleaned insights about him from Lady Catelyn and others. Ned categorized him alongside Varys, both being duplicitous masters of intrigue. Catelyn had merely mentioned a few anecdotes from their childhood, without delving deeply into their past, leaving Ned unaware of the animosity between Edmure and Peter. Peter's demeanor did not surprise Edmure, as past transgressions committed by Edmure had long left a lasting impression on Peter. The nickname Littlefinger, which Edmure had bestowed upon him, served as a constant reminder of his origins. Peter's family held lands on the meager and desolate Fingers Peninsula, the smallest of the regions, making the moniker exceedingly apt. This was a source of lifelong humiliation for Peter, whose humble beginnings clashed with his fervent aspirations for power and status. Even now, as the esteemed master of coin at the royal council, the mere mention of his nickname conjured images of his lowly heritage. Moreover, a pivotal incident had irrevocably severed the bond between the once playful companions. From a young age, Peter harbored feelings for Edmure's sister, Catelyn. However, Duke Hostine had promised her hand to Ned's brother, Brandon. Catelyn's eventual marriage to Ned occurred only after Brandon and their father met their tragic fate at the hands of the Mad King Aerys. In a fit of youthful passion, Peter had boldly challenged the far more formidable Brandon to a duel for his beloved. Yet, during the confrontation, Edmure, disregarding Peter's feelings, chose to assist his future brother-in-law, Brandon. Ultimately, Peter was defeated, spared by Brandon's mercy at Catelyn's pleading, yet left with indelible scars, both physical and emotional. From that moment on, Peter harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Edmure, and their interactions dwindled to almost nothing. Years later, their paths crossed again, yet the animosity within Peter remained unresolved. After their brief exchange, Peter led the way into the passage. As they ventured deeper, the dust thickened, and in some places, debris obstructed their path, requiring them to clear the way before replacing the items once they passed. At the passage's end lay a stone staircase, descending into the depths, culminating in an iron door. They pried it open to reveal a breathtaking sight, a sheer cliff overlooking the river, rising over 30 meters high. The Blackwater rush surged toward the sea, and standing there, one could feel the dampness of the air. The cliff bore indentations, a warning to tread carefully. A slip could lead to dire consequences, particularly for you, Edmure. For I did not extend an invitation for your presence. After Paytel turned to speak to the two, he grasped the rocky wall with both hands and began his descent. Although Edmure was not afraid of heights, he had no prior experience with free climbing. Gazing down at the tumultuous river over 30 meters below, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He had not anticipated that meeting Catelyn would involve such a perilous endeavor. Yet, who was he to refrain from following? He would have to steel himself and descend regardless. Paytel was already well versed in climbing the craggy cliffs, with nimble agility. He reached the base within 5 minutes and waved back at the two. I'll go down first. A glance at Edmure revealed Ned's awareness of his lack of skill in this area, but was he any better? At that moment, he thought of Bran, who lay paralyzed in bed, just awakening. If Bran were here, he would surely have scaled the wall faster than Paytel. A pang of sorrow struck him. Realizing he would never again witness Bran climbing, he could not even stand on his own. As Ned carefully made his way down, Edmure gradually relaxed. Paytel's rapid descent stemmed from his familiarity with the terrain, while it was Ned's first time climbing. Though he appeared cautious, it did not seem overly difficult. Perhaps he could manage it as well. When Ned safely reached the bottom of the cliff, Edmure mimicked their actions, first gripping the protruding stone steps, then lowering his feet to find the indentations, and finally shifting his hands to the edge of the steps, continuing to search for solid footholds. As he secured himself against the rock face, he noticed the recess just beneath his eyelids. However, upon seeing it, he dared not look further down, fearing dizziness might cause him to fall. With his left hand clutching the edge of the stone steps and his right hand reaching into the recess, he felt a sense of assurance. The roughness of the indent, sloping inward, provided a good grip. As he continued to lower his right foot and completely disengaged his left hand from the steps, Edmure descended step by step. Initially worried about slipping, his movements grew more coordinated, as did his confidence, causing him to descend more swiftly, eventually surpassing Ned's pace. Paytel had intended to revel in Edmure's misfortune but was surprised to find that aside from a slight paleness, Edmure showed no signs of fear, which left him quite disappointed. With a silent scoff, he made his way toward the river bank, where 2 horses were already tied. I had anticipated an extra person. So you two will have to share a horse, Paytel said as he untied the reins of the red horse. With only 1 saddle available, Edmure allowed Ned to sit in front while he mounted the slick back of the horse. Carrying both, the horse struggled to run quickly, settling instead for a slow trot along the riverbank back to King's Landing. Ned had already changed into a simple outfit devoid of any family crest, ensuring that no one noticed one of the riders was the Prime Minister. Upon entering the mud gate, the trio turned down a narrow alley toward Silk Street. After several minutes, they halted before a somewhat dilapidated wooden building. A few women, dressed provocatively with half-exposed garments, either sat or stood at the entrance, their enticing gazes fixed on the passers-by. The open windows of the wooden structure were adorned with pink curtains, through which laughter and shrieks could be heard clearly. Ned's expression darkened immediately. Littlefinger, you brought me to a brothel. SHH. Lower your voice, Prime Minister. You wouldn't want the people of King's Landing to discover that their new Prime Minister decided to visit a brothel just a day after taking office, would you? Paytel leaned closer to Ned, a teasing glint in his eye. Ned could only scowl as he followed Paytel inside. Don't be so serious, loosen up a bit. I wager you haven't encountered such an open atmosphere in quite some time. Paytel continued, casting a glance back at Edmure, who trailed behind Ned. Chapter 12. Please begin your performance. This was the first time since his rebirth that Edmure had witnessed such a scene, and it would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no emotion. Although he was no longer an innocent young man in his past life, he had to muster considerable resolve to avert his gaze from the debauchery around him. Observing Edmure's reaction, Peter could not help but smirk internally, feeling a sense of reassurance. As they entered the wooden building, the hall was overcrowded, and the sight was utterly appalling. Some individuals were brazenly touching the women seated upon their laps, while others maintained a semblance of decorum, listening to lascivious tunes and savoring their glasses of red wine, appearing entirely at ease. The entire establishment was saturated with an atmosphere of licentiousness. The trio traversed through the hall and ascended to the 2nd floor, where Peter pushed open a wooden door and stepped inside. Catelyn, is that truly you? Ned exclaimed incredulously upon seeing the familiar figure pacing within the room. Ned! Catelyn cried, removing her dark green scarf and rushing to embrace him tightly. I thought I would never. Edmure, what brings you here? Catelyn's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed Edmure following closely behind Ned, releasing her hold on her husband. With an impassive expression, Edmure replied, I heard that Ned and the children had arrived in King's Landing, so I naturally came to see. I simply did not expect to find you here. Edmure's words prompted Ned to turn his head, realizing that his brother-in-law had been informed of Catelyn's arrival before he was. It is such a pleasure to see you, my dear brother, Catelyn exclaimed, embracing Edmure warmly. The unexpected reunion with her brother, whom she had not seen for several years, filled her with joy. How is father? I should have visited him by now. Releasing her embrace, Catelyn asked with a hint of guilt, feeling slightly uncomfortable from the affectionate embrace. Edmure's cheeks flushed as he responded, Father's condition has stabilized, you need not worry. I shall take good care of him. Catelyn understood that this was not the time for familial visits, so she urged Edmure, you must look after father. I will return to Winterfell after visiting him in Riverrun. Once Edmure nodded solemnly, Catelyn turned her attention back to her husband, Ned. Catelyn, what brings you to King's Landing with such urgency? Ned inquired with concern. It is Bran. He was attacked in Winterfell, Catelyn replied gravely. Attacked. The mere mention of the word sent a jolt through Ned's heart. He recalled the news brought by the ravens earlier that day. Bran had awakened from his month-long coma. However, the realization that someone had dared to harm his son, who lay helplessly in bed, ignited his fury. Is Bran injured? Did they capture the assassin? He needed to know who could be so careless as to target his child. Bran is unharmed. His wolf saved him, Catelyn reassured him. She then recounted the details, explaining the fire at the tower, her decision to remain by Bran's side to fend off the attackers, and how Sommer, the dire oath, had arrived just in time to tear the throat of the intruder. Catelyn's narrative left Ned deeply unsettled. Had it not been for the dire oath, he might never have seen his wife and son Bran again. Gently lifting Catelyn's hands, he meticulously examined her injuries. He had sensed her trembling as she clutched his arm, but now he realized the extent of her wounds. Her hands were tightly bound in grey bandages, and despite the assassination attempt occurring over a fortnight ago, Her fingers remained stiff and unyielding, suggesting potential bone damage. Observing his beloved wife, Ned's heart ached, and he solemnly inquired, "Who did this? Have you uncovered their identity?" Catelyn withdrew her hands from his grasp and produced a sharp dagger wrapped in cloth from beneath her garments, offering it to him. "This is the assassin's dagger." Upon receiving the weapon, Ned scrutinized it closely. It was made of Valyrian steel. He quickly recognized the material, crafted from the hardest Valyrian steel. A technique lost after the destruction of the freehold of Valyria. The total number of Valyrian steel weapons remaining in Westeros did not exceed 200, some of which had been lost to time. The Stark family was fortunate to retain one, the ancestral sword Ice, which now rested in Ned's hands. Finding someone capable of wielding a Valyrian dagger should not prove difficult. It must be the imp, Tyrion, Catelyn deduced, recalling his presence with the dagger when he had met Peter and Varys the day prior. The imp? But why would he attempt to murder Bran? Ned pondered, perplexed. A dwarf and a young boy who loved to climb, how could their paths have crossed, let alone foster animosity? Why would the imp go to such lengths to harm an unconscious Bran? Could it be that he wished to prevent Bran from awakening? This led Ned to suspect that Bran's fall from the tower was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act of aggression. The realization that Bran had been pushed ignited a furious tempest within Ned. He had initially believed the incident to be a mere accident. But now the truth filled him with rage. I had already informed Catelyn that this was the imp's dagger, but that does not necessarily mean he orchestrated Bran's assassination. Peter interjected. However, I discovered golden hair within the remnants of the tower where Bran fell. Even if it were not the imp's doing, it is undoubtedly linked to the Lannisters, Catelyn asserted, presenting compelling evidence of her suspicions. The Queen's golden hair. Ned gasped in shock, realizing the potential connection to Queen Cersei. There were signs of someone lingering in the tower. I later found a strand of this hair among the hay. Catelyn cautiously extracted a golden lock from her pocket. Wrapped in silk. Ned examined it closely. Its resemblance to the Queen's hair was striking. Should he confront Robert, Cersei, and the imp with the dagger and the hair? A throbbing headache plagued him as he recalled the incident involving Prince Joffrey being beaten just days before, leaving him with little confidence in Robert's potential judgment. It would be one thing to secure justice for Bran, however, if the Lannisters were not culpable and Robert leaned toward Cersei. The rift between the Stark and Lannister families would only deepen. In the past, he was certainly indifferent. He had long harbored disdain for the Lannisters, who only turned against the Mad King Aerys when the tides of rebellion led by Robert seemed assured. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. His daughter Sansa is now betrothed to Prince Joffrey, and a rift between their families would undoubtedly impact Sansa's future. Even if one were to present the dagger to King Robert, the imp might easily claim it had been lost long ago. As for the golden hair, the king's retinue and Winterfell are not short of golden-haired individuals beyond just the queen. Observing Ned holding the golden hair, visibly troubled, Peter had already surmised his thoughts. Ed silently watched as Peter engaged in discussions about Bran's assassination, showing no inclination to intervene. Since Peter relished in manipulating others, and with his dear sister and brother-in-law so compliantly involved, he might as well indulge in his games a while longer. Chapter 13 Reminder Peter's words left Ned seething with indignation. Peter, do you expect me to act as though nothing has occurred? After Sansa's direwolf was slain by his own hand, Ned had been harboring a torrent of anger. Since that day, Sansa had not deigned to speak to him. He could not fathom how Robert could remain oblivious to Joffrey's lies, yet he had forced himself to kill the direwolf. Now, having learned that his child had been grievously harmed and that his wife had nearly met her demise, was he to continue to swallow his rage? Unperturbed by Ned's fierce glare, Peter smiled and replied, "It would be wise for you to refrain from taking any action. Even if you choose to do something, do not involve me. I have no desire to accompany the obstinate Stark family to their grave. Thank you for all you have done for Catelyn and me. I assure you, any future actions I undertake will not concern you," Ned retorted, his anger palpable. "Do not be so hasty, Ned. Peter has our best interests at heart. He is my sole friend in King's Landing," Catelyn interjected, sensing the impending quarrel. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Ned nodded apologetically to Peter, saying, "If you do not mind, I wish to speak with Catelyn privately for a moment." Peter raised his right hand in a gesture of courtesy and politely exited the room. As he passed through the door, he cast a glance at Edmure by the entrance, only to be met with a peculiar smile that stirred an unsettling feeling within him. "Catelyn, I bear good news. Bran has awakened." Ned, previously troubled by Bran's assassination, had not yet disclosed this newfound information. "That is splendid. I must return to care for him, Catelyn exclaimed, her heart buoyed by the news. This was, indeed, the only glimmer of hope for the couple in such dire times. Once the matter of Bran was addressed, Ned's demeanor turned serious as he instructed, upon your return, have Robb dispatch 200 archers to guard the neck. And instruct Wyman to reinforce the defenses of White Harbor. We cannot allow Theon to escape. Should the need arise, we may have to unite with the Iron Islands. Ned's words tightened Catelyn's heart with fear. Ned, are we on the brink of war? I must prepare for the worst. His grave expression only deepened her concern. As Ned outlined his plans, Edmure felt a bitter pang within. It was a comprehensive strategy for self-preservation, yet it failed to consider the Riverlands. Should the Lannisters and Starks come to blows, the Riverlands would suffer first. Catelyn, in her impulsiveness, disrupted Ned's carefully laid plans. She had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Committing her husband's counsel to memory, she approached Edmure, grasping his hands. Take care of father. I will visit him when I have the chance. Catelyn had initially intended to tend to Bran for a time before heading to Riverrun, unaware that the atmosphere had grown so tense. Upon her return, she might also need to assist Robb. Edmure, observing Catelyn's bandaged hands, felt a mix of admiration and sorrow. Bran's near-fatal encounter had imbued Catelyn with the courage to seize a dagger with her bare hands. Yet it had also rendered her irrational, even foolish. Do not concern yourself with your father. Instead, exercise caution on your journey home. The imp, Tyrion, has ventured to the wall and should be returning now. Should your paths cross, it is imperative that you refrain from any unwise actions. For the sake of your sister's family and your own safety, Edmure felt compelled to address the possibility of Catelyn encountering Tyrion. Encountering the imp. Catelyn had never contemplated the likelihood of crossing paths with Tyrion on her return. The north is vast, and she and Roderick were deliberately traveling through less populated areas. What were the chances of such a fortunate meeting? Ned, too, regarded Edmure's concerns as somewhat excessive and chose to remain silent. Above all, remember this, do not lay a hand on the imp, for otherwise, Ned, Sansa, and Arya shall bear the brunt of the lion's wrath. Observing Catelyn and Ned's nonchalant expressions, Edmure felt the need to reiterate his warning. Catelyn was aware that her brother could be stubbornly serious at times, and she queried. Even if I wished to confront him, I have no men to assist. The imp is accompanied by guards. Are you suggesting that Roderick and I should take them on alone? Edmure's earnest demeanor startled Ned, and upon hearing Catelyn's words, he suddenly realized a frightening possibility. If the two were to meet in the north, given Catelyn's disposition and her affection for Bran, there was indeed a chance she might act against Tyrion. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If Catelyn were to harm Tyrion, with Queen Cersei's aggressive nature and the relentless resolve of old Lion Tywin, he could scarcely fathom the consequences that would befall himself and his daughters. During the Usurpers' War, after Robert's forces breached King's Landing, Tywin commanded the Mountain to slay Rhaegar's infant son, and the murder of Rhaegar's wife, Elia, exemplifies Tywin's ruthless treatment of the defeated. Were he to return to the north and secure the Bay of Crabs, he would not fear Tywin. However, if Catelyn were to capture or kill Tyrion unbeknownst to him, with only 50 guards at his disposal in King's Landing, he would stand no chance against the Lannisters' advance, rendered helpless. Furthermore, the contingency plans he had just advised Catelyn to prepare would be utterly futile. His son Robb would inevitably rally the bannermen to confront the Lannisters. Yet, how could the mere boy Robb hope to rival the old Lion Tywin? The best outcome would be for the North to exchange Tyrion for himself and his 2 daughters. But would Tywin suffer the loss of 3 for 1? Contemplating the dire repercussions should Catelyn act as Edmure suggested, Ned felt a shiver of dread. He turned to his wife, saying, Catelyn, you cannot truly intend to harm Tyrion, can you? Catelyn was taken aback by Ned's stern expression. But as she considered the possibility of encountering Tyrion in the north, she pondered whether she might indeed command her bannermen to seize him. Imagining the scene of confronting Tyrion and the lifelong suffering of Bran, a surge of fury welled up within Catelyn, causing her injured hands to clench tightly. Seeing Catelyn's expression, Ned, who knew her intimately, grasped the answer. With a deep sigh, he placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. I understand that Bran is your favorite child, and I share the same affection for him. However, as Edmure has cautioned, the repercussions of your actions could be exceedingly grave. Tell me, even if Tyrion were to truly encounter you in the north, you would not harm him. Feeling the warmth of a large hand upon her shoulder, Catelyn found herself disentangled from the self-imposed scenario, her heart gripped by fear for her impulsive thoughts. Ned, I promise you, for your sake in King's Landing and for our daughter, I shall not act recklessly against the imp. Contemplating the consequences of such actions, Catelyn resolutely declared. Chapter 14. You certainly can converse. Releasing Catelyn's shoulder, Ned turned to Edmure, suddenly feeling that since his arrival in King's Landing, Edmure had come to see him indeed. To see Catelyn as if everything he had done was merely to convey those words to her. Hearing their dialogue, Edmure felt a slight relief. After addressing the primary matters, he recalled Peter, who had just exited the room, and added, "There is one more thing I must remind you. Littlefinger is far from the trustworthy ally you imagine him to be. Do not place excessive faith in him." Edmure. After all these years, have you still not reconciled with Peter? Catelyn, fully aware of the discord between her brother and Peter, was taken aback by Edmure's lingering prejudice against him. Peter was no longer the impulsive youth who delighted in clever tricks. He had learned to pursue his objectives without scruple. And I dare say that no one in the Seven Kingdoms could rival him in the art of manipulation. To spare Ned and Catelyn from being ensnared by Peter's schemes, Edmure unveiled his true nature. What Peter had just said to Ned was indeed well-intentioned, although Ned might not adhere to his counsel. He was aware that Peter meant well. This was Peter's brilliance. His persuasive words garnered trust yet altered nothing, as events would inevitably unfold according to his design. Thus, when Peter had placed a dagger to Ned's throat, he had uttered, "Did I not tell you not to trust me?" Ned furrowed his brow in contemplation at Edmure's warning, while Catelyn reacted vehemently, exclaiming, "Edmure, I will not permit you to speak of Peter in such a manner." The helplessness Catelyn felt upon arriving in King's Landing had led her to seek Peter's aid, and he had taken considerable risks to bring Ned before her. How could she allow her own brother to malign him so? "Catelyn, I concur with Edmure's assessment. I have long heard that Peter, like Varys, is adept at wielding power, and we must indeed exercise caution around him." Ned had always disapproved of Peter's character and methods, and Edmure's words only deepened his reservations. "Ned, how can you echo this sentiment? Peter has just risked offending the Lannisters to bring you and Edmure here," Catelyn reproached her husband. While Peter's assistance was genuine, Ned found himself reminded of Edmure's earlier caution, leaving him unable to argue, and he chose silence instead. Seeing her husband remain mute, Catelyn recognized her inability to sway either of them and ceased to dwell on the matter. She turned to Edmure, saying, "Edmure, your brother-in-law Ned has not been to King's Landing in 9 years and is unfamiliar with many people. You must assist him." Catelyn had intended to address this to Peter, but upon observing the biases held by both her brother and her husband, she refrained. Regardless of the truth of Edmure's comments, she sensed the transformation in her brother. The echoes of the boy he once was, prompting her to speak as she had. "I will be frequently present in King's Landing in the near future, so rest assured. The alliance between House Stark and House Tully is one of mutual prosperity and shared misfortune. Aiding House Tully is tantamount to aiding oneself," and thus Edmure readily acquiesced. Ned had previously heard from Catelyn of her brother Edmure, whom she described as a young man still in the throes of growth. However, the Edmure he encountered in King's Landing shattered Ned's preconceived notions. It was evident that Edmure required assistance, and he suited Ned's needs quite well. After their heartfelt farewells, Catelyn and Ned shared a lingering kiss before Edmure opened the door. "You certainly have a gift for conversation, Ned. Aren't you concerned that the Lannisters might discover your absence from the Hand's Tower?" Just as the three were about to step outside, Peter approached from the opposite room. He was eager to learn what Ned and the others had been discussing, but the ever-watchful Roderick, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, stood guard at the door, rendering him unable to eavesdrop. Catelyn glanced at Peter, who remained affably engaged with her. Yet she could not reconcile the man before her with the master manipulator Edmure had just described. Noticing the peculiar glint in Catelyn's eyes, Peter narrowed his own and shifted his gaze towards Ned and Edmure. Ned's expression still bore a hint of suspicion, while Edmure's demeanor remained as irksome as ever. Suppressing his thoughts and unable to fathom what clandestine scheme the trio might be concocting, Peter resumed his usual composure, bidding Catelyn a graceful farewell. He then escorted Ned out of the brothel and back towards the Red Keep. Inside the Red Keep, the watchful eyes of Queen Cersei were omnipresent. If they were seen entering but not exiting, their movements would be meticulously scrutinized. Thus, Edmure was compelled to follow Peter as they ascended the cliffside back to the Hand's Tower. After a little over half an hour, Peter departed, leaving Edmure and Ned to converse briefly before returning to their lodgings. Edmure informed Ned of his intention to leave King's Landing for a time the following day. Ned was perplexed. He recalled that Edmure had just promised Catelyn to assist him, yet now he was preparing to depart. While he understood Edmure's domain lay in the Riverlands, and it was impractical for him to remain in King's Landing indefinitely, he could not help but feel that Edmure, being so much closer to the capital, could provide more support than he, a northern lord who was still navigating the unfamiliar terrain of the city. Even if Edmure could not offer substantial assistance, he could at least keep a watchful eye over Ned's 2 daughters. The recent incident with Joffrey and Bran's assassination attempt weighed heavily on Ned's mind, compounded by the shadow of his foster father, Lord Arryn's, mysterious death. The pressures of the small council had left him mentally and physically exhausted. The Robert he once relied upon was no longer the same man. What troubled him most was the fear of becoming ensnared in a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself, jeopardizing the safety of his daughters and preventing their return to Winterfell. Edmure's arrival had offered a glimmer of hope, yet just as swiftly as it emerged, it threatened to slip away, leaving Ned feeling disoriented. As the Warden of the North and the Duke of Winterfell, he could not implore Edmure to remain and assist him or look after his daughters. He could only watch him depart from the Hand's Tower. Having said all that needed to be said to his sister Catelyn, Edmure had no reason to linger in King's Landing. Many preparations awaited him in the Riverlands. Although the likelihood of Catelyn attempting to ensnare the little demon again is slim, he must remain vigilant nonetheless. Moreover, even if Catelyn were to take no action, Ned would not remain idle. As Ned delves deeper into the investigation surrounding the death of the former Prime Minister, Duke Alan, he finds himself inexorably entangled in a web of intrigue. By the time he senses the peril, it may already be too late. Edmure, well aware of his inability to thwart Ned's pursuit of the truth, sees no justification for interference. Should Ned inquire about the intricate details? Could he possibly shield himself with the eunuch Varys as a scapegoat? With Catelyn having just departed, Ned's quest for the truth will require some time, granting him a temporary reprieve in King's Landing. He intends to seize this opportunity to make some arrangements in the territories. Chapter 15 Departure. That evening at the inn, Edmure informed his friend Marco that he would be leaving King's Landing the following day. Marco had anticipated that Edmure would linger a few more days in the city. He was quite displeased to learn that Edmure intended to depart after only 2 days. Originally, he had planned to let Edmure leave first while he enjoyed a few more days of leisure. However, Edmure insisted he had matters to attend to back in his territory and expressed his desire to accompany Marco. With no choice but to acquiesce, Marco reluctantly agreed. After discussing their plans for the next day, Edmure summoned the captain of the guards and the tall man, Lou, and addressed the 3 of them. I have devised a breathing technique that, with prolonged practice, can enhance strength, quicken movement, sharpen hearing, and clarify vision. Having experienced the manifold benefits of this technique after achieving a vortex upon becoming a swordsman, Edmure felt compelled to impart this knowledge to the trustworthy Marco and his subordinates. Especially with turmoil looming on the horizon, his only concern was the lack of a compatibility gauge. Without it, he feared they might struggle to master the technique to perfection. He himself had only managed to create the vortex after achieving complete compatibility. Upon hearing Edmure's words, the men exchanged glances, disbelief evident in their expressions. Could such simplicity as breathing truly yield such remarkable advantages? Edmure, you assert that this is your own invention, and it genuinely enhances strength and agility. Among the trio, it was Marco who voiced the question, as both Lou and the captain, Ro, hesitated to express skepticism. Edmure nodded, maintaining his composure as he replied, Indeed, it is my creation. However, reaping its benefits is not a simple endeavor. It requires extensive practice, the duration of which I cannot precisely determine. Aware of their potential skepticism, Edmure chose to temper their expectations. Marco, who often indulged in revelry and swordplay with Edmure, found it hard to believe that Edmure could have conceived something so formidable, given that his own swordsmanship was only marginally superior. Sir, is this breathing technique the one you have been practicing recently? Ro, the captain, queried, having occasionally witnessed Edmure seated in deep concentration, coupled with the noticeable progress Edmure had made in sword training since their departure from Flowing River City. Ro found himself more inclined to believe Edmure's claims. After Ro spoke, Marco glanced at him, sensing a degree of agreement in Ro's demeanor. What kind of breathing technique is it, my lord? Can we commence practice immediately after your instruction? The timid Lou, emboldened by Marco and Ro's inquiries, ventured a question of his own. An orphan with only a single name, Lou had grown up in Flowing River City, characterized by his diminutive stature, keen intellect, and unwavering loyalty traits that had led Edmure to select him for this training. Seeing the glimmer of belief in Lou's eyes, Edmure realized that he was the most receptive among the three. Once I teach you the technique, you will be able to practice it. Though there are certain complexities that must be mastered gradually to enhance its efficacy. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? After addressing Lu's inquiry, Edmure cast a glance at Marco and Ro. If they remained unconvinced, then perhaps training would be futile. I am willing to train. Long Run Lu was the first to respond, expressing his willingness to cultivate. Luo Wei followed suit, affirming his desire as well. Count me in, Marco declared, no longer hesitating. Excellent. Since you all are willing, you must first take an oath. Without my permission, you are forbidden to teach the breathing technique to anyone. Not even your closest friends or children. Should you violate this command, I shall take your lives. Edmund's words sent a chill through the three, who had not anticipated the gravity of the breathing technique. The requirement of such a solemn oath underscored its significance. And their apprehension was heightened by the seriousness etched on their mentor's face. Astonished, they found their confidence in the technique bolstered. Edmund's meticulous approach suggested that the teachings he was about to impart were indeed extraordinary, perhaps even as miraculous as he claimed. Marco, known for his forthrightness, had never wavered in his loyalty to the Tui family. Luo Wei's lineage had long served as protectors of the Tui clan. And Long Run Lu had benefited from the bounty of Benlu City since childhood. All three were unwaveringly loyal and subsequently made their oaths. Once the oaths were taken, Edmund presented a piece of parchment he had prepared in advance, allowing them to examine and memorize its contents. The document contained a foundational breathing technique, meticulously articulated in the syntax of their world. However, certain aspects remained challenging to grasp solely through written words, necessitating further explanation. The most difficult concepts to comprehend were seconds and half-seconds. In their world, only hours and approximate minutes were recognized. The notion of seconds was yet to be introduced. After several iterations of explanation, Edmund clarified the distinctions between hours, minutes, and seconds, as well as their conversions. Once they grasped the concept, Edmund employed a fork to rhythmically strike a copper basin, illustrating the duration of a second. They memorized the pattern and subsequently practiced striking the basin themselves, first mastering the second before moving on to half-seconds. By the time they had a fundamental understanding of half-seconds, 3 hours had elapsed. After guiding them through several sessions of the breathing technique, Edmund finally permitted them to leave for independent practice. The three were astonished by the complexity of the breathing technique, realizing that even the differentiation of time was so precise. Though they felt slightly dizzy from the exertion, they were filled with a sense of wonder. Once Marco and the others were dismissed, Edmund turned his attention to his own training. His alignment with the breathing technique had stabilized at 100. And he had begun to uncover the nuances of swordsmanship. Beyond the angle of the sword swing and body movements, some techniques demanded specific footwork. Taking too large a step could sometimes adversely affect the assessment of alignment. Whether practicing the breathing technique or honing his sword skills through sparring, his experience as a swordsman would incrementally increase. Even the slightest improvement, measured in mere fractions of a percentage, invigorated his spirit. The following day, Marco and the others, somewhat fatigued, accompanied Edmund as they departed the inn. Exiting through the old city gate to the north of Junlin, they headed toward the riverland. The lands surrounding Junlin, including the Imperial Forest, and the more distant Marseille Cape and Crab Claw Peninsula, were all directly under the king's dominion, collectively known as the Royal Domain. After nearly a day's journey from Junlin, Edmund and his companions finally crossed from the Royal Domain into the territory of the riverland. Observing the vibrant and industrious landscape of his domain, Edmund understood that it would soon be transformed into a battleground. This encapsulates the lament of the Hegian territory. Whenever the Seven Kingdoms engage in conflict, it inevitably succumbs to the fate of being trampled upon. The only recourse is to strive to safeguard the domain and alleviate the suffering of its people. However, this proves to be an exceedingly arduous task. Following recent reconnaissance along the borders and an in-depth study of the Hegian maps, Edmure has become acutely aware of the challenges inherent in defending the territory. To the north lies the twin river defenses of the Folii family, which protect against northern incursions. Another substantial fortress in the Hegian region is Haijiang City, primarily serving to fend off the plundering of the Iron Islands marauders, providing a temporary sense of security. Further north resides the Wolf family, into which his sister has married, alleviating any concerns in that regard. Chapter 16, Practical Engagement. The eastern lands about the Vale, home to the Arryn family, which is also the place where Edmure's sister, Lisa, was wed, providing a temporary reprieve from concerns. The gravest threats loom to the west and south of the riverlands. which has resulted in the fertile terrain west of the Red Fork being devoid of any noble houses establishing castles or towns. Only a few villages have emerged, primarily to facilitate agriculture. The historical lessons imparted to the great houses have long since established that the western banks of the river are perilous, and any outbreak of conflict could ensnare them, jeopardizing the fortifications painstakingly erected. Similarly, the lands south of the riverlands, north of the Blackwater, are characterized by a lengthy border that connects with the flower family of the Bay and the Crownlands. The terrain is flat and sparsely dotted with castles, rendering it vulnerable to marauding armies that could pillage at will. The nobility establishing fortifications and towns in this region is far less abundant than in the heart of the riverlands. To the west, near the Lannister stronghold of Casterly Rock, lies the family most likely to be the first to invade the riverlands in the future. Edmure has begun to discern the likely invasion route of the Old Lion, Tywin, and has developed a rough strategy for response. However, he finds himself at a loss regarding the southern front. His primary objective in journeying to King's Landing is to assess the situation in the southern territories and seek defensive strategies. He intends to commence his inspection from the southeastern corner of his domain, currently situated only at the castle of Pig's Snout on the border, which does not belong to the Riverlands but rather to a noble of the Crownlands. Beyond Pig's Snout, there are no significant castles within a 6-mile radius. Gazing at the map towards Pig's Snout, Edmure ponders deeply. As night falls, they decide against venturing further and instead take refuge in a small village within the Riverlands. That evening, Marco and the others independently seek out Edmure, requesting his guidance to refine their training. Despite having gained a rudimentary understanding of seconds and minutes through Edmure's prior explanations and their practice, they gradually began to forget the duration of a second upon returning, feeling uncertain about their grasp of the rhythmic breathing. Thus, they approach Edmure once more for his instruction. Edmure is acutely aware of the challenges faced in practice without a compatibility gauge for correction, especially given that they are still novices in the concept of seconds. He recalls that during his initial training, he had only achieved a compatibility of just over 30%. He instructs the three to strike the copper basin with their dining forks, correcting them individually after they have all completed their turns. Following several days of breath practice, Edmure's mastery of time has become remarkably precise, nearly rivaling that of a second hand, allowing him to rectify their misconceptions regarding the duration of a second with ease. He identifies each individual's errors, demonstrates the correct technique once more, and allows them to practice in turn. Once they all qualify, he permits them to engage in their breathing exercises. At this juncture, Edmure conceives a new method for maintaining tempo by lightly striking the copper basin at intervals of seconds, enabling them to feel the passage of time and experience the rhythm of breathing. This technique proves to be exceedingly effective. After only a few rounds, they gradually fall into sync, resulting in a significant enhancement in their compatibility with the breathing method. After half an hour of rhythmic practice, Edmund altered his striking technique, as the foundational breathing method required precision to the half-second mark. He synchronized their movements by keeping time at the crucial half-second intervals, thereby enhancing their cohesion. After another 30 minutes of practice, Edmund ceased striking the bronze basin, allowing them to independently experience the fluctuations of time. However, within less than 5 minutes, their rhythm became increasingly chaotic, losing control over the half-second timing, reverting to merely managing the second level. Edmund had to resume striking the basin to assist them in their training. The following hour unfolded with Edmund maintaining the tempo, and fortunately, since they only needed 2 hours of breathing practice each day, his assistance did not impede his own training. By the end, all three had made significant progress. Edmund estimated their synchronization with the breathing method had reached over 50. Once they could completely align with his rhythm, further improvements would surely follow. Early the next morning, while Edmund practiced his swordplay, Marco unexpectedly emerged from his room and began training alongside him. Previously, they had indulged in late-night revelries, never rising early. Influenced by Edmund's dedication to the breathing technique, Marco decided to join the morning training routine to enhance his own strength. Observing Edmund meticulously practicing foundational sword movements, Marco expressed his confusion and challenged, "What's the point of this? We haven't sparred in a while, let us have a match." Edmund, finding a moment between his sword drills, gladly accepted the challenge. Unlike wooden swords, real swords demanded restraint. Their encounter was filled with tactical exchanges, swiftly leading to a resolution. After blocking Marco's side slash, Edmund seized a fleeting opportunity to slide his sword against Marco's throat. Surprised by Edmund's maneuver, Marco, vexed, insisted on a rematch. Less than 3 minutes later, Edmund parried Marco's longsword while simultaneously twisting his arm, leaving Marco in pain and unable to move, once again subdued by Edmund. Undeterred, Marco launched a third attack, but in his eagerness to prevail, he overexerted himself, allowing Edmund to strike him on the back with a decisive blow. After being defeated 3 consecutive times, even Marco, with his thick skin, felt embarrassed to continue. He was frustrated yet exhilarated. Is this the result of your breeding practice? Their previous sparring sessions had often seen Edmund on the losing side, but today he displayed remarkable prowess. Marco sensed that even if they fought several more times, he would not gain the upper hand. Edmund was evidently much stronger. The time since their last spar had been brief, making Edmund's progress all the more impressive. Undoubtedly attributed to the breeding technique, which bolstered his confidence in the 2 days of practice. With 3 consecutive victories over Marco, Edmund was in high spirits. His energy vortex in the lower abdomen gradually intensified, enhancing both his strength and agility, while his reaction speed notably improved, coupled with advancements in his swordsmanship. He surmised that not only could he triumph over Marco, but he would likely hold his ground even against the formidable Captain Rowe of the guard. The clash between Edmure and Marco captivated the attention of Rovi and the surrounding guards. The ordinary guards had already noticed that Rovi and the tall man, Lu, had been spending extended periods in Edmure's chamber over the past few nights. Coupled with Edmure's peculiar habit of rising early to practice swordsmanship following his departure from Flow City, the astute guards began to suspect that Lu and his companions were clandestinely acquiring some knowledge. Guards who shared a close rapport with Lu had inquired about his secretive undertakings. But constrained by the oath imposed by Edmure, Lu hesitated to mention the breeding techniques, merely stating that he was seeking Edmure's guidance in swordplay. Lu's reticence only intensified the suspicions of the ordinary guards, and upon witnessing their future duke achieve 3 consecutive victories over Marco, displaying a natural proficiency in his swordsmanship, they all sensed Edmure's remarkable progress during this period. Chapter 17. Examination. Previously, Edmund occasionally practiced swordsmanship with them at the training grounds of Flowing City. His prowess was well known among them, yet none anticipated that he could become so formidable in just a matter of days. The ordinary guards were particularly envious that the tall man, Lu, was personally instructed by Edmund. However, one aspect puzzled them. Why was Captain Rowe, whose swordsmanship surpassed even Edmund's, also secretly learning alongside Lu? This only deepened their curiosity regarding the small secret shared among the few. After the sword training concluded, Edmund continued his journey westward. Along the way, apart from small villages, towns and castles were still a rarity. It was not until he had traversed 6 leagues that he encountered a modest castle. This stronghold, named Wild Duck Castle, bore signs of wear and tear, evidently having undergone repairs, and served as the residence of a minor viscount. The map in his possession indicated the precise location of Wild Duck Castle, yet Edmund chose not to enter, pressing onward. Although the map he held was quite detailed, it had been drawn several years prior, and some newly constructed towns and villages were not marked upon it. As he traveled, Edmund not only reannotated the villages absent from the map but also meticulously adjusted the scale. These modifications were crucial for the future defensive strategies of Riverrun, and he could not afford to be negligent. Edmund, what are you doing scribbling and drawing on that map every day? Marco, who had been aimlessly following Edmund since leaving King S Landing, could no longer restrain his curiosity. Marco, if raiders were to plunder this place, how would I protect my territory and safeguard my people? Knowing that if he did not inform Marco, the latter would continue to pester him, Edmund seized the opportunity to test Marco's military acumen. Plunder? Who would dare to raid Riverrun? I would drive them to their demise. Marco instinctively thought of bandits or robbers, failing to consider the prospect of war. If Edmund had disclosed that the raiders were the Mountain Gregor, Marco would have likely fallen silent, as the mountain could easily lift someone of Marco's weight with a single arm. What if war breaks out? How would you defend? Edmund directly posed the critical question. War breaks out. Marco's eyelids fluttered. Even with his fearless disposition, the mere mention of war caused his heart to skip a beat. Aside from that pirate, Balan, who would dare to rebel again? He recalled the last turmoil. Though 9 years is not an extensive period, it is sufficient to erase some of the pain wrought by war, and now the 7 kingdoms appeared tranquil on the surface. Individuals like Captain Rowe speculated that King Robert's journey north with his family was merely to solicit Ned for the throne. Yet they did not delve deeper into the true reason for Robert's arduous journey. Robert had lost trust in those around him, even in his own brother Stannis. If he had confidence in Stannis, he could have simply appointed him as Prime Minister. Why then go through such convoluted efforts to seek Ned, who was ill-suited for the role? Only the ministers residing in King's Landing truly comprehended the undercurrents swirling beneath the facade of tranquility in Westeros. Edmund addressed Marco. The Seven Kingdoms cannot remain in perpetual peace. As Riverrun stands at the crossroads of conflict, should we wait for war to erupt before devising our defenses? Edmund's inquiry instantly transformed Marco's perception of him from a close friend to the future guardian of Riverrun, prompting him to cease his casual remarks and instead furrow his brow in contemplation of an appropriate response. Following closely behind Edmund, Ro had already overheard similar questions posed by him outside the gates of Goldtooth City, and at that moment, he, like Marco, had been dismissive. However, as he accompanied Edmund from Rapid River City to Goldtooth City, and then to King's Landing, experiencing the urgent summons of Edmund to the Red Keep, even Ro, despite his usual bluntness, sensed the unusual gravity of this journey. Could war truly be on the horizon? A sense of dread gripped Ro's heart. Having witnessed the War of the Usurper and the Baronial Rebellion, Ro was acutely aware of the brutal realities of warfare, and Riverrun had not escaped unscathed during either conflict. The War of the Usurper had turned Riverrun into the main battleground, with the bell tolls and the decisive Battle of the Trident both occurring within its borders. During the Baronial Rebellion, there had been a fierce landing attempt from the northern coastal town of Seaside, where Riverrun's soldiers clashed violently with the Ironborn. Although Seaside was ultimately defended, the price paid by the people of Riverrun was considerable. Furthermore, the Ironborn continued to raid along the shores of Riverrun, causing immense suffering to the civilians. Reflecting on these two wars, Ro could not help but glance around, vividly recalling the desolation that had marked the landscape. He empathized with Edmund's concerns and turned to Marco, the heir of Pink City, eager to hear his thoughts. Although Marco had not directly participated in the Ironborn Rebellion 9 years prior, it remained fresh in his memory, as Pink City had also dispatched forces to the fray. As the heir to his domain, Marco had been instructed by his father from a young age on how to be a competent lord and fulfill his duty to protect his subjects. Thus, he was not entirely ignorant of military matters. His education had certainly included insights into Riverrun's geographic vulnerabilities in warfare. Gazing at the endless fields before him, he hesitated briefly before proposing, "We could fortify our castles with troops, establish a defensive line with the towns and villages, and support one another." "You are absolutely correct." Edmund nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the purpose of their fortresses. Primarily, they existed to safeguard the nobility, while also fostering mutual support to form a substantial defensive line. Should an attacking army fail to breach the castle, they would be compelled to besiege it. Otherwise, the castle could dispatch forces to assist other strongholds or disrupt the invading army's movements. Although Marco had articulated a strategy, his expression betrayed his concern. For they all understood that with the sparse distribution of castles along the southern border of Riverrun, establishing an effective defense would be a formidable challenge. The notion of mutual support sounded commendable, yet in the event of a genuine invasion, by the time reinforcements arrived, it was often too late, leaving only the grim task of recovering the dead. The most unfortunate would be the towns and villages far from the castles, devoid of any geographic advantage, destined only for slaughter. If the invaders proved too formidable, even the castles would find it exceedingly difficult to ensure their own survival, let alone provide aid elsewhere. When Tywin's forces swept into Riverrun, they advanced with relentless momentum, breaching fortress after fortress until they reached the heart of Riverrun at Harrenhal. What Marco speaks of regarding the former Edmure is certainly rooted in knowledge. Though Horst could not restrain Edmure from indulgences, he imparted all that was necessary to his sole heir. Edmure, aside from his initial setback that caught him off guard, engaged in the battle at the Stone Mill, where he dealt a significant blow to Tywin and the Mountain, leaving their corpses to choke the river. This confrontation clearly illustrates that his predecessor was not devoid of learning. He possessed a notable military acumen. However, this battle ultimately became a scapegoat. Robb's failure to elucidate his strategic intentions to Edmure resulted in the inability to annihilate Tywin's forces, allowing Tywin to return to King's Landing and avert the disaster of the breached city. Chapter 18. Investigation. At that moment, Robb, the king in the north, attributed the reasons for this strategic failure entirely to his uncle Edmure, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Edmure, of course, would not merely follow what was suggested by Marco, preserving only the castle while allowing the towns and villages to suffer. He was determined to protect the common folk of those settlements. The towns and villages were particularly vulnerable to plunder, not only due to their lack of military strength, which rendered them incapable of effective resistance, but also because of significant issues in the transmission of information during such raids. Often, after being pillaged and burned, No one would be aware of the calamity until it was too late for any meaningful rescue, allowing the marauders to continue their assault on the next target. In Westeros, information primarily relied on the use of ravens for communication, with the only other option being the swift ride of a horseman. However, ravens were typically controlled by the great houses, at least at the castle level, while towns and villages lacked effective means of communication, resorting to horseback messengers at best. After several days of riding, Edmure could only describe the speed of such messengers as woefully inadequate. A horse could normally cover 100 to 120 kilometers in a day. Exceeding this could risk the horse's life. This was merely over the span of a day, which highlights how limited the average speed truly was. The horse's maximum speed was around 50 kilometers per hour, and at that peak, it could only sustain it for about 10 kilometers. Such a distance would hardly suffice to reach even the nearest castle, let alone a more distant village. In light of this, Edmure contemplated an ancient method of military communication, signal fires. This approach was not only simple and effective, but also capable of summoning aid and serving as a warning, enabling civilians to evade disaster in a timely manner. Although there was no great wall here, the border was equally applicable for such a method. The specifics of its implementation and the placement of signal towers would need to be addressed after he completed his inspection of the lands south of the riverlands. With a general plan taking shape in his mind, he continued westward, conducting a thorough survey of the distribution of castles, towns, and villages, meticulously marking them on his map for later analysis. Half a day later, Edmure and his party arrived at a larger castle south of God's Eye Lake, known as Castle Allen. Allen was situated precisely in the middle of the southern border of the riverlands, being the closest castle to King's Landing, and was a branch of the Tully family, sharing their surname, albeit slightly weaker than the Markle family of Pinkstone. Casting a distant glance at Castle Allen, Edmure chose not to enter. Although he had yet to inherit the title of Duke, he had served as proxy for 2 years, and his presence would surely invite a warm reception from Lord Tully. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, marking the precise location of Castle Allen on his map before departing. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, within a room cluttered with various jars and bottles, Ned lifted a glass of chilled milk to his lips and addressed an elderly man adorned with an array of colorful iron rings around his neck, saying, "Maester, what illness did Duke Allen suffer from that led to his sudden demise? I have served as a maester for over 40 years and have encountered numerous ailments. Lord Allen should have succumbed to a gastrointestinal disease. Such ailments rarely result in death. However, given Lord Allen's advanced age and excessive labor, he could not withstand it." Maester Serial replied, his face reflecting sorrow. But Lord Allen had always enjoyed robust health. How could he be afflicted by gastrointestinal troubles to such a fatal extent? Ned pressed further. The former Prime Minister, Duke of Arryn, was Ned's adoptive father, and his sudden demise was difficult for Ned to accept. What troubled him most was the realization that it was not a natural death. While in Winterfell, his wife, Catelyn, received a secret letter from her sister Lisa, revealing that the Duke had been poisoned, with the perpetrators likely being members of House Lannister. The incidents of Bran's fall and subsequent assassination, coupled with the Duke's death, all pointed towards the Lannisters. Ned was determined to uncover the truth swiftly and report it to King Robert. The Duke of Arryn was not only Ned's adoptive father but also Robert's, as they had both grown up together in the Vale. Robert's affection for the Duke was no less than Ned's own. Ned believed that if the Lannisters or the Queen were indeed behind the Duke's assassination, along with the Valyrian dagger and the golden hair, Robert would not react as he had during the incident involving Joffrey. Ned's inquiries did not require Lord Pycelle to ponder for long. Before Duke Arryn fell ill, he visited me to borrow a book. I noticed he appeared troubled and unwell. Upon inquiry, I learned he had taken to drinking chilled wine. I even advised him against it, but he did not heed my counsel. Perhaps believing that the wine would alleviate his burdens, I refrained from intervening further. Do you suspect that Duke Arryn might have been poisoned? Ned pressed, having gleaned little useful information and wishing to avoid further circumlocution. Pardon. Pycelle's eyes widened in surprise. The Duke has always been just and benevolent. Who would commit such a vile act? Have you heard any rumors regarding this matter? The suddenness of the event has left me with doubts, Ned replied, sensing no unusual reaction from Pycelle, which left him somewhat disheartened. Observing the skepticism in Ned's gaze, Pycelle continued, "Poison can indeed take a life. Yet I discerned no signs of poisoning in the Duke. Maester Coleman, who treated him, shares my opinion." "Where is Maester Coleman now?" Ned inquired. "After the Duke's passing, he returned to the Eyrie with Lady Lisa. The Vale lay 150 miles from King's Landing, rendering it impossible for Ned to consult Coleman further. Did the Duke leave any final words? He was often in agony, frequently lapsing into unconsciousness, and his words were slurred. I could only make out the line is strong, which is not the family tongue of House Arryn. I surmise it may have been a blessing for his son, Robin. The line is strong, Ned echoed, uncertain of the significance of this final utterance. May I see the book that the Duke borrowed from you? Ned rose, intending to take his leave. Pycelle, trembling, approached the bookshelf and retrieved a large tome with a reddish-brown cover. Ned recognized the title, The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. He flipped through a couple of pages, discovering it contained the histories of several noble families in Westeros. If you do not mind, I would like to take it with me for further examination, Ned said politely. Of course, that would be no problem at all, Pycelle replied with a benevolent smile. Stepping out of the door, Ned cast a heavy gaze upon the tome in his hands. He held little hope of uncovering anything of significance within its pages. Rather, he sought to glean some understanding of the actions taken by Eddard in his lifetime. 2 evenings later, Edmure and his companions arrived at the southwestern boundary of the Riverlands, specifically at the source region of a tributary of the Blackwater River Stonetown. This location served as the westernmost principal defensive point along the southern front line of the Riverlands. As planned by Edmure, 15 years prior, Robert had instigated the War of the Usurper, toppling the Targaryen dynasty that had reigned for 3 centuries. The famous Battle of Bells commenced in this very place. At that time, Robert, having sustained injuries, sought refuge in Stonetown. Upon learning of this, the Mad King Aerys dispatched his hand, accompanied by soldiers, to capture Robert, encountering Ned and Edmure's father, Hoster, who had come to Robert's aid. As the 2 armies clashed, the bells of the township tolled, alerting the townsfolk and heralding the onset of the Battle of Bells. This confrontation culminated in a resounding defeat for the Mad King's forces, making him acutely aware of the formidable strength of Robert's rebel army. Chapter 19. Good ideas ignored. Perched atop a hill, the quaint town of Shoreham is encircled by a formidable wall. Upon entering the town's gate, one can readily behold the trout fountain in the central square. This shimmering pool is crowned by a leaping silver trout, emblematic of the Tully family crest, with water cascading from the trout's mouth in a perpetual flow. The arrival of Edmure was swiftly conveyed to the mayor, Crolanda, who graciously guided Edmure and his companions on a tour of the town. Shoreham boasts a wealth of resources, in addition to its diverse crops. An abundance of fruits and vegetables flourishes here, aided by its proximity to the Blackwater River, which attracts numerous merchants. As night fell, the group decided to lodge in Shoreham. Over the past few days, Edmure had traversed dozens of villages, numerous small towns, and 6 castles, including Yolland City. From the southeastern region of the king's domain, known as the South Horn, to Yolland City, Liushu City, and Shoreham, they delineated the southern boundary of Hejin. After spending a night in Shoreham, they set forth for Hongfen City the following day. This visit to Hongfen City differed from the last, as Marco's father, Claymont, was present at the castle, warmly receiving Edmure. After a restful night in Hongfen City, Edmure penned a letter to the steward of Benliaching, useless, which was dispatched by a scholar from Hongfen City. That evening, Edmure offered further instruction on breeding techniques to Marco and his companions, whose compatibility had now reached an impressive 75, demonstrating remarkable progress. Thanks also to Edmure's diligent practice with the bronze basin. In contrast to their advancement, Edmure's own development was even more pronounced. His swordplay fundamentals had surpassed 90. And he was now honing his fluid sword techniques. As his energy vortex expanded, coupled with ongoing sword practice, his combat experience had eclipsed 90, allowing him to hold his own against Rovi. Despite being in his 50s, Rovi exhibited exceptional swordsmanship and formidable physical prowess, making him one of the few masters in Hejin. Edmure's ability to match him was no small feat. On the following day, the group boarded a merchant vessel bound for Benliaching from the adjacent Hongqiao River. Claymont had anticipated that his heir would remain at the castle for some time. However, Marco's commitment to continue refining his breeding techniques compelled him to accompany Edmure to Benliaching. Reluctantly, Claymont allowed Marco to explore further. The Hongqiao River, wide and swift, facilitated their journey, and they reached the confluence of the Hongqiao and Tenshu rivers at Benliaching in just over half a day. After an absence of nearly half a month, Edmure first visited his father, Horst, upon returning to Benliaching, before seeking out Steward Useless. While in Hongfen City, he had instructed the latter Crow to inform Useless to locate 2 elderly farmers within the territory to discuss the promotion of crop rotation. With the impending war in Westeros, Much arable land may soon be reduced to ashes, rendering food supplies critically scarce. Thus, maximizing the utility of the land became increasingly vital. Edmure found himself assuming the role of an experienced elder farmer, guiding the populace on improved cultivation techniques. Although he had inquired about crop cultivation with the village chief of Bible and another farmer 10 days prior, he worried that their expertise might be limited or somewhat narrow in perspective. Therefore, he requested Steward Useless to bring in 2 more individuals for a thorough discussion on crop rotation methods. Ardos was perplexed as to why his lord had suddenly summoned the old farmers, yet he adhered strictly to Edmure's instructions and inquired of several nearby villages, ultimately locating 2 seasoned agricultural experts. These 2 individuals were renowned among local farmers for their exceptional crop yields and were thus selected by Ardos to accompany him to the city of Benlu. Upon entering the chamber, Edmure regarded the 2 men awaiting him with a hint of bewilderment. Clad in coarse garments, one nearing 60 and the other merely in his 40s, was this truly the elderly farmer Ardos had procured? Setting aside his curiosity, Edmure inquired about their names and familial circumstances before assuring them, "There is no need for concern. Your presence is merely to discuss matters pertaining to agriculture." When the guards of Benlu city approached Abel and Akil, they were taken aback, bewildered as to why they, humble tillers of the soil, were being escorted to the castle of the Duke. It was only upon hearing Edmure's words that they felt a semblance of relief. "Are you aware that different crops have varying fertilizer requirements?" Edmure posed a rather technical question, given their vast experience. The 2 men paused momentarily before nodding vigorously, astonished that the lofty heir of the Duke possessed such knowledge. "Do you also know that certain crops can enrich the soil, thereby enhancing the growth of subsequent plantings?" Edmure continued his inquiry. "My lord, surely no such crops exist?" The elder Abel responded in astonishment. Noticing that the younger Akil remained silent, Edmure observed him deep in thought, intrigued to hear what he might deduce. "My lord, are you perhaps referring to peace?" Akil ventured hesitantly. Abel's eyes widened in surprise at Akil's insight before shifting his gaze back to Edmure. Edmure smiled at Akil, recognizing the brilliance that exists in every corner. "How much land do you possess, and how do you cultivate it?" he inquired of Akil. "My family owns 4 plots of land, where we grow barley, corn, peas, and fennel. Each year, I alternate the crops planted on the same plot, rotating them accordingly." Encouraged by Edmure's attentive demeanor, Akil grew increasingly animated in his explanation. Upon concluding Akil's account, Edmure turned his attention to Abel, inquiring about his cultivation methods. Abel's approach mirrored that of Akil, employing crop rotation without ever allowing the land to lie fallow. Through their responses, Edmure learned that in their village, fallow land was a rare phenomenon. Crop rotation was widely practiced. This realization illuminated a previously perplexing question for Edmure. The distinction in soil fertility and the practice of crop rotation was evident. Yet why had it not been adopted more broadly in this world? It became clear that the issue was not a lack of discovery, but rather a failure to disseminate this knowledge. Reflecting on the societal structure of this world, it was apparent that from the king down to the nobility, few cared for agricultural matters. In the royal council, there were ministers of finance, naval affairs, legal matters, and intelligence, yet no minister overseeing agriculture. The prime minister, tasked with overarching governance, judicial authority, and military command, scarcely had the time to attend to the realm of agriculture. This has resulted in a particularly sluggish development of agriculture, making it exceedingly difficult to promote and disseminate even the most beneficial ideas for cultivation. The 2 of you should discuss which crops are heavy consumers of fertilizers and which require less, as well as the specifics of crop rotation. Adam wants the 2 of them to mutually validate their learning and arrive at the most reasonable rotation method. Listening to their discussion, Adam occasionally interjects with insights drawn from his modern experiences. Though he speaks infrequently, his contributions often illuminate the conversation, providing clarity to both participants. Chapter 20. The sorrow of chrysanthemums. During their discussion, Edmure discerned the distinct differences between the 2 men. The elder, Abel, not only possessed extensive experience in cultivation but had also sown a variety of crops. Although Archil lacked some planting experience with certain crops, he exhibited a remarkable aptitude for research. Once he grasped the preferences and cultivation methods of several plants, he would dedicate himself to their cultivation before exploring other crops. Each man brought his own strengths to the table, and their exchange proved enriching, particularly with Edmure facilitating the dialogue. Despite their trio, the atmosphere was charged with intellectual fervor. Through their discourse, they established several crop rotation methods, and Edmure encouraged them to experiment with intercropping. For instance, planting low-growing legumes, such as peas, among taller crops like corn could potentially yield complementary benefits. They tentatively agreed upon a few rotation strategies, planning to refine them through subsequent experimental planting. Edmure then inquired whether they had ever utilized human waste as fertilizer. "My lord, how could we possibly consume crops fertilized with human waste?" Abel and Urchiel simultaneously expressed their astonishment. Although low-growing leafy vegetables were indeed unsuitable for human excrement, taller crops could benefit from it. However, fresh waste should never be applied directly to the fields. It required composting first. In this world, the practice of using animal manure as fertilizer had become commonplace. Yet this was merely a modest beginning. In the absence of chemical fertilizers, the enhancement of soil fertility remained limited. Furthermore, in Westeros, where cultivation predominated, grazing areas were scarce, and animal manure was exceedingly limited. In contrast, the human population was vast, offering a seemingly inexhaustible supply. Take, for instance, the densely populated regions of the Riverlands and the Crownlands, where King's Landing alone boasted over 500,000 inhabitants. The city's daily output of waste was, to put it mildly, substantial. The sewage system struggled to cope, resulting in a pervasive stench, while Edmure's mention of human manure left Abel somewhat hesitant. Urchiel's eyes lit up as visions of flourishing fields filled his mind. He was particularly thrilled by the abundance of human waste resources. Their village often engaged in disputes over animal manure, occasionally leading to quarrels. If human waste could also be utilized in agriculture, not only would their crops thrive, but they would no longer need to worry about collecting animal manure. Given the size of their family, this concern would be further alleviated. Observing their reactions, Edmure noted that the younger Urchiel was more receptive to new ideas. After a moment's contemplation, Urchiel asked, "My lord, why can't fresh human waste be applied directly to the soil? What exactly is composting?" Fresh human waste has low nutrient content and may contain small insects. Direct application could lead to illness and potentially spread disease. Composting not only eradicates these pests but also enhances the nutrient richness of the fertilizer, resulting in healthier crops. Composting involves gathering animal manure, human waste, pea and barley straw, leaves, wood shavings, and leftover food, allowing them to ferment together. Once the fermentation process is complete, it can be safely applied. Reflecting on his rural experiences and his knowledge of chemistry, Edmure elucidated to the two men. Can leftover food and leaves also serve as fertilizer? Seated nearby, Abner listened in increasing astonishment. Not only was leftover food acceptable, but even discarded eggshells, vegetable leaves, peels from fruits, and tea dregs could be placed in the compost pit to transform into fertilizer. In this world devoid of plastic and other non-biodegradable materials, ordinary waste could almost all serve as compost, eliminating the need for waste sorting. Did this imply that anything could be used as fertilizer? After hearing Edmure's explanation, Archibald immediately thought of the unwanted refuse in daily life and the ubiquitous fallen leaves. As long as they were not large, non-biodegradable items, indeed, many could be utilized for composting. Edmure's words had opened their eyes to new possibilities. If this were true, would they ever lack fertilizer in the future? Sure. How does one compost? Is it simply a matter of piling these items together? Archibald and Abner could hardly contain their eagerness to gather compost materials and apply them to their own land as soon as possible. Noticing their keen interest, Edmure replied calmly. Composting is not a trivial task. The quantities of manure and other materials must adhere to a specific ratio, and it will take several experiments to produce quality fertilizer. Edmure only possessed a general understanding of composting methods. He was not well versed in the precise operations or material ratios. We could create several compost heaps, using different proportions of manure, leaves, and refuse. Whichever pile yields the best results, we will adopt that method. Having conducted numerous crop rotation experiments, Archibald was particularly fond of exploring new concepts, and he was adept at composting experiments. Upon hearing Archibald's suggestion, Edmure suddenly inquired, "Can you write?" "No, I cannot. Only the noble lords can write, and I have no means to learn, so I can only use symbols," Archibald replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Symbols? What kind of symbols?" Edmure asked, filled with curiosity. "Well," Archibald said, glancing around at the ground and the walls. Edmure guessed he might be searching for paper and a pen. So he retrieved a piece of parchment and a quill from a drawer and handed them to him. "Sir, this paper is too precious. I will draw something for you outside." Archibald said, retracting his hand and refusing to take the pen. Edmure then realized that he was not looking for writing materials but rather assessing where he could inscribe something on the ground or the walls. In this world, paper was meticulously crafted from sheepskin, and a single sheet of parchment the size of a 4 cost a silver stack, far beyond the means of an ordinary peasant. Edmure was struck by the realization that this world had yet to invent true paper, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The art of papermaking was not particularly difficult. Recorded history in Westeros spanned over 12,000 years, yet the invention of paper had eluded them. This prompted him to consider researching the papermaking process in his spare time. The lack of paper was indeed a significant inconvenience, particularly in certain situations. Nobles, for their comfort, typically employed linen or cotton after using the restroom. It was even rumored that some used salmon fillets for wiping, claiming it had therapeutic effects for hemorrhoids. Whether this was true remained uncertain, but such practices were decidedly extravagant. In contrast, the plight of the common folk was far more dire. Unable to afford cloth, they resorted to using wooden slats, stones, or hemp ropes, resulting in considerable discomfort. Aside from the inconveniences of daily life, the absence of paper significantly impedes the dissemination of culture, rendering many individuals like Akio incapable of learning to read and write due to prohibitively high costs that ordinary people simply cannot bear. Temporarily setting this matter aside, Edmund turned to Akio and said, "You may use this to write." "My lord, I would prefer to go out and row," Akio stammered, envisioning the chaotic marks he would make on the exquisite parchment. Noticing Akio's troubled expression, Edmund refrained from pressing further. As he had already conveyed all that needed to be said, other matters could be addressed outside. Chapter 21. The agricultural officer as the three emerged from the main fortress. Archil found a stick and began to draw on the ground. He started with simple circles and squares, which gradually transformed into slender lines, dense little squares, and hollow rectangles. Edmure discerned that he was crafting a rudimentary form of agricultural hieroglyphics. Upon completion of his drawings, Archil gazed at Edmure with an innocent expression, causing a pang of sorrow to stir within Edmure. In this world, education was a privilege reserved for the nobility. As knowledge was disseminated by the scholars of the academic city, who served only the aristocrats and powerful factions, commoners had scant opportunities for learning. Unless they were employed by the nobility, which might grant them access to knowledge otherwise unattainable. Ordinary farmers like Archil, who devoted themselves to the study of agriculture, had no choice but to devise their own methods of recording information. At that moment, Edmure contemplated requesting Scholar Wyman from Flowing City to teach such an eager learner as Archil how to read. However, scholars seldom had the precedent or obligation to educate commoners. Moreover, Scholar Wyman was of advanced age and limited vitality. Even if he were willing to teach, he might struggle to do so effectively. Edmure, despite being the future lord of Hojian, had no authority to compel scholars from other castles to instruct commoners. To enable the eager learners among the populace to acquire fundamental knowledge, a more thoughtful approach was required. The group had previously discussed several methods within the confines of the room regarding rotation and hybridization. By conducting trial plantings, they could ascertain the most productive and reasonable approach. Now, Edmure aimed to instruct them on composting. Gathering the laborers and equipping themselves with iron shovels, they proceeded to the leeward side of Flowing City, 50 meters east, where they began to excavate a compost pit. With their combined efforts, they dug a pit measuring 1.5 meters in depth, 1 meter in width, and 2 meters in length in less than 10 minutes. They then procured compost materials such as animal manure, human waste, straw, and kitchen scraps, carefully observing approximate ratios as they added them to the pit. Edmure was uncertain of the precise proportions and could only add a little of each ingredient, striving for an even blend of waste and green matter, ensuring a suitable consistency conducive to fermentation. To expedite the process, they chopped the green matter, kitchen scraps, and leaves into smaller pieces to facilitate decomposition. Once the first pit was filled, they dug 2 additional pits nearby, adjusting the proportions and continuing to add materials. It was only after filling all 3 pits that Edmure permitted a break. "How many days will it take for the compost to be ready?" Archil asked, a hopeful expression on his face as he regarded the newly created pits. "The specific timeline depends on the effectiveness of the compost, at the very least. It will take half a month to 20 days. Once the pits no longer emit an odor, the fertilizer becomes lighter and white mycelium appears on the surface. It can be utilized. However, allowing the compost to mature for an extended period will enhance its efficacy," Edmure replied. Upon hearing that it would take so long, Archil's expression fell slightly, only to be followed by another question: can it really become odorless? Archie's inquiry echoed the concerns of Abel and several other laborers nearby, who had been overwhelmed by the foul smell while collecting compost materials, making it hard for them to believe that such a malodorous pit could transform. As long as the compost is prepared correctly, it will not emit an odor. If it continues to smell after a long time, it indicates an issue with the material ratios, which will need adjustment, Edmure explained. Both Archie and Abel nodded in quiet agreement, their hopes pinned on the successful outcome of their composting endeavor. Observing the eager expressions of the two, Edmure remarked, Archie and Abel, I intend to establish a new position of agricultural officer in the Riverlands, specifically responsible for crop cultivation. You shall receive a monthly salary. Archie, as the agricultural officer, will earn 1 gold dragon per month, while Abel, as the deputy agricultural officer, will receive 150 silver stacks. Do you accept this offer, my lord? Can we, as farmers, truly hold such an office? The two were incredulous, and even the servant in charge of composting and the captain of the guard, Ro, were astonished. It was their first encounter with the notion of farmers being appointed to official positions. Moreover, the salary offered by Edmure was remarkably generous, inciting envy among several servants. Of course, if you excel in agriculture, you may indeed hold office, Edmure responded to their skepticism. The rationale behind such a substantial salary was not only because their contributions were invaluable indeed, they far exceeded the compensation, but also to underscore his commitment to agriculture. Upon your return today, delegate the tasks in the fields to your families. Tomorrow, you will officially assume your roles as agricultural officers. First, you shall travel to the neighboring villages to advocate for crop rotation, intercropping, and the benefits of composting, while also educating fellow farmers. Regarding composting, begin by collecting materials based on the ratios from today's 3 compost pits, and after 15 days, we shall reassess and adjust the material proportions as necessary. I will inform the villages, the town, and the castle to ensure their cooperation with you. Edmure's string of instructions left Archie and Abel in a daze. They had truly been appointed to official positions with such generous salaries. To put it into perspective, after a grueling year of farming, they would typically earn only 3 or 4 gold dragons, inclusive of taxes. The prospect of receiving such a sum monthly was almost beyond imagination. Although Abel was appointed as the deputy agricultural officer and would earn 60 silver stacks less than Archie, he harbored no grievances. Recognizing that Archie possessed a superior aptitude for agricultural studies, after sending Archie and Abel home, Edmure returned to the castle to find his steward, Adels, instructing him to commence the procurement of barley, oats, corn, and other grains in substantial quantities. Upon hearing Edmure's orders, Adels was somewhat perplexed. The summer harvest would not commence for another 2 months, and they could only acquire surplus grains from the Riverlands or the southern shores of Westeros. Moreover, they still needed to sell their own grain. Why expend effort to procure from others? Many of Edmure's recent actions had left Adels bewildered, including his sudden trip to King's Landing and the subsequent instruction to have the old farmers dig pits. However, he refrained from questioning and merely followed orders. Nevertheless, procuring grain was a significant undertaking. Spending gold dragons on surplus that could spoil and rot was a waste of resources. Lord Hostar was often muddled and rarely clear-headed, hence, he felt compelled to inquire, My lord, may I ask why we need to procure grain? Edmure was aware that while his steward was not particularly loquacious, he was astute. If he were to concoct a flimsy excuse, others would likely not spend a considerable amount of gold dragons on grain that was not in short supply. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. During my recent visit to King's Landing, I received a dire piece of news from Ned. A war may soon erupt across the 7 kingdoms. Although the Riverlands are abundant in grain, turmoil will inevitably disrupt cultivation. Thus, I intend to procure supplies in advance. War. A shadow of concern crossed Utherl's typically placid countenance. He was acutely aware of the ramifications that conflict would have on the Riverlands and the ensuing demand for provisions. Does Lord Stark truly believe this? As Ned was the son-in-law of House Tully and the protector of the North, Utherlis had no reason to doubt his words. However, given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to seek confirmation once more. This matter remains speculative, and the precise onset of war is yet uncertain. Exercise discretion in your discussions. When procuring grain, do so discreetly. Should anyone question our actions, simply state that the long summer is at an end, and we are preparing for the impending harsh winter. Chapter 22. The Lord's usurpation. Edmure's words conjured memories for Utherys of the anomalous weather this year and the Stark family's ancestral saying from the north, winter is coming. Yet, even the impending long winter seemed less terrifying than the specter of war. He was certain that Edmure would not act recklessly in this matter and had come to trust the veracity of his claims. How much grain will the lords require? Euphorys inquired. Warfare is essentially a battle of resources. In addition to the vast demand for grain, there are expenses for equipping soldiers, procuring war horses, and paying pensions, among numerous other financial burdens. It suddenly struck Edmure that he was unaware of the exact wealth held by his family, the guardians of the Riverlands. How many golden dragons do we possess? He asked Euphorys. There are 365, 216. Euphorys replied after a moment of contemplation, providing an astonishingly precise figure. At first, Edmure perceived this amount as substantial, but upon reflection, it seemed rather meager. If memory served him correctly, the crown was in debt to the tune of 6 million golden dragons, with 3 million owed to the Lannisters of the Westeros. The second wealthiest family in the Seven Kingdoms was the Tyrells of Highgarden. Given that the Riverlands boasted fertile land and a dense population, it would be reasonable to expect a ranking of at least third or fourth, making their paltry sum of golden dragons rather incongruous. King Robert's total price for a single tournament was 90,000 golden dragons. Thus, their current treasury would barely suffice for Robert's indulgences 4 times over. My lord, some vessels have not paid their taxes for 2 years, Euphorys noted, observing Edmure's puzzled expression. It dawned on Edmure that this was indeed the case, prompting him to inquire. Which lords have failed to remit their taxes on time? The Mouton family of Lady S. Fountain has not paid for 2 years. The Harwick family of Saltmarsh has missed a year. The Fry family of Twin Rivers has been in arrears for 3 years, and the Bracken family of Stonehenge. Euphorys enumerated each instance for Edmure. The more Edmure listened, the more incensed he became. These vessels appeared to hold the Tully family in contempt. Before Lord Host's illness, taxes were paid punctually, but following his decline, they seemed to disregard the young Edmure, taking advantage of his benevolent nature, offering excuses of poor harvests as justification for their neglect. Most infuriating was the Fry family of Twin Rivers, who had been delinquent even before Host's illness, an affront tantamount to a usurpation of authority. Yet, despite his ire, Edmure realized he was powerless to address these grievances. At least for the present, the Tully family had languished in weakness for centuries, having only risen to prominence as rulers of the Riverlands after Aegon the Conqueror united the Seven Kingdoms 300 years prior. They had endured multiple Targaryen civil wars, the War of the Usurper, and the Iron Islands Rebellion, with the Riverlands bearing the brunt of these misfortunes, rendering the already fragile Tully family even less capable of asserting dominance over their vessels, particularly with formidable families like the Freys, who possessed both wealth and military strength. The Tullys found themselves challenged in their authority. Several other families, once rulers of the Riverlands, were not significantly weaker than the Tullys and, recognizing the old duke's illness and Edmure's perceived weakness, began to assert themselves against their liege lord. The turmoil of the Seven Kingdoms is on the brink of eruption, and it is evidently not the opportune moment to demand taxes. Such actions would likely incite resistance, rendering the command for military mobilization exceedingly difficult. It is wiser to settle accounts with them at a later time. Edmure silently contemplated this strategy and instructed others, allocate 250,000 for the procurement of grain, while reserving the remainder for future needs. Observing Edmure's expression transform from anger to tranquility, others refrained from broaching the subject of taxation again. Far from underestimating Edmure, he secretly admired him, fully aware that now is not the time for coercive tax collection. After others departed, Edmure gazed out the window. Night had fallen. Yet numerous guards were still energetically engaged in the training grounds. This fervor was linked to the grand tournament set to take place in King's Landing in 15 days, organized by Robert to celebrate the appointment of the new Prime Minister. The champion of the jousting tournament would receive a prize of 40,000 golden dragons. The second place would earn 20,000, while the victors of the team tournament would also be rewarded with 20,000, and the archery champion would gain 10,000. With such substantial rewards, knights, mercenaries, and scions from across the Seven Kingdoms flocked to King's Landing, eager to compete for glory, substantial prizes, and perhaps even the affection of a fair maiden. Even those lacking confidence in securing the top position wished to showcase their skills and assess their competitive prowess. As Edmure pondered the upcoming tournament, a thought struck him. With war looming, now was the time to utilize funds. Could he possibly participate in the tournament and earn some golden dragons? The 40,000 for jousting was beyond his reach. He possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge that while his swordsmanship was commendable, his jousting skills were lacking. Without visual aids for learning or compatibility metrics for practice, It was utterly unrealistic to expect victory through short-term training. Archery presented similar challenges. His only feasible opportunity for reward lay in the team tournament, a chaotic melee of 4 to 50 combatants. King Robert was exceedingly generous, offering a substantial prize of 20,000 for the team victors, making it a worthy endeavor. However, Edmure did not intend to join the training. Before long, darkness would envelop the grounds. He returned to his chamber to organize and plan the positioning of signal towers, referencing the maps he had marked over the past few days. He intended to establish signal towers solely along the southern border of the Riverlands. There was little necessity for them elsewhere. The northern and eastern fronts were temporarily free from conflict, while the western flank was obstructed by the Red Fork River, safeguarded by the towns of Rosby and Riverrun. The reason the mountain was able to rampage through the Riverlands with over 100 men was not only due to the element of surprise and individual valor, but also because the majority of the military forces had been dispatched to intercept the army led by Jaime outside of Gold Tooth. Tasked with defending Riverrun, coupled with the Riverlands' predominantly flat terrain, the remaining forces were unable to mount an effective defense, resulting in vast swathes of the southern region being scorched, leaving the populace in dire straits and allowing Tywin's plans to sow discord among the river lords to succeed. Merely establishing signal towers would not fully prevent future raids. Additional measures would be necessary. Catelyn had yet to encounter the imp, and now was not the time to erect the towers, lest suspicions arise. Westeros remained in a state of peace, and he could not engage in actions that might disrupt that tranquility. He had made arrangements with Ned before leaving King's Landing, agreeing that should any significant developments arise, he would find a way to send messages via Raven, and they could establish plans at that time. The following day, Archel and Abel arrived early in the bustling city of Riverrun, preparing to preach and guide the nearby villages. Inside a chamber, Edmure penned a passage on a fine piece of parchment, affixed his signature, sealed it, and waited for the ink to dry before rolling it up and exiting the room. At the castle's entrance, Captain Rovi of the guard, Attendant Depp, the tall man Lou, and Marco had already been waiting. The first three were there out of duty to protect Edmure, while Marco simply had nothing better to do than to accompany Edmure aimlessly. Chapter 23. Astonishing progress. Archel and Abel were taken aback by Edmure's decision to personally accompany them to other villages for their advocacy. Their first destination was a small village located less than a mile east of Flowing City. 10 minutes later, upon their arrival, the village chief, Boss, recognized Edmure but was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the two newcomers. Edmure produced the appointment letter he had just penned and presented it to Boss. Although Boss was illiterate, he recognized the unique trout seal of the Duke of Flowing City embossed upon it, the intricate patterns of the fish fin vividly visible. Noticing Boss's confusion, Edmure stated, "I have appointed Archel as the agricultural officer and Abel as the deputy agricultural officer. They will henceforth be responsible for overseeing farming in the river basin. You are to assist them with their advocacy and guidance." Agricultural officer. Boss's eyes widened. Although he was still unclear about the specific roles of Archel and Abel, he understood that Edmure had conferred upon them official titles. Indeed, from now on, should any agricultural issues arise, you shall consult them. Now, please gather the villagers and ask each household to send one representative to hear my important message. Edmure chose not to elaborate further, confident that the villagers would comprehend his intentions after the announcement. Boss, not daring to delay, promptly instructed several young men to notify each household. Within a short span of time, as the villagers began to gather, Edmure ascended a stone platform and addressed them. Some of you may already be aware that different crops require varying nutrient levels. By employing crop rotation, we can avoid leaving the land fallow and increase our yields of grains and vegetables. I have also discovered that, in addition to animal manure, human waste can likewise be utilized as fertilizer. Shortly, Archel and Abel will instruct you on how to use human waste as fertilizer. Upon hearing the first part of Edmure's statement, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, but when they processed the latter half, their astonishment erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. How can such filth be used as fertilizer? What will we eat from the crops grown in such a manner? I have never heard of human waste being used as fertilizer before. Lord Tywin must have been misled by Archel and the others. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Edmure refrained from intervening, allowing them a moment to absorb his words. After 5 minutes, he invited Archel to the platform, having never spoken before such a large crowd. And with the future Duke present, Archel felt somewhat apprehensive as he ascended the stone platform. After a brief hesitation, he began, "Crop rotation. I have employed it before. In addition to rotation, Lord Tully also taught me a method of intercropping. Archil elaborated on several crop rotation and intercropping techniques discussed among the three of them, followed by an explanation of the importance of composting and the method of creating compost. The villagers had some understanding of crop rotation but had not implemented it practically until hearing Archil's elucidation. Initially skeptical about using human waste, they began to waver in their disbelief as Archil outlined the composting process. Upon concluding Archil's presentation, Edmure instructed Chief Boss to select a location for digging compost pits and collecting composting materials. Much like outside Flowing City, they temporarily excavated 3 compost pits, each designated for different material ratios. Edmund covered them with a layer of soil before leading a few individuals to the next village. It was entirely reasonable that the villagers were skeptical about the efficacy of compost. Once the fertilizer matured and was applied to the fields, they would naturally recognize the benefits of manure. Upon arriving at the next small village, Edmund instructed Archil to expound on the advantages and methods of crop rotation and composting, just as he had previously. After establishing 3 more, Edmund entrusted his guard, Dap, with his appointment order to accompany Archil and Abel to the next village, as he deemed it unnecessary to continue with them. The reason for taking Archil and the others to 2 villages was to bolster their presence and draw the attention of the village chief and the residents, facilitating the promotion of crop rotation and composting in the future. Upon returning to the bustling city of Benlu, where the training ground was alive with fervent practice, Edmund and Marco joined the ranks of those honing their skills. Since their departure from King's Landing, they had spent their days traveling and their nights practicing breathing techniques, with only a brief morning session for swordplay. Today, having finally found a moment of leisure, Edmund felt an irresistible urge to engage in combat. After practicing basic sword techniques, he sparred with Ro, their blades clashing in a rhythm that quickly captivated the attention of the surrounding training guards. Even Desmond, the chief instructor overseeing the swordplay, paused to watch the duel unfold. It was not merely the skirmish between Edmund and Ro that drew attention. The spectators were astonished by Edmund's impressive swordsmanship. As he held his own against Ro, Desmond and the other guards were acutely aware of Ro's formidable prowess, which, while not rivaling the likes of the elite guard Captain Boristan or the Queen's brother, James, was certainly competitive with other members of the Royal Guard. Similarly, they understood that Edmund's swordsmanship was significantly superior to that of an ordinary guard, yet still lagged behind Ro. However, the match revealed a surprising equilibrium, with Edmund gradually gaining the upper hand. If Ro had been allowing Edmund to win, it might have been expected, but it was evident that Ro was not holding back. Desmond, who had taught Edmund sword techniques since childhood, found it perplexing how someone who had always exhibited a certain lethargy and lacked exceptional talent in swordsmanship could suddenly become so formidable. After nearly 10 minutes of combat, Ro's stamina began to wane, prompting Edmund to cease his attacks. Marco, having observed their bout, contemplated challenging Edmund himself, but the latter's rapid progress had eroded Marco's confidence in facing him. Defeats in other contexts could be tolerated, but among so many guards, he could not afford to lose face. "My Lord Tully, shall we have a match?" Desmond, undeterred, expressed his desire to personally engage Edmund in combat. The continuous practice of breathing techniques had gradually enhanced Edmund's strength and endurance. The previous duel had not fatigued him. On the contrary, it left him yearning for more. The moment he began to spar with Desmond, the latter sensed the uniqueness of Edmund's swordplay. His movements were precise, powerful, and remarkably agile. Having served as the chief instructor in Benlu for over 20 years and having taught countless novices the art of the sword, Desmond possessed an extraordinary acumen for fundamental sword techniques that few could comprehend. The swordsmanship exhibited by Edmund struck him as quintessential, with certain maneuvers deserving of the epithet perfect. What perplexed him further was the stark divergence in the angles of attack and body movements of some techniques compared to those he had taught, leaving him utterly bewildered. Having trained thousands of swordsmanship students under his tutelage, he had never encountered anyone whose techniques were so impeccably executed. Moreover, such precision was absent even among other swordsmen, including Captain Ro of the Guard. Desmond was astonished to discover that, after more than a month of not witnessing Edmund's practice, his skills had ascended to such remarkable heights, a mystery he could not fathom. Chapter 24. New plans. He was physically inferior to Rovi, and his combat abilities were similarly lacking, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Edmund's deliberate leniency, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Desmond sensed this and promptly withdrew, excitedly patting Edmund on the shoulder, astonished at how formidable he had become. The surrounding guards looked at Edmund with a mixture of envy and admiration. while Marco's eyes sparkled with excitement. Compared to just a few days ago, Edmu's progress was strikingly apparent, instilling in him a greater confidence in the breathing technique. He had long known that the hallmark of mastering the breathing technique was the formation of a cyclone, and Edmu had already achieved this. His rapid advancement was undoubtedly due to the influence of the cyclone. After a moment of reflection, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Marco, setting aside his pride, approached Edmu, seeking guidance on his swordsmanship. Edmu was more than willing to assist, as imparting the breathing technique was intended to enhance their combat skills. The breathing technique and swordsmanship complemented each other, and practicing one in isolation offered limited improvement. Previously, he had been mindful of Marco's pride and refrained from offering his guidance. But now that Marco sought him out, Edmu graciously accepted the role of his swordsmanship instructor. Marco's swordplay was not significantly better than it had been before, and Edmu quickly identified several flaws, leaving Marco feeling embarrassed. He had not realized his swordplay was riddled with so many weaknesses. While Edmu instructed Marco, Rovi and the taller Lu, both fellow students of the breathing technique, observed closely, occasionally mimicking Marco's movements. They frequently glanced at Edmu, their expressions pleading for his guidance, which left Edmu both amused and exasperated. While it was understandable for Lu to request instruction, even the seasoned swordsman Rovi was mimicking movements, gazing at Edmu with the same fervor as when practicing the breathing technique, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Edmu could only subtly point out a few of Rovi's errors, but for the new sword techniques, he had to demonstrate them personally. Rovi, who considered his sword techniques to be quite standard, was taken aback to discover so many mistakes pointed out by Edmu. What astonished him most was that the new sword techniques Edmu demonstrated differed greatly from those he typically employed, yet were far more advantageous in practical combat. During their previous sparring sessions, he had not perceived the differences, attributing Edmu's prowess to unconventional attack angles. Now, witnessing the breakdown of movements, he realized it was due to the distinct methods of striking. The training ground was divided into 3 areas: Desmond's instruction zone, the sparring area, and Edmu's guidance zone. However, Desmond appeared somewhat distracted, frequently glancing towards Edmu. When Edmu began demonstrating the new sword techniques, Desmond paused his own activities, instinctively drawn to that direction. As a head instructor for over 20 years, he recognized that the new sword techniques Edmu was teaching were far more beneficial for real combat than those he had been imparting. In truth, not only his own teachings but also many sword techniques learned by the majority in Westeros paled in comparison to those Edmu was sharing. Desmond felt a growing reluctance to continue his instruction, sensing he might be leading his students astray. After demonstrating several fundamental sword techniques, Edmu observed Marco and the others practice, offering corrections. "My lord, why not let those lads learn the sword techniques you just demonstrated?" Desmond suggested, unable to contain himself. Though Desmond typically presents himself as carefree, he approaches the art of swordsmanship with utmost seriousness. In the past, he believed he was imparting knowledge effectively, yet he no longer holds that conviction. He refuses to perpetuate inferior techniques. Edmund was taken aback by Desmond's sudden decision to relinquish his position as the chief instructor. However, he was more than willing to extend his guidance to additional soldiers. Desmond summoned all those who practiced alone or engaged in sparring, arranging them in 2 lines to observe Edmund demonstrate sword techniques. After the demonstration, they practiced individually while Edmund corrected their form. Initially, some in the training grounds were puzzled by Desmond's intentions, but as they witnessed Edmund's precise movements, comprehension dawned upon them. Once both lines had been corrected and mirrored the same stance, the uniformity of their actions made them realize that their standard had far surpassed the level of instruction Desmond had provided. Edmund's ability to refine their techniques stemmed from his frequent use of alignment metrics, enabling his discerning eye to detect subtle differences in each individual's form. Desmond joined the practice, primarily to learn the new techniques, intending to teach them to others afterward, knowing that Edmund could not remain in the training grounds for long. Desmond's intuition was correct. Edmund indeed could not stay for an extended period. During a brief interlude in his instruction, he instructed Rovi to gather 1,000 soldiers belonging to the Tui family. Due to frequent wild boar and other beasts troubling the village below, he planned to lead the soldiers into the mountains for a hunt the following day. Rovi was astonished by Edmund's relentless energy. After finally having some respite, he was once again preparing for a hunt, a pursuit rarely undertaken by the Duke of Tui in the past. In the Targaryen era, a king had engaged in hunting within the royal woods, but that was a distant memory. Presently, King Robert, despite his fondness for hunting, had not organized a large-scale hunt. Rovi had observed Admoth's recent endeavors with admiration and felt a sense of pride for the old Duke Horst. He did not impede the sudden hunt. Viewing it merely as youthful exuberance, Admoth spent the majority of the day at the training grounds, diligently instructing the guards in swordsmanship. As the chief instructor, Desmond's understanding of the discipline far exceeded that of the average individual, and he had nearly mastered several new techniques. On the following morning, 300 cavalry and 700 infantry assembled punctually outside the city of Benlu, accompanied by 20 guards who had practiced swordplay with Admoth the previous night. Including the 3 apprentices of the brass technique, Admoth briefed Ardos and Desmond, organized other matters, and then led the 1,000-strong contingent through the western gate of Benlu. With their initial destination being the mountainous region south of the Tensure River, located to the west of the city. Though the land at the foot of the mountains was limited, 3 small villages had been established there. They reached one of the villages within half a day, where Admoth instructed the village chief to summon several hunters familiar with the mountain paths to serve as their guides, ensuring they would not stray unnecessarily. The climate in the river valley was pleasant, with abundant trees and few rocky outcrops in the mountains, teeming with wildlife. Occasionally, large animals such as wild boars and wolves would descend from the mountains in search of food, and if they ventured down often enough, the villagers would band together to eliminate them. When the village is beset by a multitude of descending beasts, whose reproductive rates surge alarmingly, the village chief organizes a concerted effort among hunters and villagers to hunt them down, preventing an overwhelming infestation. This action leaves both Rovi and the chief perplexed regarding Edmure's decision to conduct a hunt, as they deem it somewhat superfluous. However, neither dares to voice their inquiries. The hunter accompanying Edmure, named Bard, is in his 30s, with a sun-kissed complexion and a robust stature. He carries a handcrafted hunting bow on his back, a sharp axe secured at his right waist, and a broad-bladed long knife hanging from his left side. Before their departure from the village, Edmure generously bestowed upon each hunter 2 silver bucks as compensation for guiding them into the mountains, much to their delight. Throughout the journey, Bard exerted himself diligently, elaborating on the potential dangers they might encounter in the mountains, as well as methods of self-rescue and various survival techniques in the wilderness. Chapter 25. The mighty hunter of the Sangha Adam had already informed him that the team would remain in the mountains for several days, requiring the soldiers not only to be able to kindle fires and prepare meals but also to master the fundamentals of survival skills. Bard found himself perplexed by Adam's decision to bring such a large contingent for hunting. Although the mountains teemed with wildlife, they could scarcely withstand the onslaught of so many hunters. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns about the prospect of depleting the game, for the sudden influx of people would have already frightened off many animals, leaving only the bold or those unable to flee. Upon entering the mountains, Adam relentlessly inquired of Bard about various outdoor survival techniques, including navigation, locating water sources, identifying edible plants and fruits, and constructing rudimentary shelters. At times, Adam would meticulously jot down notes, particularly regarding the edible fruits and herbs, as well as descriptions of poisonous plants. Observing Adam's earnest demeanor, Bard even began to wonder if he might inadvertently compete with his own soldiers for hunting opportunities. Having set aside matters unrelated to the hunt, Adam retained a guard, officers, and several skilled hunters, dispersing the cavalry and infantry in a staggered formation towards the untroubled western region. 1,000 men could not form a significant encirclement, but Adam seemed unconcerned by this fact. 10 minutes after the division, the sounds of whistles and neighing horses resonated through the air as Adam led his hunting companions into the designated area, preparing for the hunt. No sooner had they ventured 30 meters in than a startled yellow deer darted toward them. The others remained still, awaiting Adam's command. Fortunately, he had practiced archery prior to the encirclement, preventing him from being too out of practice. Coupled with his innate prowess as the Sangha arrow god, along with recent enhancements to his strength, technique, vision, and hearing, he swiftly regained his archery skills. However, he still struggled to gauge the deer's trajectory as it bolted past him, resulting in his first arrow missing its mark. As uncertainty gnawed at him, he hesitated while aiming his second arrow. Just then, soldiers ahead obstructed the deer's escape, causing it to veer left in an attempt to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Adam loosed an arrow as the deer shifted, striking its hind leg. The tremendous force embedded the arrow deep, and the deer, suddenly pained, stumbled forward and fell, only to be swiftly dispatched by a nearby soldier. Feeling a twinge of anxiety for nearly becoming a mere footnote of the Sangha arrow god, Adam exhaled a silent sigh of relief. The deeper they delved into the forest, the more wildlife attempted to break free from the encirclement. No edible creature was spared, as 1,000 hungry mouths demanded sustenance. Following Adam's initial success, his companions grew less reserved, unleashing their bows, swords, and spears, each showcasing their prowess. The bounty of the hunt included not only deer but also mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and ferocious predators such as wild boars, wolves, and black bears. Adam had never partaken in such outdoor hunting before, initially having other intentions for the expedition, yet he found himself increasingly exhilarated, reveling in the thrill of the chase. After a heart-pounding 40 minutes, the hunt concluded with only a few minor injuries among the soldiers, and no serious wounds were reported. The soldiers set to work getting their catch, preparing for a sumptuous barbecue feast, while Bard and a few others gathered wild vegetables and foraged a plethora of fruits to enhance their meal. In the hunt, Edmure's archery skills were rather mediocre, a description that could only be deemed slightly embarrassing. Fortunately, he excelled in the pursuit of wild boars and black bears, wielding his longsword with swiftness, precision, and ferocity, while his agile footwork compensated for his shortcomings in archery. This particular hunt made Edmure realize that he could not solely focus on swordsmanship. He needed to enhance his archery and lance skills as well. These three disciplines, lance, melee combat, and archery, were also the forthcoming events in the tournament at King's Landing. Regrettably, the recordings only showcased sword techniques, lacking any footage of archery or lance work. Otherwise, he could have trained according to his compatibility metrics. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. For with his mastery of breeding techniques and swordsmanship, he already possessed a significant advantage over others, and it was unreasonable to seek shortcuts in every aspect. With the breeding technique enhancing his strength, endurance, agility, sight, and hearing, he was equally confident in honing his archery and lance skills. Savoring the game he had hunted, and drinking the coarse yet potent ale, Edmure felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, as the shadows that had loomed over him since his rebirth began to dissipate. After filling his belly and becoming pleasantly tipsy, Marco urged Edmure to continue instructing him on sword techniques. The three of them had consistently practiced the breeding technique, yet none had managed to cultivate a cyclone, leading Edmure to ponder whether achieving 100% compatibility was a prerequisite for this advancement. Despite spending nearly every evening helping them with their timing, correcting their breathing rhythms, and guiding their awareness of airflow, they struggled to reach even 85% compatibility without the necessary metrics for correction. In contrast, Edmure himself made remarkable progress. He had successfully condensed a cyclone, and his swordsman experience had reached an impressive 98.5%, on the verge of advancing from swordsman to sword master. He had gradually discerned the pattern of experience growth in swordsmanship. Now, while practicing sword techniques or engaging in combat, his experience hardly increased. It was solely during the practice of the breeding technique that he saw any improvement, indicating not a stagnation of ability but rather a stringent requirement for advancement in the breeding technique. In other words, the experience points related to sword techniques had reached their limit, and only by continually expanding the cyclone could he elevate himself to sword master. Though Marco and the others had yet to witness tangible results from their breeding techniques, their swordsmanship visibly strengthened, fueling their motivation. Observing Edmure as he instructed Marco, the dozen or so guards who had practiced swordplay with Edmure the previous day also joined in. A flat area within the mountains had transformed into a small training ground. Besides the soldiers tasked with constructing the wooden shelters, those with free time were astonished to see the diligent Edmure and his companions, realizing they did not neglect sword practice even amid the hunt. Not wanting to overlook the onlookers, Edmure seized the opportunity. His primary aim for this hunt was to train the troops, and naturally, he could not allow them to remain idle, summoning them to join the sword practice. After completing the basic sword movements, they began pairs of sparring matches, and Edmure surprisingly discovered several skilled swordsmen within the hunting party. One officer named Blake, in his 20s, demonstrated swordsmanship nearly on par with that of Rovi. When Edmure faced Rovi, Blake was clearly eager to participate, and Edmure, fulfilling his wish, engaged in a match with Rovi before turning his attention to Blake. Blake's swordsmanship had gained a modest reputation within the hunting party. Those acquainted with him soon realized that Edmund's skills in swordplay were slightly superior, which elucidated the reason why even Captain Rovi had entrusted Edmund with the task of instructing in the art of the blade. It was only when Edmund corrected his technique that Blake willingly embraced the guidance. Upon the conclusion of their sword training, Edmund instructed several hunters to impart various wilderness survival skills to his soldiers. In addition to fundamental survival techniques, Bard and the other hunters demonstrated the art of setting traps. The method of igniting fire through friction, and presented previously gathered herbs and wild fruits for identification. They also shared strategies for camping that would help evade mosquitoes and venomous snakes, as well as the application of antidotal herbs. Chapter 26. Uninvited guests. Observing Edmure intently absorb the wilderness survival skills, Robb speculated about the underlying motives behind his request for the hunters to impart various outdoor skills. A sense of unease lingered within Robb, suggesting that Edmure's hunting expedition was not merely a casual undertaking. There seemed to be a more profound purpose. Yet he could not discern what it might be. As night fell, the hunting party, having smeared themselves with the juice of the mosquito-repelling herb gathered by Bader, managed to endure a relatively peaceful evening. In the days that followed, they began their trek towards the southwestern reaches of the Golden Tooth Mountains, adjacent to the river road leading to Golden Tooth City. On the Mad King's road, beset by a persistent drizzle, a woman clad in a green headscarf and a portly knight with graying hair rode slowly forward. They were none other than Catelyn and Roderick, who had taken great care to conceal their whereabouts since leaving King's Landing. "My lady, we should seek refuge. At this rate, you are likely to catch a chill." Roderick voiced his concern, observing Catelyn, drenched and with rainwater cascading from her headscarf. "I am no delicate southern maiden. This rain is far warmer than that of the north," Catelyn replied, unfazed by her sodden state. In fact, she found herself reminiscing about the raindrops, which evoked memories of frolicking in the rain with her sister Lisa and brother Edmure back in River Run. Thinking of Edmure, Catelyn recalled his parting words, which led her to believe that her brother had undergone a significant change over the years. Perhaps their father's illness had precipitated his maturation. "We must find a hearth to warm ourselves and get a proper night's rest," Roderick grumbled, disliking the clammy sensation enveloping him and still worried for Catelyn's well-being. "If you truly wish to stay at an inn, there happens to be one at the intersection ahead." Catelyn was familiar with this territory, having accompanied her father on numerous expeditions during her youth. "Recently, the King's Road has been too crowded, an inn is not a suitable refuge for us." "If you are recognized, it would spell trouble," Roderick cautioned, despite his yearning for the comfort of a warm room. "To find private lodgings, we would have to traverse quite a distance past the inn," Catelyn remarked. They had often sought refuge in the homes of locals to avoid detection along their journey. "Another group approaches," Roderick exclaimed, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain to discern a contingent ahead. The King's Road had been bustling with throngs of people making their way to participate in the upcoming tournament in King's Landing. Among the crowd were noblemen, knights, mercenaries, as well as singers, actors, courtesans, and a multitude of thieves, all converging for what promised to be a grand spectacle. "They hail from Seagard," Catelyn whispered to Roderick, recognizing the silver eagle emblazoned on their armor. They were from a castle in the northern part of the Riverlands, situated south of Twin Rivers, a strategic stronghold against the incursions of the Ironborn. Catelyn recognized one of the riders as Count Melisandre of Seagard, who had attended her wedding. As she prepared to lower her headscarf, he glanced her way, but after a fleeting moment, his attention shifted as he continued to spur his horse onward. Upon noticing that the other party failed to recognize her, Catelyn reflected on her youthful self at the time of her wedding, contrasting it with her present self as the mother of 5 children. A tinge of melancholy washed over her, yet a newfound boldness emerged as she remarked to Roderick, "Perhaps we could find lodging for the night." Roderick, having witnessed the exchanged glances between them, nodded in agreement. By the time they arrived at the Crossroads Inn, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. They were greeted by a plump woman with graying hair, whom Catelyn recognized as Martha, the innkeeper who had been operating the establishment for over 20 years. "We require 2 fine guest rooms," Roderick said in a gruff voice, while Catelyn averted her gaze, lowering her headscarf. "The only available rooms are next to the bell tower. The bell will toll at mealtimes, but if you don't mind the noise, you may stay there. We've had an influx of guests lately, as you might be aware," Martha informed them. Catelyn and Roderick certainly did not mind the occasional tolling of the bell during mealtimes. After settling the payment, a servant escorted them upstairs. Upon entering their room, Catelyn retrieved some slightly damp clothing from her pack and changed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she gazed out at the gentle drizzle, which prompted her to think of her husband and daughter back in King's Landing, wondering what they might be doing at that moment. Her thoughts wandered to Bran, who was undoubtedly awake in Winterfell, perhaps listening to the tales of the old nanny about the others. She longed to rush to Winterfell and embrace Bran, offering him comfort. Catelyn also thought of her sister in the Vale and her brother Edmure in the Riverlands, pondering their well-being. Suddenly, The resounding chimes of the bell startled her. Had she known it would be so loud, she would have closed the window. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and she recognized it as Roderick calling her to dinner. She straightened her attire and opened the door to find Roderick waiting for her. Catelyn linked her arm with Roderick's as they descended the stairs, presenting themselves as a father and daughter, in accordance with their prearranged identities before entering the inn. The dining area was nearly filled when they reached the ground floor, and Catelyn scanned the room, noting that most patrons were young, though she recognized the sigils adorning their attire, marking them as vassals of her father. In addition to the noblemen and knights bearing swords, the inn also hosted monks, farmers, blacksmiths, and various other patrons. They chose a spot towards the inner part of the hall to sit down, and Roderick summoned a serving boy to order flatbread, roasted meat, and beer, all the while observing the other diners in silence. "Greetings. I am Marillion. Might I inquire if the lady and this knight are attending the tournament in King's Landing?" Not long after they had settled in, a handsome young bard with a harp took a seat beside them, exuding familiarity. Roderick shot a glare at the bard, wishing to dismiss him. But with the hall nearly full, he found no place to send him and resigned himself to his presence. "We are traveling north," Catelyn replied, unable to ignore Marillion's enthusiasm. However, shortly thereafter, she began to regret engaging with the singer, for once he opened his mouth, he could not cease his prattle. He inquired about Catelyn and her companions, questioning what they were doing and why they did not remain in King's Landing to witness the tournament. Naturally, Catelyn could not address all his queries and could only respond to a couple of trivial ones. Marillion had initially hoped to glean some intriguing tales from Catelyn and her group to enrich his own experiences and lay the groundwork for new compositions. To his dismay, one of the individuals across from him bore a menacing glare, resembling a predator poised to pounce, while the other remained exceedingly wary and reluctant to divulge anything, as if she feared revealing her secrets. Just as Marillion turned to scan the room for a vacant spot, the door swung open abruptly, admitting 4 drenched figures resembling drowned rats. Chapter 27 Crisis. 3 tall figures and 1 short one approached. Among the tall individuals, one donned a black cloak, while the other 2 were dressed as attendants. "Boss, prepare 3 fine guest rooms. My Lord Tyrion Lannister requires a restful night," announced one of the towering servants. "Oh, 7 save us." Catelyn gasped upon catching sight of the diminutive figure among them and quickly turned her head, lowering her hood. She had not anticipated encountering Tyrion. Her brother Edmure's words had indeed come to fruition. Across from her, Roderick stared wide-eyed, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, the singer Marillion was already captivated by the newly arrived quartet, oblivious to the peculiar tension between the 2 at her table. Upon hearing the name Lannister, the innkeeper, Marcia, hurried out of the kitchen, her mouth agape and filled with dark red teeth, smiling as she leaned in to say, "My lord, you must know that with so many guests these days, all the rooms are already occupied." "Is that so? I require little space. A hot bath and a place to sleep will suffice, and as for them, the stables will do just fine." The short figure was none other than the imp Tyrion Lannister, returning from the north. "My lord, I truly have no vacant rooms left. Perhaps you." Marcia's words trailed off as Tyrion paid her no mind, instead producing a gleaming gold coin from his pocket, tossing it in the air as he walked. "I believe requesting a clean room is hardly an unreasonable demand." Tyrion surveyed the diners in the hall. "My lord, it seems my room could precisely meet your needs." A scruffy mercenary in his 30s, clad in tattered leather, stood up to declare. "Well done." Tyrion flicked the gold coin, which the mercenary deftly caught. Turning to Marcia, he instructed, "Bring forth your finest food. We are positively famished, and do not forget a bottle of good wine." Only then did Tyrion realize the hall was teeming with patrons, leaving scarcely any room to sit, let alone accommodate all 4 of them at once. "My Lord Lannister, encountering you is the highlight of my day. Allow me to sing a tribute to the esteemed Lannister family," Marillion exclaimed, rising enthusiastically from her seat across from Catelyn. Catelyn now understood why her brother Edmure harbored such disdain for the profession of singers. They seemed to exist solely to vex the tallest. "Ah, but you have mistaken your audience," Tyrion began, only to notice a familiar figure sitting across from Marillion. Approaching Catelyn, he raised his gaze slightly, ensuring he was not mistaken. "Lady Stark, I did not expect to find you here. I wondered why I did not see you in Winterfell," Tyrion remarked, astonished. A sudden hush fell over the disordered hall. Only Lady Stark could be addressed as such, being the wife of the Norse guardian, Ned Stark, and the eldest daughter of the Duke of House Tully, the current ruler of these lands. Catelyn's eyes reddened as she gazed at Tyrion, her thoughts drifting to her son Bran, who lay motionless, destined to spend his life confined to a bed. A subtle ache in her hands compelled her to seize Tyrion at that moment, demanding to know why he sought to harm Bran, a boy with whom he bore no enmity. Yet the warning from her younger brother Edmure echoed in her ears, and her husband Ned's somber expression replayed in her mind. For the sake of her husband and daughter in King's Landing, she could only suppress the turmoil within her heart. "My lady, it truly is you," exclaimed Martha, the innkeeper, as she approached upon hearing Tyrion's words. Upon recognizing Catelyn's face, she was taken aback. Catelyn realized that there was no longer any way to conceal her identity. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to compose her thoughts and stood up, saying, "Martha, it has been far too long since I last savored your honey cakes. My lady, I shall prepare them for you at once." Martha, flustered, hurriedly waddled into the kitchen. Around her, several young nobles rose in astonishment, casting surprised glances at Catelyn. When her gaze fell upon them, they quickly bowed in respect. They were all vassals of her father, and if she were to allow them to seize Tyrion, they would certainly not hesitate. Observing the slow return of the gathering in the hall, thoughts of vengeance stirred once more in her mind. She then recalled the series of events that had unfolded in King's Landing. Could this indeed be the opportunity Edmure had feared regarding Tyrion's capture? Edmure's warnings echoed in her thoughts, constantly reminding her to refrain from impulsive actions. "Tyrion, could you accompany me upstairs? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Though seizing Tyrion at that moment was not feasible, Catelyn found it impossible to act as though nothing had occurred. His dark green eyes shifted, and the peculiar atmosphere, coupled with the redness of his eyes upon their first meeting, aroused a sense of unease within him. This sensation felt familiar. He recalled that it was akin to the gaze of Robb, Ned's eldest son and the acting lord of Winterfell, who had regarded him with a similar look, even drawing his sword across his lap in welcome. A hint of danger brewed in his mind, and glancing around, he noticed that the jovial atmosphere had dissipated. The eyes that once regarded him with mirth were now scrutinizing. Tyrion sought to unravel the situation but feared that ascending the stairs would seal his fate, rendering escape impossible. "Akin to a hunted prey. As you wish, Lady Stark." After much deliberation, Tyrion finally nodded in acquiescence. He signaled for 2 servants to follow him, relinquishing any hope for Yoren, who had trailed him from the wall. Although the Night's Watch was directly answerable to the king and loyal solely to the realm, it was well known that it was the territory of the North, with even the wall being constructed by Brandon Stark, the builder. The Stark family had had members donning black cloaks in nearly every generation since the wall's establishment 8 millennia ago, which spoke volumes of their connection to House Stark. Clad in his black cloak, Yoren sensed the oddity as well. He understood he ought to assist Catelyn, yet his recent companionship with Tyrion had instilled a degree of hesitation. Catelyn noticed Yoren's turmoil and offered him a subtle nod before turning her attention back to Tyrion. Tyrion clenched his jaw, leading the 2 servants upstairs, while Roderick, hand resting on his sword hilt, followed closely behind. Catelyn nodded to the gathering in the hall before ascending with Roderick. Upon reaching the door to the 3rd floor, Catelyn approached Tyrion and said, "Would you mind if we step inside to speak privately? It is my utmost pleasure to share a room with a lady as noble as yourself." Tyrion revealed a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. Catelyn chose to disregard his rudeness and entered the room first, while outside, Roderick squinted at Tyrion's 2 attendants, dismissing them entirely. Upon seeing Tyrion close the door, Catelyn inquired, "Have you ever possessed a Valyrian steel dagger?" Tyrion's expression shifted from confusion to sharpness. He had long since misplaced that dagger, and he wondered why she would ask about it. Chapter 28, A moment's error. "My hands are cursed by it, and my son Bran was nearly slain by its hand. How can I possibly inquire of it?" Catelyn fixed her gaze upon Tyrion, striving to discern the veracity of his words through his expression. "You know it could not be me. Besides, what motive would I have?" Observing Catelyn's bandaged hands, Tyrion furrowed his brow, suddenly comprehending the reasons behind Robb and Catelyn's treatment of him. "You refuse to acknowledge the truth." Catelyn glared at Tyrion, her teeth clenched, recalling Littlefinger Peter's words to her husband Ned. "My lady, Bran and I met for the first time in Winterfell. I bear him no malice. So how could I conspire against him? Furthermore, upon my return from the wall, I designed a saddle for him. Though he cannot walk, he may yet ride." Tyrion understood that if he could not convince Catelyn of his innocence, he might not escape the tavern unscathed. A saddle? Catelyn was taken aback that he would craft a saddle for Bran, who could only lie in bed for the rest of his days. "Yes. You need only inquire with the Night's Watchman, Yoren, to confirm this," Tyrion replied hastily. Seeing Tyrion's expression, which did not betray deceit, she considered his words. Yet the dagger and the golden hair within the ruined tower still cast doubt upon his claims. This matter is undoubtedly intertwined with the Lannisters. Once I uncover the truth, I shall seek justice for Bran. Catelyn declared with bitterness. My lady, do you possess further evidence against the Lannisters? Tyrion's mind wandered back to the peculiar expressions shared between him, his sister Cersei, and his brother Jaime when they discussed Bran's condition in Winterfell. Catelyn could not reveal the golden hair, for unless she could directly implicate Queen Cersei, it would only exacerbate the enmity between their houses and further endanger Ned's position. You may go. Catelyn no longer wished to converse with Tyrion, fearing she might succumb to the urge to interrogate him fiercely. Having not received a response, Tyrion gleaned enough from her expression to surmise her feelings, yet now was not the time for further inquiry. Catelyn's desire to detain him was plainly etched on her face. It would be prudent for him to depart. Without uttering a word, Tyrion opened the door and called for 2 servants to hasten downstairs. As he descended, he contemplated whether to brave the storm and leave the inn that night. No sooner had Tyrion departed than tears streamed down Catelyn's cheeks. She loathed herself for encountering Tyrion without the means to exact vengeance for Bran. She even harbored resentment towards her brother Edmure for his warnings. Otherwise, she would have swiftly commanded her bannermen to seize Tyrion. She despised Ned for disregarding her counsel and becoming hand of the king, thereby placing himself and their daughters in peril in King's Landing. More than anything, she loathed King Robert, for, had he not ventured to Winterfell, their family might have been enjoying a warm meal in safety, and Bran would not have fallen and lain incapacitated. All of this was now beyond her grasp. She even questioned whether her family could ever reunite as they once had. She yearned to succumb to a deep slumber, awakening to find herself back in the cherished home of Winterfell. My lady! A gentle call interrupted Catelyn's chaotic thoughts as Roderick approached her, carrying a plate adorned with exquisite cakes drenched in golden honey. Outside the brothel in King's Landing, he had faintly overheard Edmure and Catelyn mention Tyrion in their room. The specifics eluded him, yet he was present when Littlefinger and Varys discussed the dagger, aware of its origin. Roderick was not surprised by Catelyn's actions. Should she indeed wish to apprehend Tyrion, he would dutifully comply with her orders, despite his reservations. As Roderick entered, Catelyn wiped her tears and placed the cake on the table. Gradually regaining her composure, she addressed Roderick. Sir Roderick, we shall depart at dawn tomorrow. She was acutely aware that news of her arrival in the Riverlands would soon spread, leaving her uncertain of the troubles it might bring to Ned and herself. Her sole focus now was to return swiftly to the north to relay Ned's commands, allowing him to manage the affairs of the lords in King's Landing with a measure of peace. After 5 days in the mountains, Edmure commanded the hunting party to depart, assigning Black to lead the return while he, accompanied by 10 guards and a few others, prepared to journey south to King's Landing, opting to first navigate the tributary of the Blackwater River by water. A day later, Edmure, along with Marco, circumnavigated the valley of the Red Fork River before returning to Pink City. Upon his return, he did not rest but ascended the western wall of the city. Surveying its structure, he gestured to Marco beside him, instructing, send someone to gather more cow and horse dung, weeds, reeds, willow branches, and burlap, and pile them here, then bring 2 buckets of water. Edmure's words left the others exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of his intentions. Marco opened his mouth to inquire but fell silent. He had grown accustomed to Edmure's innovative endeavors, and knowing that the answers would soon reveal themselves, he merely directed others to procure the required materials. After approximately 20 minutes, once the items were gathered, Edmure dismissed the ordinary guards of Pink City. He approached the assembled materials, meticulously layering the collected items, then dampening the topmost layer of willow branches and burlap with water before igniting the prepared dry grass with flint. As the flames sparked to life, he used a stick to cover the nascent fire with half-dried dung, gradually layering it with the dampened willow branches and burlap. The fire's initial vigor was swiftly subdued, replaced by a thick plume of smoke that ascended skyward, the smoke swirling yet remaining intact, bending gracefully upward with the gentle breeze. Content with his crafted signal fire, Edmure turned to the intrigued Marco and the others, saying, remember the materials and the method of producing smoke. It will be useful in the future. Unable to contain his curiosity, Marco asked, what is this for? Just remember it for now. I will explain in due time. Edmure replied, and the others refrained from further questioning, resigning themselves to uncertainty. What Edmure had prepared was the blueprint for constructing signal beacons. By establishing beacons atop castles, towns, and villages, they would ignite signal fires in the event of an enemy threat, alerting nearby residents and encouraging mutual vigilance and support. The specific location has been marked on the map, yet construction cannot commence at this time to avoid drawing the attention of the West and King's Landing. After dinner, Edmure did not rush to rest. Instead, he glanced at his experience bar and entered a state of breath cultivation. Over an hour later, as he was deeply immersed in his practice, his body suddenly quivered slightly. The vortex in his lower abdomen contracted sharply several times before expanding significantly, growing to the size of an orange. Upon opening his eyes, he found that his experience bar had transformed into that of a swordsman, with his experience points rising to 18. 36. Chapter 29. Brute force. Upon advancing in rank, the experience points surged remarkably high, which he speculated was due to the substantial progress in his martial prowess far exceeding that of his breeding technique. The foundational breeding method that had once been before him was now deemed a primitive form. Edmund meticulously reviewed its contents. His daily practice duration remained at 2 hours. Yet the retention time for the inhaled air within his body was prolonged, and his breathing frequency had notably decreased. In addition to placing greater emphasis on controlling the internal airflow, he had also acquired a method for perceiving the respiration through his pores. Rather than hastily practicing the new breathing technique, Edmund clenched his fists a couple of times, savoring the sensations of his newly enhanced physique. His strength had augmented by 50%, and his endurance was likely comparable. He struck a punch against the wall, feeling the newfound density of his bones. However, this was not the most significant transformation following his ascension to Sword Master. He unsheathed the long sword from the table and stepped into the courtyard. With both hands gripping the sword, he silently invoked brute force, channeling the internal vortex of energy, infusing his arms with fighting spirit. He delivered a powerful strike against a large tree, and the sword penetrated the trunk by a good 10 centimeters. The depth surpassed that of an axis strike, thanks in part to the instantaneous increase in strength afforded by the fighting spirit. This exemplifies the formidable nature of a sword master. The fighting spirit can swiftly saturate the arms, effectively doubling their power. However, this method exacts a considerable toll on the fighting spirit and demands a high level of physical resilience, limiting the number of times it can be utilized each day. This unique capability of the sword master is referred to as brute force. After experimenting with brute force, Edmund returned to his chamber to practice the new breathing technique, striving to enhance his congruence with it. After 2 iterations, he discerned that the new breathing technique allowed for a more precise control of airflow, with several aspects refined to within 1/3 of a second. Despite the assistance of the congruence bar, he found it challenging to calibrate accurately, which raised concerns regarding the future training of Marco and the others. Even with his support, their congruence with the breathing technique hovered around 83, making it difficult to reach 85. Without his assistance, their congruence would likely diminish further, should they develop their vortex and subsequently advance to Sword Master. Mastering the breathing technique would become even more arduous, likely falling short of a 70 congruence. Outside of the flowing stream city, Archil and Abel arrived at the compost pit from 7 days prior. Today marked the time designated by Edmund for turning the compost. They were to bring the nearly decomposed material from the bottom to the surface, where it was cooler and decomposing at a slower rate, and bury the upper layers down. If the material ratios were appropriate, the compost would achieve preliminary decomposition in about a week, suitable for application to the fields. As Archil plunged the iron shovel into the compost heap, he endured the foul odor and began to turn the materials. After a couple of shovelfuls, he noticed a distinct difference between the upper and lower layers. The lower layer exhibited a darker hue, transformed into a light brown, and was markedly drier. "Abel, come quickly," he called out as he turned over 2 shovelfuls of the lower compost. "Is this what Lord Edmund referred to as white mycelium?" Abel exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the damp, white filaments glistening on the shovel. Moreover, the compost down below doesn't smell as foul anymore, Archil noted, bringing the shovel closer to his nose. Abel leaned in to sniff as well. Indeed, it's surprisingly less odorous. Lord Edmund was entirely correct. Manure can truly be transformed into fertilizer, Archil declared, brimming with excitement. Since Edmund introduced them to crop rotation and composting about 7 or 8 days ago, they have been tirelessly traversing various villages and towns, extolling the virtues of crop rotation and guiding the composting process. However, they harbored doubts regarding the miraculous effects of compost, as claimed by Edmund. Even when villagers or lords inquired about the efficacy of compost, their confidence wavered. Now, witnessing the tangible results of composting has significantly bolstered their faith. They no longer disdain the pungent odor of the compost heaps and are eagerly turning the piles. Upon examining 3 compost pits, They discovered that the pit with a uniform mixture of compost materials did not yield the optimal results. Instead, a blend comprising half manure, a third kitchen scraps, peels, and the remainder as straw, wood shavings, and hay produced superior outcomes. After meticulously comparing the three pits, Archil and Abel decided to reintroduce the compost materials they had brought. Adjusting the ratios. In approximately a week, the first batch of fertilizer would be ready for the fields. Meanwhile, in a small half-a-day's journey from the river, Edmund, deep in meditation on his breathing technique, was abruptly disturbed by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Frowning slightly, he rose to open it and found Longman Lu standing before him, his face alight with excitement. "My lord, I have successfully cultivated a cyclone," Longman Lu exclaimed, his gaunt features breaking into a radiant smile. "Is it truly cultivated? What sensations do you experience? Is the cyclone stable?" Edmund, his initial annoyance dissipating, sought clarification from Longman Lu. "I have stabilized it as you instructed, and it is currently spinning, roughly the size of a walnut." Longman Lu pointed to his abdomen, gesturing animatedly. Listening to his description, Edmund was convinced that Longman Lu had indeed cultivated a cyclone. Estimating the time taken, he calculated it had taken about half a month. 10 days longer than his own experience. However, a longer duration was inconsequential as long as he could cultivate a cyclone. He feared that a lack of perfect synchronization during practice would prevent its formation. Quickly, conveyed this news to Marco and Rovi, and advised them on how to stabilize the cyclone. Just days prior, Marco had expressed skepticism regarding the breathing technique imparted by Edmund. Having learned that Edmund achieved his cyclone in merely 7 days while they had practiced for over 10 days without any progress, Edmund, concerned that Marco might lose faith, had slightly exaggerated the time it took him to cultivate his cyclone, lest Marco begin to doubt. Edmund was not particularly surprised that Longman Lu was the first to achieve a cyclone. He was the most earnest of the trio and possessed the greatest confidence in the breathing technique, making his early success unsurprising. In another room, Marco and the others had gathered, eagerly inquiring about the state of Longman Lu's cyclone and seeking insights into its formation process. Although Edmund had previously advised them to stabilize their cyclone completely before ceasing their breathing practice, the prolonged lack of results had sown seeds of doubt regarding both Edmund and themselves. Compared to Edmund, they were more inclined to heed the first-hand account of Longman Lu, who had practiced alongside them. After listening to Longman Lu's experience in forming a cyclone, Marco promptly resumed his breathing practice, seeking Longman Lu's guidance. After observing the rise and fall of Marco's chest and the rhythm of his breathing for a while, Changren Lu found himself unable to formulate any assessment. He had no difficulty practicing alongside Edmund's rhythmic beats, yet when it came to guiding Marco, he was utterly devoid of experience, incapable of perceiving the subtle changes in Marco's breathing, despite believing that his dedication to practice was no less than that of Changren Lu. Marco remained perplexed as he had yet to cultivate a cyclone of energy. He began to doubt whether he had encountered some error in his training after stepping away from Edmund's accompaniment. It was clear that Edmund could not sustain his role as their metronome indefinitely. Once they developed a memory of their breathing, they would be encouraged to attempt independent practice without his guidance. Suspicious and anxious, Marco, accompanied by Ro, made their way to Edmund's residence, seeking his insight into whether they had indeed strayed in their training over the past couple of days. Chapter 30. Overcrowded. After observing their training, Edmund discerned that the issues were not overly significant. Although there were minor deviations in their rhythm, they were not pronounced. The reason the two had yet to succeed in their training, aside from the compatibility of their breathing techniques, likely stemmed from individual differences. Edmund was uncertain whether there was any innate talent involved in this practice, but he recognized that the formation of the vortex could occur at varying rates, which did not concern him greatly. The successful training of even one individual served as evidence that a vortex could indeed be formed without strict adherence to compatibility metrics. Thus, a slower pace was inconsequential. He elucidated the distinctions to Marco and Rovi, encouraging them to continue their practice. 3 days later, Edmund and his companions approached King's Landing, where Marco had joyously succeeded in forming a vortex just the day prior. Yet, Rovi remained silent, causing even his typically composed demeanor to waver with impatience. As they neared the city, Edmund observed a dramatic increase in the number of makeshift shelters lining the outer walls. The port was teeming with people, disrupting its usual operations. Merchants vociferously clamored for passage for their laborers. Amidst the chaos, Edmund witnessed a porter stumble, shattering a barrel of wine. The deep crimson liquid spilling into the tumultuous Blackwater River, inciting the wrath of the vintner, who nearly hurled the unfortunate worker into the waters. Along the river bank, performers dazzled the crowd with their lively acts, drawing in knights and mercenaries who had just arrived at the port. The mud gate, facing the harbor, was particularly congested, compelling the city guards in their golden robes to bolster their ranks to maintain order and facilitate the flow of people. With the grand tournament just 3 days away, individuals from across the 7 kingdoms, eager for spectacle or competition, flocked to King's Landing, marking the peak of the influx. As Edmure and his companions led their horses through the throng, they soon realized the extent of the overcrowding. Inside the city, conditions were even more dire than outside. It was no longer merely cramped but a veritable crush of bodies, with some alleyways so narrow that one could only pass sideways. Although the main thoroughfares were wider, the carriages struggled to navigate the streets. They ambled towards the inn where they had previously stayed, taking in the street performers along the way. Upon reaching the inn, they were dismayed to find it fully booked, prompting them to venture deeper into the eastern part of the city. However, after inquiring at 3 more establishments, they discovered all were at capacity. They had sought accommodations in upscale lodgings, but mid-range options were likewise overflowing. Otherwise, the multitude of temporary shelters outside would not have emerged. This tournament was unprecedented in its grandeur and offered the highest rewards to date, attracting numerous nobles willing to spend lavishly, which accounted for the full occupancy of the finer inns. As Edmure's companions lamented their lack of lodging, he declared, "Let us proceed to the Red Keep." Fortunately, he had connections within the city, or finding a place to stay would have posed a considerable challenge. Upon mentioning the Red Keep, Marco and the others recalled that the current king's hand was Edmure's brother-in-law, who had a designated residence for his family within the Prime Minister's tower. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Red Keep, only to be halted at the gates by the golden-robed guards. More than half a month ago, when Edmure entered and exited the Red Keep, 2 guards had already recognized him. Ordinarily, he would not need to introduce himself to gain entry, but he was permitted to bring only 1 attendant, while the others were denied access. Upon hearing this, Mako nearly engaged in a quarrel with the guards, but Edmure swiftly intervened, as he had no desire to appear as a frivolous nephew. Moreover, given the troubles surrounding Ned, he could not afford to add to his burdens. "Please wait for a moment, I shall speak with Ned first, and then you may enter." Edmure certainly would not allow his subordinates and Mako to set up a shelter outside the city. Upon reaching the Prime Minister's tower and inquiring with the guards from Winterfell, he learned that Ned was currently attending a meeting with the king, so Edmure could only wait inside. As he was led into the small hall by the guards, Edmure immediately spotted 2 figures at the far end, one large and one small, both wielding wooden swords. It seemed that Arya had found her dance instructor. Edmure recognized the man as the chief swordsman from Braavos, a formidable individual who had once vanquished a squad of heavily armored knights with a wooden sword. His name, if memory served, was something akin to "Oh, hold steady, forget not what I have taught you, lad." Upon noticing Arya's intention to lower her right foot, the man, who was of modest stature with a mane of fluffy curls, spoke in a somewhat unrefined common tongue. Initially, Arya had intended to greet her uncle Edmure upon his arrival, but she quickly resumed her stance, focusing intently. Observing Arya's earnest demeanor from a distance, Edmure refrained from approaching and chose instead to watch her practice. The man, Celio, who had his back to Edmure, was already aware of the presence behind him. After addressing Arya, he turned to face Edmure. Noticing that Edmure and his companions remained at a distance, he allowed Arya to practice independently for 3 minutes before granting her a respite. Upon receiving the command to rest, Arya set down her wooden sword and dashed over to Edmure, now fully aware of the sword's inherent dangers. Although she wielded a wooden sword, Celio instructed her to treat it as if it were a true weapon. "Uncle, father really found me a swordsmanship instructor," Arya exclaimed excitedly as she reached Edmure. Celio, observing the trio from afar, was slightly taken aback by Arya's words. He had heard of Edmure during his brief time teaching Arya, learning that she was not suited for the knight's sword and that her father would find her a more suitable instructor. Initially, he was surprised, but after a short period of teaching Arya, he found this revelation increasingly astonishing. Hired by Ned for fortuitous reasons, he had begun with the intention of earning some gold dragons to cover his expenses in King's Landing, only to discover after 2 days of training that Arya was an exceptionally rare talent in the art of assassination. With her petite and slender frame, agile movements, remarkable flexibility, and a strong work ethic, Celio had not anticipated that after resigning from his position as chief swordsman, he would receive such a perfect pupil in a foreign land, prompting him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to Arya's instruction. Edmure nodded toward Celio, who was gazing in his direction, and teased Arya, "How goes your dance practice? Shall I challenge you to a duel once more?" Edmund's words evoked memories in Arya of a scene from over a fortnight ago, when she had brandished a sewing needle haphazardly at her uncle. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she proclaimed, "Once I master the dance of water, I shall challenge you." "Very well. But let us do with that wooden sword," Edmund replied, feigning a look of trepidation. Arya couldn't help but recall the day when Edmund had retreated step by step, compelled to protect her from harm, and she burst into delightful laughter. "Uncle, how long do you intend to stay in King's Landing this time?" Their two brief encounters had allowed Arya to find a sense of familiarity with Edmund reminiscent of her interactions with her half-brother Jon Snow. She felt a twinge of regret at his previous departure after just 2 days. Chapter 31. The Royal Council. This time, my stay is expected to be somewhat prolonged, though the specifics elude me. The situation in King's Landing remains precarious. A single misstep could incite chaos across the 7 kingdoms, and he has been tirelessly preparing for survival. "Then you must frequently visit me at the Prime Minister's tower to witness my swordsmanship," Arya exclaimed, gazing up at Edmure, eager to showcase her aquatic dance before her uncle. "I wish to reside at the Prime Minister's tower to observe your sword practice daily, though I am uncertain whether your father will consent," Edmure replied with a smile. "Is that truly the case? My father will certainly agree," Arya declared, her excitement palpable upon hearing that Edmure intended to stay at the Prime Minister's tower. "Well, you and..." Edmure began, intending to mention training with Ser Illyrio, only to realize he did not yet know his name. "Teacher, his name is Ser Illyrio Frye, the chief swordsman of Braavos," Arya proudly stated. "Ser Illyrio, I shall remember that. Now, continue your practice. I shall wait for your father inside," Edmure said, before leading Jory and Luwin towards the other end of the small hall. As Edmure approached, Ser Illyrio leaned slightly on his wooden sword, acknowledging the future protector of the Riverlands, Arya as uncle. Upon reaching Ser Illyrio, Edmure paused to note in respect to the formidable assassin who could stand firm amidst courtly turmoil, prompting mild surprise from Luwin and Jory. Within the opulent council chamber, Ned sat at the center of a long table, flanked by the Minister of Justice, Lancel, the Minister of Finance, Peter, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the Grand Maester, Pycelle. They were listening to the report of a tall, bald man clad in black armor and a golden cloak, the commander of the King's Guard, Janos. "My lords," Janos began, "King's Landing has become inundated with crowds due to the Prime Minister's tournament, and our current manpower is utterly insufficient to maintain order. Recently, 2 fires erupted in the Fishmonger S Square, nearly resulting in disaster. A prostitute was found lifeless in Silk Street, 2 noble guards clashed in Seed Street, and a grievous assault occurred, alongside several robberies. We are in dire need of reinforcements." In conclusion, Janos laid forth his demands. Listening to Janos, Ned felt a throbbing headache. Everyone was preoccupied with the tournament, as if he relished it. "Damn Robert." He cursed inwardly. "How many men do you require?" Ned asked, resigned, hoping the tournament would conclude swiftly, allowing the excess populace to disperse. "The more, the better," Janos asserted. "We need to hire 60 men for the King's Guard, and I will also draw 10 from my personal retinue." "My lord, where shall we procure the funds to hire these men?" Peter feigned ignorance. Ned, unperturbed, replied, "The 90,000 in rewards from the tournament can be easily allocated. I believe this sum should be trivial for you." Peter fell silent, unable to counter. "In truth, you need not fret over this matter. The realm has not witnessed such vibrancy in ages. Both nobles and commoners alike yearn to experience this spectacle," the aged Maester Pycelle observed, seeking to console Ned. "Indeed, although my brother is offering a bounty of 90,000, Lord Peter remains oblivious to the potential earnings from the tournament." Prince Lancel, the handsome brother of King Robert, chuckled at Peter. "It is common knowledge that Peter operates several brothels in King's Landing and is quite adept at transforming opportunities into gold dragons. Thus he will undoubtedly seize the chance to profit immensely. This matter must not reach your brother Stannis." Last he proposed the closure of all brothels in King's Landing once again. Peter feigned melancholy as he turned to Lancel. "Ha ha ha!" Peter's words sent Lancel into a fit of laughter, reminding him of Stannis' suggestion regarding their royal brother Robert. As a frequent patron of the brothels, Robert had immediately mocked Stannis at the time, asking if he wished to also restrict the very air they breathe in King's Landing. "My lord Lancel," Do you know why Lord Stannis has yet to return from Dragonstone after such a lengthy absence? Not wishing to engage in their tedious discourse, Ned recalled Stannis' prolonged absence as the master of ships and suddenly inquired. Perhaps he is preoccupied with his wife, who is rather vexatious, pondering how to conceive a son. Lancel jested, recalling his brother's cold demeanor, lack of humor, and merciless nature, which was as common as daily bread. At times, Lancel even fancied that his position should be exchanged with Stannis, envisioning what chaos might ensue if Stannis were to assume the role of justice minister. Likely, their brother Robert would be the first to face trial. The thought nearly elicited another chuckle from Lancel. Ned understood that serious answers were scarce among such company and rose to announce the adjournment of the meeting. Upon exiting the council chamber and returning to the Prime Minister's tower, which hardly felt like home, Ned was informed by a guard that Edmure awaited him, instantly invigorating his spirits. As he approached the small hall where Arya was diligently practicing her swordplay, Ned chose not to disturb her and instead maneuvered around her. Upon entering the modest reception room, he saw Edmure seated there and hastened over. Ned, your duties as Prime Minister seem truly taxing. Every time I visit, you are in a meeting. Edmure jested as he stood to greet his brother-in-law. Edmure, you have finally returned. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Ned hesitated, and Jory, perceiving Ned's intent, was about to usher Robb away when Edmure quickly interjected. My friend Mace and 10 guards are still waiting at the Red Keep's gates. Please have Jory bring them in and make the necessary arrangements. There are simply no vacant inns in King's Landing. Without exchanging pleasantries with Ned, Edmure halted Jory's departure. Edmure's words reminded Ned of the influx of personnel in King's Landing. He turned to Jory and instructed, go inform the guards, then see to their accommodations. Technically, the Prime Minister's tower should be reserved solely for the Prime Minister and his family, and while Edmure did not strictly belong, he was still Ned's brother-in-law and thus afforded some leniency. Ned was not so rigid as Stannis. Once Jory and Edmure departed, Ned closed the door and remarked, your sister Catelyn indeed encountered the imp Tyrion on her journey, but he returned safely yesterday. Recalling the scene from yesterday when the Night's Watchman Yoren imparted this matter to him, Ned felt a lingering unease. He had not anticipated that Edmure's concerns would materialize into reality. Catelyn had indeed encountered Tyrion. Fortunately, Edmure's timely warning had prevented Catelyn from apprehending Tyrion, allowing her merely to converse with him. Based on Yoren's account, Ned was acutely aware of the torment his lady wife Catelyn must have endured at that moment. Had it not been for Edmure's prior elucidation of the grave repercussions of capturing Tyrion, he and the Lannisters might have already found themselves at odds. Chapter 32. A private conversation between siblings. The mere thought of that scenario sent shivers down his spine. He did not believe that the identity of the Hand of the King, accompanied by a mere 50 guards, could ensure the safety of himself and his 2 daughters. Although the Lannisters would refrain from directly apprehending him and his daughters out of respect for Robert, they would certainly not make his situation any easier. Hadn't he been compelled to slay Sansa's direwolf simply because Joffrey had sustained 2 bite marks? If a conflict were to arise, he would possess no advantage whatsoever. As for Robert, once a close confidant, Ned no longer held much hope for their relationship. When Ned mentioned Catelyn and Tyrion, Edmure did not exhibit much concern. If the events he had warned of were indeed unfolding, Ned would not be so comfortably situated. Though Catelyn had not captured Tyrion, it was likely she had inquired about the Valyrian dagger, an issue that would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of the Old Lion, Tywin, and Queen Cersei. Ned expressed his apprehensions. He had complete trust in Edmure, yet he remained wary of Peter Baelish, who, while having assisted him and Catelyn, had also cautioned against confronting the Lannisters. From the outset, Ned had harbored reservations about the smooth-talking Peter, and Edmure's warnings only heightened his wariness. Despite Catelyn's frequent jests about Edmure resembling a perpetual child, Ned found it difficult to reconcile her words with Edmure's actions since his last visit to King's Landing. While he occasionally sensed something amiss in Edmure's behavior and felt discomfort regarding his close ties with the eunuch Varys, he dismissed these concerns as mere trifles. Yet, he shared Edmure's worries, especially since Ned's investigations targeted the Lannisters' vulnerabilities, potentially leading to the downfall of their house. A confrontation between the 2 families was inevitable. It merely rested on when Ned would uncover the true identities of Joffrey and his siblings, a revelation that would ignite hostilities. After a moment of contemplation, Edmure advised Ned, the Lannisters have long been on high alert. Beyond them, you must also safeguard the identity of the Hand of the King. After all, you stand nominally above all others, and that status may provide some protection for you and your children. Protect the hand of the king. Do you suggest that Robert might dismiss me? Ned inquired, almost wishing for such an outcome. Unless you intend to depart King's Landing at once. You must don the mantle of the hand. Edmure did not address Ned's question directly, but instead reiterated his emphasis. With his doubts unresolved and Edmure's insistence weighing heavily upon him, Ned refrained from pressing further. Edmure's demeanor increasingly resembled that of Varys and Peter, always speaking in veiled terms. A notion to which Ned was gradually becoming accustomed. What progress have you made in your inquiries? Edmure suddenly asked. Did Varys inform you? Ned replied, realizing that the man was indeed a spider with no gaps in his web. After a brief pause, Ned quickly deduced the nature of Edmure's inquiry. The sole matter he was investigating in King's Landing pertained to the Duke of Elysian. As for the Valyrian dagger and the golden-haired youth, there was no avenue to probe. Noticing Edmure's silence, Ned felt compelled, as a brother-in-law, to offer some counsel to his younger counterpart. Varys is a man of profound cunning and deceit. It would be wise for you to keep your distance and not fall prey to his manipulations. However, I must note that Varys is not as reprehensible as you might perceive. Edmure holds no significant animosity towards Varys, and at times, even expresses a degree of admiration for him. Though he is the second greatest instigator in Westeros and employs somewhat underhanded tactics. His ultimate ambition is the peace of the realm and the prosperity of its people, which can be deemed remarkably noble. Ned did not anticipate that Edmure would not only dismiss his words but also defend Varys, indicating a profound influence from him. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate. Being merely a brother-in-law, wary that too many words might provoke Edmure's irritation. Consequently, he recounted to Edmure the findings of his recent inquiries in King's Landing regarding Duke Alan, which greatly reassured Edmure. Ned has grown suspicious that Duke Alan's demise may have been accidental. And he has uncovered information about King Robert's illegitimate son with a blacksmith and an illegitimate daughter from a brothel. However, he has found little else. Upon hearing this, Edmure thought to himself that this would afford him a few more days of tranquility, granting the Rivellans additional time to prepare. After sharing his findings, Ned hoped Edmure might offer some counsel or divulge information regarding Varys, but to his surprise, Edmure remained silent, leaving him perplexed. Thus concluded a conversation that bore no fruit. After which Edmure sought out Mace and his men to assess their arrangements. In the parlor of the Red Keep's Maiders' Holdfast, Tyrion swirled the exquisite goblet of red wine in his hand, gazing at the flaxen-haired noblewoman seated across from him. Are you suggesting that Catelyn has obtained other evidence besides the dagger? Queen Cersei inquired, furrowing her brow at her diminutive brother. That should be the case, Tyrion replied before taking a sip of his wine. Observing his sister's pensive expression, Tyrion's suspicion solidified. Bran's fall from the tower was indeed connected to his sister or brother. And Catelyn had not wronged the Lannisters, while he, her little brother, had nearly faced an undeserved calamity. Did she not mention what the evidence pertained to? Cersei probed after a moment of contemplation. She did not specify, but I am certain she possesses it, and that evidence is likely linked to you, Tyrion asserted confidently. This declaration deepened Cersei's uncertainty. Recollecting the sequence of events, she noted that the child could not recall what transpired, suggesting they would glean nothing from him. Otherwise, Ned would have confronted Robert long ago, leaving them to question what evidence they could possibly hold. I do not comprehend what you or Jaime were doing at the tower. Or did you both go? Tyrion, observing Cersei lost in thought, stumbled upon a troubling possibility. What nonsense are you spouting? What would we be doing there? Cersei retorted, turning her head away. Tyrion had merely intended to probe, but upon witnessing the faint blush that suddenly graced Cersei's profile, he was nearly certain of his suspicion. Then, a shocking thought struck him. Could it be that his brother and sister were concealing such matters from their younger sibling? The notion sprang forth from within him, prompting recollections of the peculiar incidents involving the two of them since his earliest memories. The more he pondered, the more his suspicions deepened, and gradually he became convinced of that dreadful truth. Tyrion was taken aback by the audacity of their actions, while Cersei, perceiving the disquiet in Tyrion's gaze, hastily asserted, "It is not as you think. Nothing has transpired between Jaime and me." How could Tyrion trust his sister Cersei's desperate denials? His thoughts then drifted back to their previous discussions, his eyes involuntarily rising towards the crown of Cersei's head before slowly descending. "What are you staring at?" Cersei exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and fury igniting within her at Tyrion's bold scrutiny. "Are you certain you left nothing behind? As a seasoned veteran, Tyrion quickly recalled the potential evidence that Catelyn might possess. Chapter 33. Dance of Water. Cersei's chest rose and fell in agitation. A tumult of shame and anger mingling with dread. Prompted by Tyrion's reminder, she soon recollected the troubling details. They had indeed overlooked certain aspects. After Bran was pushed, they had hastily departed, and in hindsight, it seemed plausible that, as Tyrion suggested, they had left behind what should not have remained. A more terrifying thought crossed Cersei's mind, and she cast a furtive glance at Tyrion, relieved to find he was not contemplating that direction. Yet, the possibility of Ned discovering the truth loomed ominously, especially as his investigations edged closer to reality. Should he report to Robert, the horrific consequences for her children, and the Lannisters were simply unfathomable. "What else are you concealing from me?" Tyrion inquired, noticing the unusual expression on Cersei's face. He understood that his audacious sister was capable of anything, and it was rare for her to exhibit such fear. "And nothing," Cersei stammered, her anxiety intensifying. She could not allow Tyrion to learn that her carelessness might jeopardize the entire family. Even more so, she could never let their father, Tywin, know. Tywin had always prioritized the family's honor and interests, and the thought of him discovering her affair with Jaime was terrifying. Even now, as queen, she dared not provoke her father's wrath, let alone after having committed such an indiscretion. Resolutely, she decided to resolve the matter herself. Tyrion, not having received the answers he sought from Cersei, felt his concern deepen. He perceived a palpable fear in her eyes, indicative of a situation beyond her control, one that could significantly impact the future of House Lannister, compelling him to tread carefully. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door startled both of them. "Who is it?" Cersei called out, regaining her composure. "Your Grace, there is news," came the reply from outside. Cersei rose to open the door, and a man in golden robes whispered to her, "Edmure has arrived with a small contingent at the Hand's Tower." "Very well, I understand," Cersei responded, closing the door and pacing the room. "Which Edmure?" "Edmure Tully," Tyrion asked, having overheard the exchange. Cersei nodded, revealing her intent to not conceal anything from Tyrion. Troubled by the evidence in Ned's possession, she sought Tyrion's insight. "What brings him to King's Landing? Is he here for the tournament or for some other purpose?" Tyrion inquired, observing Cersei's unease. He had heard of the heir of Riverrun, a contemporary of his, finding him no different from other noble sons, nothing particularly noteworthy. Edmure had sought Ned shortly after his arrival at the Hand's Tower over a month ago. He approached Ned upon his arrival. Tyrion confirmed once more. "Indeed," Cersei affirmed. Tyrion furrowed his brow, pressing further. "How long did he stay?" "A few days in King's Landing. He visited twice, departing 2 days after his arrival," Cersei recalled, reflecting on the previous reports from her informants. 2 days. Tyrion mused, which was approximately the time it took for Catelyn to reach King's Landing. After encountering Catelyn, Tyrion surmised that her departure from the north was indeed to see her husband in King's Landing, and the dagger she mentioned, along with other evidence implicating the Lannisters, was likely delivered to Ned. Once Ned arrived in King's Landing, Edmure sought him out. After Catelyn's departure, he too left the city, suggesting he might have crossed paths with her. What role did he play in this affair? Was he merely visiting family? Or had he been dispatched by Duke Housler of Riverrun? It was hard for Tyrion to believe that Edmure, a nobleman of privilege, engaged himself in the series of events that had transpired. A young lord would hardly ponder such complexities, and with his intellect, he hardly qualified to be involved. The true threat lay with that old rascal, Housler. After dinner, Arya eagerly took Edmure to the small hall to showcase her training progress. Before she began her swordplay, Arya handed Edmure a wooden sword, stating, "Although this sword is made of wood, it is filled with lead, making it quite heavy. I struggled for 3 days to wield it with one hand." "Indeed, it is quite heavy. Can you truly manage it with one hand, my dear girl?" Edmure questioned, somewhat incredulous. "I am 11 years old, not a little girl," Arya protested, her eyes wide as she gazed at her uncle. With that, she reclaimed the wooden sword, gracefully assuming a standard starting position. Sirius, the swordsman, said that people are made of water. When pierced, the water flows out, and one perishes. As she spoke, Arya executed a forward thrust, her blade quivering slightly. Unsatisfied with her attempt, she twirled gracefully, declaring, "As still as a shadow." Suddenly, she delivered a swift side slash, announcing, "As quick as a rabbit, light as a feather." Arya continued, stepping forward on her toes and simultaneously delivering dual slashes. She positioned the sword before her. Meeting her uncle's gaze, Tyrion said one must envision oneself as a sword to achieve the unity of man and blade. Admiral clapped in delight. Surprised at how adeptly Arya had trained in such a short time, she truly was a prodigy destined for assassination. The dance of water belonged to the Braavosi assassin's swordsmanship, akin in theory to the sword arts of ancient China. Do you wish to grow stronger? To possess the might of a boy, swifter speed, and sharper instincts? Admiral inquired as he approached Arya. Both Luwin and Marco had already mastered the breathing technique, indicating its applicability. Admiral was certainly willing to share this knowledge with his niece. Moreover, Arya possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship, and thus, Admiral sought to enhance her natural gifts. Indeed, I wish to. But did you not say I was unsuited for knightly swordsmanship? Arya replied, her excitement evident, though a hint of confusion crossed her features as she recalled Admiral's earlier words. I speak not of sword techniques, but of a different form of physical training. Is that true? It will not hinder my practice of the dance of water. During this time of training, Arya had grown fond of the dance of water. Just as Admiral had predicted, she was exceptionally suited for this style. And she did not wish for any new training methods to interfere with her progress. Not only does it not hinder the dance of water, but it will also expedite your mastery of it. Admiral reassured her. So when do we commence? Arya inquired, her impatience palpable. Wait a moment, I will summon your father. Will he be unable to do it as well? Arya was acutely aware of Ned's swordsmanship. How could there be a technique he could not master? She had believed that the breathing method was a unique sword technique. This is a training method of my own invention. I have yet to teach it to your father. Chapter 34. The Swordsman's Brigade. Ned's prowess in swordsmanship was unparalleled. It was likely that Admiral would not stand a chance against him without resorting to brute force. While the breathing technique could not solely determine Ned's fate in King's Landing, it might very well save his life at a crucial moment, especially with his enhanced sword skills. Upon learning that it was her uncle's original training method, Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she was yet to comprehend the nature of this technique, the mere fact that it was a novel approach to training was remarkable. After leaving the small hall, Admiral knocked on Ned's door and directly stated his purpose for visiting. When Ned heard that Admiral had devised a unique method for internal training, he was taken aback and found it hard to believe the miraculous effects Admiral described. Westeros boasted a history of over 10,000 years, during which various swordsmanship techniques had emerged, such as knightly swordplay, Arya's newly learned water dance, Doran's spear techniques, and the Unsullied's mastery of the spear. These methods had remained unchanged for millennia, and the notion that Admiral had created a new internal training technique left Ned deeply skeptical. A fortnight prior, I had imparted the breathing technique to Miko and his companions, and now 2 of them had successfully cultivated a cyclone. With the establishment of this cyclone, their physical strength, endurance, speed, and bone density would gradually improve, alongside enhanced vision and hearing capabilities. Observing Ned's disbelief, Admiral introduced Miko and his comrades, detailing the benefits of the breathing technique. Only upon realizing that not just Admiral but also his students had experienced its advantages did Ned's skepticism begin to wane. Arya, overhearing that 2 others had also cultivated the extraordinary cyclone, eagerly urged Admiral to teach her as well. Before instructing them, Admiral insisted that both Miko and Arya take an oath, specifically cautioning Arya against divulging the technique to anyone, including her own instructor, Tyrion. Following the method he had taught Miko and the others, they would first learn to count before practicing the breathing technique. 3 hours later, after a session of teaching and practice, Admiral planned to instruct a dozen or so of his guards in the breathing technique the following day. These guards had been meticulously selected to accompany him. They were loyal, discreet, and trustworthy, and Admiral was preparing to form a formidable swordsman's brigade. The next day, with ample time on his hands, Admiral practiced swordsmanship in the small hall alongside his guards, while Arya remained at a distance, ensuring their training sessions did not interfere with one another. Since Admiral's advancement, Rorvi was no longer a match for him, yet he remained a worthy sparring partner. Rorvi had also received good news the previous night. He had finally cultivated a cyclone. As night fell, the doors at both ends of the small hall were securely shut, and Admiral led a dozen individuals, including Ned and Arya, in synchronizing their practice of the breathing technique. The guards Admiral had brought were already aware of what the tall man, Lu and his companions, were secretly training in. They looked upon the visibly stronger Lu and his comrades with immense envy, and now, it was finally their turn to train, filling them with excitement. With the transition from assisting 3 individuals to now overseeing a dozen, Edmure felt an immense increase in pressure, unable to attend to each person individually. While the rhythmic clapping benefited everyone, it was impossible for Edmure to monitor each individual's airflow and breathing patterns closely. He could only provide general guidance, with Ned and Arya receiving the most instruction. Observing the small hall, where only Malco, the Ned father-daughter duo, and a few others were present, Edmure found himself pondering the extent to which the remaining individuals could harmonize without his direct guidance, and how long it would take them to cultivate their own vortex. Yet, this was a predicament beyond his control. He simply could not muster the energy to instruct each and every one of them. Even Malco and the others had recently taken to self-study, seeking his correction only every few days. The rest of the participants were afforded no such privilege, receiving guidance from Edmure only during collective training sessions. In 2 days, the martial arts competition was set to commence. Edmure and Ned, accompanied by more than 20 individuals, departed from the Red Keep, traversing the river road towards the far end of King's Landing. The competition venue lay on a vast expanse of land in the southwest corner of the city, necessitating their passage through the bustling streets of King's Landing. Shensa, alongside her close friend Jenny and sister Mo Dan, traveled in a beautifully crafted pale yellow palanquin, while Ned, Edmure, and Arya rode horses in their wake. Jenny, a year younger than Shensa and the same age as Arya, was the daughter of Winterfell's steward, having grown up alongside Shensa in Winterfell, and had come to King's Landing for the event. Initially, Arya had no intention of attending the martial arts competition, as it would expose her to faces she despised. However, upon learning that her uncle Edmure would be present, even participating himself, she decided to join. Throughout the journey, Arya engaged Edmure in conversation about her recent practice of breathing techniques, inquiring about her grasp of the timing and any uncertainties she encountered during her training. Upon discovering the myriad benefits of the breathing technique and the wondrous vortex it could produce in her abdomen, her enthusiasm soared, leading her to wish for daily practice of both the water dance and the breathing method. Yet, when she learned that daily practice should be limited to no more than 2 hours, as excess would yield no further gains, she reluctantly acquiesced. After instructing Arya for 2 days, Edmure noted her remarkable aptitude. Not only did she excel in the water dance, but she also displayed a keen intuition for the breathing technique. Her mastery of timing was significantly superior to that of her peers, compelling Edmure to acknowledge that a certain innate talent for the breathing method might indeed exist. As they exited the Red Keep and journeyed onward, Shensa and her companions began to regret their choice to travel by palanquin. The closer they approached the city center, the more congested it became. Twice, the bearers nearly stumbled while maneuvering through the throngs, prompting startled gasps from the ladies. Despite Ned and the others on horseback encircling the palanquin, they could not fully shield it from the bustling crowd. Ned was compelled to instruct Jory to lead the way, calling out to clear a path. This tactic proved highly effective. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's arrival, the common folk hurriedly stepped aside, and even the nobles temporarily paused, allowing Ned and his entourage to pass. Observing the startled crowd, Ned felt a twinge of remorse. The competition was orchestrated due to his influence, and he had not wished to draw such attention. However, for the sake of his daughter, he felt it necessary to exert a modicum of authority, granting Edmure a taste of the privileges associated with his status. Upon reaching the Mount Gate, the throngs of pedestrians multiplied, with some even opting to circumvent the city walls to reach the competition venue. Yet, the exterior roads were muddy and unsuitable for palanquin transport, prompting Edmure and his party to persist along the crowded river road. Past the Mount Gate, they encountered more nobles accompanied by guards and family members, converging from various thoroughfares, making the passage exceedingly congested. Just then, they spotted a contingent of around 10 riders ahead on Steel Street, brandishing a black lightning flag, attempting to merge into the river road. The approaching Ned's party showed no inclination to halt. It was not until the young nobleman, draped in a cloak of black and gold, heard Jory's exclamation regarding the imminent arrival of the Prime Minister that he hastily reined in his steed, nearly colliding with the attendant behind him, which elicited a chorus of neighs from the horses. Chapter 35, Familiar Strangers. Lord Stark, I had no idea it was your party. My sincerest apologies. Please, do proceed. The young nobleman slightly bowed. Are you the Beric Dondarrion from Blackport? Ned inquired politely, pulling on the reins without haste. Ned's words astonished Edmure. He had not anticipated that the somewhat flamboyant noble before him would turn out to be the future Lord of Lightning, the man resurrected 6 times by the Red Priest. Indeed, it is I. Beric replied joyfully upon being recognized by Ned. although his lands lay in the southern borders of Dorne, under the jurisdiction of House Baratheon. He greatly admired Ned and sought to make a name for himself in the Seven Kingdoms through this tournament. Are you also here to participate in the tournament? Ned continued. My lord, I aim to win the championship, Beric declared, puffing out his chest adorned with gleaming silver armor, his gaze resolute. Quite commendable. Come, walk with me. Ned's spirits lifted at the sight of such an invigorated young man. Beric eagerly joined Ned's entourage as they moved past him. After nearly an hour, the two parties finally passed through the King's Gate, emerging from the city of King's Landing, their surroundings suddenly brightening. A collective sigh of relief was heard. Beyond the city walls, an array of noble banners and colorful streamers danced in the breeze, while knights in their resplendent armor stood amid the fluttering flags, transforming the tournament grounds into a scene of unprecedented grandeur. Along the banks of the Blackwater River and in the open fields beyond, tents of various sizes dotted the landscape. The three tournament arenas were already thronged with the citizens of King's Landing and visitors from distant realms across the Seven Kingdoms. Witnessing such a lively spectacle, Arya's large, beautiful eyes widened in wonder. Fortunately, she had not stayed home out of a desire to avoid Joffrey and Queen Cersei, otherwise, she would have surely regretted it. As the sedan chair came to a halt, Sansa and Jenny eagerly emerged, unable to contain their excitement. This is even more magnificent than the books described, Sansa exclaimed in awe. She then glanced around, asking, Father, where shall we sit? Will we be with Joffrey and the others? Sansa's inquiry darkened Ned's previously bright mood. Let us move inside. Realizing that he would not be able to sit with Ned's party, Beric reluctantly took his leave to find his own place. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Sansa soon spotted Joffrey and Queen Cersei, resplendent in their fineries upon a raised platform, eliciting both shyness and concern within her. Since the incident where Joffrey had been bitten by the dire of Nymeria, he had scarcely acknowledged her, leaving Sansa uncertain whether her beloved Joffrey still harbored resentment toward her and Arya. Ned, accompanied by Edmure and his two daughters, Jenny and the Septa, made their way toward the platform, while Miko and other guards led the horses toward the distant stables, preparing to either participate in the tournament or seek a prime vantage point. Miko, along with the tall man Luwin and two other guards, had registered for the jousting tournament. They had initially considered entering as a team but abandoned the idea upon learning that Edmure would also be competing. Besides the captain of the guard, Jory, 3 others from Ned's party were prepared to take part in the tournament. Gazing at the grandstand erected outside the tournament arena, amidst the jubilant throngs of spectators, Edmure was reminded of the Roman Colosseum. Given Robert's fervor for hosting such tournaments, it would be far more prudent to construct an arena here, allowing for endless spectacles of combat at leisure. As he approached the grandstand, Edmure recognized several unfamiliar figures. Among them was the diminutive Tyrion, seated not far from Joffrey. He appeared younger than Edmure had anticipated, yet carried an air of age far surpassing that of his contemporaries. Beside Joffrey sat Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, his face marred by burns and his sparse hair a stark contrast to his fiery complexion. At the center of the high platform, beneath a sunshade, sat King Robert, adorned with a golden crown, alongside the striking yet frosty Queen Cersei. Behind Robert stood the iron-willed commander of the King's Guard, Ser Barristan Selmy, whose graying hair belied his upright posture. Nearby, in resplendent golden armor and a silver cloak, stood the handsome Kingslayer, Jaime, poised with his sword, turning his gaze elsewhere. Edmure began to form conjectures in his mind. Once seated in the designated area, he observed Sansa casting glances towards Joffrey. The young king, however, remained oblivious to Sansa's eager gaze, instead casting a disdainful glare in Arya's direction, which instantly extinguished Sansa's earlier excitement, leaving her with a sullen expression as she stared at the tournament preparations, disregarding her chattering companion, Jane. Ned's arrival not only drew Joffrey's attention but also that of King Robert, Queen Cersei, Tyrion, and even Robert's brother Renly Baratheon, along with various court officials such as Maester Pycelle and Varys. While Ned's position at hand of the king warranted attention, many were also intrigued by Edmure, this unfamiliar visage. Some had already disowned his presence in King's Landing, speculating whether he had come to partake in the tournament or for other motives, while others remained oblivious to his identity. King Robert regarded Edmure with a sense of familiarity, eventually recalling him as the brother of Catelyn Stark and the heir of House Tully of Riverrun. After offering a warm smile to the familiar faces in the vicinity, Edmure settled onto the bench, yet those who met his smile bore varied thoughts, some even puzzled. Tyrion furrowed his brow, reflecting on a conversation with his sister Cersei from 2 days prior, her palpable fear unsettling him. He had hoped to glean some insight from Edmure's countenance, yet was met with a smile that felt both familiar and bizarre. Familiarity was not true familiarity, and the oddity of it was indeed genuine. They had crossed paths a few years prior, yet could hardly be deemed acquainted. Edmure's smile, however, seemed to convey the warmth of an old friend long unseen, leaving Tyrion with an unsettling feeling. Though Tyrion held a certain fondness for Edmure, appreciating his character and intellect, their current positions were adversarial. Before Tyrion fell victim to the machinations of his father Tywin and sister Cersei, he had been a true Lannister. And now he found himself wary of Edmure, mindful of the larger implications in their intricate web of relations. Not only Tyrion and Cersei harbor thoughts about Edmure, but also Varys, the Master of Whispers, who has frequently served as a shield for Edmure, and Petyr Baelish, who feels an unsettling apprehension at Edmure's return. As the Master of Whispers, Varys learned of Edmure's arrival in King's Landing more than half a month ago, even before Baelish and Cersei. He is privy to the actions taken by Edmure both prior to his arrival and after his return to the Riverlands. Although he comprehends Edmure's intentions, he is perplexed by certain actions and their underlying motivations. The cultivation of crops and the use of compost are aimed at enhancing agricultural yield. The hunting appears to be genuinely intended to protect the harvest from descending beasts that threaten the farmers. Yet, why did Edmure specifically request those soldiers to acquire wilderness survival skills? Chapter 36, Doubts. Moreover, he surveyed the borders, prompting the steward to procure grain from the Chong supply. Although the pretext for gathering provisions was the impending arrival of late summer and the harshness of winter, Varys sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Coupled with his investigations along the frontier, Varys detected a faint whiff of impending warfare. Was it possible that he had already sensed the approach of conflict and was thus preparing in advance? Yet, Varys recalled distinctly that he had traversed the boundary with the Westlands before Ned's arrival in King's Landing. At that time, even Ned seemed oblivious to any signs of war. How could a young lord, preoccupied with indulgence, anticipate the necessity for military readiness? The most plausible explanation was that he was acting under the directive of his father, Duke Host, which would account for his unusual behavior. Furthermore, Varys had yet to uncover one crucial detail. Edmure appeared to be imparting a unique skill and training method to his guards. The specifics eluded him, but it seemed that Edmure had compelled those learning from him to take a stringent oath. This secrecy made Varys, who prided himself on being well-informed, exceedingly uncomfortable. In contrast, Petyr Baelish's speculations regarding Edmure were no less pronounced than Varys's. Upon witnessing Tyrion's safe return and learning of his encounter with Catelyn at the inn, Petyr was taken aback. Given his understanding of Catelyn and her excessive concern following Bran's incident, it was inconceivable that she would allow the mastermind behind her son's attempted murder to escape unscathed. Moreover, the circumstances were decidedly favorable for Catelyn. At her command, her father's vassals would readily assist in apprehending or slaying Tyrion. Yet, she merely engaged in a brief conversation with him, nothing more. Pondering this perplexity, Petyr recalled the ominous conversation among Catelyn, Ned, and himself in the brothel room on that fateful day. He had felt an unsettling premonition then, and upon learning of Tyrion's safe return, he became increasingly convinced that their dialogue had contained elements detrimental to his schemes. However, he was intimately familiar with the three individuals present, a matter in which he held considerable confidence. He could not fathom what topic could possibly disrupt his plans. Naturally, he had not anticipated the encounter between Tyrion and Catelyn at the inn. He had merely sought to sow discord between House Stark and House Lannister, hoping to incite mutual strife at a pivotal moment. He had contemplated the possibility of Catelyn dispatching forces to capture Tyrion upon her return to the north. Yet he had not foreseen their meeting at the inn or the extraordinary opportunity she had squandered. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. In his ruminations, he recalled the source of his earlier foreboding, the sudden emergence of Edmure. Though he was 7 years Edmure's senior and had not grown up alongside him, they had shared childhood moments as companions. Petyr had never regarded the carefree and obstinate young lord from Riverrun with any seriousness. Instead, he harbored a lingering resentment towards him, a sentiment that had persisted since their youth. Logically, such a person should possess neither the capacity nor the inclination to disrupt his plans. Yet now Petyr found himself questioning his own judgments. Behind Edmure, Petyr silently observed, intent on closely watching the proceedings. The tournament commenced with a jousting event. The arena, measuring approximately 6 to 7 meters in width and over 60 meters in length, divided by wooden stakes in the center. During the contest, two knights stood on opposite sides, wielding wooden lances, charging towards each other over the central barrier. Jousting was the favored combat style of the heavy cavalry in Westeros, where knights wielded nearly 3-meter-long spears to charge into enemy formations, toppling opponents and disrupting battle lines. However, in the tournament, the knights utilized hollow wooden lances, designed to shatter upon impact, minimizing the risk of serious injury to those struck. At that moment, servants were busily clearing the grounds in preparation for the impending competition. Edmure possessed a foundational knowledge of jousting, yet his skills paled in comparison to his swordsmanship, although he had practiced jousting during his leisure. The majority of his time was consumed by travels between Riverrun and King's Landing, leaving him with scant opportunity for consistent training. Consequently, he did not wish to face seasoned jousters and opted to participate solely in the team event. Minutes later, as King Robert indulged in his 10th cup of red wine beneath the draped royal platform and entered a semi-dazed state, the tournament was announced to commence. The first combatant was Loras, the Knight of Flowers, son of the Protector of the Rich, clad in gleaming silver armor adorned with intricate patterns. He captivated the hearts of nearly all the young maidens present with his strikingly handsome visage. Even the beauty-obsessed Sansa managed to shake off her earlier displeasure upon seeing Joffrey, smiling as she beheld Loras enter the arena. Opposing Loras was a knight from Dorne, donned in dull, dark blue armor, yet brimming with determination. His gaze fixed on Loras as if searching for an opening. With a blare of trumpets, the steeds surged forward, hoofs pounding the ground as both knights steadied their wooden lances in their right hands, launching their attacks at the precise moment they passed each other. Loras skillfully maneuvered his shield to deflect the incoming lance, simultaneously turning to thrust his own weapon into the ribcage of his opponent. The force of the impact sent the Dornish knight tumbling from his horse, clutching his left side in agony, his expression revealing the likelihood of a broken rib. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the spectators as Loras rode towards the royal platform, bowing gracefully before King Robert and Queen Cersei. Raising his goblet, Robert smiled and nodded in approval towards Loras. In the second round, Ned's captain of the guards, Jory, faced a member of House Frye from the twins, only to be bested in 2 rounds. The jousting match followed an elimination format, and Jory succumbed to a wandering knight in his second bout. In the 4th round, Edmure beheld the formidable mountain, a behemoth towering at 2.4 meters, with arms as thick as his thighs. The knight who drew the mountain knew of his fearsome reputation and resigned himself to misfortune, losing in the very first round. However, over an hour later, he realized just how fortunate he truly was, for a knight from the Vale met a grim fate, struck in the throat during his match with the mountain, dying on the spot. Mark and the towering Lou took to the stage one after the other, both showcasing commendable performances. Mark triumphed in 2 consecutive matches, only to face misfortune in the 3rd against the formidable Hound, Sandor, resulting in his defeat. Lou, on the other hand, succumbed in the 2nd round to a skilled opponent from the west. The future Lightning King, Beric, after securing victory in 2 rounds, ultimately faced defeat, thus bringing his quest for the championship to an end. The Kingslayer, Jaime, along with Robert's brother, Lancel, and the seasoned commander of the Kingsguard, Barristan, also participated in the tournament, achieving notable results. However, only Jaime managed to endure and reach the final 4. Chapter 37. A nest worse than a nest. The other members of the Kingsguard also participated in the tournament, yet their performances were progressively dismal. 3 were unseated in the first round, while the remaining 2 managed to secure only 1 victory before their tournament journey concluded. This prompted astonished remarks from the nobles in the stands and the surrounding populace regarding the lackluster abilities of this year's Kingsguard. Among those who reached the semifinals were Sandor Clegane, the brothers Gregor and Sandor Mountain, and Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a somewhat inebriated King Robert declared the jousting temporarily halted, to resume the following day. The nobles, having endured a day of hunger with merely bread and water at midday, eagerly awaited the grand banquet hosted by the king in the evening. By the shores of the Blackwater, 5 yak were roasted to a golden crisp, slathered in butter and honey. A long table was laden with fresh plums, peaches, and apples, alongside bacon pies, venison stew, fine red wine, and dark beer. The nobles, having shed their heavy armor post-competition, gathered at the table, raising their goblets in camaraderie. Mace sat beside Edmure, animatedly discussing the day's tournament while indulging in the feast. Arya listened intently, wishing fervently to partake in the competition herself. Sansa had long since dismissed the morning as melancholy caused by Joffrey's indifference, sharing pastries with her friend Jaime as they admired the splendidly attired young nobles and knights, her eyes sparkling with delight. Jaime, of Sansa's age, began to fantasize about which of these lords and knights might be her princely savior. Ser Edmure, I did not expect to see you here in King's Landing. Yet. Why have you not participated in the tournament? A voice suddenly interrupted their revelry, addressing Edmure. Turning, he was met by the sight of the diminutive Tyrion Lannister. Momentarily uncertain whether to remain seated or rise. However, out of courtesy, he stood and replied, Tyrion, I did not anticipate your swift return from the wall. As for the tournament, you shall witness my entry tomorrow. Edmure had not yet inherited the title of Duke from Hosthor, and as the son of Tywin, Tyrion was not bound to the formalities that others observed. Moreover, Tyrion was not even a knight, so Edmure felt no compulsion to address him with titles of nobility. Opting instead for his name. I owe my prompt return to your sister's leniency, Tyrion remarked, keenly observing Edmure's expression. Have you seen my mother? Is she well? Before Edmure could respond, Arya interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Sansa, engaged in conversation with Jaime, was also drawn to Tyrion's words and turned to him. Mace regarded Tyrion's arrival with some surprise. Recalling the tales of war he had heard from Edmure and the events involving the Lannisters and Starks since arriving in King's Landing. His gaze toward Tyrion tinged with subtle hostility. Your mother appears quite well. I believe she is currently navigating the neck, Tyrion replied, directing his gaze towards Arya. Mother is coming to King's Landing. Arya and Sansa asked in unison. She departed King's Landing long ago. Surely, you have not encountered her? Tyrion inquired, feigning ignorance as he discerned from the girls' expressions that they had not seen Catelyn. Father Ned has gone to see the king. Arya and Sansa turned their gazes towards their uncle Edmure, seeking the truth from him. Tyrion, my sister Catelyn has always been benevolent. Besides, have you not committed any wrongdoing? Edmure sensed the ill intentions behind Tyrion's visit. The two girls discerned the unusual nature of their mother's arrival in King's Landing from the conversation between Edmure and Tyrion, choosing to listen quietly rather than inquire further. Edmure's response momentarily startled Tyrion, who had intended to probe Edmure's purpose in coming to King's Landing, hoping to glean information regarding the evidence Ned possessed. Instead, he found himself confronted with Edmure's unexpected perspective on him. So you believe it must be my fault as a Lannister? Despite being taken aback by Edmure's perception, Tyrion did not abandon his line of questioning. Are you certain you are a true Lannister? Edmure's words hinted at Tyrion's estrangement from his family. What do you mean? Tyrion's expression shifted slightly. He had once questioned his own identity. Born of the same mother, Cersei and Jaime were strikingly beautiful, while he was a dwarf with mismatched eyes. A conundrum he struggled to comprehend. However, as he gradually adapted to his father Tywin's attitude towards him, he ceased to doubt. His father must desire to prove that he was not his biological son more than anyone else, and lacking evidence, he comfortably embraced the role of a debauched Lannister heir. Now, Edmure's insinuation about his Lannister identity left Tyrion perplexed rather than angry. I merely believe you differ from your father and Jaime, Edmure stated candidly. Is that so? I share that sentiment, Tyrion retorted, mistaking Edmure's remark as an affront to his physique, glancing down at his short limbs. After speaking, Tyrion regarded Edmure with diminished respect, thinking it beneath him to mock his condition with such triviality, oblivious to the fact that such taunts had long lost their sting. Noticing Tyrion's misunderstanding, Edmure refrained from further explanation, as there was little he could say. I wish you success in tomorrow's group competition. With nothing more to discuss, Tyrion raised his cup in a casual toast with Edmure, took a sip of wine, and turned towards the royal seating. What was he here for? As soon as Tyrion departed, Mikko inquired of Edmure. Do not underestimate the intellect of the imp. As a Lannister, and having narrowly escaped being captured by Catelyn, he must have begun plotting concerning the conflict between the lions and the wolves. Uncle, did mother truly come to King's Landing? With Mikko deep in thought and silent, Arya could no longer restrain her curiosity. She visited over a fortnight ago due to pressing matters, but she was unable to see you both at that time. Edmure explained on behalf of Catelyn. Arya and Sansa understood that Edmure's assertion of time constraints was merely an excuse. Their mother must have had compelling reasons for not meeting them. Moreover, the earlier conversation between Tyrion and Edmure was undoubtedly of significant relevance to the situation. They subtly sensed that beyond the discord arising from Joffrey's biting incident, there were other underlying issues exacerbating the rift between their families and the Lannisters. Arya turned her gaze towards the royal direction, her heart swelling with loathing for Joffrey and Queen Cersei. Sansa also glanced at Joffrey's position, her mind filled with apprehension regarding the potential ramifications on her betrothal to him. As Edmure sipped his drink and observed the cordial interactions among the various lords and nobles, He couldn't help but speculate on how long such superficial relations could endure. When the time came for them to clash on the battlefield, would they still remember the harmonious scene of camaraderie shared over drinks during the tournament's festivities? Chapter 38. Unwelcome arrivals lost in thought. He was drawn to the sight of a large bald man amidst the crowd, recalling how he had often used Varys as a shield in front of Ned, yet had failed to share a drink with him at the banquet, which seemed rather unjustifiable. Ned, being in the king's company, might also harbor some doubts because of this. Allowing Marco to drink for a while, Edmure raised his goblet and approached Varys with a smile, saying, "Lord Varys, your concern for the realm is commendable. You must be exceedingly busy of late." Turning to Edmure, Varys appeared utterly astonished. "My Lord Edmure, I did not expect to see you here in King's Landing." As Edmure drew nearer, Varys initially assumed he was seeking someone else, but his surprise was unmistakably genuine. "Such a lively scene, I certainly could not miss it. Especially with such generous rewards at stake. I have even entered the team melee scheduled for tomorrow," Edmure continued enthusiastically. Team melee? Varys was taken aback once more. He had not anticipated that Edmure would forsake the jousting competition in favor of the team event. The honor of winning the team melee paled in comparison to that of jousting, with modest prizes. And the chaotic nature of a brawl involving 40 or 50 participants posed a significant risk of injury factors that deterred many nobles from participating. He could not fathom why Edmure, as a guardian heir, would take such a risk. "You are aware that the Riverlands do not possess the wealth of Lord Tywin's lands, nor do they compare to the affluence of the River Bay. My vassals struggle to meet their taxes, leaving me to devise my own means of earning some golden dragons," Edmure lamented to Varys. Listening to Edmure's grievances, Varys' smooth, plump face displayed a myriad of expressions. Indeed, the Riverlands, as he described, lacked the prosperity of the Westlands and River Bay, yet they boasted fertile lands rivaling those of the River Bay. The lives of the vassals were certainly not as dire as Edmure suggested. As for the taxes, that could only be attributed to the incompetence of the father and son duo, who could not even collect basic revenue. Naturally, he could not voice these thoughts aloud and instead replied, "The team melee is a mixed affair. Do exercise caution lest you be harmed by mercenaries and wandering knights whose only concern is gold." As he spoke, he extended his soft, pale hand to rest upon Edmure's shoulder. A shiver ran down Edmure's spine, prompting him to subtly shift away. "May your little bird soar ever higher and grow ever more astute. I shall now join my niece." Sensing the faint scent of powder from Varys and observing those delicate hands, Edmure felt no desire to linger any longer. As he watched Edmure's retreating figure, Varys pondered the words spoken before his departure, speculating on the true reason for Edmure's approach. Could it be a warning? Suddenly, another possibility struck him as he glanced toward the royal party, meeting the scrutinizing gazes of Cersei and Tyrion. Was this the true purpose of his arrival? Varys felt a swirl of uncertainty. Had not Hoster failed to recognize even the most familiar faces? How could he have plotted against himself? Regarding Edmure's unexpected appearance, Varys could only surmise that the mastermind behind it all was the bedridden Duke Hoster. As for Edmure, despite the apparent changes in him, he did not strike Varys as particularly cunning. Edmure could hardly fathom that a mere encounter over drinks would provoke such contemplation in Varys. His warning had been a spontaneous thought, although he did not expect to conceal his actions in the Riverlands from everyone. He was unwilling to allow Varys to probe freely while pretending to be oblivious. Upon returning to Arya, Edmure took her and Sansa to witness a juggling and clown performance, with the riverside banquet lasting an indulgent 4 hours. After spending some time with Robert, Ned returned to his daughters, enjoying a segment of riverside song and dance before heading back to the Tower of the Hand. In the Riverlands, it was once again time to inspect the compost. Archel and Abel eagerly wielded their shovels to unearth the compost pits, inhaling deeply to detect any odor. Initially, there was merely a faint stench. As they continued to dig, the odor diminished, revealing an abundance of white mycelium and finely crumbled dark brown fertilizer, with the moisture being just right, an unmistakable sign of successful composting as Edmure had described. "Let us examine the other 2 pits," Archel exclaimed to Abel, who promptly began to excavate the adjacent compost pit. The latter 2 pits had not decomposed well during their last excavation, prompting them to adjust the material ratios. Upon uncovering both pits, they found neither had yielded results as favorable as the first. A closer inspection revealed that one would require additional time to mature, while the other needed further adjustments in the material composition, necessitating the addition of straw, leaves, and other green manures. After covering the compost piles, They scooped 4 baskets of fertilizer from the first pit, transporting it to the plot of land Edmure referred to as the experimental field. This land was divided into 3 sections, each sown with corn, oats, and peas. They apportioned the fertilizer appropriately among the 3 fields, anticipating that a comparison after some time would reveal discernible growth differences. Although the experiment was still in progress, they could already infer that the fertilizer's potency would be considerable. In the morning, at the tournament grounds, the servants conducted a thorough inspection of the barriers and the arena, signaling to Robert that the competition could commence. Observing Robert, who had recovered entirely from last night's inebriation, Edmure could not help but admire his remarkable tolerance for alcohol and robust constitution. The first contenders to enter the arena were Sandor, the Hound, and Jaime, the Kingslayer. Sandor donned his well-worn, black and grey armor, his grim visage concealed beneath a dog-headed helm as he bowed to Robert. In stark contrast, Jaime's armor was resplendent, glistening with gold plating and adorned with a white patterned crown emblazoned on his chest. "I wager on Jaime to win 100 golden dragons," bellowed Tyrion, the imp, who consistently backed Jaime in these tournaments. "I'm in," replied Lancel, the king's brother, with a smile, his satin attire accentuating his demeanor. "Count me in as well." Edmure turned to Tyrion, seizing the opportunity. Tyrion, taken aback by Edmure's willingness to wager, smirked and nodded in acknowledgement. Ned and Arya, seated beside Edmure, exchanged surprised glances. "Uncle, that's 100 golden dragons. The Hound is Joffrey's servant. How could he dare to confront Joffrey's uncle?" Arya analyzed the situation for Edmure. "The Hound pays no heed to the identity of the regicide. He stands a chance of securing victory and claiming the 40,000 golden dragons," Edmure remarked with a smile. Observing Arya's earnest demeanor, "The Hound claiming the championship. He could never best his brother, the Mountain." Arya analyzed once more. Nearby, Ned and the other nobles, overhearing their discussion, silently nodded in agreement with Arya's assessment. After witnessing the Mountain's formidable power, they all deemed that colossal figure nearly invincible. Even the gifted knight Loras would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over him. Perhaps the Hound's fortune might favor him, Edmure conceded without contesting Arya's viewpoint. "I wager you the Hound will not secure victory," a voice, cold in tone, suddenly interjected. Chapter 39. Astonishing discovery. Edmund was taken aback to discover it was Peter Baelish, who surprisingly was still determined to make a point. "I wager," Peter declared, though Edmund harbored uncertainties about the Hound's capacity to triumph. He could not back down now and boldly replied, 1,000 golden dragons. Peter's substantial wager elicited gasps from the onlookers, drawing the attention of Sandor and Jaime, who were about to clash, as they turned to see how Edmund would respond. Edmund regarded Peter with amusement, sensing this was perhaps the authentic Peter. "I'm in," he replied without hesitation. Upon hearing his affirmative response, the surrounding nobles erupted with excitement, quickly redirecting their focus back to the arena, as this duel was now intertwined with a considerable sum of money at stake. Ned, puzzled, glanced between Peter and his nephew Edmund, astonished by the intensity of their rivalry. 1,000 golden dragons was no trifling amount. Even in Winterfell, he would deliberate extensively before parting with such a fortune. "Oh!" The crowd gasped as Ned turned back to see that Sandor's shield had failed to entirely protect him from Jaime's lance, striking him squarely in the chest, causing him to sway precariously in the saddle. However, he quickly regained his balance, leaning forward to steady himself. The first round concluded without a victor, and both men readied themselves for another charge. Sandor, having learned from his previous lesson, adeptly positioned his shield to guard against Jaime's thrusts and lunged fiercely. The two lances met in a clash of wood and steel. Sandor's lance found its mark on the inside, deflecting Jaime's weapon while simultaneously striking his helm. The force of the impact sent Jaime reeling backward, and the inertia of his horse propelled him to the ground before he could recover. His head struck the hard ground outside the arena, and as he attempted to remove his helmet, he found it had been dented in such a way that it clung stubbornly to his head. Struggling to dislodge it only threw him further off balance, and he tumbled toward the crowd. The spectators hurriedly cleared a path, and Jaime landed squarely in the damp earth. Robert, who had just taken a sip of wine, erupted in laughter at the sight of Jaime flailing like a headless chicken, spewing his drink in the process. His boisterous laughter resonated throughout the tournament grounds. Sitting beside Robert, Joffrey had never witnessed his dashing uncle in such a disheveled state and joined in his father's raucous laughter, wholly unaware of the embarrassment he was inflicting upon his own father. The audience, charmed by Robert's mirth, could hardly believe that the blood-soaked and thrilling tournament could offer such a comical spectacle. Even the ever-serious Ned could not suppress a chuckle, convinced that this moment would inspire ballads sung throughout the Seven Kingdoms. After stumbling twice, Jaime was finally helped to his feet, but the individuals assisting him found themselves unable to remove his ornate gilded helmet. Robert was left with no choice but to send 2 of his darts to the blacksmith, seeking assistance. Imagining Jaime's head resting on the anvil caused Robert to erupt into laughter once more. Remember to advise the blacksmith to refrain from using fire to roast, lest he scorch the golden hair of the Lannisters and mar the handsome visage of the Kingslayer. The Queen would undoubtedly not forgive him. Robert's remark elicited a hearty laugh from the assembly. Listening to Robert's unrestrained jests, Ned found himself chuckling along, sharing Robert's disdain for the Lannisters. Yet, amidst the laughter, he suddenly froze. Under his gaze, Prince Joffrey, seated opposite Robert, laughed heartily at his father's jest, as did his sister Marcella and brother Tommen, who sat beside him, giggling incessantly. Stunned, Ned began to mutter Lannister golden hair. The first thought that crossed his mind was the golden locks Catelyn had handed him, discovered atop the remnants of Bran's fall. However, he knew that was not the source of his bewilderment. He then recalled the substantial tome he had obtained from the student Pycelle, titled The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. He had perused that weighty book meticulously, vividly remembering several passages that detailed Stannis Baratheon, dark-haired; Renly Baratheon, dark-haired; Robert Baratheon, dark-haired; Joffrey Baratheon, golden-haired. Robert's illegitimate son in King's Landing also bore dark hair, yet all 3 of Robert's legitimate children surrounding him on the dais were golden-haired. Ned was reminded of the last words of the former Hand of the King, Lord Arryn, which hinted at a resilient lineage. Could this refer to the black-haired trait of House Baratheon? He then pondered Lord Arryn's cause of death, Bran's golden hair as he was pushed from the tower, and the motives behind Bran's assassination, gradually connecting the dots of these events. Bran had witnessed Cersei and Jaime in the tower just before his fall, and Lord Arryn had been murdered upon uncovering the true identities of Joffrey and his siblings. Additionally, Stannis, according to information from a boy who once tended horses for Lord Arryn, had accompanied him to seek out Robert's illegitimate son, even visiting a brothel in search of other bastards. Thus, it was plausible that Stannis was also privy to Joffrey's secret. He had not returned from Dragonstone since that time, nor had he disclosed his reasons for departure. Could it be that he sensed peril from Lord Arryn's demise, prompting his hasty retreat to Dragonstone? The more Ned contemplated, the more alarmed he became, realizing he had unknowingly stepped into a monumental conspiracy. Oh, no! His daughter Sansa's exclamation jolted him back to the present. He cast his gaze into the arena, where the imposing mountain was ferociously wielding his colossal sword against the diminutive Knight of Flowers, Loras. After unseating him, the mountain continued his assault, striking down upon the already fallen Loras, who could only desperately defend himself with his shield. "Quick, save him!" someone shouted. Sandor, the Hound, who stood beside Joffrey, leaped from the dais, drawing his sword just in time to block the mountain's downward strike. Enraged, the mountain redirected his fury toward his own brother, Sandor, and the two clashed. Though Sandor was 2 heads shorter than the mountain, he withstood the force of 2 of his brother's strikes before skillfully engaging in a fierce struggle. "Stop it at once!" Robert rose to his feet and bellowed. Sandor deftly evaded a sweeping strike from the mountain and promptly withdrew. The mountain fixed a fierce glare upon King Robert as he hurled his great sword forcefully to the ground and strode towards the edge of the arena. "Let him pass!" Robert commanded, halting the king's guard who prepared to obstruct the mountain. Within the arena, Loras, still shaken, rose from the ground and approached Sandor, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. You saved my life." "I am no damn lord," Sandor retorted brusquely. Unfazed by Sandor's tone, Loras grasped Sandor's left hand and raised it triumphantly, proclaiming Sandor as the victor of the jousting tournament, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Chapter 40, The Outcome. "Uncle, you have won 1,000 golden dragons." Arya was the first to react, excitedly grasping Edmure's arm as if she might leap from the ground. Standing to applaud, Sansa and Jenny also heard Arya's exclamation, their eyes sparkling with delight as they gazed at Edmure, envisioning 1,000 gleaming golden dragons. Yet, Ned stood transfixed, observing the servants clearing away wood shavings on the field. Seemingly oblivious to his daughter Arya's words, Loras was acutely aware that his young mare was in heat, and the mountain could hardly control his stallion. It was evident that Loras had meticulously calculated this outcome. Peter suddenly approached Sansa from behind, stating his observation. Sansa, having learned from Sister Moden that he was a childhood companion of her mother and uncle, felt compelled to defend Loras, whose charm she admired. Loras is a true knight. He would never resort to such tactics, she retorted. Peter, you wouldn't dare to back out, would you? Edmure turned to Peter, incredulity etched on his face. Why would I ever back out? Peter's expression darkened immediately. You startled me. That is 1,000 golden dragons, after all, not a trifling sum. And intelligence is a vital asset. Even if Loras had foreseen this, it hardly seems wrong. Upon hearing Edmure's words, Sansa, who had been somewhat skeptical of Peter and disappointed with Loras, appeared deep in thought. I will send someone to deliver the 1,000 golden dragons to the Prime Minister's tower tomorrow, Peter proclaimed before departing from his seat and striding towards the exit. Uncle! You are truly remarkable for winning such a fortune from Littlefinger, Arya exclaimed, her admiration evident as she observed Peter's gloomy countenance retreating. She had heard tales of Littlefinger's cunning, noting how rarely anyone could come out ahead against him. Tomorrow, feel free to take whatever you desire from those golden dragons, Edmure generously offered, affectionately ruffling Arya's two braided brown locks, prompting Jenny, who was beside Sansa, to gaze at him with envy. Jenny shall partake as well. Edmure, being a kind companion to Sansa, was naturally generous towards her friend. Really? Jenny, petite and adorned with a sprinkle of freckles on her nose, expressed her astonishment. Jenny, do not be so impolite. Sister Modem, who regularly instructed the three girls, timely interjected. Lord Edmure, I shall not require any. Jenny glanced at Sister Modem, recognizing her own impropriety. She had not intended to covet Edmure's golden dragons. Rather, she was merely envious of the exhilarating experience. Sister Modem, let them enjoy their purchases without reprimand. In my eyes, they are but 3 little girls. Let them revel in joy without concern for decorum. Besides, Jenny has not truly committed any grave offense. Upon hearing Edmure defend Jenny, Sister Modem ceased her objections and nodded in agreement. Jenny's previously disheartened expression transformed into one of joy, and she seized Sansa's hand, nearly dancing in excitement. Sansa, unwilling to let her dear friend Jenny be left out of the fun, was equally thrilled by Edmure's words. Ned, what troubles you? Having placated the 3 girls, Edmure turned to Ned, having sensed something amiss. Ned! Without receiving a response from Ned, Edmure called out again, his gaze shifting towards the direction Ned was fixated on the stand where Robert was seated. Did you call for me? Ned inquired, turning his head in realization. He was contemplating whether to disclose his recent deductions to Robert, which would not only avenge Bran and the Duke of Arryn but also unveil the incestuous affair between Queen Cersei and her brother, thereby safeguarding the throne. Ned, what troubles you? Edmure asked again, noticing Ned had returned to himself. Ned cast a sidelong glance and replied, we shall discuss it later. With Edmure's inquiry lingering in his mind, Ned also wished to seek his counsel, especially since Edmure's previous warning to Catelyn had proven prescient. Thus, he found himself inclined to consult Edmure on pressing matters. Edmure nodded, turning his attention back to Robert's direction, pondering what thoughts regarding the king had suddenly occupied Ned's mind. Following the jousting competition, archery was next, although the audience for archery was significantly smaller than that for jousting. Edmure began preparing for the melee, and the group opted not to attend. Once Edmure donned his scale armor, the results of the archery contest were announced. The victor was an obscure hunter from Dorne. The news astonished many, for it was unexpected that such a multitude of skilled archers fell to a mere unknown, yet he had achieved fame with a single arrow. As Edmure prepared to enter the fray, Ned set aside his chaotic thoughts and cautioned Edmure to exercise utmost care. He could not bear the thought of Edmure suffering grave injuries under his watchful eye, for how could he explain such a misfortune to his lady wife, Catelyn? Upon learning that Edmure intended to participate in the melee, Ned had previously attempted to dissuade him, aware that the nature of melee was chaotic and less protective compared to jousting. Although the competition prohibited intentional killing, accidental fatalities were all too common. Broken limbs were a frequent occurrence, as history had shown that even in tightly guarded events, such as the jousting, there had been instances of death. The 3 girls were equally anxious for Edmure's impending contest. Sansa even took it upon herself to inspect Edmure's scale armor for any damage or vulnerable spots, prompting Edmure to marvel at the girls' attentiveness. This time, over 40 participants had entered the melee, which was held in a clearing large enough to accommodate 2 football fields. Only one could emerge victorious, the last person standing. Others would either withdraw midway or be incapacitated, leading to a relentless contest until only one remained. It was a brutal and arduous affair, which deterred many nobles from participation, considering the exhaustion it entailed. Melee combat was akin to mounted warfare, involving a relentless back and forth for over half a month, and Edmure had thoroughly familiarized himself with the intricacies of horseback fighting. While mounted combat did not flow as seamlessly as on land, it was by no means inferior. Moreover, he had engaged in practical mounted training with Rob and Mace specifically for the competition. Upon entering the melee grounds, Edmure silently observed his opponent's nobles clad in resplendent armor, knightly squires, and a diverse array of free riders, mercenaries, and wandering knights from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms, some even hailing from the 9 free trade cities across the narrow sea. Many individuals are drawn by the allure of the 20,000 golden dragon bounty, including the unfortunate Edmure, the guardian heir. Others aspire to distinguish themselves in the fray of battle, seeking to capture the attention of the upper echelons of King's Landing for a coveted position. This is especially true for those noble offspring lacking inheritance rights, who must tread this path in hopes of attaining high status and, subsequently, titles and lands. While Edmure observes those around him, the combatants likewise scrutinize their surroundings, seeking potential targets or allies. Edmure stands alone, devoid of any acquaintances, and he has no intention of seeking collaboration. The risk of betrayal is greatest when entering into blind alliances with those whose motives remain unknown. Chapter 41. Lien Zhang. The sound of a trumpet blared, causing the steeds of the combatants to stir restlessly beneath them, their hoofs pounding against the ground. Edmure gradually distanced himself from the other warriors, creating a buffer zone for himself. Contrary to the anticipated chaos that usually followed such a call, it was understood that team combat demanded endurance, and conserving one's strength was paramount for survival. 5 minutes passed, and the 40-plus participants gradually divided into around 10 small groups, while others, like Edmure, remained lone wolves, reluctant to seek companionship. Kill! Someone shouted, and a quartet of fighters suddenly charged toward a solitary wandering knight. Realizing he was outnumbered, the knight attempted to flee, turning his steed. Yet, as he spun around, the 4 assailants were upon him, swords and axes raised. Within moments, the wandering knight was forced to beg for mercy, retreating from the fray. The skirmish had ignited the larger battle, as combatants raised their blades toward their designated targets, plunging into the melee. Outside the arena, Ned's expression turned serious. He was prepared to intervene with the authority of his office should Edmure find himself in insurmountable peril and unwilling to concede. Arya and Sansa, witnessing the fate of the besieged knight, grew anxious, fearing Edmure might be next. Sansa gripped Jenny's hand tightly with her right, while her left instinctively grasped Arya's, her palms clammy with tension. Despite the silence between the sisters, Arya did not push Sansa away. She too sought comfort in the moment, although their father Ned stood nearby, providing the best source of solace. Sansa's presence felt equally reassuring. Unexpectedly, amidst the tumult, they observed a curious scene. Chaos reigned, yet no one targeted Edmure. He sat astride his horse, scanning left and right, untouched by the fray. Equally spared was a ragged monk clad in tattered red robes, his wild hair and beard framing a face that held a flaming sword aloft. Edmure quickly recognized the monk and deduced his identity. Soros, the red-robed figure from Meereen, known for resurrecting Barrick 6 times. The realization that Soros had also come to participate in the team combat stirred an unsettling wariness within Edmure. While he would not have feared a duel against a master like Ned, Soros presented an enigmatic challenge. Others might have assumed the flames dancing upon Soros' sword were merely ignited by wildfire or another flammable substance, but Edmure understood it to be authentic magic. Soros had the ability to resurrect the dead. For him, a mere flame enchantment was likely trivial. Edmure pondered whether Soros possessed even more formidable combat techniques beyond his fiery magic. Outside the fray, Ned and the others took note of the unperturbed Edmure and Soros. Perhaps the flaming sword deterred other steeds from approaching Soros, but why was Edmure left unchallenged? Father, why is no one engaging Uncle? Arya inquired, a mix of joy and confusion in her voice. Ned found himself contemplating his daughter's question. Could it be that the others recognized Edmure as the heir to House Tully and were unwilling to confront him? The nobility may take this into consideration. Yet the mercenaries and free riders hailing from the 7 kingdoms are driven solely by monetary gain and are unlikely to care. Perhaps others will deal with Edmure once their skirmishes conclude, Ned uncertainly replied. After momentarily alleviating her worries, Arya and Sansa resumed their anxious gaze toward the tournament grounds upon hearing their father's words. Ned's prediction soon came to fruition. A trio on Edmure's left, having subdued their adversaries, advanced toward him, revealing themselves as 2 wandering knights by their armor. Recognizing their intent, Edmure did not falter. Instead, he charged forward. Emboldened by more than a fortnight of rigorous training and 5 days of hunting, the two knights flanked him, raising their longswords in unison for a strike. With his left hand gripping the reins of his steed, Edmure parried their attacks with swift maneuvers of his own sword, then deftly maneuvered closer to one knight, thrusting his blade with such speed that it startled his opponent. Although the thrust did not find its mark, it compelled the knight to hastily steer his horse aside. This was precisely the effect Edmure sought. He abandoned his pursuit of the first knight and turned to engage the one preparing to attack him. As their blades clashed, the attacker felt a tingling in his hand, astonished by Edmure's unexpected strength despite his seemingly unassuming stature. Parrying the opponent's sword, Edmure seized the opportunity to thrust forward. Though his blade did not pierce the knight's chainmail, it succeeded in unseating him from his mount. At that moment, another combatant approached, and Edmure sidestepped the incoming strike, delivering a horizontal slash that sent the assailant tumbling from his horse. Before the fallen knight could regain his footing, Edmure galloped past, poised to deliver another blow. "I yield!" the knight exclaimed, having witnessed Edmure's agile yet powerful swordsmanship. Ignoring the plea, Edmure pursued the wandering knight, who had just regained his footing and was attempting to flee. Striking from behind, he felled the knight to the ground, causing the small metal rings of his chainmail to scatter. Fearing further assault, the fallen knight scrambled to his feet, begging for mercy. Outside the arena, Arya and the other girls beamed with delight, rising from their bench to applaud as they witnessed Edmure vanquish two opponents simultaneously. After this victory, Edmure enjoyed a brief respite, as onlookers recognized his prowess and sought other adversaries. At this juncture, over a dozen competitors had been eliminated, leaving fewer than 30 still engaged in the fray. No more than 10 minutes of tranquility elapsed before Edmure faced another bout, this time against 3 combatants. They were not a cohesive unit, rather, one had joined the fray while Edmure was occupied with the others. Juggling the simultaneous assaults of 3 adversaries proved somewhat chaotic for Edmure. However, he ultimately dispatched them, sustaining only a minor blow to his shoulder and a strike to his back. One foe lost a thumb, while another suffered a shattered collarbone. This series of contests afforded Edmure additional time for rest. Having showcased his swordsmanship, solitary combatants or small groups no longer dared to challenge him. With more leisure to observe the ongoing conflicts, Edmure's attention was particularly drawn to the red-robed monk, Soros. Unlike Edmund, who adheres to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked, he occasionally seeks out solitary individuals or weaker teams to launch an offensive. With the aid of the flame sword and his own remarkable valor, the number of eliminated warriors rivals that of Edmund. 2 hours later, the crowd has dwindled considerably, yet the intensity of the battles has escalated. Although there have been no fatalities, 3 severely injured combatants have been carried away, one of whom may never rise again. Among the remaining 8, none are idle. Edmund is currently facing a dual assault, contending with 2 foes who, unlike those at the beginning of the contest, are seasoned fighters with exceptional swordsmanship. Chapter 42, Ambush. Not far from him, 2 mercenaries were locked in a fierce struggle, while the red-robed monk Soros, like Edmure, was engaged in a duel against 2 adversaries, evenly matched. After 2 hours of relentless combat, both men and steeds were noticeably fatigued, their movements sluggish and less responsive. Realizing they could not gain the upper hand against Edmure after a few exchanges of blows, the 2 opponents resorted to a tactic of attrition, aiming to exhaust his stamina and the strength of his horse, hoping to wear him down with their persistent harassment. Understanding their intentions, Edmure refused to acquiesce to their strategy. He parried one mercenary's longsword and immediately pursued the other with a series of strikes. The mercenary being pursued, sensing peril, attempted to evade Edmure's range while fending off attacks, anticipating assistance from his comrade. The other mercenary, recognizing Edmure's aggressive style, pressed forward to aid his ally. As Edmure turned to fend off the incoming attack, he suddenly heard the urgent sound of galloping hoofs from the side. Just as he turned his head, a sharp longsword came crashing down upon him, forcing him to raise his weapon in defense. To his shock, he realized that the attacker was one of the mercenaries engaged in combat nearby. At that moment, another longsword lunged towards him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Edmure swiftly attempted to evade the strike, but as he leaned back to avoid the first sword, a second blade struck him in the chest, sending him tumbling from his horse. The gasps from the onlookers and the predicament he faced made Edmure acutely aware of the unfolding chaos. The mercenaries who had previously fought among themselves had suddenly united to attack him, which explained his current predicament. The inclusion of these 2 mercenaries startled the group of wandering knights surrounding Edmure, who then converged upon him as well, determined not to allow them to encircle him successfully. Edmure focused on the nearest assailant, who had been one of his ambushers during the fray. As Edmure charged forward, the mercenary raised his longsword, preparing to strike down upon him with the momentum of his steed. In an unexpected maneuver that took everyone by surprise, Edmure executed a sudden leap, narrowly evading the incoming hoofs while simultaneously raising his sword. He cleanly severed a red hoof, causing the horse to collapse with a cry. After gliding past, Edmure quickly regained his footing and charged towards the disoriented mercenary, who had just fallen from his mount. With a powerful swing, he aimed for the mercenary's thigh. The longsword bit into flesh, striking the bone with a sickening crack, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the mercenary. Edmure was brimming with confidence in his newfound strength. Even without brute force, he could achieve his goals. If this were a life-and-death duel, he could have effortlessly severed the man's head with a single stroke. Once the mercenary was incapacitated, Edmure immediately turned his attention to the next opponent within close proximity. Now positioned at the periphery of the encirclement, he abandoned his previous tactics. Instead, he deflected the longsword aimed at him from another mounted knight and swiftly retaliated with a fierce thrust aimed at the horse's rear. The steed, startled by the sudden pain, reared up, throwing the unsuspecting knight off balance. Seizing the moment, Edmure rushed forward, just managing to bring his sword across to incapacitate the knight before the other two adversaries could close in on him. Edmund hastily retreated, evading the encirclement of his two assailants while simultaneously inflicting a grievous wound upon one of their steeds. Despite his impressive swordsmanship from the saddle, he found himself at a disadvantage against the cavalry, compelled to wound their mounts in desperation. As he faced his adversaries one on foot and the other mounted, Edmund felt a wave of relief wash over him. Casting his gaze towards the fray in the distance, he noted that only Soros and another remained in the battle. Ned and his companions, who had been anxiously observing from the sidelines, finally exhaled in relief. Earlier, when Edmund was beset by 4 combatants, Ned had approached the edge of the arena, prepared to call a halt to the contest at any moment. Now, it appeared that such measures would not be necessary. He had not anticipated that Edmund could reverse his fortunes from such a dire predicament. Even placing himself in that situation would have made it exceedingly difficult to escape. Within the arena, Edmund refused to linger. He was determined not to allow the red-robed monk to join the fray against him. He charged towards the mercenary on the ground. Having tasted the ferocity of Edmund's prowess, the mercenary began to retreat in fear until the renegade knight, mounted nearby, launched an attack on Edmund, forcing him to halt his advance. Edmund, eager to resolve the conflict swiftly, parried the charging knight's assault and seized the opportunity to strike at the grounded mercenary. As he summoned his inner strength, a cyclone of energy swirled within him, channeling his fighting spirit into his arms. With a resounding clash, their swords met. The mercenary's longsword was cleaved in two. Edmund's momentum remained unbroken as his blade struck the mercenary's arm, shattering the chainmail and fracturing the bone, rendering the entire limb and likely necessitating amputation. The renegade knight, preparing to counterattack, witnessed the mercenary's anguished cries as he clutched his mangled arm, and he reeled back, unwilling to advance further. With 4 opponents now reduced to but 1, the knight realized he stood no chance against Edmund. However, Edmund paid little heed to this retreat and charged toward him with fervor. "My lord, I withdraw," the knight exclaimed, fearful of suffering a similar fate of severed limbs, as he dismounted hastily. "Begone!" Edmund barked, his temper flaring from the ambush and subsequent assault. Yet, after incapacitating 2 of the mercenaries who had attacked him, his rage had somewhat abated, allowing the knight to escape unscathed. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Soros stood at a distance, sword raised, spectating the duel. Edmund chose not to confront him for a decisive battle, instead approaching the mercenary with the severed arm and squatting down to inquire, "Who sent you to kill me?" Initially, Edmund had assumed that the 2 mercenaries had simply changed their minds and sought to attack him. However, their lethal tactics had raised his suspicions. Moreover, he pondered the timing of their ambush. It would have been more strategic to wait until he and the 2 renegade knights were exhausted from their conflict rather than striking at the very outset. "My lord, we were merely seeking the bounty," the mercenary lamented, a hint of grievance in his voice. "Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life right now, ensuring you gain nothing?" Edmund threatened ominously. "Should you kill me, you would gain nothing either," the mercenary retorted, locking eyes with Edmund defiantly. "The rules of team competitions prohibit intentional murder. Do you think I would lament the loss of 20,000 gold dragons?" Edmund replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Edmund's words left the mercenary momentarily stunned, He was well aware of Edmund's identity as the son of a duke, the future protector of the Riverlands. In stark contrast to his own existence as a mercenary, fighting for gold dragons. My lord, I do not know who employed us. I only saw a round-faced man with a bushy beard. The mercenary disclosed the truth, realizing there was no point in threatening Edmund. Truly unaware. If I were to receive a different answer from that mercenary, your fate would be sealed. Edmund warned. I really only know this. I beg you, spare my life. The mercenary continued to plead. How much did he promise you afterward? Were you the only ones hired? Just as he was about to inquire of another mercenary, Edmund suddenly recalled and spoke. 5,000, besides the two of us. There was another, who withdrew midway. The mercenary replied without hesitation. What was that person's name? Edmund pressed on. Fitch. 3 individuals equated to a sum of 15,000, which was no trivial amount. Edmund pondered as he approached the mercenary he had previously incapacitated. Posing the same questions, receiving similar answers. Although he had not uncovered the mastermind behind this plot, Edmund had formed suspicions. It was most likely a Lannister, either Cersei or the imp Tyrion, or perhaps Littlefinger Peter Baelish. As for Varys, the chances were slim. His own current circumstances had yet to influence Varys' clandestine support for Daenerys. Can we commence? After Edmund concluded his discussion with the two mercenaries, the Red Priest Soros approached. Noting that only the two remained standing, Edmund cast a glance at the blazing sword in Soros' hand and declared, "Let us begin." As their swords clashed, Edmund felt a searing wave of heat wash over him, prompting him to retreat slightly. After 2 rounds of combat, he had gleaned Soros' capabilities. He had not anticipated that the swordsmanship of a priest of the Lord of Light would be so formidable. The flames dancing along the length of Soros' sword nearly singed him on 2 occasions, leaving Edmund momentarily at a loss. Soros, having observed Edmund attentively during team competitions, recognized him as a formidable opponent. Only in the heat of battle did he truly appreciate the pressure Edmund exerted. Not only was his swordplay exceptional, but his agility and strength were equally impressive. Soros found it perplexing that after 2 hours of intermittent fighting, Edmund still exhibited remarkable stamina, showing no signs of fatigue. After 5 minutes of stalemate, Edmund understood that defeating Soros without employing brute force would be a challenging endeavor. He unleashed a powerful strike, silently invoking his strength once more. Soros, who attempted to parry, felt a sudden numbing sensation in his arms as the flames on his sword drew closer. Stumbling back 3 paces, he steadied himself. Edmund was surprised that Soros' sword had not shattered under his blow. It seemed that the weapon, which had endured the trials of magical flames, was no ordinary blade. Without granting Soros a moment to catch his breath, Edmund closed the distance and delivered another fierce strike. Clang! The 2 swords emitted a mournful cry, vibrating incessantly, causing even Soros' arms to tremble in response. Struggling to withstand Edmund's powerful downward strike, Soros stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Edmund, having exerted himself with brute force twice in succession, felt a surge of blood and pain coursing through his arms, the veins bulging ominously. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to relent. He charged forward, raising his long sword to strike once more. I concede, Soros exclaimed hastily, observing the sudden surge of Edmund's stature and presence. He was uncertain whether he and his long sword could withstand a so devastating blow from Edmund. It dawned on him why the mercenary's sword had been cleaved so easily by Edmund. It was not that the sword was inferior, but rather that Edmund's strength was overwhelmingly immense. Upon hearing Soros' surrender, Edmund quickly halted his impending assault and sheathed his longsword. Only then did Soros rise slowly from the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized Edmund from head to toe. Something is amiss, he declared, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Edmund's unexpectedly augmented strength. Even in a fit of rage, it was inconceivable for Edmund's power to escalate so dramatically. Soros perceived a resemblance to the essence of his own flame-infused sword. Edmund, undeterred by Soros' bewilderment, examined his longsword, noticing 2 pea-sized nicks along the blade. A closer inspection revealed fine cracks at the nicks, indicating that another forceful strike could shatter the weapon. Though forged from excellent steel, it could not withstand the relentless cleaving of swords of similar caliber. He glanced toward Soros' extinguished sword, surmising that it was likely not superior to his own. As Edmund sheathed his sword and made his way from the arena, he noticed the dazed audience, and it struck him that they were uncertain of the duel's outcome. He raised his fist in a celebratory gesture, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Outside the arena, Tyrion observed Edmund's emergence. Marveling at how his earlier predictions had come to fruition, Edmund had indeed secured the championship in the team competition. However, his brow soon furrowed deeply. He had witnessed Edmund crouching to inquire about the condition of the severely injured mercenary after narrowly escaping the onslaught of 4 attackers. And a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. As the competition concluded, the surrounding nobles and ministers began to disperse, making their way to the riverside for the forthcoming banquet, engaging in discussions about the day's events along the way. Edmund's triumph in the team competition had taken them all by surprise. During the contest, many had been unaware of Edmund's true identity. It was only as he displayed his prowess that whispers among the nobility revealed him to be the heir of the Riverville city, deepening their astonishment. Numerous wagers had been placed on Soros, the red-robed monk, whose fiery sword was exceptionally suited for such team battles, especially after his previous victory in the tournament held in King's Landing. As soon as Edmund exited the arena, Ned and the others approached him. "Uncle, you were incredible," Arya exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. If she did not feel that the dance of water was so fitting for her, she would have wanted to learn swordsmanship from Edmund. "Uncle, are you badly injured? I saw you take a blow to your back and get stabbed twice," Sansa added. Concern etched upon her face. "The injury is not severe. A bit of medicine upon returning will suffice." Listening to the concerned words of his niece, Sansa, Edmure felt an immense sense of gratification. Beside Sansa, Jenny gazed at Edmure with admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder, which gave Edmure an unsettling premonition of impending missteps. After Edmure concluded his conversation with the 2 young women, Ned approached, patting Edmure on the shoulder, and pulled him aside, inquiring in a hushed tone, what transpired just now. Ned had witnessed the unusual scene in the arena. Initially, he assumed it was merely a tactic employed by the 2 mercenaries. However, upon observing their lethal maneuvers, he sensed something amiss, and it was only after Edmure questioned them individually that his suspicions solidified. "We shall discuss it later," Edmure replied, lifting his gaze to see Marco and Ro approaching them. "Edmure, were those 2 strikes you delivered related to that?" Marco eagerly asked as Edmure drew near. Chapter 44. The frenzied Jin. Both he and Ro disowned the formidable power unleashed by Edmure during his final outburst. While others might perceive Edmure's actions as mere madness, they recognized his progress in mastering the breathing technique, having attained the level of a swordsman. "With diligent practice, you too can achieve my level," Edmure replied with a smile, observing the excitement emanating from Marco. Afterward, Edmure approached Ro and whispered, "Keep a close watch on those 2 mercenaries. Once they leave the city, eliminate them. Also, there's a mercenary named Fitch. Ensure his legs are severed, not merely broken." Upon hearing Edmure's orders, Ro was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Edmure's narrowed eyes. He quickly lowered his head in obedience and departed. Edmure intended to demonstrate to the other mercenaries and their unseen orchestrators that not just anyone could threaten his life. If they dared to come, they must be prepared to face dire consequences. Marco and Ned had roughly overheard Edmure's instructions to Ro. Marco was eager to confront and eliminate the 2 mercenaries who had ambushed Edmure, while Ned was astonished by Edmure's decisiveness. After sharing an evening meal with Sansa and the others, Ned, burdened with thoughts, led everyone back to the Prime Minister's tower in the Red Keep without engaging in further conversation. Upon returning to his chamber, Ned closed the door and relayed to Edmure his deductions regarding the events he had witnessed during the jousting match. Listening intently to Ned's chain of reasoning, Edmure was surprised by how swiftly he had unraveled the cause of Duke Aelin's demise and Bran's injuries, with the catalyst being a remark made by Robert in jest. "What are your plans?" Edmure inquired, gazing at his earnest brother-in-law. Edmure, how can you be so unfazed? Have you already learned something from Varys?" Ned was about to reveal his intentions when he suddenly sensed something amiss, shifting the conversation. Edmure had not anticipated that his expression would arouse Ned's suspicion. It was only natural. Such astonishing revelations could leave one incredulous. Had Ned not trusted that Edmure was uninvolved, he might have begun to doubt him. I have only occasionally heard Varys speculate, and I briefly considered the implications regarding Joffrey and Cersei, but I am not certain," Edmure replied vaguely. After hearing Edmure's words, Ned did not dwell on it. Even if he suspected Edmure of withholding information, he understood that Edmure would never harm him. He then asked, "Can Varys assist us? He has resided in King's Landing for so long and serves as the Master of Whispers. He must possess information unattainable to ordinary folk." Though Ned had always disapproved of Varys' character and methods, he recognized the necessity of seeking allies in these extraordinary times. He is not one of us. He may be of no use to you, Edmure replied. Has he allied with the Lannisters? Ned inquired, furrowing his brow deeply. Not at all. Edmure's response deepened Ned's confusion. If he had not allied with the Lannisters, then he surely would have aided him. Apart from these two factions, he could not fathom any other entity to which the cunning spider, Varys, might pledge his allegiance. Perhaps Daenerys Targaryen. Observing Ned's tightly furrowed brow, Edmure realized that he was unable to deduce the truth. The words Mother of Dragons nearly escaped his lips. Impossible! Ned immediately retorted. Varys had been pursuing Daenerys and her brother Viserys since before her birth, and on several occasions had nearly succeeded in assassinating them, only to be thwarted by their escape. How could Varys possibly ally himself with them? Although Ned held considerable faith in some of Edmure's deductions, he could not accept this particular notion, even deeming it mere folly. Indeed, nearly stabbed, Edmure reiterated. Ned was momentarily taken aback by Edmure's response. After a moment's reflection, he fixed him with a stare and inquired. Are you suggesting that Varys deliberately allowed them to escape? I'm merely speculating. Otherwise, given Varys' capabilities, and the lack of formidable allies surrounding Viserys and Daenerys, how could he have failed to eliminate the siblings over the course of many years? As Ned moved aside, he found himself increasingly convinced that Edmure's hypothesis held merit. However, one point eluded him, and he voiced it: the Targaryen siblings possess nothing. Why would Varys choose to support them? Presently, they may have nothing, but what of the future? Edmure thought to himself, adding silently, the Mother of Dragons will not only command soldiers but also dragons. Ned, of course, could not fathom the resurgence of dragons, long vanished for a century. Nevertheless, he had learned from King Robert that Daenerys was wed to the greatest horse lord of the Dothraki on the eastern continent. He then queried, are you referring to the Dothraki? The narrow sea is viewed as poisoned water by them. They would never assist Viserys in conquering Westeros. I seem to recall seeing Dothraki mercenaries wielding curved blades in King's Landing. For everyone that crosses the narrow sea, another will follow. Edmure continued to guide Ned's thoughts. Edmure's words evoked memories of Robert's concerns during their journey from Winterfell to King's Landing. Rumors suggested that the horse lord Daenerys had married commanded an army of 100,000. To prevent that multitude from being utilized by Viserys, Robert intended to have Varys send agents to assassinate Daenerys, thwarting any chance of her bearing the horse lord's child and retaliating against Westeros. At that time, Ned had urged Robert, asserting that the Dothraki would never cross the narrow sea. In hindsight, Robert's apprehensions appeared far from unwarranted. Even Varys, the hand of the king, had covertly allied himself with the siblings. I've heard that Viserys bears a striking resemblance to his father, the Mad King Aerys. Did Varys truly serve the Mad King only to now pledge fealty to him? Reflecting on Robert's past jest regarding Viserys as the Mad King too, Ned found himself perplexed by Varys' motives. Perhaps he seeks to repay the Mad King for recognizing his talents, Edmure ventured. Aware that Varys had been merely an information broker from Pentos before his appointment as the spymaster in King's Landing, the Mad King Aerys had recognized Varys' abilities and summoned him to King's Landing to oversee intelligence operations, specifically targeting dissenters for severe punishment. Edmure speculated that Varys viewed Viserys and Daenerys as potential kings in reserve, for they bore the Targaryen bloodline. Upon discerning that Robert was not a wise ruler, Varys had taken preemptive measures, a strategy that even the two subjects involved remained oblivious to. As for the Mad King Aerys Poe, as alluded to by Robert, one cannot ignore that Daenerys Targaryen exhibits similar traits in her later days. It is said that with the birth of each Targaryen, the gods cast a coin to determine whether the child shall be mad or great. The Targaryens inherently possess a propensity for madness, merely varying in the frequency of its manifestation. After listening to Edmure's analysis, Ned felt a strong inclination to report the circumstances regarding Varys to Robert. However, they had only been speculating, and while the likelihood of their conjecture was considerable, they lacked definitive evidence. Moreover, he had several Lannisters to contend with. Should he further provoke Varys, his situation would become even more precarious. Chapter 45. The foolish Ned had no choice but to set aside his concerns regarding Varys. Daenerys had only just married the Khal, and crossing the narrow sea was still a distant prospect. Thus, he confided in Edmure his intentions. I wish to send Cersei away with the children before informing Robert about Joffrey. Edmure was taken aback by Ned's seemingly hopeless naivety. Considering the consequences of such actions, he exclaimed in fury, "Ned, you are truly merciful. I wonder if Catelyn would despise you for treating the one who rendered Bran crippled in this manner. Will the Duke of Arryn not haunt your dreams? Are you not afraid that Robert will unleash his wrath upon you? They are merely children, all we need to do is keep Jaime here." Reflecting on Catelyn's arduous journey to King's Landing, Ned attempted to justify himself. "Children? Is Bran not a child? Are Arya and Sansa not children? You may not realize what fate awaits Arya and Sansa should they fall into Cersei's clutches. Allow me to enlighten you. Joffrey would repay Arya for the wounds inflicted by the dire wolf 100-fold. Not only would he refuse to marry Sansa, but he would also torment and humiliate her, stripping her of her garments in front of lords and ladies, while Cersei would merely observe, indifferent to it all. Is this what you call children?" As memories of Sansa and Arya's tribulations flooded his mind, Edmure's anger intensified. "Impossible. This is mere speculation. Joffrey and Cersei would never stoop so low." Ned was astonished by Edmure's vehement reaction. "Pfft!" Edmure scoffed, his fury turning to mockery. "You likely remain oblivious to the nickname Tyrion has privately bestowed upon his nephew. Do you not? The imp, on Joffrey's 10th name day, in an attempt to showcase his bravery, he disemboweled a pregnant kitten before Robert. Now do you understand why Tyrion calls him that? There are other truths I have not shared with you. Should you dare to inform Cersei in pursuit of the truth, she would not hesitate to murder Robert and then capture you. The best outcome you could hope for would be to accompany Jon as a night's watchman at the wall. But that would be the most favorable result, not the worst. For once Joffrey ascends as king of the Seven Kingdoms, he would not spare you. He would sever your head and mount it on a pike for Sansa to behold. Can you imagine her expression? In a quest for vengeance and to save his two sisters, Robb would march forth from the north to confront Tywin, only to meet his demise alongside Catelyn at Tywin's hands. With Bran and Rickon dead, Sansa would become the key to controlling the north. Whoever marries her would command the region. Do you comprehend?" Edmure's eyes reddened as he unleashed the potential horrors of the unfolding narrative, venting the pent-up frustrations of his rebirth. "Impossible, this cannot be," Ned murmured, his chest heaving in disbelief. Though Edmure's words were mere conjecture, an inexplicable dread gripped Ned, as if he could sense the truth within them. "If you wish to pursue this course of action, then go to Cersei. I shall depart King's Landing at once and return to the Riverlands to safeguard against Tywin's aggression." Regaining his composure, Edmure looked upon the despondent Ned and reiterated his stance. At that moment, Ned found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to respond. After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Should I inform Robert tomorrow?" Having vented his frustrations, Edmure had regained his composure and reflected before responding. "We lack concrete evidence to substantiate your suspicions. Mere daggers and strands of hair cannot implicate Cersei or Tyrion. As for Joffrey's golden locks, Cersei could easily claim he resembles her, and we cannot definitively attribute the death of Duke Arryn to the Lannisters." Edmure's analysis struck Ned like a bucket of cold water, as he pondered the truth in Edmure's words. Although Edmure's reasoning was sound, there was no compelling evidence to support it. "I shall speak to Robert. He will surely believe me," Ned asserted after some contemplation. "If you tell Robert, regardless of his belief, he is bound to perish, and you are not far from capture yourself," Edmure warned. "How could Robert, the king, be so easily slain?" Ned replied in disbelief. Edmure had previously stated that Cersei would kill Robert, and the reminder felt like an exaggeration to Ned. "The Duke of Arryn is dead, and I nearly met a similar fate today. Why would Robert be exempt?" Edmure stated matter-of-factly. It then dawned on Ned to inquire, "Did you uncover who the mastermind is?" Edmure replied, "The instigator did not reveal themselves. I suspect it could be Cersei or Tyrion, perhaps even Peter." "Peter? Why would he wish to harm you?" Ned asked, astonished. "Certainly not for the 1,000 golden dragons, as I disrupted his plans," Edmure jested coldly. "Is it due to Catelyn's visit?" Ned recalled the clandestine meeting at the brothel. "Not only that, he harbors other concerns," Edmure remarked, having long disowned Peter's suspicions towards him. Ned felt a pang of shame as he realized the implications of Edmure's disruption of Peter's schemes. Had Edmure not been present, he might have sought out Cersei tomorrow. Contemplating the consequences of such actions terrified him. What is Peter truly after? Ned furrowed his brow. If his conversation at the brothel with the two of them was ulterior, what could his motives be? Peter was the foster son of Hostert, and Catelyn was his childhood companion. Ned found it perplexing. Edmure confessed, "I too am at a loss. Perhaps it is revenge for not obtaining Catelyn, or perhaps he aspires to be king." "Pfft!" Ned scoffed softly. If it were for revenge against their family, I might begrudgingly accept that, but if Peter seeks to claim the throne, I can only deride such aspirations. Should Robert perish, numerous lords of the Seven Kingdoms could ascend to the throne, but Peter, the diminutive finger, would not be among them. Even if he had soldiers, the other lords would never bow to a lord from the smallest isle of the fingers. Contemplating Peter's motives led Ned to understand the rationale behind Cersei and Tyrion's attempt on Edmure's life. It must stem from their concern over his close association with Ned. As the two families were indeed tied by marriage, as the heir to the guardianship of Riverrun, Edmure's demise would undoubtedly plunge the region into chaos, significantly benefiting the Lannisters. Remembering Robert, Ned continued, I will reveal the truth to Robert, urging him to verify the birth dates of the children and confront Cersei directly. If necessary, he should first detain Cersei and Jaime, given the stakes involving his own flesh and blood and the succession of the throne. Ned could not fathom that Robert would be indifferent to such matters. Chapter 46. News of Daenerys. Edmure shook his head upon hearing the news, questioning how this differed from coercing Cersei to eliminate Robert. Moreover, Robert himself might be oblivious as to whether those 3 children bore his blood, otherwise he would have long harbored suspicions regarding their fair hair. Robert had the King's Guard, his family as private soldiers, and the City Watch at his disposal. How could he possibly be unable to confront Cersei and Jaime? Ned remained unconvinced that Robert was so easily vanquished. How many among the King's Guard would hit Robert as command? Who led the family as private army? Could one be certain that the gold cloaks would invariably stand by Robert? Edmure posed 3 inquiries in succession. After listening to Edmure's questions, Ned furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that it seemed only Barristan would unequivocally comply with Robert's orders. As for Jaime, that was self-evident, but he was uncertain about the others. The private army was under the command of Robert's brother, Renly, the commander of the watch. Janos was originally the son of a butcher. Having been elevated to his position by Robert himself, he was expected to be loyal to Robert. Ned articulated his internal analysis to Edmure, who then comprehended why Ned had suffered such a devastating defeat during the coup. Only Barristan among the King's Guard would support Robert. The loyalty of the others was dubious. Renly commanded the private soldiers, not Robert, and Janos had already succumbed to corruption through monetary influence. Edmure elaborated on each point to Ned. It was precisely because Ned had placed his trust in Peter, viewing Janos as one of his own, that he had faltered in the coup. Could Renly truly betray Robert? Ned asked incredulously. While he could not refute Edmure's other analyses, he remained unconvinced that Renly would engage in treachery. Even if Robert were to perish, Joffrey was not the legitimate heir. It would be Robert's younger brother, Stannis, who would ascend the throne, leaving no room for Renly. What motivation could he possibly have for betrayal? Did he harbor ambitions for the Iron Throne? Edmure refrained from revealing that Renly indeed aspired to claim the Iron Throne, instead saying, Renly may not resort to using his private army against Robert. But do you believe those soldiers could prevail against the gold cloaks? Moreover, aside from the King's Guard, how many private soldiers do the Lannisters have in King's Landing? After Edmure's remarks, Ned realized that Robert, as king, had nearly become a solitary figure. King's Landing was swiftly transforming into a domain of the Lannisters. To his knowledge, the Lannisters possessed at least 200 guards in the city, not accounting for those they had infiltrated within the King's Guard and among the gold cloaks. A sudden chill washed over him, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. He was ill-suited to engage in such cerebral maneuvers against these individuals. What shall we do? He could only implore Edmure. Protect Robert and yourself, and devise a means to seize the gold cloaks. Edmure contemplated for a moment before responding. As long as Robert remains alive, Cersei will not dare to act recklessly, for Robert is, after all, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. Although he has become quite corpulent, his residual authority endures. Even if he were to stand there, allowing the King's Guard and the gold cloaks to slay him, they might still hesitate. For that would require a measure of audacity. It is the crime of regicide. However, should Robert die, everything will change. All will be compelled to choose sides and weigh their allegiances. To ensure Ned's protection is crucial in preventing Cersei from taking action against him. For if Ned were to perish, Robert would become a true solitary figure, devoid of allies. Cersei would then be unrestrained, and Robert would be at her mercy. The pivotal element in this scenario lies within the formidable presence of the capital City Watch. With a force of 4,000, the City Watch possesses the power to influence the ruler of King's Landing, serving as the determining factor in any palace coup. Upon hearing Edmure's words, Ned began to grasp the underlying reasons. After all, the extensive discourse had not been in vain, and even he, in his dullness, had gleaned considerable insight. Since arriving in King's Landing, he had begun to investigate the cause of Duke Alan's death. Now, with the truth laid bare, he found himself unable to disclose it to Robert, a burden that weighed heavily upon him. 2 days later, in an opulent chamber, Cersei, upon observing the grotesque figure at the door, furrowed her brow and inquired, "What do you want?" Since Tyrion had returned to inform her about Catelyn's arrival in King's Landing, Cersei had not met with him alone. Even as Tyrion expressed his desire to speak with her on several occasions, she had disregarded him. To her surprise, he had now come directly to her door. As he slipped past Cersei, who blocked the entrance, he casually poured himself a glass of red wine before asking, "Was it you who arranged the group melee? What person are you referring to?" Cersei tilted her head, her impatience evident. Those two met their demise outside of King's Landing. And one, who had yet to take action, had his legs severed, destined to spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. The corners of Cersei's mouth twitched as she turned her gaze back to Tyrion, stating, "Their deaths are inconsequential to me. Was it not your doing? What exactly do you intend?" Cersei's irritation deepened. "Regardless of whether they were mercenaries you hired, Edmure has issued a warning. He and Ned will be more vigilant of you. I did not anticipate his ruthlessness, so be cautious in your future endeavors. Do not act recklessly." Tyrion was acutely aware of his sister's boldness since childhood. Her willingness to act without regard for consequences. "When did it become your place, as a dwarf, to chastise me?" Cersei retorted, glaring at him. Their previous discussion regarding Edmure's arrival in King's Landing had merely been a spur-of-the-moment decision on her part. Cersei had not envisioned that Tyrion would presume he had the right to engage in political discourse with her. Such a notion was utterly delusional. Ignoring Cersei's outburst, Tyrion drained his glass of wine, leaping from his chair to face her. "Regardless of your involvement, every action you take impacts the entire Lannister family. And I refuse to allow you to jeopardize our clan. Get out!" Cersei commanded, pushing Tyrion away. She had never expected that he would dare speak to her in their father Tywin's tone. After forcibly expelling him from the room and slamming the door shut, Cersei's mind began to race. In the Red Keep's council chamber, as Ned pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of a rotund figure seated at the long table. A sense of confusion washed over him. Robert had not attended a council meeting since Ned's appointment at hand of the king. "Ned, that wretched child is pregnant. I had mentioned this matter to you on my way to King's Landing, yet you forbade me from executing that pair of siblings. Fortunately, it is not too late. I desire their demise, and I demand it now." As Ned approached the conference table, Robert shouted at him from his chair. Upon hearing Robert's intent to kill a girl who is still with child, Ned instinctively felt the urge to oppose. However, upon noticing Varys seated at the table, he recalled Edmure's speculations. He had not anticipated that merely 2 days prior he was discussing Daenerys with Edmure, and today he found himself hearing news about her from Robert. He turned to Varys and inquired, "My Lord Varys, is it truly necessary to kill them?" Chapter 47, Blessings. As Varys observed the exchange between the two men, he was taken aback by Ned's unexpected inquiry. He stared at Ned, momentarily speechless, before responding, "My lord, I harbor no desire to see them harmed. However, should Daenerys bear a son, he would undoubtedly lead the Dothraki in a counterattack against Westeros, resulting in casualties far exceeding those of the two we discuss." Ned scrutinized Varys' expression, detecting no signs of deceit, which led him to question the validity of Edmure's conjecture. The others present were equally astonished by Ned's question. Robert had anticipated a vociferous opposition to his methods, yet here was Ned, seeking Varys' counsel. Though surprised, Lancel quickly regained his composure, adopting an expression of detached curiosity. The Grand Maester Pycelle merely lifted his eyelids for a fleeting glance at Ned before dozing off again. Noticing Varys' calm demeanor, Ned pressed on. "I recall that Daenerys wagged the call not long ago. How can you be so certain she is truly with child?" "Yora, my lord, I believe he is quite aware. He is presently by Daenerys' side," Varys replied. "Yora Mormont?" Ned confirmed. "Indeed," Varys responded with serene assurance. "How can we trust the words of a fugitive?" Ned mused, astonished to discover that the former lord of Bear Island, condemned to death for slave trading, had crossed the narrow sea to seek refuge with Daenerys. "Yora is seeking a pardon. He would not dare to deceive," Varys elaborated. The mention of a pardon ignited a spark of anger within Ned. "Yora's father. The current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, had willingly taken the black to make way for his son. Yet, within a few years at the wall, Jorah had squandered the family fortune due to his wife's misfortune and resorted to capturing poachers for sale. A decision that led to his death sentence under Westerosi law once Ned learned of his actions. Upon hearing of Ned's intent to apprehend him, Jorah had fled the north by ship. Enough of Jorah, I demand that we dispatch someone to eliminate that harlot and her unborn child. As well as Viserys, let them all be slain. A voice thundered, cutting through the tension. Seeing Ned entangled in discussions about Jorah, Robert grew impatient and slammed his hand upon the table once more. Ned hesitated, torn between the possibility that Varys was feigning innocence or that Admiral's deductions were misguided. If he were to issue a death warrant against them, how would he differ from the mountain who crushed Rhaegar's child? Thus, he replied, Robert, even if the girl is indeed with child, we do not yet know the sex. We could wait until the child is born before deciding on their fate. Ned sought to delay the decision, hoping to sway Robert's resolve. Ned, you previously opposed my desire to eliminate them. Now that the harlot carries the child of a Dothraki call, do you intend to wait until the Dothraki come for us before acting? Robert glared at his friend, his eyes wide with fury. Ned wished to argue that the Dothraki could not cross the narrow sea, yet he recalled their earlier discussions and chose silence instead. Observing the exasperated Robert and the expectant Varys awaiting his command, Ned felt an overwhelming desire to remove the Prime Minister's badge to avoid bearing the culpability of assassinating innocents. Yet, Admiral's words lingered in his mind, compelling him to retain the protective emblem upon his chest. Turning his gaze around the room, he noted that only Barristan, the captain of the King's Guard, regarded him with a semblance of pity, while the others awaited his orders. With great difficulty, he posed the question, who should be dispatched to execute the assassination? Ned's inquiry left the others present momentarily stunned. Robert, who understood him best, anticipated a fierce argument with Ned. He had even prepared himself to berate Ned, only to be taken aback by his swift capitulation. Varys, perplexed by Ned's earlier question, furrowed his brow, as if encountering Ned for the first time. Peter scrutinized Ned, contemplating the reasons behind his unexpected surrender. After a brief pause, Lancel suddenly interjected, My Lord Varys, is not Jorah by Daenerys' side? Would it not be fitting to send him? However, Varys countered that they were in the sacred city of Vis Dothrak, where weapons were strictly forbidden. Even sworn enemies among the Khalisars were compelled to set aside their animosities. And Jorah would not carry out such an order. I have heard that the faceless men across the narrow sea excel in such endeavors, suggested Ser Jorah, lifting his head to clear his throat. My dear Grand Maester, you may not be aware of the exorbitant fees demanded by the faceless men. The total prize money for a tournament would scarcely suffice to hire them for the assassination of Daenerys, Peter remarked, his own interests now at stake. He continued, rather than enlisting the faceless men, employing poison would be far more straightforward. As Ned listened to their deliberations, he found it unfathomable that these kings and high lords were discussing the means to eliminate a child still in the womb. Rising from the table, he chose to distance himself from the conversation, moving to the wall to await their conclusions. 10 minutes later, Varys approached Ned and softly stated, My Lord Prime Minister, let us proceed. Contemplating the imminent decree, Ned cast a significant glance at Varys before returning to the long table. Following closely behind, Varys furrowed his brow. Initially believing Ned's earlier question to be a mere whim, he now suspected that the situation was far more complex. As the two approached the table, Peter's gaze flitted between them, deep in thought. Upon reaching the table, Ned could no longer bear to scrutinize the details. He signed his name and silently affixed the king's seal, fervently wishing that Varys had secretly aligned himself with Daenerys, otherwise he might regret his decision for the rest of his life. Delegating the order to Varys, Ned rose without casting a glance at Robert and departed the council chamber. In the sacred city of Vis Dothrak, within a vast tent, a youthful maiden clad in leather armor, with striking silver hair, was voraciously devouring a horse's heart, nearly the size of her delicate face. Surrounding the circular dais were 6 Dothraki crones, their faces painted, chanting ritualistic incantations in the Dothraki tongue. Encircling the outer edge of the tent were fierce Dothraki warriors and handmaidens, their presence formidable. Upon the pedestal, the maiden was none other than Daenerys Targaryen, the princess of the former dynasty whom Ned and his companions had conspired to assassinate during the council. They now gathered to offer blessings for the child she bore within her womb. To fulfill the ritual flawlessly, Daenerys was required to consume an entire horse's heart. Failure to do so or any instance of regurgitation would forebode a grim fate for her unborn child, potentially leading to deformity, premature death, or the birth of a daughter. In her unwavering pursuit of perfection in this rite, Daenerys had spent the preceding days attempting to consume raw horse meat and drink fresh blood to acclimate herself to the sanguine flavor. Yet, when it came to the actual consumption of the heart, she found it exceedingly difficult to swallow, for it was composed solely of muscle, necessitating her to tear it apart piece by piece before swallowing. Chapter 48, in high demand after consuming nearly half of the horse heart. She felt her stomach begin to churn, yet she forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit, silently reminding herself that she was the bloodline of true dragons. Her gaze fell upon her husband, Drogo, who sat across from her, a towering figure with a shiny braid adorned with bells, his almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on her. Gritting her teeth, she continued to tear apart the horse heart and swallowed it with great effort, hoping fervently that she would not regurgitate it. Observing her sister Daenerys struggle to swallow, Viserys, who shared her silver hair, turned to Jorah with concern. He cared not whether Daenerys bore a son or a daughter. Nor did he concern himself with the child's health. His only interest lay in Drogo's satisfaction and whether he would honor his promise to aid in the conquest of Westeros. Jorah watched Daenerys as she continued to consume the horse heart with admiration, surprised that this girl still in her youth displayed such fortitude. As Daenerys diminished the horse heart in her hands, the clamor of the old women surrounding her grew louder. Viserys had long since tired of their raucous voices. Had it not been for Drogo's presence, he would have retreated to his tent to embrace Daenerys' handmaiden, Doria, for a restful slumber. What are they shouting about? Viserys inquired impatiently. They proclaim that within Daenerys lies a boy, a prince, galloping on a noble steed, Jorah replied, undeterred by Viserys' sullen demeanor, smiling as he explained. I am the prince, that one is merely a bastard. Viserys scoffed at the old women as reference to Daenerys as child. Jorah, accustomed to Viserys' arrogance, disregarded his remarks and allowed him to mutter to himself. The cacophony of the old women escalated, and Daenerys' massive horse heart gradually disappeared. Upon swallowing the last morsel, nearly inducing her to vomit, an elderly woman with a face lined with wrinkles approached her and loudly inquired, "What is the name of the prince riding the steed?" Daenerys, having been drilled by her handmaidens in the Dothraki tongue, proclaimed, "His name is Rhaegal. Prince Rhaegal. 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 He is called Rhaegal." The old woman and the surrounding Dothraki echoed in unison. Meanwhile, outside the Lion's Gate in King's Landing, a farmer's cart slowly approached the grand entrance, accompanied by the driver and several large wooden barrels. Once the cart entered the city, it did not travel far before halting at the mouth of a narrow alley. The nearly 50-year-old driver, named Cat, disembarked and peered into the alley's trough, wrinkling his nose and shaking his head slightly before continuing forward. Arriving at an adjacent alley, he sniffed vigorously but remained unsatisfied, proceeding along the main road to the next alley. Cat traversed 4 alleys before finally stopping beside the hills of Visenya. He took a piece of burlap from the cart, dampened it with water from a nearby jug, and wrapped it around his face. He then retrieved a wooden barrel from the cart, placing it beside the trough, and carefully dipped a large wooden spoon into the murky waste, filling the barrel with great caution, wary of splashes onto his body or face. After several scoops, the barrel neared its capacity. Cat tested its weight and added a few more spoonfuls before sealing the lid and hoisting the barrel back onto the cart. The wooden barrel was set in place, and with the lid removed, he continued to stoop and ladle the foul liquid into the barrel, determined to fill it completely. Carter's peculiar actions immediately attracted the attention of the nearby residents and passers-by, who were baffled by his collection of such repugnant waste. Could it be that the nobles of King S Landing could no longer endure the stench of the cesspool and had taken it upon themselves to send someone to manage the filth? Some pondered. The antiquated sewers of King S Landing were utterly incapable of disposing of the waste generated by over 50,000 inhabitants, and many of the drains were clogged and unattended, with only those within the Red Keep remaining largely intact. Elsewhere, this neglect had led to the deplorable situation of excrement and sewage flowing freely in the streets. Each narrow alleyway in King S Landing featured a trench designed to collect waste and sewage, which would accumulate and evaporate. But the depth of these trenches barely managed a vicious cycle. However, the recent tournament had filled these trenches to the brim, causing overflow onto the streets, a sight even the residents, accustomed to the foul stench, found intolerable. They had not anticipated witnessing someone engaged in the task of cleaning the excrement today. After ladling for over 20 minutes, Carter filled and sealed 6 large barrels, glanced at the sky, and resolved to haul another load before nightfall. As he navigated the narrow streets with his cart laden with waste, pedestrians scurried to avoid him. their fear of the stench surpassing even the chaos of the tournament when Ser Jorah Mormont had cleared the way. Observers could not fathom what foul cargo Carter was transporting. It was far more odorous than mere excrement. Unbeknownst to them, it was the result of fermentation over countless days, producing an even more potent aroma. Upon reaching the Lion's Gate, the guards in golden robes caught a whiff of the stench from afar and promptly retreated from the city gate. One of them curiously calling out, "What on earth did you bring in that reeks so foully?" "Excrement," Carter replied candidly. "Are you seeking death?" The golden-robed guard paused, then sneered, thinking Carter was jesting, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to confront him. Only then did Carter realize the guard had misinterpreted his meaning. Turning to clarify, he found himself in a difficult position, saying, "My lord, I truly have excrement on my cart." The guard's expression shifted as he comprehended the situation. What else could produce such a stench but excrement? Curiosity piqued, he asked, "You went in just to collect this?" Fearing further misinterpretation, Carter replied honestly, "I intend to use it for fertilization." "Is that really suitable for fertilization? Can what comes from that be consumed?" The guard inquired, astonished. "Cow and horse dung can be. But human, how could those be the same? Where do you intend to take it?" Carter was interrupted before he could finish. "I reside in the Riverlands," he answered. "Make haste. The stench is unbearable." As soon as Carter finished speaking, the guard waved him away impatiently. He then turned to his companion, saying, "Whoever eats from his garden is in for trouble." His companion nodded in agreement, and once Carter's cart had vanished from sight, they returned to their posts at the city gate. Unbothered by the guard's remarks, Carter urged his cart onward, internally mocking the guard's ignorance of the benefits of manure. News soon spread after Archibald and Abel applied the decomposed fertilizer to the fields. Upon observing the compost that emitted scarcely any unpleasant odor after fermentation, the villagers were already brimming with confidence in its fertility, even though the fertilizer applied to the fields had yet to take effect. After gathering the manure surrounding his home, Carter set his sights on its principal source, Julin. With several casks in tow, he hastened towards it. As he drove his cart, contemplating where to dig a few more compost pits upon his return, Carter suddenly spotted another cart approaching along the Golden Avenue, which bore only a few wooden barrels. Chapter 49, Homecoming. Casting a glance at the coachman, who was equally astonished and sniffing in disbelief, Carter swiftly confirmed his suspicions. It seemed he was not the only one contemplating the collection of waste in King's Landing. Others were equally astute. Without hesitation, he cracked the whip, urging the horses to hasten their return. The horsemen who passed him appeared even more anxious, as if the refuse of King's Landing would be entirely depleted if they arrived too late. 20 minutes later, as he caught a whiff of a foul-smelling cart preparing to exit the city, the golden-robed man who had previously inquired about Carter's whereabouts felt an ominous premonition and posed the same question once more. Upon receiving nearly identical answers, the two guards were left dumbfounded. Given King's Landing's proximity to the Riverlands, they harbored grave doubts about whether they would someday consume vegetables or grains nourished by such waste. 2 days later, the guards' despair became tangible as their fears materialized. Carts laden with excrement were no longer a rare sight but formed a queue entering and exiting the Lion's Gate. The stench had become so pervasive that even the aroma of food was tainted, causing them to lose several pounds in just 2 days. The Lion's Gate, facing the Western Territories, had nearly ceased normal traffic, as the foul procession was unbearable. Some even dubbed it the Gate of Filth. In stark contrast to the guards' plight, the common folk of King's Landing rejoiced. The accumulated waste in the alleys and along the main roads gradually diminished, the once overpowering stench dissipating. Observing the continual passage of the refuse carts, they began to wonder if King's Landing might shed its title of the City of Waste and transform into something altogether different. As she gazed longingly at the distant Winterfell, Catelyn felt a renewed strength surging through her weary body. With a firm kick to the horse's flank, she and Roderick surged forward. Departing from the Crossroads Inn, they concealed their tracks as they hastened their journey. Once they crossed the neck, they no longer held back, galloping with urgency to reach Winterfell ahead of schedule. Upon entering the city, Catelyn hurriedly made her way to Bran's chamber. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, she beheld Bran, frail and pallid, lying there. Tears welled up instantly as she rushed to embrace him, fearful of losing him once more. "Mother!" Bran was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his mother entering the room. Upon waking without her by his side, he had felt a tinge of resentment towards Catelyn. Despite the nurse and Master Luwin's assurances that she had remained by his bedside for over 20 days. Yet, witnessing her sorrowful embrace softened his heart, and tears began to flow unbidden. "Bran, I too was compelled to leave before you awakened," Catelyn said, releasing him with a note of regret. Are father and Sansa well? Bran was already aware of Catelyn's visit to King's Landing. Catelyn yearned to utter a comforting word to Bran, but thoughts of her husband and daughter, trapped in the uncertainty of King's Landing, rendered her speechless. Throughout her journey, she had been consumed by longing, guilt, and worry. Unaware of the potential repercussions her inquiries with Tyrion Lannister might have on Ned and the others. This urgency to return to Winterfell was one of the reasons for her haste. Upon hearing the news of Catelyn's return, Robb hastened to her side, coincidentally arriving just in time to witness a conversation between Catelyn and Bran. Bran, his face etched with concern, gazed at his mother, hesitating to speak. Theon, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with them, Catelyn instructed, directing her words toward her adopted son Theon, who had followed Robb into the room. Very well, my lady, Theon replied, casting a furrowed glance at Robb before exiting. Once Theon had distanced himself, Catelyn nodded toward Roderick by the door before closing it. Observing Catelyn's cautious demeanor, Robb and Bran's anxiety only intensified. Is there any news from King's Landing? Catelyn inquired of her eldest son. What news do you refer to? Robb responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. Catelyn, relieved by Robb's response, felt a weight lift. No bad news was indeed the best news. She then recounted her encounter with Tyrion and briefly shared her speculations regarding Ned and Edmure's situation in King's Landing. You saw Uncle Edmure in King's Landing? Robb suddenly recalled. Yes, news has indeed arrived regarding the tournament. Uncle was victorious in the team competition. The surprise on Catelyn's face startled Robb, momentarily causing him to forget the significance of this news. Are you saying Edmure has won the championship in the team event? Catelyn exclaimed, momentarily setting aside her worries for her husband. Indeed, the news from King's Landing states as much. The champion of the jousting was Sandor Clegane, while an unknown Dornish lad claimed victory in archery. Catelyn was well aware of Edmure's capabilities. He could handle ordinary knights with ease. Yet he fell short against seasoned champions like Ser Desmond and Captain Roose. Their father, Hoster, had often urged him to improve, but Edmure's progress had been limited. Catelyn had witnessed several tournaments herself and understood that team battles were no easy feat. They required not only physical stamina but also considerable skill. Or else one would struggle against individual or small group assaults, let alone emerge victorious. Could it be that the other competitors refrained from attacking Edmure, aware of his status as the heir of Riverrun? Catelyn was left to ponder this possibility. As she observed the shifting expressions of her mother, Robb found himself perplexed. Should not his brother's triumph in the team event bring joy to their sister? Why did their mother appear so incredulous? Noticing her son's quizzical gaze, Catelyn withheld her inner questions and abruptly considered another point. Based on the timing of her encounter with the imp, it was likely that Tyrion had already arrived in King's Landing at the commencement of the tournament. If Edmure had managed to secure victory in the team event, it suggested that Ned and the girls were also safe. With this reasoning, Catelyn released a significant portion of her anxiety, feeling happiness for Edmure. Regardless of how he achieved his victory, his pride would surely be greatly bolstered. Robb, I want you to dispatch 200 archers to defend the Carhold, and instruct Lord Manderly of White Harbor to strengthen its fortifications to thwart any potential maritime incursions into the north. Furthermore, keep a close watch on Theon. We may find ourselves allied with his father in the future. Catelyn conveyed her husband Ned's arrangements to Robb, as he listened to his mother articulate the orders. Both Robb and Bran's expressions shifted simultaneously, taken aback by the unexpected intensity of the situation. What about father and Sansa? Robb inquired anxiously, recalling his mother's earlier words of preparation. One can only hope they return safely to the north. Catelyn shared the same profound concern for her husband and daughter, yet felt utterly powerless in the face of it. Chapter 50 Unexpected Visitor. Upon hearing their mother's uncertain words, the brothers could not help but worry for their father and sister, who were far away in King's Landing. Is it true that Tyrion made a saddle for Bran? Catelyn suddenly recalled her conversation with Tyrion at the Crossroads Inn. Indeed, I rode a few laps in the forest, Bran exclaimed excitedly at the mention of the saddle. Mother, perhaps Tyrion is not the one who harmed Bran. After listening to his mother inquire about Tyrion, Robb remembered Tyrion's return to Winterfell from the Wall. Given Tyrion's demeanor and his treatment of his brother Bran, he hardly seemed like a perpetrator. Following her conversation with Tyrion, Catelyn also began to doubt her previous assumptions. But upon recalling the golden hair found at the ruined tower, she bitterly remarked, even if it wasn't Tyrion, it was certainly a Lannister. Robb understood who his mother was referring to, as they had discussed the golden hair after acquiring it. On the day of Bran's incident, many had gone hunting with King Robert, while Queen Cersei and Jaime had not. The peculiar golden hair, unique to the Lannisters, was left behind at the tower. Catelyn and Robb speculated it might have been Jaime or Cersei, but did not consider that both could have been present at the tower, which would have further solidified their suspicions. In the Hand's Tower, Ned and Edmure were in a council meeting when Jory suddenly knocked and entered with a peculiar expression. "My lord, someone wishes to see you, but I do not know where he has come from. Did Harris not inform you?" Ned frowned. Harris was the guard at the Hand's Tower entrance. "No, he concealed his appearance, and I found him somewhat suspicious." "Do you wish to meet him, my lord?" Jory asked with concern. "Let him in, I will be cautious." Ned glanced at Edmure and instructed Jory. Jory opened the door, and a robust man dressed in coarse linen entered, his face shrouded beneath a cloak. The visitor slightly parted his cloak, glancing at Ned and Edmure, and nodded to Jory. Jory looked at Ned, who gestured for him to leave the room. "Who are you?" Ned asked, peering at the newcomer with curiosity. "My Lord Hand and Lord Edmure." "I did not expect to find you here," came a familiar voice as the cloak was lifted. "Varys, what brings you here?" Ned exclaimed, astonished to see the coarse, bearded man before him. "The Red Keep is rife with Littlefinger and the Queen spies. I had no choice," Varys replied, spreading his hands. "And how did you evade the guards at the Hand's Tower?" Ned still found it hard to believe that Varys could infiltrate without alerting the sentinels, given his stature. More than 2 centuries ago, the ruthless Maeder killed all the craftsmen involved in the construction of the Red Keep, yet its secrets cannot remain buried forever. "That is precisely my forte." Varys smiled faintly. To Ned, the smile sent a chill down his spine, as he feared he might one day find himself dead in his sleep without realizing it. The cruel Maeder mentioned by Varys was a king from the Targaryen dynasty. The Red Keep was completed during his tenure, and to conceal the secret passage he had constructed, he hosted a grand feast for the craftsmen before executing them all. This act alone did not fully account for his reputation for cruelty. He also viciously suppressed the armed factions of the church and offered bounties for the scalps of the sons of warriors and the impoverished to eradicate them. Moreover, Mage was equally ruthless in quelling rebellions and in his treatment of his own wives. Throughout his life, he had 6 wives, 3 of whom met a tragic end at his hands. Upon witnessing Varys' elaborate efforts to seek him out, Ned inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, Lord Varys?" "I have come to remind you, Lord Ned, that the king is in grave danger, with the specter of death looming ever closer." Varys did not shy away from Edmure's presence. He had disowned that Edmure and his brother-in-law had aligned themselves. "From where did you acquire this information?" Although Ned had previously discussed Robert with Edmure, hearing such news from Varys was nonetheless startling. After posing his question, he glanced at Edmure, perplexed as to why Varys would take the risk to inform him instead of directly confiding in Edmure. Was he perhaps fearful of the Queen and Peter's spies? Pouring himself a glass of water from a nearby table, Varys took a couple of swift sips before stating, "While I cannot specify the timing or method of the impending action, I am certain that King Robert is in peril. Is the Queen behind this?" Ned conjectured. "It seems your lordship has not been idle during this period." Varys smiled faintly, pondering the extent of Ned's investigations. "Did Lord Arryn meet his demise through poisoning?" Ned broached the question he had long wrestled with. "The poison that claimed Lord Arryn was tears of laze, hailing from my homeland. It is not easily obtainable by common folk. Was it the Queen who administered the poison?" Although Ned had long harbored suspicions, he sought confirmation from Varys. Gazing out the window, Varys replied, "I am uncertain of the mastermind behind this plot. All I know is that the one who delivered the poison has joined Lord Arryn." "Who is it?" Ned was taken aback that even Varys had not uncovered the puppet master. It was Ser Hugh, the squire of Lord Arryn, who was slain by the mountain. Observing their exchange, Edmure was astonished at how discreetly Littlefinger had orchestrated Lord Arryn's demise, managing to elude even Varys' scrutiny, thereby allowing the Lannisters to shoulder the blame. Ned could scarcely believe that such an astute man as Lord Arryn had fallen victim to a close attendant. "Do you have any further doubts, my lord? If not, I shall take my leave," Varys remarked, glancing at both Ned and Edmure. Seeing Varys' earnest demeanor, Ned shook his head. He would never broach the subject of Joffrey's golden hair with Varys. Regardless of what Varys knew or did not, Ned could not inquire further. Instead, he began to speculate on Varys' true intentions for this visit. beyond cautioning him about Robert as looming danger. It seemed there might also be an element of goodwill behind his approach. During the council's discussion of the assassination of Daenerys, he had previously questioned Varys. Not only to validate Edmure's suspicions but also to test Varys' loyalties, it now appeared that he had indeed secretly aligned himself with Daenerys. Upon receiving this answer, Ned found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to feel elated or enraged. As the spymaster for Robert, Varys had betrayed his allegiance. Rendering the assassination order, he had signed and sealed nothing more than a mere scrap of paper, thereby alleviating his profound sense of guilt. Chapter 51. Two troublemakers. Edmure was not particularly surprised by Varys' arrival. He had anticipated that Varys was there to extend an olive branch. But he also sensed an underlying malice. This second most notorious troublemaker of the Seven Kingdoms often shared similar motives with Peter, fully deserving of their infamous titles. The realm was on the brink of chaos, and both Viserys and Daenerys had yet to come into their own. Should the Lannisters swiftly vanquish their adversaries and restore unity to the Seven Kingdoms, the Targaryen siblings would be left to contend with an enemy even more formidable than the current Robert. As a pivotal force against the Lannisters, Ned was not something Varys wished to see perish prematurely. His most favorable outcome would be a mutual destruction among the factions, allowing the Targaryens to exploit the ensuing weakness. Delaying Robert's demise was merely a strategy to buy time. Varys observed that he had offered Ned an opportunity to inquire, yet Ned seemed devoid of questions, which puzzled him. He had expected Ned to be brimming with inquiries regarding Bran's fall, the assassination attempt, the motives behind the Lannisters' actions, the circumstances surrounding the death of Lord Arryn, and the prolonged absence of Robert's brother, Stannis, on Dragonstone. Yet, Ned posed none of these questions. Was he oblivious to them or already aware of the answers? As Varys' mind raced through these contemplations, he was about to take his leave when he heard Edmure's question. Lord Varys, how many Lannisters are among the Gold Cloaks? In response to Edmure's pertinent inquiry, Varys pondered briefly before replying, I cannot ascertain the exact number of Lannister loyalists among the Gold Cloaks. But I am certain that their commander, Yonos, is always at the beck and call of the Lannisters or Peter. Varys had long wished to converse with Edmure, hoping to extract some useful information. He sensed an unsettling connection between Ned's peculiar behavior and Edmure's arrival. As soon as Varys finished speaking, Ned, astonished, interjected. Are Peter and the Lannisters in league? I cannot say for certain, Varys replied, but there have been several instances of close contact between them. Noticing Ned deep in thought, Varys added, I must offer you a piece of advice. Be wary of placing too much trust in Littlefinger. Upon hearing Varys' words, Ned glanced at Edmure, who had expressed similar sentiments previously. After addressing Ned, Varys turned his gaze back to Edmure. I have yet to express my gratitude, my lord. Soon, you shall shed the burden of the capital's unsavory reputation. When Varys had initially heard of Edmure's activities in the Riverlands, he had only grasped the basics of crop rotation, composting, and surveying borders. He remained somewhat perplexed by Edmure's other actions, particularly the enigmatic smoke he had deployed in the Red Keep. Furthermore, he had yet to uncover what Edmure was imparting to his men. All he had witnessed were skills with the sword, leaving him in the dark about the breeding techniques. He only understood that it was something that could enhance the combat abilities of ordinary soldiers. This revelation had only intensified his curiosity after Edmure's triumph in the group battle. Ned understood that Varys was alluding to the recent appearance of the dung cart in King's Landing, yet he remained unaware of Edmure's involvement. 2 days prior, when the dung cart made its appearance in King's Landing, many presumed it to be a directive from the ruler aimed at enhancing the city's environment. It was later revealed that the farmer had come to fertilize his fields, and initially, he too believed that human excrement was too unsanitary for such a purpose, harboring concerns akin to those of the guards at the Lion's Gate. As matters became overwhelming, he ceased to pay attention, unaware that the arrival of the dung cart was orchestrated by his brother-in-law, Edmure. Seeing the astonishment on Ned's face, Varys was perplexed. He had not anticipated that Ned was oblivious to Edmure's method of composting. Varys' earlier expressions of gratitude towards Edmure were sincere. He was not only thankful for the significant reduction of odor in King's Landing but also for the innovative composting technique. Initially skeptical when he heard from his little birds about Edmure's composting endeavors in the Riverlands, he had only been optimistic about the crop rotation method Edmure advocated. For Varys, who had endured a childhood of poverty and near starvation on the streets, food held a special significance. He harbored deep sympathy for the impoverished, often bestowing alms upon the destitute children, women, and elderly in King's Landing. Upon learning of the crop rotation method, he pondered how many more mouths it could feed. Witnessing the efficacy of the composting through the dung cart further solidified his confidence in future agricultural yields. All of this stemmed from the individual before him, compelling him to express his gratitude. While some of Edmure's other initiatives may have originated from the old Duke, Hostel, the concepts of crop rotation and composting were undoubtedly his own innovations. Noticing the confusion in Ned's eyes, Edmure proceeded to elucidate the composting method, briefly touching upon crop rotation, which left Ned utterly astonished. The North's frigid climate, where even summer could witness snowfall, resulted in meager agricultural outputs. If these two methods were imparted to the farmers, they could significantly increase yields, addressing a pressing issue given the declining temperatures. As Varys discussed further matters, he eventually took his leave. After Varys' departure, Ned instructed Edmure to document both methods and dispatched them to the north via Raven. 5 nights later, in a modest chamber, Arya was having Edmure correct her breathing technique when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the beaming face of her father. Edmure. I've also achieved the cyclone, Ned exclaimed as he stepped into the room, brimming with joy. That's wonderful, father, Arya cried out before Edmure could respond. Arya had mastered the cyclone 10 days prior, 3 days faster than the tall man, Luwin. But she was anxious as her father had yet to achieve the same feat despite starting on the same day. Initially indifferent to the breathing technique due to his myriad responsibilities, Ned had become earnest about his training upon learning of his daughter's success, dedicating 2 hours daily. And today he finally manifested the cyclone among those who began practicing the breathing technique alongside them. The fastest had taken at least 15 days to show signs of a cyclone, while some had yet to achieve it. Edmund discovered that the significant disparity in the cultivation of cyclone time was not solely attributable to individual effort, rather, it was profoundly influenced by innate talent. Elias' natural aptitude was exceptionally remarkable, and Edmund surmised that, without the compatibility progress bar, his own advancement would pale in comparison to hers. In contrast to their progress, Edmund had also made considerable strides. His new breathing technique had already reached a completion of 100, and his swordsman experience had ascended to 82. So, he noted that after advancing to the rank of swordsman, the growth of his experience bar had noticeably slowed, while the contribution of the breathing technique to experience accumulation had significantly increased. The experience gained from practicing sword techniques and engaging in physical training was minimal. After a period of observation, Edmund began to comprehend the underlying reasons. Chapter 52, Preparedness. Swordsmanship, beyond its foundational movements, encompasses a series of intricate sequences, yet the totality of sword techniques remains finite. The compatibility of sword skills enhances rapidly, yet upon reaching a certain threshold, it approaches its limits. To augment practical combat ability, one must elevate physical attributes such as strength, speed, and endurance. These enhancements can only be achieved through breathing techniques, while physical training, though beneficial, is inherently gradual and limited in its potential. This reality has rendered breathing techniques increasingly significant in the accumulation of experience. During this period of relative idleness, he occasionally sparred with Ned, managing to hold his own without resorting to brute strength. This not only bolstered his confidence but also greatly enhanced Ned's faith in the breathing techniques. Ned had keenly observed Edmure's progress since the martial tournament, and during their encounters, Edmure had yet to employ the raw power that accompanied his ascension to sword master. Otherwise, Ned might not have stood a chance. Upon entering, Ned shared insights on his training before requesting Edmure to correct any missteps alongside his daughter, Arya. In contrast to their industriousness, Sansa found herself in a tranquil period. Her spirits elevated. After a phase of neglect, Joffrey had unexpectedly resumed conversations with her, restoring her dreams that had almost shattered. Edmure noted Sansa's transformation and felt an urge to counsel his niece. However, witnessing her infatuated demeanor, he refrained from speaking. After instructing the two for an entire evening, Edmure set forth the following morning with Robb toward the western part of the city. As they exited the Red Keep, Edmure soon regretted their early departure. It was the peak hour for the refuse carts entering King's Landing. Numerous commoners and nobles were seen carrying chamber pots or buckets to empty into the carts. The odor was overwhelmingly foul. Once the procession of refuse carts had cleared the alleys and gutters, the citizens of King's Landing began to refrain from disposing of waste into the ditches, opting instead to wait for the carts to arrive. In more fastidious neighborhoods, residents had even taken to cleansing the remaining waste from the roadside ditches. Some carts had ceased using wooden barrels for waste collection. Instead, They had been modified into a cohesive unit using planks, sealed with glue, featuring a hole at the bottom, which was corked during transport, only to be uncorked when it was time to unload. With the refuse collection brigade in operation, the environment and air quality of King's Landing underwent a remarkable transformation. Only the slums retained their pervasive stench, while other areas experienced only a morning odor. Initially, the citizens assumed that the refuse carts were a new initiative by the recently appointed Prime Minister Ned to improve the city's conditions, only to later learn that it was an organic effort by the farmers of the Riverlands. Upon discovering that the removal of waste was intended for fertilizing fields, they were both perplexed and concerned. Eventually, inquiries revealed that the waste was not directly applied to the fields, but rather underwent fermentation and maturation prior to use. Although they lacked understanding of fermentation, they grasped the general concept that the processed waste would no longer possess its noxious scent and would not harm the soil when applied. Hearing this explanation alleviated the citizens' worries, as half of the fruits and vegetables they consumed were supplied by the Riverlands. They could not bear the thought of ingesting produce cultivated with such waste. Edmund and Roe, covering their mouths and noses, stealthily made their way to a blacksmith's shop, evading the foul stench of the refuse cart. Following the group competition where he had exerted brute strength thrice, his exquisite steel sword had become riddled with cracks, prompting him to commission the blacksmith to forge a superior blade, a task for which he had paid a hefty sum of 15 gold dragons. He harbored a deep envy for Ned's Valyrian steel sword, Ice, which he had once held. Despite its status as a two-handed greatsword, it was remarkably light. With his current strength, wielding it posed no challenge, yet it remained the possession of another, compelling him to invest in a mere ordinary steel sword. Sir, your sword is ready. Please take a look. The blacksmith, Traub, presented a newly forged sword of a bluish-gray hue to Edmund. Edmund shifted his gaze from Traub's apprentice, positioned not far behind, to the long sword in his hands. Indeed, it was a testament to the craftsmanship of the finest blacksmith in King's Landing, comparable to his previous weapon. Both forged from quality iron. His former sword, while resilient against ordinary weaponry, had succumbed to the extraordinary nature of Milsorosa's blade, which had rendered it nearly inoperative after just 3 forceful strikes. Against other arms, it could have endured several more encounters. After swinging the long sword a couple of times, Edmund felt a profound sense of satisfaction and promptly settled the remaining gold dragons. How has Gendry been progressing under your tutelage? Might I test his skills next time? Edmund inquired of Traub's apprentice, who was toiling sweatily by the forge. Traub glanced at the troublemaking Gendry and replied, while he still has much to learn. He could manage if your expectations are modest. Edmund nodded with a smile before departing alongside Roe. During his last visit, Edmund had learned of Gendry's lineage and, observing the unremarkable appearance of the illegitimate son of Robert, he pondered what had captivated Arya to willingly give him a blood oath. However, he surmised that this time, luck might not be on their side, and it was uncertain whether the two would even meet. Yet, Edmund was aware that he would likely find use for Gendry's skills in the future. Exiting the blacksmith's shop, Edmund traversed Steel Street heading northeast. After 20 minutes, they arrived at a circular building near the Great September of Baelor. Edmund approached and rapped on the heavy wooden door. In less than a minute, the door creaked open, revealing a stooped man in simple cotton attire, adorned with a tattered hat, who appeared to be in his 50s. Whom do you seek? The doorkeeper inquired, scanning Edmund and Roe with curiosity. We come on the orders of the Prime Minister to inquire about Wildfire, Edmund asserted, invoking his brother-in-law's name. In truth, he had indeed discussed with Ned his intent to visit the alchemist's guild regarding Wildfire. When Ned had inquired about his purpose, Edmund had merely indicated that it would be of use, a response Ned had come to accept without further questioning, accustomed as he was to Edmund's enigmatic ways. Upon learning that Edmund was sent by the Prime Minister, the man's expression shifted to one of mild excitement. He straightened his back awkwardly and craned his neck, asking, "Does Lord Stark intend to utilize that substance?" Edmund grasped that the substance he referred to was indeed Wildfire. He remarked, "The Prime Minister is certainly quite interested in it. So allow me to take a look first. May I inquire your name? Please, call me Wise Harling. And may I ask who you are?" Upon hearing that Wildfire had caught the attention of the newly appointed Prime Minister, Harling's demeanor shifted dramatically. He did not entertain the thought that Edmund might be an impostor. After all, it had been a long time since they had received any attention from the upper echelons of the court, rendering any pretense unnecessary. "I am Edmund Tully. Now, Wise Harling, could you escort me to see the Wildfire?" "Certainly, But it appears you and your companion are rather underdressed for the occasion, Harlan remarked, his expression brightening at Edmund's introduction, though he hesitated as he assessed the two of them. Chapter 53, Liquid Explosives. Edmund gazed at Harlan, observing the absence of any unusual expression on his face, which confirmed that he was indeed unaware of his own identity. It seemed he had been somewhat overly sentimental. It was likely that he was merely a researcher, confined within the Alchemist Guild, solely focused on the study of wildfire. Harlan's words reminded Edmund that the storage location for wildfire should be a cellar, a detail he had not considered beforehand. He could only muster the courage to say, "Let us take a look, it should not pose much of a problem." Upon hearing this, Harlan did not elaborate further and turned to lead Edmund and the others deeper inside. The trio arrived at a dimly lit small room, where Harlan lifted a tightly sealed oil lamp from the table and carefully opened the wooden door, proceeding cautiously down the corridor. It was too long before a chilling breeze struck Edmund, and the temperature continued to drop as they descended, prompting him to stifle a sneeze. Indeed, it was quite cold here, Edmund thought to himself, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "Yes, my lord. Only in this manner can the safety of such a substance be assured," Harlan remarked, his right hand holding the oil lamp, hesitating momentarily before he continued onward. At last, the corridor reached its end, and he used a key to unlock the heavy wooden door, setting the oil lamp aside with care. He vigorously turned the circular handle on the door, twisting it twice until a satisfying click resonated, signaling the door could be opened. Gazing at the heavy door's mechanism, Edmund felt a peculiar sensation akin to standing before a vault-safe door. Upon entering through the wooden door, he beheld the spacious cellar, its wooden shelves lined with jars meticulously sealed. He instinctively glanced at the oil lamp in Harlan's grasp, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. He was acutely aware of the power of wildfire. It had incinerated Stannis' fleet at the hands of Tyrion, and Cersei had used it to obliterate the Great September of Baelor. In the face of such ferocity, he felt utterly insignificant. "Harlan, wise one, could you permit me to see one of these jars?" Edmund inquired, eager to witness the liquid explosives of this world. "Certainly," Harlan replied, handing the oil lamp to Rovi, who stood beside Edmund. "Would you be so kind as to hold this? Please do exercise utmost caution." Rovi, having heard tales of wildfire's devastating capabilities, accepted the oil lamp with great care. Harlan retrieved a jar from the shelves, gently twisting the lid open to allow Edmund a closer look. Positioning the jar toward the faint glow of the oil lamp, Edmund discerned the viscous, emerald green liquid contained within. What characteristics does it possess? Despite having a general understanding of wildfire's potency, Edmund yearned to hear Harlan elaborate. "My lord, once ignited, this substance will not extinguish. It will seep through steel and the crevices of stone, igniting anything it adheres to. It is highly flammable, susceptible to high temperatures or impact. And should a fire ignite within the jar, it may lead to an explosion, potentially causing other jars to detonate as well," Harlan elucidated. After hearing this, Edmund posed a question. "Is there no method to prevent it from being so easily ignited? We have been researching ways to mitigate its flammability, yet progress has been limited." Harlan replied with a hint of resignation. "If we were to discover such a method, wildfire would not remain buried underground." "How many jars of wildfire do you possess in total?" Harlan pondered before responding. "Approximately 7,680 jars. You should be aware of the peril posed to King's Landing. Should any unforeseen incident occur, the entire city could be obliterated." Ed Muir, upon hearing of the vast quantities of wildfire stored beneath King's Landing, spoke gravely. "My lord, we have effective storage methods that will prevent any accidents. Even the chambers where this substance is produced are fortified with precautionary measures. Should a careless creator cause an incident, the ceiling of the room will collapse, entombing both the substance and the individual within." Hastily, Harlan interjected as Ed Muir expressed his concerns regarding the threat of wildfire. "Are you still manufacturing it? Is it not sufficient to already jeopardize King's Landing?" Ed Muir inquired, astonished. "My lord, we are fire mages. What purpose would we serve if we ceased producing this substance?" Harlan was taken aback that the new lord was more concerned about the dangers of wildfire than its potential applications. "Even if you are fire mages, you cannot disregard the safety of over 50,000 inhabitants of King's Landing while conducting your research here," Ed Muir asserted with a stern countenance. "But the Alchemists Guild has stood in King's Landing for millennia," Harlan continued to argue. "Has there ever been such a vast accumulation of wildfire here before?" Ed Muir pressed, his tone unwavering. This question momentarily silenced Harlan, as historically, They had either utilized or destroyed wildfire during their studies. During the reign of the Mad King Aerys, an immense quantity of wildfire was produced with the intent to bring about the ruin of King's Landing. Ultimately, Aerys was slain by Jaime, yet the wildfire remained. And no subsequent king or lord had employed it on such a scale. After King Robert's conquest of King's Landing, many fire mages perished in that battle, resulting in a stagnation of wildfire destruction efforts. Thus, large quantities of wildfire remained buried underground, a legacy of the Mad King's orders. If Edmure insisted that they cease production, how could they continue their studies? What kind of learned scholars would they be? My lord, we shall study and produce while simultaneously ensuring destruction. Harlan proposed after a moment of contemplation. That is unacceptable. The production process is fraught with peril, and destruction bears its own risks. Otherwise, there would not be such an accumulation of wildfire in the cellar, would there? Edmure's words left Harlan speechless, for indeed, the destruction of wildfire is perilous. They possessed thousands of vials, remnants of the Mad King Aerys' reign, which had since become unstable. Their hesitation to destroy them arose from the fear of accidents during the destruction process, leading them to store the wildfire for so long. If you wish to continue producing wildfire, there is but one solution: you must relocate from King's Landing. But my lord, our guild is here. Where could we possibly go? Harlan's face reflected his predicament upon hearing this suggestion. The Alchemist's Guild may remain, but only a fraction may oversee the wildfire. The remainder of those engaged in its research and production must depart from King's Landing. At this moment, Harlan recalled a previous discussion regarding a pressing concern. As the wildfire accumulated and became increasingly hazardous, some had questioned whether the Alchemist's Guild had erred in their location choice. It was argued that they should not have established their operations in such a densely populated area, but rather in a more remote locale where both production and destruction would be far more manageable. No longer shall you worry about the devastation wrought by wildfires that could obliterate entire cities. The esteemed Prime Minister, having comprehended the peril posed by these infernos, has designated a location for your endeavors, one that is not only vast and sparsely populated but also boasts a climate exceedingly conducive to your research. Observing the expression on Harlan's face, Edmund seized the moment to elaborate. What location? As Edmund painted the picture, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped Harlan. The Northern Territory, the domain of the Prime Minister, where you may freely select a site for your studies without the fear of inadvertently igniting a wildfire. Chapter 54. The Hunt in the North. Harlan gazed in astonishment, his small eyes wide open. He had not anticipated that the newly appointed Prime Minister intended to relocate them to such a distant and frigid locale. Indeed, as Edmure had asserted, it was exceptionally suitable for the study of wildfire, yet it was far too remote, with a climate that was exceedingly uncomfortable. Although they typically resided in subterranean chambers conducting research and manufacturing, they occasionally relished the opportunity to bask in the warm sunlight above ground. The north, however, was perpetually cold, with even summer bringing snowfall, and winter posed a grave danger of freezing to death. The mere thought filled him with trepidation. Noticing Harlan's indecision, Edmure urged, "Have you made your choice? You may either go to the north, or remain here at the Alchemist Guild to oversee the wildfires." "My lord, please allow me to return and confer with them before making a decision," Harlan beseeched. "Speak with them now. The sight of these wildfires is keeping me awake at night." With that, Edmure strode toward the door. Rovi, holding a lantern, sensed that Edmure's ire had erupted rather suddenly. He had distinctly observed the glimmer in Edmure's eyes as he entered, gazing at the wildfires. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of utter disdain and fear, a contradiction that seemed peculiar. Faced with Edmure's unwavering stance, Harlan could only reseal the ceramic jar and follow Edmure out through the wooden door. Upon exiting the lengthy corridor, Edmure felt warmth envelop him. He instructed Harlan to inform the other fire mages while he seated himself to await their return. After more than half an hour, Harlan returned and reported, "My lord, some have consented while others are reluctant to leave the Alchemist Guild. Those unwilling to depart will remain to oversee the wildfires but cannot continue to manufacture, while the others will journey to the north to continue their research and production." Edmure decisively affirmed, "Then it is settled. Now, do you wish to go or stay?" "My lord, do you know if the Prime Minister will be coming? I wish to inquire how we are to be accommodated in the north." Edmure smiled at Harlan, pondering whether he had only now considered confirming his identity or deemed it necessary to verify the Prime Minister's orders regarding their relocation. From his robes, he produced a prepared parchment and handed it to Harlan. "Take a look for yourself." after diligently perusing the contents of the decree and confirming the Prime Minister's seal. Helen's last vestiges of doubt evaporated, along with his final glimmer of hope. My lord, the Alchemist Guild has far too many belongings to relocate. We humbly request additional time for preparation. Recognizing that the Prime Minister's orders could not be defied, Helen acquiesced, finding solace in the fact that although the north was harsh, it was indeed an excellent locale for wildfire research. He reassured himself, perhaps the north will prove to be the optimal setting for harnessing wildfire. Noticing Helen's despondence and contemplating the impending threat of the White Walkers, Edmure offered consolation. Indeed, such materials are undoubtedly safer in the north. Helen agreed, believing Edmure's words to be mere comfort. Through a blend of persuasion and command, Edmure achieved his aim, instructing Helen to gradually gather their belongings while he and Rovi returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Upon Edmure's arrival at the Prime Minister's tower, neither hurriedly entered his chamber. Tomorrow, Robert intends to hunt in the Kingswood, but I am apprehensive about the presence of only Barristan and those guards. I fear he may encounter unforeseen dangers. Based on previous speculations with Edmure and warnings from Varys, Ned is exceedingly concerned about Robert's hunting expedition. Could you not persuade him to refrain from going? Edmure is well aware of how Robert met his demise, and it is astonishing that this day has arrived so swiftly. I certainly tried to dissuade him, but he insisted on going, claiming to be overwhelmed with troubles. Ned lamented. He is acutely aware of Robert's temperament. Even warning him of the dangers of hunting in the Kingswood would not deter him. Upon hearing Ned's words, Edmure was filled with righteous indignation. Robert is recklessly courting disaster, dragging others along into his folly. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, who else is protecting Robert? In addition to the 3 Kingsguard led by Barristan, there are 20 gold cloaks and 10 private soldiers from House Baratheon under the command of Renly. Logically, with such a formidable escort, there should be no cause for concern during a hunting trip. Even in the face of black bears or wolf packs, Robert ought to be well protected. Yet, Robert met his end at the hands of a wild boar, indicating that no amount of protection guarantees absolute safety. How many have arrived on your side? Ned asked, noticing Edmure's furrowed brow and silence. Over 30 have already come, and others will trickle in, but we can expect no more than 100 in total. Edmure knew precisely what Ned was inquiring about. After leaving Riverrun, he had instructed Desmond to secretly send soldiers into King's Landing, awaiting his command, to prevent any leaks. The number of deployable men was limited. 100 was about the maximum. To avoid indiscretions while inebriated, Edmure had not disclosed their purpose for coming to King's Landing. What have you learned regarding the gold cloaks? Ned asked again. Genos has not managed them well. Long John and his associates have discovered that at least 4 captains of the city gates are his men, but further details remain unclear. So many? Ned found it difficult to believe, as he knew Genos to be merely the son of a butcher. How could he have such a firm grip on a garrison of over 4,000 men? Did former Prime Minister Lord Arryn and Robert not take notice? This perplexed him. The captains in question were promoted under his command after he became the garrison's commander. He is adept at feigning loyalty before Robert, which is why he has yet to be replaced, Edmure continued. They have contemplated removing Genos, but in this critical period, acting without a clear understanding of the city's garrison could incite unpredictable upheaval. Will Renly's private army truly not assist us? Ned pondered, recalling the difficulties in managing the gold cloaks. If we can outmaneuver Cersei, Renly may support Robert, but should our chances appear bleak, he likely will not stand with us. Edmure was acutely aware of his brother's disposition. It was evident that there existed little familial bond among the royal offspring. Renly proved to be unreliable, and Ned turned his thoughts to Robert's other brother, Stannis. However, he had already sent 2 letters via the Raven, both of which had met with silence. Contemplating others, he found Varys devoid of power and soldiers, relying solely on his little birds. Peter, whom Catelyn deemed trustworthy, had already been cautioned against by Edmure and Varys. As for the Master of Whisperers, although Ned was uncertain of his true intentions, he was of little assistance in countering the Lannisters. Ned could not help but lament the absence of allies in King's Landing. Aside from Edmure, there was no one he could rely on. Without control over the gold cloaks, he could not reveal the truth to Robert. All he could do was strive to protect him. He instructed Robert to take an additional 10 gold cloaks and earnestly cautioned Barristan to ensure the king's safety alongside the other Kingsguard. This was all that Ned could do. How many days would Robert be away on this hunt? Edmure inquired. Perhaps half a month or a little over 20 days, Ned estimated. prompting Edmure to silently calculate in his mind. Chapter 55. The method within the tent in the holy city of Vis Dothrak. Daenerys spoke to Yora. Sir Yora, Khal Drogo is unwilling to lead the Dothraki across the narrow sea. Is there any way you might persuade him to reconsider? Khaleesi, the Dothraki believe that any water a horse cannot drink is poison. Convincing him to guide his people across the narrow sea is no simple task, Yora lamented. Daenerys was acutely aware of the challenge. The fear of poisoned water was deeply ingrained in the Dothraki's bloodline. Even Khal Drogo, the strongest Khal in a century, was not exempt from this fear. Khaleesi, I have heard that many merchants have arrived in Vis. They bring not only a wealth of goods but potentially news from Westeros. Do you not wish to see for yourself? Yora suggested, noticing the worry etched on Daenerys' face. At the mention of news from Westeros, Daenerys' spirits lifted. Just days ago, her brother Viserys had drunkenly boasted of Khal Drogo and brandished a long sword in a futile attempt to threaten her and her unborn child, foolishly believing he could compel Drogo to march on Westeros to fulfill the promise of a crown. But how could Drogo be intimidated? He had melted his pure gold belt into a golden crown for Viserys. As for Viserys' death, Daenerys harbored no blame towards her husband Drogo and felt little sorrow. She recognized that she had taken upon herself the responsibilities that rightfully belonged to Viserys, a burden inherent to her identity as a Targaryen. Following Yora, Daenerys, accompanied by 2 handmaidens and her blood riders, ventured westward towards the holy city of Vis. The Dothraki's sacred city lay amidst the vast grasslands, alongside the womb of the world. A great lake, with the Dothraki sacred mountain adjacent to Vis. Though referred to as a city, Vis consisted of but a few structures. Apart from the massive bronze horse gate, the rest were merely enclosed by simple wooden barriers, sprawling enough to accommodate all the Khalisars of the plains. A Khalisar, akin to a tribe, could range in size, with particularly small factions of fewer than 100 referred to as Quas. As Khal Drogo's Khaleesi, Daenerys commanded her own small Quas, having been granted more than 80 warriors from Drogo's vast Khalisar of 100,000. The Blood Riders, akin to the Kingsguard of Westeros, were fewer in number, comprising only 3, but their loyalty far surpassed that of the Kingsguard. The bond between Blood Riders and their Khal was as close as that of brothers, sharing both fortunes and hardships. Apart from horses, they could share everything, including their wives, yet Drogo had not shared Daenerys with his Blood Riders. These Dothrak boasted 2 marketplaces, one situated to the west, and the other along the Avenue of the Gods, where wares plundered by the Dothraki from the ruins of the gods were traded. Upon their arrival at the marketplace, it was already bustling with merchants and Dothraki seeking to purchase goods. Here, one could witness an array of peoples and commodities from across the world. Though Daenerys had settled in Pentos at a tender age, she had always considered herself a Westerosi. The sight of merchants and goods from her homeland filled her with nostalgia. Upon arriving at the marketplace, Yora sought out a merchant leader. And when Daenerys expressed her desire to accompany him to gather information, Yora declined her request, cautioning her against mingling with such individuals. Undeterred, Daenerys meandered through the marketplace with her blood riders and handmaidens, sampling a myriad of delicacies while selecting exquisite fabrics for garments. As the esteemed Khaleesi of the largest Khalisar of the Dothraki, Daenerys found herself with the liberty to purchase whatever caught her fancy. A stark contrast to her experiences in Pentos, where she had to weigh her desires carefully and gauge her brother Viserys' approval before making any purchases. In her youth, she had unwittingly awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon on 2 occasions for her wish to buy something, leaving her bruised from her brother's reprimands. It was only after learning from those missteps that she began to understand the reasons behind Viserys' anger, as many referred to him derisively as the beggar prince. Esteemed Khaleesi, come and savor the fine wines from across the realms. I assure you, you shall be satisfied. A diminutive wine vendor beckoned her as she passed a stall. What wines does Westeros offer? She inquired, observing the various barrels of differing sizes and shapes. Your taste is impeccable. Westeros is indeed renowned for its exquisite wines. I have the finest dark ale from there, Dorne's summer red, and the red wine from the Arbor. For someone as noble as yourself, I highly recommend the Arbor Red. It is the finest wine I have, the vendor enthusiastically proclaimed, pouring a small glass from an ornate mahogany barrel and presenting it to Daenerys. As she gazed at the crystalline liquid within the glass, Daenerys recalled her brother Viserys once mentioning this very wine, noting that the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, had previously served it to him. Holding the glass, she sensed its exceptional quality despite her limited experience with wine. Just as she raised it to her lips, a robust arm suddenly obstructed her path. Khaleesi, please refrain from drinking. Daenerys turned to see Yora, who took the glass from her hand and handed it back to the vendor, insisting, "You drink it first." The vendor hesitated, then replied, "My lord, I cannot afford arbor wine. This was specially prepared for such a noble lady as the Khaleesi." Yora regarded the vendor, who still held the glass aloft, waiting for him to take it. Both Daenerys and her Dothraki companions sensed the tension when the vendor refused to accept the glass. Daenerys commanded sharply, "Drink it now. Please. Do not be angry, I shall drink it," the vendor replied, taking the glass from Yora's hand. Just as he brought it near his chin, he abruptly flung the wine towards Daenerys. Anticipating such a move, Yora swiftly intervened, blocking the vendor's arm, causing most of the wine to splash onto Yora's hand and the ground, with only a few drops landing on Daenerys. After the wine merchant spilled the liquor, he turned and fled. Daenerys' bloodrider, Argo, immediately pursued him. The maid, Eerie, busily assisted Daenerys in wiping the wine stains from her attire. The merchant did not escape far before the agile Argo apprehended him, bringing him before Daenerys. "Take him back," Daenerys commanded, aware that with the approaching merchants and Dothraki, this was not an appropriate place for interrogation. As they walked back, Daenerys turned to Yora and said, "Sir Yora, I am grateful for your timely warning. How did you discern that there was something amiss with the merchant's wine?" "I received a secret message from a merchant, delivered by the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, indicating that someone intended to assassinate you, which prompted my swift arrival," Yora replied as they continued on their way. Chapter 56. The Appointed One. Is he a usurper? Daenerys whispered. The usurper agreed. Prime Minister Ned Stark had issued the assassination order. Daenerys halted, bitterness lacing her words. "Stark, a lackey of the usurper? Or perhaps the most loyal of lackeys," she silently added. These were all revelations from her brother Viserys, who had informed her that the usurper Robert ascended the Iron Throne with his unwavering support. It was that obstinate guardian of the North, Ned. Yora shared the same animosity towards Ned. Had it not been for him, Yora would not have been forced to leave his homeland for Pentos, nor would he have followed Daenerys into the vast Dothraki Sea. The wine merchant was brought to the tent, and under the sting of a few lashes, he confessed that he had indeed been sent to poison Daenerys and her children. Upon hearing that the target was her unborn child, Daenerys could no longer contain her fury and lashed out at the merchant with the whip. Had she not been with child, she would have beaten him mercilessly. As evening fell, Drogo returned from the hunt. Upon entering the Khalasar, he quickly learned of the day's events regarding Daenerys' near brush with poisoned wine and hastened to the tent. Seeing Drogo, Daenerys rushed into his arms and wept. "My moon of my life, do not weep. I shall make those who have wronged you pay dearly. That merchant will run behind your little white horse until his dying breath." Drogo rose and gazed eastward, declaring, "I swear before the Mother of Mountains, I shall lead my Khalasar across the poison waters. I will slay the man seated upon that iron chair and bestow it upon our son Rhaegal, that he may rule the lands across the narrow sea." At the wall, in the Black Castle, the Night's Watch's largest and most significant fortress, Commander Jeor Mormont stood upon a wooden platform, gazing down at the youthful faces of boys and young men gathered from far and wide. They had completed the Night's Watch trials and were about to officially pledge their allegiance. Among the crowd, a handsome dark-haired youth and a stout boy were engaged in hushed conversation. They were Jon Snow, Ned's illegitimate son, and his newfound friend, Samwell Tarly. At that moment, Commander Jeor spoke. "You come from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms, some from humble peasant families, others born into noble houses. Some willingly chose this path, while others found themselves here due to their misdeeds. The Night's Watch serves the realm, not the king. The Night's Watch exists to ensure the safety of the kingdom and its people, not merely to protect the lords and ladies. As the sun says today, you will recite the Night's Watch oath. Once sworn, regardless of your past, your mistakes, or your former glories, they shall no longer concern you. After your oath, you may not depart the Night's Watch for any reason. Betrayal leads only to death. There remains a brief interval before the swearing-in. Consider this your final opportunity. If you do not wish to remain at the wall, you may choose to withdraw now. In the evening, you shall take an oath before the deity you revere, with the respective chiefs serving as witnesses. I shall now assign you to your designated places." Geo unfurled the parchment in his hand and proclaimed, "Kate joins the craftsmen. Pip joins the rangers. Samwell joins the administrators. Liam joins the craftsmen. Jon joins the administrators." Upon hearing that he had not been assigned to the rangers as he had hoped, Jon's expression instantly shifted, and he contemplated rising to inquire, only to be restrained by Sam beside him. Quietly gesturing to him, Jon followed Sam's gaze and noticed Elisha's stifling laughter beside Gio, his face twitching uncontrollably. He was Jon's arch-rival, having targeted Jon and Sam since Jon's arrival at the wall. Jon quickly deduced that Elisha must have played a part in preventing his desired placement among the Rangers. His aspiration to join the Rangers stemmed not only from a passion for battle but also from a yearning to seek his uncle, Benjen Stark, beyond the wall. Just 5 days prior, Benjen's mount had returned riderless from beyond the wall, and many speculated that he had met with misfortune. However, Jon firmly believed that his uncle was still alive. Now, all his hopes and plans had been thwarted by Elisha's meddling. After Commander Mormont concluded the assignments, the 3 Night's Watch chiefs took their respective charges away, leaving Jon to follow the administrators to the Grand Maester, Bowen. Leon, you are to find Cat in East Watch. Samuel, Archmaester Aemon needs you to manage the ravens and the library. Light, you are responsible for feeding the hounds. Jon, Commander Mormont has designated you as his personal assistant. Personal assistant? What does that entail? Jon was taken aback by his unexpected assignment. To change Commander Mormont's bed linens, draw his baths, run errands, and attend to any other tasks he may require, Bowen replied. Am I here at the wall to serve as a servant? Am I also expected to wash his undergarments? Jon exclaimed in outrage. Bowen regarded Jon with a stern expression, saying, if he requests such, then yes, you will be washing the commander of the Night's Watch's undergarments. Sam's chubby face leaned in, teasing. Jon turned to glare at Sam, causing him to hastily avert his gaze. With the assignments concluded and some time remaining before the Night's Watch oath was administered, Jon sat in a gloomy corner of the dining hall, contemplating whether to approach Commander Gio and request a transfer to the Rangers. Jon, you must understand that it is Commander Mormont who has designated you as his assistant. Perhaps he is nurturing your potential, Sam, the portly figure, encouraged from the side. Nurturing me to sew and wash clothes, Jon retorted sarcastically. Back when I was with my family, my father would take me along to meetings or errands, saying I should learn from him, yet I learned nothing. And he eventually had Daikon accompany him instead. Sam's words prompted Jon to reflect, and he suddenly recalled his reason for joining the Night's Watch, asking, Sam, why did you choose to become a member of the Night's Watch? On my 15th naming day, my father compelled me to renounce my claim to inheritance and join the Night's Watch, or he would abandon me in the wild, leaving me to be devoured by beasts or to meet his own hand. He would then tell my mother that I had perished. Thus, I came here. Jon felt that his own fate was already tragic enough, but he was taken aback by the way Sam was treated by his biological father. Sam's family, the Tarleys, ranked among the top 5 families in the Reach, second only to House Tyrell in their guardianship of the region. It was shocking to see such callousness from his father. Encouraged by Sam, Jon's spirits lifted, and he found himself feeling less despondent. In the evening, the two followed Lord Commander Mormont to a secluded spot half a mile from the wall, where a weirwood tree stood, a sacred place for Jon to swear his Night's Watch oath. Although Sam's family originally worshipped the Seven, he felt that his prayers had never been answered, leading him to embrace the old gods alongside Jon, hoping for their assistance. Chapter 57, The Legacy. Beholding the sorrowful visage of the aged man weeping blood upon the immense white fish, the two knelt in unison, reciting the Night's Watch oath. The long night is upon us. From this moment forth, I shall stand watch until death claims me. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, nor father any children. I shall don no crown, nor seek glory or favor. I shall dedicate my loyalty to my duty, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel upon the wall, resisting the frigid flames and heralding the dawn as light, the horn that awakens the slumbering, and the steadfast shield of the realm. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. Thus it shall be tonight, and every night henceforth. Congratulations, you two are now men of the Night's Watch. Upon the conclusion of their vows, Bowen stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Upon hearing this declaration, Jon felt a profound maturation within himself. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly spotted his dire-wolf emerging from the distant, frozen woods, carrying something in its mouth. Ghost, what do you have there? Jon inquired as he approached. Upon Jon's approach, Ghost dropped the object at his feet and wagged his tail. That is, Jon gasped, staring at the grayish-white severed hand on the ground. This is no ordinary frozen hand. Bowen observed the hand, his expression grave. At the Alchemist's Guild in King's Landing, a throng of carts had gathered outside, with over 50 individuals busily loading various items, predominantly empty clay jars and an array of granules and powders. The jars filled with wildfire could not withstand prolonged transport and remained concealed beneath King's Landing. Edmure, watching the pyromancers at work, had dispatched several guards and pyromancers to assist in determining what needed to be moved. 3 days prior, when Edmure relayed his observations of the alchemist's guild to Ned, he too was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the depths of King's Landing concealed nearly 8,000 jars of wildfire, a substance potent enough to annihilate the city. Given the nature of wildfire, it indeed seemed fitting for research and production in the north. However, Ned never imagined that pyromancers would willingly venture there. The labor of transporting the materials consumed the better part of the day, and afterward, Edmure departed King's Landing accompanied by guards and 3 sent by Ned. Upon exiting the old city gate, Edmure parted ways with the pyromancer contingent, heading towards the God's Eye Lake and the river it birthed. He intended to make a trip to Storm's End during Robert's hunting expedition to relay some matters and, in passing, deliver the 20,000 golden dragons won in the team tournament to the steward, Ados. Though navigating upstream on a boat might seem arduous, it proved swifter and less exhausting than riding. The pyromancers, having separated from him, continued north along the King's Road. At the crossroads, a dozen soldiers from Storm's End, sent by Edmure, would converge with them to escort the pyromancers to the north. Edmure, surrounded by elite guards trained in the art of breeding, would not permit them to accompany the pyromancers. No sooner had Edmure departed than Cersei received word of his exit from King's Landing. She felt reassured only after confirming that the pyromancers had not removed the wildfire. Cersei was acutely aware of wildfire's potency, equally cognizant of its peril, yet, in comparison to the threat it posed, she preferred it to remain buried beneath King's Landing rather than allow Edmure to take it for unknown purposes. Regarding the fire sorcerers, she had already dispatched someone to inquire about their whereabouts, and the outcome was somewhat unexpected. They were to relocate to the distant and frigid north. Reflecting on the peculiar nature of wildfire, she surmised that Ned, the newly appointed prime minister, must have deemed it inappropriate for wildfire to be conjured in the sweltering heat of King's Landing. Thus, he commanded the fire sorcerers to move to the harsh, cold land he called home. Cersei had considered the possibility that Ned might exploit wildfire to safeguard the north, especially since she had received word that 200 archers had been stationed at Carhold in the north. Cersei could only scoff at Ned's cautious demeanor. Only the Stark family valued the north as a treasure. After her visit to the north, Cersei had no desire to return to such a place, and she could not fathom how the Starks had endured living in a land where snow fell even in summer for thousands of years. Such a place was undesirable to her, even if offered as a gift. After a period of dread, Cersei no longer felt as apprehensive regarding the evidence Ned possessed. During his silence, she contemplated the evidence her dwarf brother had inferred. It certainly did not conclusively prove that she and Jaime had been in the crumbling tower of Winterfell at that time. Otherwise, Ned would have long presented it to Robert. That drunken fool. Moreover, she had tested Robert and found that Ned had not confided his concerns to him. To further deceive Ned, Cersei deliberately encouraged her son Joffrey to befriend Sansa, who constantly dreamed of being queen. The plan progressed steadily, and her loathsome dwarf brother did not trouble her, allowing Cersei to enjoy a period of relative tranquility. 3 days later, Edmure arrived at the Isle of Faces in the center of the lake of the same name, a site of profound historical significance for Westeros. The region had been occupied by the indigenous children of the forest since prehistoric times, until 12,000 years ago when the ancestors of humanity crossed from the Arm of Dawn to reach Westeros. Upon witnessing the blooded visages upon the weirwood trees, they were filled with dread, prompting them to commence widespread deforestation. Their actions ultimately provoked the ire of the children of the forest, who utilized magic to shatter the Arm of Dawn, resulting in the formation of the current Stepstone Archipelago. Thus began the war between the children and the ancestors, which raged for 2 millennia, inflicting heavy losses on both sides, until they ultimately agreed to sign a peace treaty on the Isle of Faces. The prolonged conflict finally subsided, with the children of the forest retaining dominion over the woods of Westeros while ceding the rest of the land to the ancestors. It was said that an organization known as the Green Men, formed by the children and the ancient descendants of the ancestors, still existed on the Isle of Faces. Though they had not been seen for ages, the isle now resembled an ordinary maritime haven for merchant vessels. Nevertheless, the crimson weirwood tree scattered across the island seemed to whisper tales of all that had transpired upon this continent. Upon reaching the northern shores of the lake, Edmure subsequently embarked on a vessel to navigate upstream along the river that fed the lake. After completing the waterway route, he traversed a stretch of land to arrive at River Run. 2 days later, gazing upon the city of River Run, encircled by flowing waters, Edmure felt an overwhelming sense of homecoming. Upon entering the city, Edmure first sought out his father, Hoster, who appeared even more emaciated than when Edmure had last departed, his sunken cheeks increasingly prominent. Edmund did not disclose the recent events to Horst. However, during his occasional moments of clarity, Horst learned of Edmund's innovative crop rotation and composting in the Riverlands. He also heard of Edmund's remarkable advancement in swordsmanship, leading soldiers into the mountains for hunts, and securing victory in the martial competitions held by the Crownlands. Horst was taken aback by the delightful surprise presented by the heir he had been so worried about during his illness. Although he had never been particularly invested in agriculture, the encouraging transformations in the Riverlands and the praise bestowed upon Edmund by the vassals filled him with joy. In light of this newfound contentment, he found himself with a considerably increased appetite. Chapter 58, Screening farewell to Horst. Edmund first summoned the steward, Euthios, to inquire about the situation in Flood City and the Riverlands. Upon hearing Edmund's inquiry, a flicker of delight surfaced on Euthios' usually impassive face, and he began to recount the changes in the Riverlands since Edmund's departure. Following the introduction of crop rotation, farmers in various villages had taken to cultivating their lands, resulting in a significant reduction in fallow fields. As farmers recognized the benefits of compost, they spontaneously began to cultivate wastelands, thereby expanding their arable land. Although the Riverlands boasted fertile soil and a dense population, many areas with relatively poor irrigation remained untended. However, with the advent of crop rotation and composting techniques, attention had turned towards these neglected plots. The purchase of stored grain was nearing its conclusion, as this year's new harvest was imminent, causing the prices of stored grain to plummet to nearly rock-bottom levels. Flood City had amassed a considerable stockpile of grain, buoyed by the influx of circulating gold coins. While prices had seen a slight rebound due to Euthios' extensive acquisitions, the increase was minimal. After Euthios finished his account, Edmund presented him with 20,000 golden dragons earned from the recent martial competition, instructing him to continue purchasing stored grain. Euthios was well aware of his future lord's triumph in the group combat. This revelation astonished him, recalling the moments when Edmund had trained the chief instructor, Desmond, and his guards in Flood City. At that time, he had thought that even if Edmund's swordsmanship had improved significantly, he had not reached the level of instructing Desmond. He had assumed that the old instructor was merely encouraging Edmund. He had never anticipated that Edmund would claim victory in the team competition. Upon seeing the newly acquired 20,000 golden dragons, Euthios hesitated. He had already purchased nearly 200,000 golden dragons worth of stored grain and was troubled by the prospect. If war did not erupt, the stored grain would either spoil or be sold at a loss. Now, with Edmund's insistence on further acquisitions, he found it increasingly difficult to proceed. Sensing Euthios' hesitation, Edmund reassured him, saying, "You should proceed with the purchases. Do not fret about selling them." Should he have more funds available, Edmund would even consider acquiring more grain. For he held a rather pessimistic view of the future geopolitical landscape of the Seven Kingdoms and was quite convinced of Cersei's ambitions. With Edmund's words ringing in his ears, Euthios reluctantly agreed to continue his purchases, secretly hoping for the onset of war. After discussing grain, Edmund turned to Euthios once more, inquiring if there had been any unusual arrivals or departures in Flood City recently. Euthios, momentarily taken aback by Edmund's strange question, replied, "What do you mean?" Edmund clarified, "Primarily concerning children, women, or the elderly. Reflect on whether there is anything amiss among them." As Euthios began to comprehend, he furrowed his brow in thought. Flood City, as the ancestral stronghold of House Tully, did not have a large population. Aside from the guards, blacksmiths, servants, and those transporting supplies, there were occasionally visitors seeking individuals or children to entertain within the castle. The benevolent Edmure occasionally permitted merchants to seek refuge within his castle, resulting in a complex array of individuals entering and exiting. Euthios found himself momentarily at a loss as to which among them might be of dubious character. Return and ponder this matter at your leisure, while remaining vigilant regarding the individuals entering the castle. Observe if they seem to be deliberately inquiring about the affairs of Riverrun or anything pertaining to me. Should you identify any suspicious individuals, apprehend them for interrogation. If they prove to be a genuine threat, detain them temporarily, with particular scrutiny on the children." Noticing Euthios' furrow in his brow in contemplation, Edmure recognized that he was struggling to recall any pertinent information. During the tournament in King's Landing, Edmure had previously cautioned Varys to rein in his little birds. Following their meeting at the Tower of the Hand, a certain collaboration had been established between them, yet Edmure remained uncertain whether Varys would heed his counsel. The vast expanse of the riverlands made it impractical for Edmure to seek out every suspicious individual. However, Riverrun was his home, and he would not tolerate anyone reporting his every move. Thus, he resolved to have Utherless conduct a discreet investigation. Subsequently, Edmure summoned the head instructor of Riverrun and the officer involved in the recent hunt, Black. He intended to once again expand the ranks of swordsmen. Although this decision would heighten the risk of the breeding technique being leaked, Edmure felt reassured by his comprehensive understanding of the method, alleviating his concerns regarding potential exposure. The practice of this technique, without his expert guidance and rhythmic oversight, progressed at an exceedingly slow pace, lacking a concept of seconds. Achieving even a 40 compatibility was a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Edmure noted that during the training of Longman Lu and his companions, their progress diminished significantly once they formed a cyclone, with its growth occurring at a particularly sluggish rate. It had been over 20 days since Longman Lu had produced a cyclone, yet none had advanced to the rank of swordsman. In contrast, Edmure himself had ascended to that rank merely 12 days after forming his cyclone, a feat attributable to his perfect compatibility with the breeding technique. According to Longman Lu's descriptions of his experience with the cyclone, he estimated that he required at least another month to advance, even with Edmure occasionally providing guidance. Without such oversight, their training would veer further off course, diminishing their compatibility with the breeding technique and rendering their efforts akin to rowing upstream progress would be futile. This necessity for periodic guidance explained their frequent requests for Edmure's instruction. Under such stringent conditions, even if the breeding technique were covertly learned, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to cultivate a cyclone, and the prospect of advancing to swordsman would be utterly bleak. The cyclone's absence would severely limit any improvements in combat proficiency. Upon the arrival of Desmond and Black, Edmure revealed his intention to teach them the breeding technique, along with a number of soldiers from the recent hunt and those remaining in Riverrun for protection. Hearing Edmure's words, the two men expressed their excitement. They had already disowned that Edmure was instructing Longman Lu and others in a clandestine training method, which had become no secret among the other guards and soldiers. However, they were unaware of the specifics of the instruction. Now that it was finally their turn to train, their joy was palpable. Gathering the selected 200 individuals in the council hall, Edmure began anew to elucidate the breeding technique. The assembled group, having surmised the reason for their selection, displayed an extraordinarily positive and earnest attitude toward their learning. The learning outcomes of the 200 individuals were undeniably inferior to those of the previous Prime Minister Tower. Edmure could only focus on nurturing a select few soldiers who exhibited a keen sense of timing and innate talent, entrusting them with the responsibility of guiding the remaining 200 upon his departure. Furthermore, Edmure intended to retain a long-term attendant to assist in mentoring the new recruits. The purpose of gathering such a large number of individuals was to sift through and identify those with exceptional capabilities for concentrated training. After spending 2 days in the bustling city of Riverflow and making necessary arrangements, Edmure set forth on his journey back to King's Landing. Should news of Robert's sudden demise reach him from the King's Guard, it would spell misfortune for Ned and Sansa. He retraced his original route, and by navigating downstream, he arrived in King's Landing in less than 3 days. Chapter 59. Return. Disembarking from the port and entering the Mud Gate, Edmund had scarcely ventured far when he was met with a cacophony of noise in the distance. A brawl has broken out ahead. Keep your distance. The shout startled Edmund, prompting him to spur his horse forward. However, not long after, he hastily reined in the reins, for before him, several converted dung carts were halted on the main road. Surrounding the carts were a group of dung collectors, engaged in a fierce scuffle, with one even wielding a dung scoop to strike another on the head. The onlookers kept their distance, wary of being splattered with excrement. Edmund had not anticipated that the commotion was merely a quarrel among the dung collectors. He had feared some disturbance in King's Landing. Reports had circulated that there was also unrest on Steel Street to the west, where the streets were awash with filth. As he contemplated a detour, he overheard nearby discussions, which piqued his curiosity. It was perplexing that a mere handful of individuals had escalated into a full-blown altercation. With a population exceeding 50,000, King's Landing produced ample waste. Surely, a few carts per person would suffice, rendering such violence unnecessary. As the future guardian of the Riverlands, Edmund deemed it unwise to intervene in the fray, not only for fear of being splattered with waste but also because the common farmers would not recognize him. Let them brawl, as long as no lives are lost, he muttered to himself, turning his horse towards another alleyway. Upon traversing the alley, just as he was about to rejoin the main road, he spotted yet another cluster of dung carts idling ahead. A few dung collectors were tugging and pulling at each other, on the verge of another skirmish. Nearby, 2 individuals clad in golden robes were vocally reprimanding them yet dared not approach. Recognizing the escalating tensions among the dung collectors, Edmund sensed something amiss. He approached the golden-robed figures, who were attempting to mediate, and inquired about the situation. It was revealed that the combatants were not merely from the Riverlands, but rather a conflict had erupted between the dung collectors of Riverlands and those from the Baylands, with the cause being the precious dung water. Word of the Riverlands dung collection had gradually spread to the Baylands, and upon learning the rationale and methods behind the composting, the Bayland dung collectors grew envious, arriving with their carts to seize the dung water for themselves. The Baylanders faced greater challenges in reaching King's Landing compared to their Riverland counterparts. They either had to detour via the Blackwater River Ferry or traverse the Rose Avenue of Bayland to enter through the Mount Gate. However, with the establishment of the Lion's Gate, the singular dung entrance to King's Landing was deemed sufficient. The populace and the golden-robed guards would not permit the opening of another dung gate, especially not at the Mount Gate, which faced the port. Consequently, the Bayland dung collectors were compelled to take the longer route through the Blackwater River Ferry, which significantly reduced their numbers willing to collect dung, as the journey was prohibitively long and unprofitable. Yet, the alleyways of King's Landing had long been occupied by the Riverland dung collectors, who were unwilling to relinquish their claimed territories. Even though the Baylanders were far fewer in number, the dung collectors entrenched in the alleys were reluctant to share their domain. As the influx of Baylanders to King's Landing surged, the tensions escalated, culminating in the brawl witnessed today. The guards accompanying Edmund were taken aback by the ferocity with which the Riverlanders and Baylanders fought over dung water. However, Edmund discerned the immense stakes represented by this conflict. With equal toil, the disparity in harvest between those who utilize compost and those who do not is staggering. How could they refrain from fighting over it? For farmers, the yield of their land is akin to the essence of their existence, and thus, brawling over it is not uncommon. Unwilling to involve himself in the fray, Edmure chose to circumvent the ruckus, allowing them to settle their disputes while he deliberated on the allocation of resources, a matter in which he preferred not to interfere. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's tower, Edmure inquired with Ned, who reported that there had been no significant news of late. Edmure instructed the tall man, Lewin, to reach out to the soldiers from the Riverlands, who were to infiltrate King's Landing in batches, while he sought out Mako to discuss the defense issues surrounding the Pink City over drinks. 2 days later, Ned hastily approached Edmure, announcing that the king had returned and summoned him to Mader's Holdfast, according to the guards they had stationed within the Red Keep for intelligence gathering. The king and his accompanying party appeared to be in a dire state. After conveying the situation, Ned departed for Mader's Holdfast, leaving Edmure to await further news. Upon entering Mader's Holdfast, Ned immediately noticed Robert sprawled across the bed. "What has transpired?" he queried, directing his question to the standing Lancel. Robert drank too much and nearly succumbed to the tusks of a wild boar. Fortunately, Barristan managed to rescue him in time, though Barristan himself has been gravely injured. Lancel replied wearily, "Do not concern yourself with me. I am fine. Go check on Barristan," Robert bellowed as Ned approached his bedside. "I shall visit him shortly. How are you faring?" Ned responded, lifting the coverlid to reveal a bandage wrapped around Robert's left side, stained with traces of blood. "You truly are unscathed?" Ned inquired, his worry palpable upon seeing Robert's wound. "Maester Pycelle has assured me that a fortnight of rest will suffice for my recovery," Robert retorted impatiently. Seeing Lancel nod slightly in reassurance, Ned turned his attention to Cersei, seated beside the grand bed, and softly addressed her as Your Grace. Cersei, who had been gazing downward, finally met Ned's eyes and gave a gentle nod in acknowledgement. Observing Cersei, Ned found no conspicuous signs of distress within her gaze and then scanned the other attendees. Varys, as usual, maintained his bowed head, while Jaime stood upright at Robert's bedside in place of Barristan. With Littlefinger absent, Maester Pycelle had been dispatched to prepare remedies for Robert and Barristan. After exchanging a few words with Robert, Ned exited the chamber alongside Lancel and others, allowing Robert to rest. Once outside, Ned remarked to Lancel, "My lord, with so many guards present, how could Robert have sustained such injuries?" Lancel shook his head. "What could I do?" He insisted on confronting that massive boar alone. If not for Barristan, who, noticing his inebriation, stayed close to him, we might still be unaware of what transpired. Why could he not simply drink less? Ned lamented. "Do you truly believe I could prevent him from drinking?" Lancel retorted. Meeting Ned's gaze, Ned understood well Robert's insatiable thirst for alcohol, rendering all counsel futile. Just as he was about to speak again, Varys interjected from behind. We cannot prevent his grace from inflicting harm upon himself, nor can we deter him from drinking. It is likely he always carries an inexhaustible supply of wine. Ned turned to Varys and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired of Lisa, who is Robert's cupbearer? Varys and Ned's conversation caused Lisa to furrow her brow slightly as she replied. Lancel Lannister, son of Kevin Lannister. Ned recalled the handsome, golden-haired youth, often seen serving wine to Robert. Contemplating the potential conspiracy, Ned made his way to the quarters of the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Ser Barristan lying there, while Maester Pycelle tended to his arm at the bedside. Ser Barristan, Ned softly called, and the pale, weary knight slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 60, The New Candidate Prime Minister. I am grateful for your reminder, otherwise, I might have faltered once again, Barristan said weakly as he gazed at Ned. Faced with the loyal captain of the Kingsguard, Ned never anticipated that his single admonition would nearly cost him his life. Sir Barristan, you have always performed admirably. Ned reassured him, before turning to Pycelle and inquiring, Maester Pycelle, how grave are Barristan's injuries? The knight has suffered a punctured left arm, 5 broken ribs, and internal injuries from a wild boar's charge. His condition remains precarious. We will not ascertain the full extent of his injuries for another 2 days, Pycelle disclosed candidly. Observing Barristan's pallor, Ned understood the severity of his wounds and urged Pycelle to take good care of him. After sitting for a while, he eventually took his leave. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's tower, Ned found Edmure anxiously awaiting him, and he recounted in detail the conditions of Robert and Barristan, as well as his own observations from the day. It appears Cersei has already taken action, Edmure exclaimed after listening. He felt a sense of relief that Robert had not sustained grievous injuries and harbored hopes for Barristan's swift recovery, holding deep respect for the dedicated captain of the Kingsguard. Little did he realize that the effort to save a drunken king had nearly cost him his own life. Edmure, I wish to inform Robert about Joffrey and the others. I fear that if I delay, Cersei may act again. Ned hesitated before speaking. It is prudent not to inform him until we have control over the gold cloaks. My men have uncovered substantial information regarding them, and one individual is capable of replacing Yonos as the commander, Edmure replied, having contemplated the issue Ned raised and sharing the results of his investigations. Who is it? Jacelyn Bywater. He is the current commander of the Mountgate garrison, who bravely captured Pike during the Iron Islands rebellion. He lost his left hand in the process and was personally knighted by Robert. He shares a poor relationship with Yonos and often opposes him. After hearing Edmure's introduction, Ned gradually recalled Jacelyn, who had displayed remarkable valor during the assault on the Iron Islands. Ned sensed a resemblance between them in certain aspects. Given his qualifications as the commander of the Mountgate and his knighthood conferred by Robert, he should be well suited for the position of garrison commander. Moreover, he was not aligned with Yonos, which likely deterred Yonos from crossing him, given that he was a knight of Robert's own choosing. I shall speak with Robert tomorrow and convene a council to dismiss Yonos, Ned declared with enthusiasm. With a suitable candidate at hand, Ned and his allies had already discovered Yonos' substantial corruption during his tenure as commander, making his removal a straightforward matter. Let us discreetly replace him without convening a council or informing Robert, otherwise, the news might lead to unforeseen complications, Edmure advised. Ned had not anticipated that even at this juncture, he would still adhere to protocol. Edmure's words prompted Ned to awaken to the necessity of discretion, yet he insisted. Yonos was promoted by Robert himself. It would be ill-advised not to inform him. I will assure him to keep this matter confidential for now. Upon hearing Ned's words, Edmure could only nod in agreement, contemplating that Robert, now resting in bed, had no one to confide in. The following day, Ned proceeded to the Mayor's Holdfast, while Edmure remained vigilant, instructing Ser Luwin to organize the soldiers in King's Landing in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. After ensuring everything was in order, Edmure still felt a twinge of unease and sought out the steward, Vayan Poole, who had accompanied Ned from the north, advising him to prevent the northern lords in the Red Keep from venturing out freely that day. Recognizing the gravity of the situation from Edmure's serious demeanor, Vayan did not inquire further and went to oversee the northern visitors. Edmure then approached Arya, who was engaged in sword practice with Syriel, and urged her to remain indoors for the day. Arya, thoroughly enjoying her training, was reluctant but cheerfully acquiesced. Next, Edmure found himself at Sansa's chamber, knocking on the door with no reply. He then proceeded to the room of Septa Mordane. Upon seeing Edmure at her door, Septim Mordane was momentarily taken aback and, upon inquiry, learned he was searching for Sansa. She informed him that Sansa had set out in the morning to find Joffrey and was likely with him now. Do you know where they might be? Edmure asked, surprised that Sansa was absent at such a critical moment. Septim Mordane, noticing Edmure's growing anxiety, recalled Vayen's earlier admonition and, after careful consideration of Sansa's frequent mentions of being with Joffrey, suggested, they are likely in the Godwood. Indeed, it was an ideal location for a clandestine rendezvous. Edmure murmured this to himself before bidding farewell to Septim Mordane and exiting the Red Keep. The Godwood lay to the north of the Red Keep, adjacent to the Blackwater River, adorned with elms, poplars, and oaks, exuding a fragrant atmosphere. After wandering for a while, Edmure finally spotted Sansa and Joffrey leisurely strolling, with Sandor Clegane lurking a distance behind. Upon noticing Edmure, Sandor instinctively rested his hand on his sword hilt, heightening his alertness. However, upon recognizing the esteemed champion Edmure, he was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the arrival of such a formidable opponent. Unsure of Edmure's intentions, Sandor pondered the implications should Edmure pose a threat to Joffrey. He would have to devise a strategy to counter him. Having witnessed Edmure's prowess in the tournament, Sandor had privately compared himself to Edmure. While he believed himself superior in certain respects, Edmure's tremendous strength when he felt Ser Loras had left Sandor in awe. Observing Sandor's unwavering loyalty, Edmure could not help but admire his qualities. In many ways, Sandor could indeed be considered a good dog, and a good man, particularly in regard to Sansa and Arya. Disregarding Sandor's hostility, Edmure stepped forward and called out to Sansa, Sansa, come with me. Your father wishes to see you. Uncle! Sansa, engrossed in conversation with Joffrey, was taken aback by Edmure's unexpected appearance in the Godwood. She exchanged a few words with Joffrey before making her way to Edmure. Is that the champion of the melee? Joffrey thought, irked by what he perceived as Edmure's lack of courtesy in not approaching him first. Do the Northerners lack manners? Edmure is not merely a Northerner. Sandor interjected with disdain. Pfft! It was no different from House Stark, Joffrey scoffed coldly. He was undoubtedly aware of Edmure's status as the heir of Riverrun. Yet that did not justify his impotence towards him. He was already contemplating how to deal with Riverrun once he ascended to the throne. Edmure, of course, perceived Joffrey's disdain but chose to disregard him. The two were already adversaries, and the tension was palpable. He had no desire to engage further. Uncle! Does father require my presence for something urgent? Sansa inquired, approaching Edmure with a puzzled expression. There is indeed something pressing. We shall discuss it later. Without elaborating to Sansa, Edmure turned and walked towards the Weirwood Grove. Sansa, left with no choice, waved farewell to Joffrey and followed closely behind Edmure. Chapter 61, Replacement at Maeder's Holdfast. Ned arrived at Robert's chamber, where only Jaime stood guard outside. A note exchanged between them, and as soon as Ned pushed the door open, Jaime followed him inside. Turning to Jaime, Ned remarked, What? Do you not trust me? His Majesty is at his most vulnerable now. I must protect him closely, Jaime replied with righteous conviction. Regicide. Let Ned enter. Robert's voice boomed from the bed, where he was not asleep but had been listening to their conversation. At the sound of Robert's address, Jaime clenched his teeth and stepped back outside. Ned, I'm not dying. You needn't visit me every day. Robert propped himself against the headboard. I know you are well. I have matters to discuss with you today. What matters? You can decide for yourself. Can't you see I am still recovering? As soon as he heard that Ned sought him for a matter, Robert became dismissive. Ned understood Robert's disdain for responsibilities. He preferred indulging in drink, hunting, and women. Without further preamble, he stated, I wish to relieve Jonas from his position as commander of the City Watch and appoint Jesselyn Bywater in his stead. Relieve Jonas? Robert was taken aback that Ned had come to him for this. The late Prime Minister, Duke Arryn, had mentioned to him that Jonas was excessively greedy and corrupt. However, Robert had not agreed. He believed Jonas' proclivity for wealth was not a grave fault, and replacing him might lead to worse outcomes. He was surprised that Ned, having just assumed his position, intended to remove him. Replace him with the current captain of the Mudgate, Jesselyn. Ned reiterated. Robert, uninterested in hearing Ned's reasons for wanting to replace Jonas, assumed their thoughts aligned, similar to those of his late foster father, Duke Arryn. Instead, he inquired, Can Jesselyn serve as commander? I can't seem to recall him. He is known by the moniker Iron Hand. He performed admirably during the siege of Pike, and you personally knighted him. Ned reminded. Ah, that rigid fellow. The mention of Iron Hand jogged Robert's memory. This led him to think of his younger brother, Stannis. Observing Ned before him, Robert couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, a sudden pain in his abdomen halted him, leaving his round face flushed. I wonder how you chose him. You both are equally dull. Ned grinned. Then it is settled. I shall draft the order shortly. Go on. Go on. Don't trouble me unless necessary. I wish to recover swiftly and return to seeking women. Robert waved Ned away. Do not mention this to anyone else until Jocelyn assumes his position, Ned cautioned as he prepared to exit. Robert furrowed his brow, ready to inquire further. But as Ned rose to leave, he thought better of it. Once outside, disregarding Jaime's gaze, Ned exited Mader's holdfast and summoned a gold-cloaked guard from the Hand's Tower to find Jonas. Upon entering the Hand's Tower, Ned discovered that Edmure had gone to see his daughter, Sansa. After hearing the steward Vaillan's report, Ned deduced Edmure's intentions. He did not impede them. It was prudent to ensure their return and maintain vigilance. After more than 20 minutes, a perplexed Janos arrived at the Prime Minister's small reception room. Lord Janos, I express my gratitude for your contributions to King's Landing since you assumed command of the city guard. I intend to assign you to serve under Lord Stannis. The specifics of your duties will be determined upon his return. This is a formal command. Upon Janos' arrival, Ned handed him the orders. Stunned, Janos took the document but struggled to grasp Ned's words. After a moment of bewilderment, he inquired, Prime Minister, I have always performed admirably. Why must I be dismissed? Holding the order, Janos appeared utterly at a loss. You have indeed performed well, but I have other plans for you, Ned reiterated. Has the king and the other councillors consented to this? Janos pressed on, refusing to yield. Ned furrowed his brow, taken aback by Janos' audacity to question him. I have already informed the king. Do you intend to defy an order? The king would never replace me. I demand to see King Robert. Janos shouted defiantly. Jory, escort Lord Janos to a room for a moment of clarity. Ned, unwilling to further entertain Janos, instructed the guard captain, Jory, to detain him temporarily, as Janos' insubordination provided a valid reason for his confinement. Prime Minister, you cannot do this. Janos protested vocally, but Jory ignored him, disarming him alongside another guard and leading him away. Ned summoned a guard and entrusted him with a letter of appointment, instructing him to deliver it swiftly to the commander of the Mount Gate Guard, Sir Carslin. As Edmure and Sansa returned, they encountered Janos being escorted away, and Edmure expressed satisfaction with Ned's actions before retreating to his chambers. Father, you sought me? Sansa inquired eagerly upon entering. Seeing Sansa return safely eased Ned's mind slightly. Sansa, you are to remain in the Prime Minister's tower today. Do not venture out. But I had planned to stroll with Prince Joffrey this afternoon, Sansa protested reluctantly. That can wait. Today is not the day. Ned insisted firmly, choosing not to elaborate further as he pulled Edmure aside to discuss subsequent arrangements regarding the change in the guard commander. Faced with her father's stubbornness, Sansa huffed and stormed out, lifting her skirts in anger. While Edmure and Ned conversed, a Lannister soldier clad in a red cloak arrived at Cersei's residence, knocking upon her door. What did you say? Janos has been summoned by Ned to the Prime Minister's tower and has yet to emerge. Cersei was taken aback by the soldier's report. The arriving soldier then relayed other unusual occurrences concerning the Prime Minister's tower that had transpired that day. Quickly, find out what that dart from Ned is hastily attending to. Gather the details and report back to me immediately. Cersei sensed something amiss. After issuing her directives to the soldier, she followed closely behind him as he exited. At the Prime Minister's tower, a guard rushed in, addressing Edmure, who was seated in the small hall. My lord, a Lannister soldier just entered the Mader's holdfast, and shortly after, both the Queen and the King's cupbearer, Lancel, departed the holdfast. Are you certain you did not missee? Edmure stood, inquiring. Indeed. The guard confirmed. Proceed with caution. Do not attract attention. Cersei has ensconced herself within the Red Keep, surrounded by a multitude of watchful eyes. Although Edmure cannot match the sheer number of spies at Cersei's disposal, he has nonetheless instructed Ned's guards to remain vigilant regarding the movements within the Red Keep during this period. He did not anticipate that Ned's mere summons of Janos would arouse Cersei's suspicion, compelling him to take additional precautions. After speaking with the guards, he approached Arya, who was still practicing her swordsmanship, and said, cease your training for now. Hasten back and gather your belongings. We must prepare to depart from King's Landing. Chapter 62. The things once done leaving King's Landing. Arya was taken aback. I will explain later. First, go and inform Sansa and Jaime. Take only the essentials. Leave everything else behind. After giving his instructions, Edmure turned to Ser Ilyn, who was guiding Arya, and said, Ser Ilyn, I would appreciate it if you could look after Arya and the others on the way. I will send guards for their escort as well. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ser Ilyn nodded slightly, sheathed his wooden sword, and led Arya towards the small hall. Meanwhile, Edmure sought out the steward, Veon, urging him to quickly gather the Northerners within the Tower of the Hand. Though uncertain of Cersei's preparations, he felt compelled to exercise caution, even if his worries proved excessive. It would be best for Arya and the others to return to King's Landing once the turmoil had settled. Upon finishing his instructions to Veon, Edmure arrived at Sansa's chamber, only to be met with her protests. Uncle, why must you make me leave? I have just reconciled with Joffrey. Does father know? I want to see father. You are only departing temporarily. You may return in a few days, Edmure replied, exasperated. But I do not wish to leave. I was born to belong to King's Landing. I aspire to be a queen. Sansa, fearful of losing Joffrey, insisted stubbornly. Uncle, I am ready. Just as Edmure was about to reason with her further, Arya burst into the room, clutching a bundle. I will help you gather your sister's belongings. I will ensure your swift departure. Sansa, let me be clear. Joffrey is merely handsome on the surface. He is not as you perceive him. He does not cherish you. Marrying him will only bring you torment. Now quickly, gather your things and leave. Edmure's voice thundered, his patience waning. Sansa, taken aback by Edmure's sudden fury and his disparaging remarks about Joffrey, stammered, Joffrey is not as you portray him. I. Yet upon seeing the fiery glare in Edmure's eyes, she was too frightened to continue and, with tears streaming down her face, began to pack her belongings. Arya, astonished by her usually amiable uncle's terrifying demeanor, hastily lowered her head to assist Sansa. Phew! With a cold scoff, Edmure exited the room, barely containing his frustration towards the infatuated Sansa. As he stepped out, Sister Moira and Jaime, having gathered their belongings, approached with their arms laden with bags. Edmure instructed them to assist Sansa while he sought out guards to help carry their possessions and arranged for a carriage, all the while keeping an ear out for any news from outside the Tower of the Hand. In the corridor outside Robert's chamber, Cersei strode briskly to the 2 king guards stationed there. Meryn, Boros, guard this area closely. Do not allow anyone to enter. Meryn and Boros exchanged glances but nodded in compliance. Cersei approached Robert's door and whispered to her brother Jaime, Ned has replaced Janos. He intends to take action against us. What? Jaime was taken aback. He had long known from Tyrion that Ned possessed evidence of his pushing brain, and he understood that a confrontation between the 2 families was inevitable, though he had not anticipated its arrival so swiftly. Come! Let us enter, Cersei declared, seizing Jaime's arm and moving toward the door. What are you doing? Jaime exclaimed, aghast at Cersei's expression. What are you afraid of? I merely wish for you to do what you have done before, Cersei replied with a smirk, effortlessly pushing the door open. Upon hearing the door creak, Robert, who had been dozing lightly, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Cersei and Jaime enter, he gradually closed them again. Robert, do you feel better? Cersei inquired as she approached his bedside, casting a glance at Jaime. Jaime, his expression as rigid as ever, watched Robert, whose eyes were barely open, his right hand trembling slightly as he clutched his sword, yet he remained motionless. Observing Jaime's inaction, Cersei gritted her teeth and said, Robert, there is something I forgot to ask you. Do you not think that Joffrey and Marcel bear no resemblance to you at all? What do you mean? Robert asked, his eyes widening, his tone grave. In truth, I once bore a child who bore a striking resemblance to you, with a head full of dark hair, but alas, I had it removed, Cersei continued, her smile unwavering. You wretched woman! Robert exclaimed, his eyes bulging with fury as he struggled to rise, raising his hand as if to strike Cersei, but hesitated momentarily due to the pain, allowing Cersei to slip away. Robert had long harbored suspicions about the 3 golden-haired children not resembling him, but he had dismissed them after recalling that his and Cersei's time together had coincided, and thus paid no further heed. He had not imagined that all his suspicions were indeed true, including concerning his beloved daughter Marcella. You must have thought they resembled me alone. But that is not your fault. Each time you returned home inebriated, I satisfied you through other means. How could you suspect anything? Cersei taunted. You harlot, I should have realized. Robert ceded, his chest heaving, as blood began to stain his abdomen. Jaime, will you not act? Ned will arrive with men shortly. Cersei urged, retreating behind Jaime. As she witnessed Robert in a state of desperation. Cersei recalled his cries for Lyanna Stark on their wedding night, her desire for vengeance finding immense satisfaction. Come, O Kingslayer. I lie here in bed. Without a hammer in hand, not unlike the mad King Aerys. Robert bellowed, his powerful arms striking the bed, directing his ire toward the still-dazed Jaime. Jaime had drawn his sword halfway, its blade glimmering coldly, yet he could not fully unsheath it. Since you will not act, I shall. Cersei declared, rushing to seize Jaime's sword, but Jaime evaded her grasp. I will do it myself. Jaime dared not allow Cersei to wield the sword. Despite Robert's injuries and lack of weaponry, he was not a foe to be underestimated, even by a woman with a long sword. Come! Step here! Robert shouted, pointing to his chest. Jaime regarded Robert, gritting his teeth as he raised his sword. Cersei stood closely behind Jaime, her gaze fixed intently on the two. As though fearing to miss the moment Jaime would slay Robert. The sword held aloft, Jaime's thoughts seemed to drift back to 15 years past. At that time, he was merely 17 years of age. King Aerys, seated upon the Iron Throne, bellowed his intention to ignite the wildfire buried beneath the ground. Willing to sacrifice over 50,000 souls of King's Landing alongside the Targaryen dynasty. In a desperate bid for survival and to prevent the city from descending into ruin. Jaime resolutely drew his sword and struck down the monarch he had vowed to protect for life. Consequently, he bore the infamous title of Kingslayer, staining his white cloak with ignominy. From that moment forth, he fell into despair and never sought to justify his betrayal of the oath. If there existed a righteous cause for the slaying of Aerys, what then justified his sword against Robert? Jaime pondered within himself. Jaime! A voice called, rousing him from his reverie. He cast a glance at Cersei and was reminded of their 3 golden-haired children, and then he lunged forward with his sword. Chapter 63, The Chaos. Do you truly think you can kill me? Robert exclaimed as he seized the blade thrust towards him, forcefully casting Jaime aside, nearly disarming him. Jaime was taken aback by Robert's strength despite his grievous injuries and hastily scrambled to his feet. At that moment, Robert, clutching his abdomen, sat up from the bed, arching his body and bellowing at Jaime, Come on, you Kingslayer. Jaime, wary and cautious, circled around Robert in search of an opening to strike. Then suddenly lunged towards his wounded right side. Robert evaded, but the movement exacerbated his injury, causing him to nearly be pierced. The thrust was narrowly avoided, and Jaime, no longer hesitating, relentlessly swung his sword at Robert. Without a weapon and hindered by his wounds, Robert barely dodged one strike, only to be struck on his right shoulder, rendering his movements even less nimble. Ultimately, after enduring a barrage of blows and sustaining 2 more wounds, he found himself powerless to evade, collapsing onto the ground. You have won, Kingslayer. Do it, Robert uttered, blood-soaked and half-reclining on the floor, gazing at the panting Jaime with fearless resolve. Jaime, gasping for breath, felt his right hand tremble slightly as he clenched his teeth, staring at Robert on the ground. Prime Minister, you cannot go in. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the door. Jaime, kill him. Cersei anxiously tugged at her brother's left arm. At that moment, Robert also heard the commotion outside and glanced towards the door, but as he turned back, he found a gleaming sword point inches from his face. He raised his hand in a futile attempt to block it, only to feel the blade pierce his chest. Looking up, he saw Cersei, gripping the hilt of the sword with a fierce gaze directed at him. I never imagined. Before he could finish his thought, Robert fell lifelessly to the ground. Bam! The door was kicked open, and Ned, accompanied by 2 guards and the King's Guard, stormed in, witnessing the scene of Robert collapsing. Robert! Ned shouted, drawing his sword and rushing forward. Jaime, still in shock, swiftly snatched the sword from Cersei's grip, shielding her behind him. As Ned advanced, his 2 guards, momentarily stunned, drew their swords and followed suit. The 2 King's Guard at the entrance stood frozen, staring at the bloodied Robert being supported by Ned, unsure of what to do. Ned propped Robert up, who managed a faint, strained smile before his head drooped. Robert! Robert! Ned called out twice, but receiving no response. He placed his hand on Robert's neck to check for life. He then turned to the King's Guard at the door, speaking solemnly, seized the Kingslayer and Cersei. With that, he rose and charged at Jaime with his sword raised. Jaime pushed Cersei aside and stepped forward to parry Ned's strike, and the two engaged in combat. Meryn, Boros. What are you waiting for? Cersei shouted frantically at the two hesitant Kingsguard. Meryn and Boros exchanged glances before drawing their swords and attacking Ned's guards. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing the Kingsguard who were meant to protect the king turning on his own guards without avenging the king left Ned in a state of disbelief. In a matter of moments, Ned found himself cornered by Jaime, caught off guard by the unexpected prowess of his opponent's swordsmanship. Ever since he had mastered the Cyclone technique, Ned felt a significant enhancement in his strength, agility, and endurance. Coupled with the knowledge he gained from Edmure's innovative swordplay, his combat skills had improved remarkably. While his practice bouts with Edmure had not revealed much, facing Jaime illuminated the stark contrast in his abilities. He was indeed far superior to his former self. Just as Ned prepared to deliver a few decisive strikes to subdue Jaime, a piercing scream reached his ears. He turned to see his guard, Harris, struck down, lifeless on the ground, while two members of the Kingsguard began to assail his captain, Jory. Realizing the dire situation, Ned refrained from attacking Jaime and rushed to aid Jory against the Kingsguard member, Boros, advising him to retreat. The two men parried two strikes before retreating into the narrow confines of the corridor, where they could fend off the three attackers while advancing toward the staircase. Before they could reach the stairs, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted below, leaving Ned perplexed. He had intended to call for the newly appointed Sir Jaime to assist him, but the chaos below suggested that the conflict had already erupted. Suddenly, Cersei's voice rang out from behind Jaime, accusing Ned Stark of murdering the king in a bid for rebellion, urging the guards to seize him before he could escape. Taken aback by her proclamation, Ned began to piece together the unfolding events. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed as two individuals ascended the stairs, causing tension to grip both sides of the confrontation in the corridor. "My lord, what's happening outside?" they began, only to be met with the sight of the three adversaries before Ned. Cersei, seeing newcomers, hastily reiterated her accusation. "Ned Stark has killed the king. Do not let him flee." Ignoring Cersei's frantic cries, Ned turned to the newcomers, seeking clarity. Jaime and his companions withdrew their swords, stepping back as the newcomers approached. Among them was the imposing figure of Sir Jaime, the newly appointed commander of the guard. Upon hearing Cersei's accusations, Jaime was momentarily stunned. First processing the shocking news of King Robert's demise before grappling with the notion that Ned had committed such an act. "Do not heed her nonsense. It is the usurper and Cersei who conspired against Robert," Ned hastily clarified, recognizing Jaime's momentary confusion. After absorbing Ned's explanation, Jaime, though shaken by Robert's death, dismissed the earlier thoughts. Having participated in the rebellion against Bolton, he was acutely aware of the bond between Robert and Ned and understood Ned's true character, disregarding Cersei's deception. "My lord, a faction of the guard and Lannister mercenaries have infiltrated. I fear we cannot hold them back. We must flee at once." Ned was astonished to realize that despite his dismissal of Janos and the appointment of Jaime, he still lacked control over the situation. Casting a glance at Jaime and his companions, he recognized that capturing them would not be feasible in the immediate term and turned to descend the stairs. As Jaime observed Ned turning to depart, he was momentarily perplexed about the unfolding situation. He gradually followed his lead, only to hear Cersei's voice behind him, declaring, "I have already dispatched Ellery and Euron to summon the Gold Cloaks and our private army. Do not let Ned escape." Jaime was taken aback by Cersei's foresight and quickened his pace to catch up with Ned and his companions. Upon descending the stairs, Ned was met with a scene of chaos below. The skirmish involved the Gold Cloaks, the White Cloaks of the Kingsguard, the Lannister private army clad in deep crimson and gold cloaks, alongside the Northern Guards. "Seize Ned Stark. He has slain the king and seeks to rebel." Cersei's voice rang out as she noted the three Kingsguard standing bewildered in the hall, unsure of which side to support. "The king is dead." Cersei's exclamation silenced the hall, and all eyes turned towards Ned, who had just emerged from the upper level, his attire stained with blood. Chapter 64, Breakthrough. Cersei, witnessing the effectiveness of her cries, shouted once more. Ned, initially reluctant to engage with Cersei's frantic exclamations, recognized that silence was no longer an option upon seeing the gazes of the onlookers. He called out loudly, "It is the Kingslayer, Jaime. He and Queen Cersei conspired to murder the king." Despite the long sword that Cersei wielded as he entered the room, Ned harbored no illusions that she could slay the injured Robert single-handedly. His proclamation drew the crowd's attention squarely onto Jaime and Cersei. As Cersei prepared to refute Ned's accusations, she noticed the peculiar glances directed at her from the assembly. Realization struck her, and she turned to Jaime, who was lost in thought, his head bowed. Anger surged within Cersei. Her meticulously crafted plan lay in ruins, sabotaged by her brother, who clung to a misguided sense of honor. She understood that her words lacked the credibility of Ned's character and Jaime's demeanor. From the stunned crowd, she identified two captains of the guard and shouted, "Yarrow, Afrey, why do you hesitate?" Her call roused the previously motionless Yarrow and Afrey, prompting them to shout in unison, igniting the chaos anew. The three Kingsguard, caught between Cersei and Ned's conflicting claims, opted to maintain their neutrality. Despite the obvious truth of Jaime's treachery, they feigned ignorance and refrained from attacking him. Ned, realizing his side was at a grave disadvantage, dared not linger. He fought his way toward an escape, but the sheer number of gold-robed guards blocking the door proved overwhelming. After several minutes of struggle, they had made little progress and suffered significant losses. Ned was astonished to discover that, despite his removal of Janos, so many gold-robed guards remained loyal to Cersei. Little did he know that Cersei had not only bribed Janos but had also positioned two captains of the guard among the gold robes. Upon learning of Janos' dismissal, she instructed them to propagate rumors of Ned's rebellion and dismissed the orders appointing Jaime. Among the 7 city gates, 4 were guarded by Janos' loyalists. The gold-robed guards had divided into 3 factions, those following the new commander Jaime and Cersei's captains, and a third, larger group, who remained neutral. Cersei's contingent of gold robes outnumbered Jaime's by a full 2-1, bolstered by an additional 200 Lannister soldiers, leaving Ned's forces utterly outmatched. "Follow me and fight your way out," Ned shouted, witnessing his dwindling forces lose confidence. Leading the charge, he swung his greatsword, Ice, with ferocious precision, cutting down most of those who dared to attack him. His display of valor reinvigorated his guards and the Kingsguard under Jaime, who rallied to break free. Yet, their morale waned after merely 5 minutes of fierce combat. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall, significantly reducing the number of gold robes encircling Ned. From a distance, he spotted Edmure surging up the steps, igniting a spark of hope within him. The troops following Edmure also sensed the arrival of reinforcements and steeled themselves. Soon, the two factions converged, ready to strike together against their adversaries. "Edmure, how are the children?" Ned inquired eagerly upon encountering Edmure, his heart heavy with concern for Sansa and Arya. "Rest assured, they have boarded the ship bound for the Riverlands along with those from the north." Edmure explained that his late arrival was due to personally ensuring Sansa and the others were safely aboard. Fortuitously, he led a protective escort. For shortly after departing the Red Keep, the northern party was ambushed by the Gold Cloaks, resulting in the demise of over 50 of them before Edmure could safely deliver Sansa to the ship. At that moment, Sansa realized the dire transformation of King's Landing. Her thoughts no longer lingered on her princely betrothed Joffrey, but instead, she and Arya were consumed with worry for their father still within the Red Keep. Edmure, accompanied by 10 loyal guards and a clandestine force of around 100 infiltrators, made his way back to the Red Keep. Upon the convergence of the two groups, the pressure on the front line significantly eased. Edmure instructed Ned to take point while he, along with his trusted companion Marco and 10 proficient guards, held the rear. With one faction attempting to break through and the other in pursuit, they gradually fought their way out of the Red Keep. Civilians and nobles alike observed from a distance, soon realizing the unusual nature of the conflict, as it involved not only the Gold Cloaks and the newly appointed Prime Minister, but also the Lannister private army and 3 Kingsguard led by Jaime. Astute nobles quickly discerned the implications of this skirmish, sensing impending chaos throughout the 7 kingdoms. As the numbers dwindled on both sides, the remnants of fallen bodies and severed limbs trailed from the Red Keep to the Mount Gate. Jaime's pursuing contingent had long since lost their encirclement, merely trailing behind in a desperate chase. Yet Edmure, seemingly tireless and drenched in blood, fought with increasing fervor. The guards at his side, though not as formidable, exhibited commendable swordsmanship, each capable of matching a Kingsguard of the level of Meryn Trant, much to Jaime's astonishment. The pursuing forces diminished further after Edmure dispatched the Kingsguard Boros and severely injured Meryn. Some Gold Cloaks and Lannister soldiers intentionally slowed their pace, opting to abandon the chase to avoid death. Had Jaime not been shielded by the Lannister forces, he too might have met the fate of Boros or Meryn. By the time Edmure and his rear guard reached the Mount Gate, scarcely over 100 pursuers remained. Continuing the chase posed the risk of a counterattack, compelling Jaime to watch helplessly as Edmure and his party exited the Mount Gate en route to the port. "Sir Jaime, are we not pursuing?" Yara gasped as she caught up. "I shall summon the warships," Jaime replied, making his way toward the area where the ships were docked, albeit with little hope. Most vessels in King's Landing were seafaring ships, with few riverboats, and their speed paled in comparison to certain merchant vessels. By the time he reached the dock and arranged for a warship, Edmure and his party would likely have already vanished from sight. Upon Edmure's arrival at the port, Ned had already procured a vessel, and the surviving 100 or so quickly boarded 3 merchant ships that had been forcibly chartered, hastening their departure from King's Landing towards the western shores of the Blackwater. "What a thrilling slaughter we had today!" exclaimed Marco, his attire stained with blood as he stepped aboard. "The surviving King's Guard is likely to become a one-armed sentinel in the future." The other guards who had remained with Edmure echoed this sentiment. The dismembered King's Guard they spoke of was none other than the Lannisters' lackey, Meryn. By the ship's railing, Ned approached Edmure, who was gazing at the river flowing past the stern, and said, "Edmure, I thank you. Were it not for you, I cannot fathom what fate might have befallen us." Reflecting on the events of the day, Ned was astonished that despite the extensive preparations on their part, they had still faced utter defeat, nearly sacrificing both himself and his daughter in the process. Chapter 65. The calculated scheme. The Lannisters had lingered in King's Landing for too long, making their expulsion a formidable test. Edmure accepted Ned's gratitude with equanimity. This was, indeed, one of his primary objectives in King's Landing. As Catelyn's brother, he could not turn a blind eye to House Stark, particularly since he required their alliance. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret, for all he had accomplished was the rescue of Ned and Sansa, failing to thwart Cersei. The Lannisters were deeply entrenched in King's Landing, their web of spies extensive, and attempting to covertly recruit the equivalent of the King's Guard, the Gold Cloaks, was decidedly no simple endeavor, especially with Cersei well prepared. Ned was, of course, aware of this reality. He recalled his initial intention to clarify the matter of Joffrey to Queen Cersei and persuade her to leave King's Landing with her 3 children. Had he pursued that course of action, it would likely have culminated in the very scenario Edmure had described, a thought that sent a chill down his spine. After observing the deck for over half an hour without sighting pursuers, Edmure commanded the soldiers and merchant sailors to alternate their rowing, thereby hastening their progress. The losses from the recent battle at the Red Keep had been assessed. The newly appointed commander of the Gold Cloaks, Catelyn, had taken out 300 but was left with fewer than 50. Ned's guards had suffered nearly 30 casualties, and apart from the 10 escorting Sansa, only about 10 remained aboard. Edmure's personal guards had sustained 1 death and 1 serious injury, while over 40 of his 100 private soldiers had fallen. The toll was indeed grievous. However, the Gold Cloaks and Lannisters besieging them had suffered even greater losses. Aside from 1 dead and 1 severely injured member of the King's Guard, at least 500 others had perished or been wounded. Upon returning to his cabin to remove his armor, Edmure washed the blood from his face and began to discuss subsequent plans with Ned. Ned spoke first. "Once news of today reaches Casterly Rock, the Old Lion, Tywin, will likely take action against the Riverlands, entering King's Landing from that direction. He may also choose to approach via the Golden Road from Deepwood Motte, entering through the Bay of Crabs, but such a route could face obstruction from the Reach." Ned proceeded to analyze the current situation for Edmure. Upon hearing Ned's assessment, Edmure furrowed his brow. Previously, the Reach had first aligned with Renly, Robert's brother, before forming an alliance with Tywin. He could not ascertain whether his arrival would alter the Reach's decision. Moreover, with Catelyn having failed to capture the Imp, Tywin might be uncertain about launching an assault on the Riverlands. The terrain there was flat, lacking defensible positions. Upon returning to Riverrun, I shall send word to Winterfell, urging Robb to march his forces here, and also dispatch a message to the Eyrie, requesting Lysa to mobilize troops to avenge Lord Arryn. Additionally, I shall have a Raven convey news to Stannis regarding the events in King's Landing, revealing that Joffrey is the product of incest, and thus he is the legitimate heir of Robert. With the backing of 6 houses including Storm's End, the Lannisters will not be able to maintain their position in King's Landing for long. Ned's mind was already brimming with plans. After hearing Ned's astute calculations, Edmure could not help but smile wryly. The plan was indeed flawless, yet he lacked Littlefinger's finesse and understanding of human nature. The Vale would not send troops, and Balon Greyjoy would not only refuse to ally but would also raid the north. Renly would not readily accept playing second to his brother. He sought the throne for himself. Edmure was reluctant to support Stannis, the Duke of Dragonstone, who was utterly devoted to the Red Priestess, burning soldiers, his uncle, and even his own daughter. How could he possibly allow himself and his men to serve such a man? Ned, engrossed in analysis, failed to notice Edmure's expression and continued. I have just confirmed that Stannis hurriedly left King Ed's Landing upon witnessing the death of Lord Arryn. He has been waiting for this moment. As Ned prepared to elaborate further, Edmure felt compelled to interject. The Iron Islands may not unite with us. Balon Greyjoy once aspired to crown himself king. How could he ally with us? Although he knew his sister Lisa would not dispatch troops, Edmure had no evidence to substantiate his claims, so he subtly cautioned Ned about Balon's unreliability. Theon is in my grasp. He is Balon's only son. Surely he would ally with us, Ned asserted confidently. He seems to have a daughter as well, Edmure retorted. How could a woman lead the Ironborn? Balon would never forsake Theon in favor of a daughter. Ned was resolute. Seeing Ned's unwillingness to believe, Edmure tactfully advised. It is wise to remain cautious of someone like Balon. Should he invade the north, the consequences would be dire. This time, Ned refrained from arguing, gazing at Edmure as if seeking the true answer in his countenance. Many of Edmure's speculations and warnings had proven accurate, and even if his conjectures about Balon seemed implausible, they compelled Ned to take them seriously. After discussing Balon, Edmure continued, Lancelot may not support his rigid brother. He might seek to declare himself king. Besides, I have no desire to back Stannis. While there were certain conclusions he could not elaborate on with Ned, he felt it necessary to be clear, as it pertained to the future plans of House Tully and the dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms. But Stannis is the legitimate heir. What right does Lancelot have to declare himself? And why do you refuse to support Stannis? Ned asked, astonished. Not everyone is content to assist their brother. Especially since Stannis did not ascend the throne without difficulty, Lancelot naturally wishes to compete for the crown. As for myself, I have heard that Stannis' wife has brought a Shadowbinder, and Stannis seems to heed her counsel, which could lead him to commit irrational acts. Such a person is ill-suited to rule. You would do well not to support him. Irrational and ill-suited to be king. Ned was taken aback by Edmure's reasoning against supporting Stannis. He was uncertain where Edmure had acquired such information about Stannis. This was not the first time he had questioned the source of his insights, and he was too weary to inquire further. Stannis was indeed somewhat rigid and austere. Yet he was the legitimate heir and might still prove to be a capable king. Ned sought to avoid conflict with Edmure on this matter, gently advising. I understand your perspective, but it would be prudent to refrain from declaring support for Stannis just yet. Edmure countered, urging Ned to wait. Recognizing Edmure's firm stance, Ned reluctantly set aside his original intentions and continued to discuss strategies for the impending crisis with him. 3 hours later, Edmund, who was resting in the cabin, heard a commotion outside and hurriedly stepped out. A small merchant vessel was slowly approaching the grand ship where Edmund was situated. On board, Sansa and Arya were joyfully leaping and waving, while Ned had already positioned himself at the railing, his face brimming with anticipation. The two vessels gradually converged in a serene stretch of the river, and as soon as they were secured, Sansa and Arya rushed over to embrace Ned. Chapter 66. Assignment. As they departed from the Red Keep, they were ambushed. And Edmure's words echoed in their minds. There was a high likelihood that a battle had already erupted within the castle. Fear gripped them at the thought of never seeing their father again. Holding his two daughters close, Ned felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, should anything happen to them. He could scarcely imagine how to explain it to his wife, Catelyn. Uncle! Upon seeing Edmure emerge from the cabin, Sansa and Arya called out in unison, releasing their father and rushing to embrace Edmure. I'm sorry, Uncle. It was my fault, Sansa cried as she apologized to Edmure. Reflecting on how her delay could have hindered their escape from the Red Keep and jeopardized Edmure's plan to rescue their father, Edmure gently patted Sansa's back, hoping this experience would help her mature and move beyond her infatuations. Watching Sansa weep uncontrollably, Ned could surmise, even without details, the reluctance that had gripped Sansa when Edmure had urged her to leave, after transferring all the passengers from the small boat to the larger vessel. The Northerners sailed for half an hour until they reached the confluence of the Blackwater River and the River of Ice. Edmure summoned 2 loyal guardsmen, instructing them to take the marked maps and venture north along the River of Ice. At their designated point, they would disembark and proceed east and west along the river, guided by the villages and castles indicated on the maps, to establish signal towers. Regardless of whether Tywin would attack the riverlands, these preparations were imperative. To ensure visibility between the signal towers, relying solely on the towns for construction was clearly inadequate. The maximum distance should not exceed 3 leagues, approximately 15 kilometers. This distance allowed for the towers to be situated at elevated positions, on flat ground, they could be no more than 2 leagues apart. Edmure had already demonstrated the method of igniting the signal fire in the Red Keep, and the specific requirements for constructing the towers were documented on paper. They merely needed to present their directives to the village heads and lords, instructing them to build according to the specifications. Curious about Edmure's instructions to the guards, Ned sought clarification on the signal towers and the method of signaling, finding the concept quite fascinating. However, he was puzzled by Edmure's choice of the term wolf smoke for the rising plume, inquiring, why is it called wolf smoke? Does it contain wolf dung? Edmure recalled that the Stark family sigil was the dire oath, yet he could hardly explain that wolf smoke implied a warning that a wolf was approaching. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a vague explanation. There is no wolf dung involved. I simply chose a name at random. Ned merely furrowed his brow slightly at Edmure's response but refrained from pressing further. As dusk approached, Edmure and his party finally arrived at a larger castle in the Riverlands, Will Castle, the stronghold of House Lag. The current Earl, Tristan Lag, was also a dear friend of Edmure's. Tristan was taken aback upon seeing Edmure and Ned, as he had yet to receive news of the coup in King's Landing. Edmure briefly recounted the situation in the capital before presenting a letter he had prepared, which he would deliver alongside Tristan to the Crow's Nest. The letter conveyed a consistent message: turmoil was imminent, and under the name of Edmure's father, Hoster Tully, vessels were summoned to muster their forces for the defense of Riverrun. Ned had also composed several letters, not only to report safety to Winterfell but also to rearrange the deployment of forces in the north. He aimed to fortify the northern gateway at the Carrion Bay while preparing defenses against potential incursions from the Ironborn. While most matters were manageable, the issue of bringing troops to the Riverlands proved to be a quandary for Ned. He had initially intended for his eldest son, Robb, to lead the troops alongside him to gain experience. However, Edmure cautioned that Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands might declare himself king and invade the north. If that were the case, the north would require a capable leader to safeguard it. Bran was too young and physically limited, while his wife, Catelyn, being a woman, lacked military expertise, leaving no one suitable to remain behind. Moreover, he could not abandon the Riverlands. He was uneasy about Edmure's capabilities and needed to forge alliances with the Vale and the Iron Islands. If he departed, relying solely on Edmure might jeopardize the potential alliance with these two factions. After much contemplation, he resolved to have Robb summon the vessels of the north in his stead. Ensuring sufficient defensive strength remained before leading the troops southward. Once the army was placed under his command, Robb could return to protect the north. Although still young, Robb had been well trained under Ned's guidance, and with the support of the northern lords, he should manage the impending threat of Ironborn invasion without significant issues. Should anything go awry, Ned could still provide assistance from the Riverlands. In his letter to Lysa at the Eyrie, he detailed the circumstances surrounding the death of House Arryn, attributing it to poison orchestrated by the Lannisters. He recounted the events leading to the coup in King's Landing and invited the Vale to join him in a coordinated assault on the capital to exact vengeance on Cersei for the late Lord Arryn. In his correspondence with the Iron Islands, he conveyed the facts of the coup and invited Balon to join the alliance of the Starks, Aryans, and Greyjoys. Watching the maesters at the Weirwood Castle tie the letters to the legs of the ravens, Edmure gradually felt a sense of relief. It was then that he beheld the ravens up close for the first time. They were approximately 1 foot larger than ordinary crows, their plumage shimmering in shades of blue and purple, far more striking than their common counterparts. After a brief respite at Weirwood Castle, where he instructed Tristan on the use of signal fires, Edmure set off with his men, traveling northward along the river under the cover of night. With great caution, they disembarked as dawn broke, procuring horses in a nearby town before hastening to Pink City. The womenfolk, including Sansa, were safeguarded by the guards, trailing behind Edmure's group towards Pink City. Upon arriving at Pink City, they received word from King's Landing. Renly Baratheon had fled and his whereabouts were unknown. Cersei had proclaimed Ned a traitor responsible for King Robert's death, and Joffrey announced his coronation for the following day. The news of Renly's escape brought comfort to Ned, reminding him of the deceased Robert. As for the accusations against him, he was indifferent. The fact that he and his daughters had escaped was a stroke of fortune, rendering him unconcerned about the slanders. Furthermore, he would not silently bear the stigma, as he clarified the events surrounding the coup in his letters to various parties. As for Joffrey's coronation, that had long been anticipated by both him and Edmure. After Edmure's arrival in Pink City, he proceeded to the western banks of the Red Fork to assess the harvest situation. He had previously sent word from Weirwood Castle to expedite the gathering of crops in the western fields, ensuring that all ripe or nearly ripe produce was collected. Anything that could not be harvested was to be burned. Once the harvest was complete, they would collectively relocate to the eastern side of the Red Fork. After a day's frantic harvesting, the barley and oats, nearing maturity, have been nearly fully gathered, while the corn and other crops, still in their semi-mature stage, have yet to be reaped. Upon inquiring, Edmure learned that some farmers lacked the time to harvest, while others intended to wait before commencing. Edmure had no choice but to send a few individuals back with orders for the farmers in the Hushi region to expedite their harvests. Within 2 days, a complete migration must begin. Those who fail to comply will not receive military protection from Edmure. More than 30 hours have passed since the coup at the Red Keep, and news has already reached Cayenne City via Raven. The western territories are considerably smaller than the Riverlands, allowing for a swift mobilization of forces, which can be fully assembled within 3 to 5 days. An invasion through the Golden Tooth into the Riverlands may occur within 8 days, leaving no time for the crops to mature. Chapter 67. Arrival. Once Edmure's ultimatum was dispatched, the farmers hastened their harvest with newfound urgency. Reminded of the wars that had once ravaged the Riverlands, many seasoned farmers had endured 2 brutal conflicts over the past 15 years, well aware of their ferocity. Marco's father, Sealment, dispatched envoys to oversee the relocation efforts. Edmure meticulously outlined the key defensive strategies for Pink City, anticipating Tywin's potential maneuvers. I will withdraw 200 men from Black's command in Riverflow to support you, and I shall send countervents from Riverrun to assist. You must safeguard this position, Edmure proclaimed, his finger pressing firmly on the map. My lord, there is no viable route here. Will Duke Tywin truly advance from this direction? Sealment expressed his reservations regarding Edmure's plans. Precisely because it is difficult to traverse, he may choose to go that way. It is prudent to prepare for any eventuality, Edmure elucidated, prompting Sealment to nod in reluctant agreement after a moment's hesitation. Ned, observing Edmure's fervent strategy session, remained silent. Having spent time in Edmure's company, he had developed a profound admiration for his young brother-in-law, along with an immense gratitude. Yet, despite Edmure's commendable qualities, he had never been battle-tested. During the Barrow Rebellion 9 years prior, the 16-year-old Edmure had merely followed Horst, absorbing lessons from the sidelines. Ned, having endured the horrors of 2 fierce wars, understood that warfare necessitated experience, especially in the Riverlands, a territory devoid of geographical advantages and fraught with challenges. While the beacon tower Edmure proposed intrigued Ned, he harbored doubts about its efficacy, deeming its utility limited. As a guest in the Riverlands, he felt it inappropriate to voice his critiques, particularly since he had heard from his wife, Catelyn, of Edmure's considerable pride. Although his interactions with Edmure had not revealed this trait overtly, he could not overlook it. Moreover, while Edmure's beacon tower plan might not guarantee absolute security, it indeed represented a commendable defensive measure, rendering any admonition from Ned unnecessary. Today, upon learning of the defensive assignments given to Pink City, Ned recognized that he had contemplated a similar strategy, albeit with far less detail than Edmure's comprehensive outline. Some of Edmure's ideas had never crossed Ned's mind, compelling him to regard Edmure's tactical acumen with newfound respect. Having escaped King's Landing, Ned had devised a strategy to confront the impending crisis in the Riverlands. However, after hearing Edmure's plans, he temporarily relinquished his own thoughts. Though he disagreed with certain aspects of Edmure's proposal, he recognized its overall soundness. Even if issues arose, Edmure would surely find a way to rectify them. With all arrangements in place and Sansa and the others having arrived, Edmure took to the waters of the Red Fork, leisurely navigating downstream. This time, he did not rush, instead observing the farmers at work and the progress of their relocation, occasionally pausing to provide personal oversight. During these moments, Sansa, Arya, and Jenny would joyfully disembark with Edmure, relaxing while also taking the opportunity to explore the bounties of the Riverlands and witness the farmers' migrations. The sisters' relationship had noticeably improved following the upheaval in King's Landing. Their ire now directed toward the Lannisters, the root of their troubles. As Edmund passed through the city of Lyshe, he disembarked to once again relay the defensive strategy regarding the city of Honfen to Count Kilvance, urging him to promptly mobilize troops to join forces with Honfen. Departing from Lyshe, they sailed downstream, reaching the bustling city of Benlu just before midnight. The 3 young ladies aboard had long since fallen asleep, while the other passengers, worn out from 2 days and nights of travel, were equally fatigued. The governor of Benlu, Euseus, had received advance notice of Edmund's arrival and had arranged accommodations for them. Upon disembarking, Edmund did not rush to rest. Instead, he inquired about Usil's preparations before finally allowing himself to retire. Back in Belleau, he relaxed completely and enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, after visiting Horst with Ned and the sisters Sansa, he proceeded to inspect the city's fortifications. Although Belleau had stood for several millennia, its exterior appeared somewhat weathered, while its core remained remarkably sturdy. Each side of the triangular city boasted battlements adorned with crenellations and arrow towers, equipped with crossbows capable of reaching the opposite bank of the river. The defensive mechanisms and ammunition were fully stocked, and after surveying the walls, Edmund approached the moat. This wall was constructed entirely of sandstone, with the waters of the Tensure River having filled the moat, submerging the lower half of the wall. Edmund descended the water stairs built into the wall, reaching a level nearly equal to the surface of the water. At this moment, several small river boats were moored within the wide moat, tethered to iron rings beside the sluice gate. This moat had not seen river water for over a decade, but the colossal water wheel tower on the Tensure River had been restored and was once again in operation. After thoroughly examining the defenses of Belleau, Edmund met with several lords from the Riverlands who had arrived early. The Riverlands, with their numerous waterways and convenient transportation, allowed many lords to reach Belleau ahead of their troops, who would gradually make their way to the city. Edmund's anticipated arrival was set for the day after tomorrow, coinciding with the majority of lords returning. Those who had come early were either nearby or simply impatient, having heard multiple versions of a palace coup in King S Landing over the past 2 days. Aside from the narrative of Ned slaying the traitorous Robert, rumors also circulated of Edmund or Renly killing Robert, leaving them bewildered. Upon meeting Edmund, they grasped the truth, and his account of the coup resonated with their expectations. However, after hearing Edmund's recounting, they couldn't help but feel anxious for the two, realizing the difficulty of escaping the encirclement of the Gold Cloaks, Lannister private forces, and the King's Guard, especially while escorting their ladies. After addressing the lords, Edmund summoned the officer Blake, who had previously participated in the hunt with him. And after providing him with instructions, he exited through the western gate of Belleau to oversee the ongoing relocation efforts. After a restful night, Sansa and Arya were invigorated and clamored to accompany Edmund on an outing, having spent some time in the crowded King's Landing. Their spirits were lifted upon arriving in Belleau. Even Arya, who was usually immersed in sword training, requested a break from her instructor, Syrio, to explore the city. The two sisters had visited the city of Belleau during their childhood, and many places within the city are imbued with their memories. Particularly the colossal water wheel tower over the Tensure River, which remains vividly etched in their minds. Upon arriving outside Belleau, they observed that the crops had nearly all been harvested. Those that were not ripe had been incinerated. Many villagers began to drive their horse-drawn carts through Belleau, migrating eastward towards the Honchal River. Adam had already instructed the steward to secure accommodations for the villagers relocating to the eastern river, ensuring that they would not reside within the confines of Belleau. Chapter 68. The coronation. Riding 2 miles beyond the city, Edmure discerned that the pace of the village relocation was lamentably slow. Aside from the challenges of harvesting crops, some villagers were even reluctant to part with their half-mature compost pits, contemplating the removal of the fertilizer as well. Although Edmure had initially instructed Archil and able to promote crop rotation and composting while avoiding the riverlands, many farmers had nonetheless heard of these methods and began applying them to their own fields. Edmure found himself compelled to both command and persuade them to relinquish these notions. After making a circuit and returning to Flowing City, Edmure stood before his private army, ordering them to don no armor and instead assist the farmers of the riverlands. Upon hearing this command, many soldiers were reluctant, yet some eagerly anticipated the opportunity to help, as a number of them hailed from the riverlands and were concerned about their family's timely relocation. Other lords found Edmure's peculiar order rather amusing. It was uncommon for a lord to send soldiers to aid farmers when war loomed. Fortunately, Edmure had restricted the assistance to the soldiers of House Tully. Had he commanded his own men, it would have been difficult for them to refuse. With the soldiers' involvement, the speed of the villagers' relocation markedly increased. They had never before experienced a lord dispatching soldiers to aid them in moving. With no time to waste, many chose to discard items that were unnecessary for the move, striving to expedite the process, while Edmure busied himself with the relocations. Joffrey had just concluded his coronation ceremony at the Great September of Baelor and returned to the throne room to receive the audience of ministers and nobles. The hall's walls were adorned with newly hung tapestries, and the marble floor gleamed brightly. The Iron Throne was surrounded by a throng of courtiers and noble lords. Dressed in a striking red and black velvet cloak, adorned with a jeweled golden crown, Joffrey sat confidently upon the Iron Throne, surveying his subjects below. His mother, the regent Queen Cersei, similarly clad in opulent attire, sat beside him. Maester Pycelle, please proclaim my decree, Joffrey commanded, directing his gaze toward the aged maester below. Now, in the name of King Joffrey I declare that Eddard Stark, former hand of the king and murderer of the late King Robert Baratheon, is a traitor, and a warrant for his capture shall be issued throughout the realm. King Joffrey shall no longer wed Sansa Stark, the daughter of his enemy and traitor. And the betrothal is hereby annulled. To fill the vacancy of the hand, I appoint Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westlands as my new hand. Those named in the following list are to come forth to King's Landing and pledge their loyalty to His Majesty Joffrey Baratheon. Should they fail to arrive within the stipulated time, the king shall reclaim their lands and titles. The list included Stannis Baratheon and his wife and daughter, Renly Baratheon, Prince Doran Martell and his children, and his brother Oberyn Martell, among others. The list encompassed nearly all the lords and great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. And by the time Pycelle concluded reading the lengthy roster, he was somewhat breathless. As Pycelle returned to the Assembly of Ministers, Queen Cersei rose and addressed Ser Bolon Swan. Supported by the Golden Cloak, and Ser Meryn Trent, who stood with difficulty due to a severed right arm, Ser Bolon and Ser Meryn, please step forward. Your Majesty. They responded in unison. Both of you have sustained injuries, one in defense of the king and the other in pursuit of the traitor. Your unwavering loyalty has not gone unnoticed by me, the king, and the citizens of the Seven Kingdoms, for which we are immensely grateful. Now that you are both wounded, it is time for you to recuperate. Please remove your helmets and shed your cloaks to enjoy the life that lies ahead. Cough. Your Majesty. What do you mean by that? The severely injured Bollistan inquired anxiously. Oh, sir, the king implies that you shall no longer serve as a Kingsguard. You are free to marry and have children. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, jested nearby. His words elicited a wave of laughter from certain ministers and nobles. Your Majesty, cough. The Kingsguard has vowed to protect the king until death. How could I relinquish my cloak mid-service? Bollistan shot an annoyed glance at Littlefinger, ignoring him and continuing to address Cersei. Though Meryn remained silent, his complexion paled further. Look at you. Can you still protect me? I am the one who should be safeguarding you. Joffrey lounged on the Iron Throne, casually observing Bollistan, who could barely stand with assistance. As soon as I recover, I shall resume my duties as a Kingsguard. Bollistan insisted. Sir Bollistan, do you still not comprehend my words? Cersei rose again, asserting her authority. Your Majesty. You cannot do this. A voice suddenly interjected from the crowd. Everyone turned to see the often overlooked Tyrion Lannister standing at the foot of the platform. And who are you to question my decree? Cersei asked, looking down at Tyrion with disdain. Sir Bollistan has protected 3 kings. He should not be stripped of his cloak at such a moment. Tyrion disregarded his sister's inquiry and expressed his opinion firmly. The appointment and dismissal of the Kingsguard do not concern you. Yariel, seize him. Yariel, having distinguished himself during the coup, was appointed as the commander of the city guard, while the unfortunate generals had lost his position after the coup concluded. Cersei. Tyrion attempted to reason further, but was swiftly seized by 2 members of the city guard, who escorted him towards the throne room's exit. His struggles were futile, drawing laughter from Cersei, Joffrey, and other nobles, leaving him no choice but to comply and be led out. Witnessing Tyrion being taken away for speaking on his behalf, Bollistan's desire to argue dissipated entirely. In frustration, he removed his helmet and threw it to the ground, then unfastened his white cloak, preparing to cast it aside. Yet, he could not bear to tarnish the symbol of the Kingsguard's honor that had accompanied him for nearly 40 years. After a gentle shake, he folded the cloak several times before placing it on the ground. Abruptly, he pushed away the guards supporting him and, clutching his right side, staggered out the door. Observing Bollistan's faltering departure, Jaime clenched his teeth, several times contemplating leaving the Kingsguard but ultimately refraining, including during the scene of Tyrion's removal. Your Majesty, I. As Bollistan exited, shedding his cloak, Meryn hesitated before casting a glance at Cersei. Sir Meryn, you have lost your right arm. I shall seek a suitable territory for you in the Western lands. Casting a glance at the ministers and nobles below, Cersei revealed her generous nature towards the sworn knights of the Kingsguard, who had always been loyal to the Lannisters. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meryn could only bow in gratitude. Then he removed his helmet with his left hand and laid his white cloak upon the ground before departing the hall behind Barristan. After Meryn's exit, The ministers in the throne room pledged their allegiance to Joffrey upon the Iron Throne. Chapter 69. Bran's Anomaly in the North. While Catelyn accompanied Bran on the wooden platform in the castle, basking in the sunlight, she suddenly noticed Master Luwin hurrying toward her, seemingly clutching a letter. The sight of the letter tightened Catelyn's heart. Bran had confided to her that morning about a dream in which their father, Ned, had returned and visited the crypts of Winterfell, the resting place of all the lords of Winterfell throughout the ages. Bran also mentioned that since his fall from the tower, he had been plagued by strange dreams, including one where a three-eyed raven taught him to fly. He had dreamt of his brother Robb and Jon, of their mother Catelyn sitting in a small boat, inspecting a bloodied dagger, as well as their father's sorrow and Sansa's weeping. Initially, Catelyn dismissed Bran's dreams as mere fanciful imaginings typical of a child's nighttime reveries. However, upon hearing Bran recount the scene with the dagger, her skepticism waned. For he had never before heard of the Valyrian dagger that had been used to attempt his assassination. Furthermore, the details concerning Ned and Sansa stirred within her a foreboding sense of connection to the incident involving Joffrey's injury. Since hearing Bran mention Ned's visit to the crypts, her anxiety had escalated, prompting her to remove Bran from the dark confines of the castle to bask in the warmth of the sun. "Lady, the ravens from the Weeping Wood have delivered a letter," Luwin announced as he approached Catelyn, who remained momentarily dazed. Only after he finished speaking did she focus on his face, extending her trembling right hand to accept the letter. The sigil of the dire wolf caught her eye. Breaking the wax seal gently, she unfolded the parchment. Upon recognizing her husband Ned's handwriting, a sense of relief washed over her, but as she continued reading, her unease intensified until she had absorbed the entire message, at which point she let out a long sigh. "Master Luwin, please summon Robb and Sir Roderick to the council chamber, just the two of them," Catelyn instructed, aware that her husband as ward, Theon, often accompanied Robb. And she felt it prudent to specify. Though Luwin was unaware of the letter's precise contents, he discerned the gravity of the situation from Catelyn's expression, which suggested that while something significant had occurred, it did not seem utterly dire. As Luwin left, Catelyn called down to the giant Hodder, who was assisting the blacksmith Mikan in lifting an anvil. "Hodder, come carry Bran away." "Mother, what did Father's letter say?" Bran inquired, a hint of worry in his voice as he looked to Catelyn. "It concerns your father, sister, and your uncle. When Robb arrives, I will share it with you," she replied, her heart a mix of concern and an uncontainable joy, knowing that her husband and daughters had returned safely from the perilous turmoil in King's Landing. The fears that had long haunted her were finally alleviated. Though the Lannisters had not yet faced retribution, her family had escaped the vortex of danger in King's Landing. Together with Hodder, who cradled Bran, Catelyn ascended to the council chamber, where it was not long before Robb and Sir Roderick arrived in succession. After Aldair departed from the council chamber, 5 individuals remained. Although Rowan was a scholar of the Citadel, he had served Winterfell for over 30 years and had become akin to family with House Stark. In the days when Ned was present, he would consult Rowan on various matters. Bran, despite his tender age of 10, had been regarded as half an adult ever since Ned took him to witness a beheading. Catelyn, though initially opposed to that grim outing, had come to accept Ned's assertion that Bran could not remain a child forever, especially in light of recent events. As the assembly gathered, Catelyn first handed the letter to her eldest son, Robb, instructing him to read it and then pass it along. Upon perusing the letter, they were astounded to learn of the turmoil that had befallen King's Landing. Robert had been slain by Cersei and the regicide Jaime, and Ned along with Edmure had fled with Sansa towards the Riverlands, heralding the onset of war. Although they had not personally witnessed the coup within the Red Keep, the urgency and peril of Ned's escape from the Mount Gate with Sansa and the other ladies were vividly palpable. After finishing the letter, Robb clenched his fists, grappling with a sense of resentment for not being present to fight alongside his father and uncle. He felt a profound relief that they had managed to escape King's Landing. Otherwise, he was uncertain of how he would have coped with the aftermath. Bran, too, wore a somber expression, envisioning the harrowing escape of his father and sisters from the capital. Truly, Lord Ned was remarkable. To navigate such treacherous circumstances and lead Sansa and the others to safety was nothing short of heroic. Edmure, a seasoned warrior, deserved every accolade bestowed upon him. Roderick, tall and robust, nearly applauded upon concluding the letter. Reuven, seated at the table, expressed his disbelief, imagining the dire consequences had Ned or the Stark sisters been ensnared in King's Landing. Robb, in your father's name, gather the bannermen and instruct them to retain half their forces to safeguard their own lands, while the remainder shall accompany you south, Catelyn advised, adhering strictly to Ned's directives. Despite her skepticism regarding the necessity of leaving half the troops to guard against Bolon Greyjoy. However, she deemed it prudent to heed Ned's repeated cautions regarding Theon. Despite Robb's close bond with Theon, who was 4 years his senior, Catelyn had never regarded him as her own. She felt an inherent disconnect between him and her children. Others, particularly Robb, believed Ned's concerns were somewhat excessive. After all, Bolon had failed in his rebellion 9 years prior. And with his only son in the custody of House Stark, it seemed improbable that he would dare to invade the north. As long as they prevented Theon from returning to the Iron Islands, such a threat appeared unfounded. Once Robb had dispatched the necessary arrangements dictated by Ned's letter, he turned to pen messages to the various bannermen. Catelyn instructed Aldair to carry Bran back to their chambers while she attended to other military preparations. In the square of Winterfell, a gaunt-faced Theon furrowed his brow, gazing towards the council chamber above. Moments ago, when Ruin sought out Robb, he was present. Yet when he attempted to follow and discern the unfolding circumstances, Ruin intercepted him. As he turned his gaze towards his dear friend Robb, he found him evading his glance, which heightened his sense of unease. Ever since Catelyn and Roderick's return to Winterfell, he had sensed a peculiar shift in the attitudes of Robb and others towards him. Theon had previously inquired with Robb, yet the latter had responded ambiguously, unwilling to elaborate, and this instance was no different. He had arrived at Winterfell at the tender age of 10. Ned, Catelyn, and Robb had treated him with kindness, leading him to perceive himself as half a Stark. During Bran's assassination attempt, when Catelyn, Robb, and Ruin suspected the Lannisters' involvement, he had been present, and Catelyn had not shunned him. However, everything had changed since Catelyn's return from King's Landing. Today, observing Ruin's expression while addressing Robb, he sensed that something significant had transpired, yet he remained oblivious, acutely aware of the growing wariness directed towards him within Winterfell. Chapter 70. Heartless. In a dimly lit and sturdy chamber of the wall, Jon was tidying up the room, arranging the disordered items on the table and smoothing out the bedding. Just as he was about to step outside to fetch water, the door swung open abruptly, and the robust commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor, entered. After surveying the room, he appeared somewhat pleased with Jon's efforts, then handed him a letter, stating, "A raven from King's Landing has arrived, and the contents pertain to you." Jon's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Had his father sent him a message? As he accepted the parchment, his expression shifted dramatically after only a glance. This was inconceivable. His father could never have assassinated King Robert, let alone rebel. Jon muttered to himself in disbelief. The letter succinctly outlined the coup in King's Landing, detailing Ned's alleged murder of King Robert and his subsequent flight, alongside Edmure from the Riverlands. Returning the letter to Jeor, Jon was suddenly reminded of Sansa and Arya, who were also in King's Landing. He pondered their fate. Yet the letter made no mention of them. Observing Jon's disheartened demeanor, Jeor placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "I too cannot believe that Lord Stark will betray King Robert. The letter states that he has fled back to the Riverlands. You should take solace in that." Despite Ned's predicament, having been condemned to death for his son Yora's slave trading, forcing him into exile, Jeor bore no resentment, attributing it to his son's failings. He even unreservedly kept Ned's illegitimate son close, personally mentoring him. Listening to the commander's perspective on his father brought Jon some comfort. Yet his concern for his sisters lingered. "But the letter makes no mention of my sisters. I fear for their safety in King's Landing," he lamented. Jeor, noticing Jon's anxiety, suggested, "You might have Maester Aemon send a letter to Winterfell inquiring about your sister's whereabouts." Upon hearing Jeor's proposal, Jon took up his water bucket and hastened towards the door, only to suddenly remember, turning back to Jeor. "Go ahead. There is no need to fetch water now." Jon bowed slightly to Jeor, setting down the bucket and swiftly departing to find Maester Aemon. In the Eyrie, Lady Lysa, dressed in fine garments and cradling a 6 or 7-year-old boy, confronted a knight in his 50s, clad in scale armor, with graying hair and a spirited demeanor. "Why did you not show me the letter from the Riverlands, Sir Brindan?" "Lady, please mind your tone. You are addressing the Duchess of the Eyrie," she replied with a stern countenance. "You may be the former Duchess, but I am also your own uncle." The two were Brindan Tully, known as the Blackfish, and Lysa Tully, his sister, the aunt of Edmure. Brindan earned his nickname for having defied his brother Hosting's arranged marriage for him, thereby severing ties with House Tully. Hosting branded him as the black sheep of the family, to which Brindan retorted that the Tully sigil featured a trout, and thus he could only be the Blackfish. Consequently, he altered his own crest accordingly. After the War of Usurpers, Brynden followed Lysa to the Vale, assuming the role of a Knight of the Blood. Tasked with guarding the portal known as the Bloodgate, Brynden's inquiries left Lysa momentarily speechless, prompting him to assert, the Lannisters were responsible for the death of Duke Aerion. When will you take up arms to avenge him? Lysa, however, remained resolute, countering, the Lannisters are formidable adversaries, and with the Bloodgate safeguarding the Vale, what reason do I have to deploy forces? Her uncle Brynden was taken aback by her outright refusal. It took him a moment to recover before he retorted. You truly refuse to take up arms? I will not take up arms, Lysa reiterated firmly. Why not? Brynden pressed on, undeterred. I must protect Robin. The Lannisters are not easily vanquished, Lysa replied with unwavering conviction. Ned and Edmure have returned to Riverrun, and the Northern Army will soon march south. With the forces of the Riverlands, the North, and the Vale united, we could seize King's Landing and overpower all the Lannisters. Such an opportunity, and you. Brynden's words faltered as he struggled to comprehend her indifference. Faced with his niece's obstinacy, he could only express his frustration. Give me 1,000 men, and I shall support the Riverlands. You shall not take a single soul from the Vale. Lysa once again denied him. You do not forget that you are still a Riverlander, still the daughter of Hostar. Brynden exclaimed, his anger palpable. Lysa's ire seemed to be ignited by Brynden's words. As she pointed towards the door and shouted, "Get out!" Brynden recognized that Lysa's temperament had grown increasingly erratic since her multiple miscarriages, yet he could not fathom her heartlessness. Unwilling even to part with 1,000 soldiers. Deprived of reinforcements, Brynden could bear Lysa no longer. He stormed out of the room and rode alone towards Riverrun. In a triangular chamber within Riverrun, a servant was assisting an elderly man in changing his garments. As the old man complied with the servant's aid, he turned to the young man standing by the bedside and inquired, "Has your sister Lysa yet replied?" "Not yet," Edmure replied, his head bowed. 2 ravens were dispatched, and 4 days have elapsed. She should have responded by now. Hostar, already aware of the upheaval in King's Landing, noted that his lucid moments had increased in frequency. Yet he found sleep elusive at night, resorting to dream wine or opium to force himself into slumber. Upon hearing Hostar's lament, Edmure refrained from responding. Well aware that his sister Lysa would not muster an army, having never harbored any hope for the Vale, she must still harbor resentment towards me, Hostar continued. Anguish etched on his face. Edmure recalled the reasons behind this animosity. From a young age, Lysa had been enamored with her father Hostar's ward, Peter Baelish, and had unexpectedly conceived his child. Upon discovering this, Hostar had flown into a rage, forcibly administering abortifacients to Lysa and expelling Peter from Riverrun. Although he enjoyed a cordial relationship with Peter's father and had taken him as a foster son, he could not fathom marrying his daughter to one destined to inherit only a meager estate. With her virginity lost, Lysa faced an uphill battle in seeking a suitor of noble standing. At that time, amidst the War of Usurpers, Horst betrothed Lysa to the aging and childless Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale. Following her marriage to Lord Arryn, Lysa endured 5 pregnancies, each tragically culminating in miscarriage, until she finally gave birth to the frail and ailing Robin. The recurrent miscarriages primarily stemmed from Lysa's first abortion, which adversely affected her subsequent ability to conceive, further deepening her resentment towards her father and amplifying her paranoia. Having changed his attire, Horst, oblivious to Edmure's words, continued, "Even if she harbors resentment towards me, the Riverlands are her home. With war looming, both you and Caitlyn require her assistance. How could she possibly remain indifferent?" Horst pounded his right hand upon the table, his emotions running high. "Take care of yourself. We still have the northern forces to consider, so there is no need for excessive worry," Edmure urged, noticing Horst's impending cough. As Horst began to cough, Edmure's attempts at reassurance only exacerbated the fate. After a brief respite, he continued, "Even with Ned's army, Tywin is not an adversary to be taken lightly, and to the south lie King's Landing and the Riverlands, a substantial force is necessary to safeguard the Vale." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. As Edmure prepared to speak, the steward, Adros, entered the room. He greeted Horst first before turning to Edmure, saying, "My lord, the time for the meeting approaches."